Happy Tuesday morning, Ricks. We are the Junks coming live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. I don't do TikTok. I'm too old. Jason Bishop is here.
What's up?
He doesn't do any social media, none whatsoever. Zero, nada.
No. Bad news for me.
John Paul Flame is here.
I had never seen the Junkies or 106.7 The Fans TikTok, but a friend actually sent me a text. Apparently, we're on TikTok.
Oh, very good.
He saw some weird facial expression I made during the show.
Excellent.
It was on TikTok, and he sent me a message.
Is that a Mike Marr production? Maybe it is. I don't know.
Believe those, those clips where they have the four of us?
Yeah.
Those get sent to the 106.7 The Fan TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah, every day we're uploading 8 TikToks.
All right. You got to be
Very
current.
good. All right.
Got to be current. Don't hate on it.
I'll retweet those. I'll cross-platform promote them if I can. And Eric Pickle is also here, too.
Good morning. How
Good
are you,
morning.
Rick?
I'm good. That is your Junks foursome, which is a rarity during the summer months. So drink it in. Enjoy it. You never know when it's going to be down to 3 Junks.
Now, what's it going to be like weather-wise today? Jason, you're my weatherman. I know.
Potential for severe storms today.
But
is what I've heard.
I thought that it wasn't
I'm no
going to really
expert.
significantly storm until maybe later in the afternoon. Is that accurate?
I think there's there's 2 rounds that are coming in. One around 3, and then the heavier ones are coming in around dinner time.
At dinner time?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
All right.
So if you got anything planned during the early afternoon, you should be fine.
Well, I might get 9 in, and then maybe the storms will come.
I think you'll be fine if you play early. Just play 9. Yeah, you'll be good. And I think the strong ones are coming in around 6 or 7. That's what I was told by Chuck Bell this morning.
Excellent.
So how do you consume Chuck Bell? Do you actually turn the TV on in your house?
Turn it on around, because the news starts at 4:26. It starts.
All right.
Okay.
Actually, Fox 5 starts at 4.
Down to the minute.
Channel 4 starts at 4:26, and then Chuck Bell is he's the first story. They just do a weather update.
All right, so
It's the
weather.com
first
says there could be some issues around 2 p.m.
Yeah, the first round's coming in around 2, and I think the second round's coming in around 7.
Yeah, that's going to be awkward.
Well,
All right, it is what it is.
The important weather forecast is for Thursday when we're going to be at the Chesapeake Bay
That looks
Sox
sunny.
game.
It's gonna be great
It looks
Thursday.
amazing.
That looks sunny. That looks like that's going to be good.
Thursday looks great.
You warming up your arm cakes?
Oh, yeah, it's ready to go. It's ready. Am I going to fire it in there? Am I going to lollipop that ball in there? To be determined.
Lob. I'm
I'm still
lobbing it.
wondering what we're going to be
Lobbing
doing
it.
in the 4th inning.
What you and Cakes
who
will be
knows?
doing?
I
don't
guess
know.
so. It's yet to be determined.
I mean, it's a minor league baseball game. I'm sure it's something. It's
probably a dizzy bat race.
Sure, it's something wacky. And
Hot dog eating contest.
I don't think it's
Well,
that.
I won't.
You're
I
out
will-
on that?
I will
Is that where you
defer.
draw the line,
I mean,
Cakes?
yeah, I mean, unless
Been there, done that?
Unless I am financially incentivized to a level I'm pretty sure the Bay Sox won't go
What'd you-
to.
yeah.
I'm just out on those.
What'd you have for dinner last night?
An
Speaking of hot
impromptu
dogs.
dinner from last night. Hold on, scanning the
Wasn't
memory
that long
banks.
ago.
I know it was last night. Hold on,
He can't
I'm
remember.
gonna figure it out.
Bickle, you go.
I mean, I just had it. This was the last meal that I had.
My wife had some, I think it's called beef bulgogi.
Oh,
Ooh,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah.
now I'm remembering. I had something very similar. Made Korean ground beef bowls at home for dinner.
And
Kinda
what's
similar to
What's
what
in
we
that?
had.
Rice and
Rice,
beef.
Korean flavored ground beef,
Beef.
fresh vegetables.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Very
it was,
similar.
It was good.
Very similar in the
Easy
Bickle
dinner,
household.
relatively cheap.
Yeah.
Can make it at home. I'm not signing my name on a bill that's like for 140 or 150 bucks. So all's good.
What about over in the Bishop household?
We had Teresa made pasta. She makes spaghetti Sunday on Sundays,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I didn't eat any on Sunday, so I
Right.
wasn't hungry for dinner.
So it was leftovers.
So it was leftovers. So we had
Spaghetti
leftover
Sunday?
spaghetti Sunday yesterday.
All right. not
Spaghetti
bad.
Monday.
And then I'll have some today for lunch, and it'll be gone. And then I'll have tacos tonight because it's Taco Tuesday.
Okay.
Have any of your
Very
wives
good.
gotten into the sourdough craze?
Well, my
No.
daughters love it.
No.
Do they
I mean,
make it? That's what. All
my younger daughter
girls and-
Ava will make it.
I enjoy sourdough bread. It's
Yeah.
one of the top tier breads, but I don't think I'd ever make it.
Apparently, it takes like a week or two to actually make it.
Okay,
It's like
if
a
you
whole
say
process.
If you
It
say
is a
so.
process, apparently. Yeah.
I think I've seen
I
my
don't know if it
daughter
takes two, but
make it once, but yeah,
yeah.
I'm about consuming bread. I'm not about making my own bread.
Well,
Personally.
the best part about it is, not only does it taste good, it's actually a little bit better for you too. Your body can
Sourdough.
break it down. Yeah, it's easier for like worrying about blood sugar spikes and that kind of stuff.
What's
So-
the update on the what's it called? Cycloporosa. What's it called? What's
Cyclospora.
Cyclospora. Yeah. What's the update on
I
that?
don't know. I rolled the dice with Taco Swell again yesterday.
Oh yeah.
With my
with
3
the
tacos.
lettuce.
With the lettuce.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
just-
you're
I just
fine.
figured it's like when a United Airlines crashes, just get on a United Airlines.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the real culprit is any sort of like shredded iceberg lettuce.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you stay away from that, probably going to be good.
Didn't stay away from that. That's
Yeah, you
You
had
have
it.
shredded iceberg lettuce.
That's what they put in a Taco Bell.
Well, I guess they
It's
must have.
100%.
They found a new supplier.
Yeah, for sure.
But like from time to time, I would buy shredded iceberg lettuce because I'm too lazy to shred a head of lettuce myself.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to do that? And now I think I have to stay away forever.
Can
No
you-
shredded lettuce. I'm out.
Yeah. Like I said, we've transferred to spinach over the last year
Yeah.
or two. And we just get that big plastic bin. Probably not much different than buying a bag, to be honest with you. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They're like $7 or $8. You just get a big bin of spinach.
Yeah, it's like a big tub.
Big tub of spinach and just make our salads with that. And if we don't make a salad with it, we just throw it in and steam it. I don't know. That's how we consume our lettuce at home.
Yeah. Well, you're fine with the lettuce. You
I'll
can-
be fine.
I haven't had any explosive bouts of the RIA, so I'm good. I'm
So
good
far,
to go.
so good. Although
Yeah.
they do say it could take 4 to 5 days before it can kick
Okay.
in. And then it's a nightmare.
All right, so my Thursday. I hope it doesn't hit while I'm on the mound at at Prince George's Stadium.
By the way, a
'Cause that
lot
could
of,
be bad.
lot of people reaching out to me over the last 4 or 5 days and they're alleging that Big John was lying about his story about pooping his
Really?
pants. A
I
lot of
wonder.
people
It's
saying
an-
it's just an AD grab.
I kind of suspect that
It's
it didn't add
entirely
up.
possible.
The whole, I mean, he threw in an ambulance, and the ambulance wouldn't take him. It
Just
just
too many weird details that didn't necessarily all make sense.
I mean, since when do ambulances turn people away?
And-
Aren't they there to help people who are in distress and need to get to a medical facility?
the most unbelievable part was that he won a comedy contest.
Yeah, that
could be a lie,
sounds like
too.
that sounds like a stretch.
But I don't think any of us are really going to delve deep and find out whether he actually won it or not.
And then who, in a time of need, crisis, where you really have to hit a bathroom, just punts and just goes in their pants? Like everyone else on Earth scrambles.
The only people that have that excuse are
Like a
people that are
homeless person.
well, people that are really old and just can't control their
Yeah.
bodily functions anymore.
Yeah.
Like he's not that old.
No.
Oh, he looks old.
He looks terrible.
He looks like he's 150.
It looks terrible. But I did have a couple people reach out to me over the weekend.
Yeah.
And they're finally consuming it on the pod
They're
or
calling
whatever.
shenanigans.
They're calling shenanigans
Yeah.
on the Big John story. So who knows?
What do you think about Robbie Williams' explanation? Robbie Williams, the pop singer, was
Yeah.
featured at the World Cup, and
I saw
people
you
saw on
addressed
screen that they thought it was a white substance that came from his nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People postulated that it was cocaine,
Yeah.
and then he rubbed it and put it up on his forehead.
Yeah. Right.
He's claiming it was 2 mints,
2 mints.
Mints.
like a lozenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why would you put it on your forehead to save it for later?
Oh, he was just rubbing his head. I don't think he.
Oh, he didn't-
He's claiming like he didn't know.
Oh, okay. So he inadvertently put it on his forehead.
I don't know.
Not there to save it for later.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Sounds shaky
All I know is
too.
I'm never going to get the 2.5 minutes of my life back watching him sing FIFA anthem. I'm just never getting it back.
I didn't even know that was a thing. FIFA
I
anthem.
didn't know it
Yep.
either until I was watching the broadcast.
His quote was, "Just like to apologize for the object that fell into the microphone yesterday. It was deeply unprofessional and people worried about me. But it's okay because I have several more." And then he put a clip where he stuck out his tongue to reveal 2 mints.
People
I don't
worried
know.
about him?
Well, because I think he's been clean and sober for years.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he didn't appear to be drunk on the broadcast, right?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I mean, I was interviewed. Seemed normal to me. Who knows? I guess it's a big deal that Zlatan kind of announced he's one and done.
He basically, I saw him do it. He's like, "Yeah, this is it. I'm walking away."
I think most people kind of liked him.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
kind
he
of
was
the breakout
well-received.
star.
Yeah,
I have seen people say that Charles Barkley's retired a bunch of times too.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I
you
saw
can,
the
you can say you
comparison.
retired, and then if they want you, they'll get you back.
It's just a matter of does he want to ever do it again? Because one, he's rich. Two, I believe he's either dating or married to a woman who's richer than he is. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. So, like, he doesn't have to ever work. He'll do it if he wants to, if he's inclined.
It actually is a big responsibility if you think about it. Think about all those games he had to comment on.
Sure.
I mean, hell, as you're getting closer and closer, the pregame shows were longer and longer. I think for that final World Cup,
2 hours.
it was like 3 hours.
It was 4 hours.
Oh, was it 4?
Because they
You got-
started at 11 and the game started at 3.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of talk.
All right. Well, I mean,
if you're not necessarily that
Super
into it.
Bowl pregame show is
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it sounded like he was just kind of doing it, just maybe see if he liked it.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't like it that
Maybe
much.
he didn't.
Big pain in
there
the
was,
ass.
There was definitely friction between him and Alexi Lawless. There was a lot of back and forth between them
Yeah.
that I saw on social media. So maybe he's just tired of working with Lawless. I don't know. I don't know what's at the root of it. All right, coming up on a Tuesday show here on the Junks, Barry Verluga is going to join us at 9 o'clock. We'll talk Commanders, whose training camp starts at the end of the week for the rookies.
Rookies are
Veterans,
reporting on
the
let's see,
24th.
So Saturday.
Yep.
No. Friday.
Friday. And then
Wow.
the vets report on the 28th.
I think I saw
so
yesterday
next
was 50 guys. So today is 54 days before the start of the regular season. I think that's right.
We're getting there.
I think I saw Scott Hansen from Red Zone tweet 8 more Sundays.
Yeah.
And then we'll be watching NFL football.
Yeah.
And all will be right with the world.
That doesn't
when
sound like
happens.
54 days. Maybe that's for the first preseason game.
Could be.
I don't
All
know.
right,
I
so
saw 54 days.
Barry joins us at 9. When we come back, we get into the Junk Sports page. The Nats win again
Yep.
in Colorado. We'll get into that and more next here on The Fan. Let's get into the Junkie Sports page. Catch up on what the Nats did out at Coors Field in Denver.
All brought to you by our
more.
good friends at Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston. You can also get the dark liquors, your Eagle Eye Rye, your Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Cake still has not gotten out there. Keep telling them.
I need to do that.
I know it's kind of a hike from your house.
I've been
but
remiss in doing that.
Anytime you're out in Virginia, I think you should make a point of it.
You know what? Here's what I'm going to do.
Go out there for dinner.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
We are going to the media bit for the Commanders. I believe that is next Monday.
The 27th, yeah.
I will swing into a Virginia ABC store close to that spot, and I'll pick up a bottle.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Why don't you just swing into the distillery, Open Road, and pick up a bottle?
I mean, I guess I could do that too. I could do either.
I think that's better for you financially.
The world is my oyster. I can do whatever I want. Sounds like a great plan.
All right. I'll set that up for you.
Very nice. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So the Nats were, I believe, after the Yankees series before the All-Star break, they fell to 4 back, or maybe might have been 4.5 back in the wild card race. Now they're back to 1.
Wow, that's awesome.
So they beat the Rockies last night. We kind of previewed the game. The Rockies are terrible. They give up a ton of runs.
They didn't score as many runs in the game that I personally would have liked
It
to
went
have
under the
seen,
total. You're
but
right.
that's okay.
It went under the total.
They got off to a hot start. I was watching the beginning of the game.
Chaparro
Wood
hit the
gets
3-run
on
bomb.
base. Meade gets on base with a single, and then Chaparro goes yard, and it's 3-0 in the
Yeah,
blink of an
I,
eye.
Like
I
that,
know.
like
I know.
that.
That was is
that.
trending well for the number.
Kyle Freeland, who's the starter for the Rockies, he's been in a Rockies uniform for, I don't know, he's probably been there 10 years. But his ERA is
It's over 7.
Yeah, near 7.5. We kind of talked about that. Now, he wasn't horrible. He was bad in the first inning, but only gave up 4 over 6. But they got to him early, and they win 7-3.
3 more home runs. They lead the majors in home runs.
Yep,
And James
Chaparro
Wood
hitting him
leads in runs by a lot.
a lot.
He has 93 runs scored. The next closest is Brian Reynolds from the Pirates at 71.
And he didn't strike out. He had a bad series this past weekend
Oakland?
against Oakland, and he struck out 10 times, but didn't strike out last night. Had a couple runs scored, had a hit. They win 7-3. Abrams hit number 22. We already mentioned Chaparro. He hit number 4.
Jacob Young hit one.
Jake Young hit one. He's hitting 233. I don't know how many Young has. Is that 8 or 9 for him?
It's his ninth.
Yeah.
Last season in 120 games, he had 2.
Yeah. So
This year he's got 9.
7
and
more
89.
runs. They win the game 7-3. They're 1 back in the wild card. And we talked about it yesterday at length. Trade deadline is August 3rd. We don't know what they're going to do. If you think you're going to get a guy like Chapman, well, cross him off the list because the Red Sox have won 14 straight. So he won't be on the trade market.
I
But
did see the Dodgers picked up a reliever yesterday or the day before.
there's been a few moves. Yeah.
So
there has been a few moves.
what are you waiting for?
I just think they're not going
I'll
to
let
make a
you
big
ask.
move.
I'll let you ask Taboni. that.
Taboni. I just think they're not going to make a big move.
No, it might not be a big move. I can't even remember the name. Let me see who the Dodgers picked up, but it was, minor move. But that's a team that has won the World Series, that's in first place, that's still tweaking their team.
Right, but they don't think they're ready for prime time yet. This is too early. They might do some minor tweak. I don't think they're going to do anything.
And also the
big.
Dodgers have basically an unlimited payroll, which is clearly not the case here in Washington.
Right.
The Dodgers traded for a Rockies reliever named Seth Halverson.
And the Dodgers play for that season. They're not playing for down the road.
Right.
Yeah.
They're playing for this season. I don't know. I mean, you might be right. It might be a tweak here or there, but I would like a tweak.
Yeah, I'd like a tweak.
Who do-
But I
who
don't
would-
think it's going to be big.
When you have one of the worst bullpens in baseball, even though they did their job yesterday.
Yeah, a minor tweak or
I think
two.
it's going to be underwhelming. That
Yeah,
would be my guess.
I wouldn't expect any sort of major move by the Nats at the trade deadline.
You're going to look at it and go,
A minor tweak or two would help. So, so they're 1 back. Currently, the wild cards in the National League are the Cubs, Phillies, and Cardinals. Phillies won again last night. Trey Turner hit 2 bombs. He's got 14. I believe Bryce Harper hit his 200th home run for the Phillies.
Wow.
I'd have to look to see how many he's got total. But they win 10-7 over the Dodgers. Cardinals, Marlins, Pirates all tied for the 3rd wild card. D-backs are a half back, and then the Nats. So I mean, there's 5 teams within
Very
a
crowded.
game.
Yeah.
Bryce has 384 round trippers
All right, so yeah,
in his
180.
career.
How old is he now?
He had 184 with
He
the
is
Nats.
33.
He's 33. My God, life is flying by.
Isn't it?
He's not old, but he's old adjacent.
He's
No,
like
we're old.
Back end of his
Well,
prime.
I mean, he's baseball. He's getting baseball old.
Yeah.
Getting
No doubt.
baseball.
Yeah.
Back
You
end of his
remember,
prime for sure.
Maybe a month ago, you brought up Manny Machado and how
Yeah.
much he was struggling. Now I haven't looked at his batting average, but he hit his 20th home run,
Yeah.
and I believe he's done that 11 times already in his career with 20 or more home runs.
Yeah, he was strong. He was hitting like 180 something. I mean, I don't know what is he hitting now. Looks like he's hitting 201.
Yeah.
But at least he's over 200.
Yeah, he's having a bad
Hey,
year.
he's in Dylan Cruz territory.
But he's producing some runs. At least he's got that.
Yeah, well, the Padres were playing so much better in the first couple months of the season. Now they're 2.5 back of the wild card. So who knows? They could be a seller. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just want the Nats to acquire a couple guys just to help them out. Bullpen was good last night in Coors, but down the road it's going to struggle. And I just want them to stay in the mix because they're good enough, certainly good enough offensively to win the wild card. They just need to get better on the mound.
I need
Yeah,
to,
be bold. Pick up 2 or 3 relievers.
Maybe they can. Maybe they will. Bickle's probably right. They'll probably stand pat. I don't know if they're going to sell anybody, but I would like for them to acquire a couple guys and help them win some games down the road. I haven't looked at their schedule and see where the schedule strength ranks in the last 50 games or so, but you got to take advantage of the Rockies. When you have a good offense and you're going to Coors
Got to pound them.
against a bad team,
Yep.
yeah, you've got to pound them. Exactly.
They continue to be far better on the road than they are at home. It's crazy. 12 games above 500 on the road.
Yep.
11 under
well,
500
they've
at
got
home.
Arizona and Toronto at home coming up.
All right, well, that
After
Arizona series is huge because they're just ahead of them. And, Toronto's just been okay. Toronto hadn't been very good. So there's a lot of winnable series in the next few weeks. Let's see. They've played 101 games, right?
Yep. 51 and 50.
All right. So there's about 60 games left.
Silly Van Halen album from the
I
mid-80s.
knew that was coming.
Oh, it's so good.
That's Sammy Hagar.
Debut of Van Hagar. I mean, he's very polarizing. Some people hate him. Some people love him.
That was a great album.
It's a really good album. Seminal album, some would say.
All right.
So good.
So the when did that come out?
86, I think.
86?
Yeah.
Man.
That's
seems like
ringing a
yesterday.
bell. 1986.
All right, so Nats Rockies again tonight. It'll be at 8:40. It'll be Michaelis against Lorenzen. So hopefully, and Lorenzen's ERA is over 6.
Do I run it back, try to press my luck, press my bet? Probably not. It's probably not the best move. Probably just leave it alone.
Totals-
And they'll score 30 runs.
Totals probably in that same range.
Probably 10.5, 11.5.
Yeah. This is a horrible story. I don't know if you guys paid attention, but
Oh, better buckle in.
Hannah Rapp was a professional female boxer,
Okay.
and she was in Texas, and she was riding her bike. Big bicycle rider, and she's on the road, and a guy passes her. He passes her, I don't know, goes 30, 40 feet in front of her, hits it in reverse, and slams into her bike, kills her.
He does that on purpose?
Yeah.
He runs into her on purpose, a road rage.
He drives past her, stops the car, puts it in reverse, and hits her.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, this guy he was arrested and charged with manslaughter in the death of Hannah Rapp. Turns out that this guy had a lengthy arrest warrant for all of them being for, either driving while intoxicated, reckless driving. He had multiple arrests. This guy is Charles Medina. I think he was 31 from Texas. And this guy drives past her, hits it in reverse, and kills her. What a freaking loser.
His list of offenses before this included assault, hit and run, deadly conduct, whatever that is,
I mean, the guy was
escape from custody, theft, and possession of a controlled substance, as well as a series of driving offenses.
lived in a courtroom. And the guy was out driving, hits her, and kills her.
Yeah, brutal.
Just an awful story.
She was there with her boyfriend, I guess. He drove past. I don't know if you read that detail. The boyfriend was like, hey, because he got too close. You know, the bikers get pissed
Yeah.
if you get too close. And then
And he turned-
they're assuming he got pissed and then threw it in reverse and slammed
and
into
slammed
her.
into her.
He claims that he thought they were flagging him down, and so he
Yeah,
came
he's
back,
so-
and he claims he only hit her going 15 miles per hour.
He's such a liar.
Yeah.
All right, so
But
we've
if
been
he's,
talking.
like if he's going to aid them, how about you just park your car on the side of the road?
No, he
and
was
not
trying to hit her.
put it in reverse and hit somebody on a bike.
Yeah, he was trying to hit her. Arrested for manslaughter. Hopefully he goes down forever. All right, we've been talking about LeBron for the last couple weeks. His agent, Rich Paul, said yesterday he does not know when his client will decide what team he's going to play for next year. He added that any teams interested in LeBron joining them do not need to do anything else to sway his client. And I don't know when he's going to make the decision. I have no idea. I thought it would be this week. We talked about it yesterday. I would assume it would be this week, but maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll wait until mid-August.
So apparently the leaders are 46% Heat, 27%
Yeah.
Cavs, 16% the Warriors, 15% Sixers.
Where are you getting those percentages?
That's just from an article that's quoting Kalshi.
oh, okay.
KP promotes Kalshi.
Those are the current betting odds. I still think it's going to be Cleveland.
So it's been 3 weeks since he's parted with the Lakers. Been 3 weeks.
Is that it? Feels
Think
like longer than that.
Well, yeah, maybe. I think it's 3 weeks, but maybe it was a little bit longer.
I did
Maybe
see
that's 3 weeks since he officially became
Yeah,
a
maybe.
free agent.
Possibly.
I did see a quote where he mentioned his youngest daughter and the impact that, her, still being like 12, 13 years old or whatever, and she's, her say and being comfortable and everything is going to factor in his decision.
Yeah, apparently the family doesn't want to move, so they're going to stay in L.A. wherever he goes.
Okay.
That's why some people think San Francisco, if he ends up in Golden State, it's a 45-minute flight. He can go back and forth. Got a home in the Cleveland area because after he did that boys trip with all of the 2016 world champions, the Cleveland Cavaliers, where they were, traipsing around Europe, having a blast, he ended up going back to his home in Cleveland and was kind of seen out and about there.
Yeah, that's going to be you in a bit, traipsing around Europe, having a good old time.
Oh, yeah,
next
sure.
summer.
Sure.
I was actually thinking about
Cobblestone
EB.
streets, the
Have you-
whole nine.
Have you seen the stories about the heat in Europe?
I have not.
Yeah, it's
Still
like
horrible?
record heats.
Right, they don't have
like
any
in
AC.
Portugal, and
You know what? That's fine.
Spain.
Here, I care about the heat here. I don't care that people in Paris or Lisbon or London, if they're sweating their balls off. It doesn't really affect me,
All right.
honestly.
I'm
Well, I'm
with
saying
this
if you're
guy.
going to travel there,
Which
look at
we're
Case's
not.
face.
I'm going to travel there anytime.
I know
like in the
you
next
have no
year.
interest.
No, no.
I know you have no interest.
Not right now. Maybe down the road.
Does your
Right-
wife ever have interest in like
No,
going to
not-
Paris?
No.
So she's
Less-
insular, much like you.
Less than zero.
Really?
We are a united front on this one.
Is it you've
Trust me.
influenced her that, or has she always been that way?
I think we're just both kind of
Like when she was 18, did she ever study abroad or anything?
no.
She's just not wired
No.
that way.
I mean,
Okay.
she's been abroad with her family back, like years and years ago.
Been there,
before
done that.
her knight in shining armor came into her life.
Yeah.
Swept her off her
That's
feet.
me, by
Right.
the way.
Yeah.
For those that are unaware.
Well, our buddy Chris Heck, who of course works for Live Golf, he's been over in Europe he was there last week
yeah.
for the Open, and now he's there this week because the Live event is in the UK this week.
Is it going on? It's occurring. All the guys are there.
Well, it starts in 2 days.
All the guys are there.
They're there.
I've been paying attention. I saw
Yeah.
John Rahm actually at a press conference. So I
I've
guess
seen
that makes
some
sense.
bad press for him. They
Well,
had
you're
layoffs,
talking about the
and then they didn't pay some vendor or
yeah,
something.
there was a lawsuit from some some tech company for $1 million.
Right.
I mean, was it $1 million? Yeah, I think it was $1 million. But anyway, yes, they're playing this week in UK. But he said it's been awful over there because there's no AC
Yeah.
and it's been so hot.
Right.
Now it didn't look like it was that hot at in Southport where they played for the Open, but maybe it's hot this week all over Europe. Maybe not in England, but everywhere else it's really, really hot over there.
40% of France hit 104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and they got zippy AC over there.
Well, Brando Chambly, I was talking about. I think he said
10,000 deaths expected.
from the heat.
Yeah.
Chambly, I think
brutal.
he said something like it every year he's been out for the Open, covering it, maybe playing his whatever. One time, like out of 30-some years, says he had air conditioning, something like that. Like it's just not a thing.
Yeah. What are they doing over there?
I don't know.
Why don't,
Maybe it's just so
why don't they
brief that it's
start-
not worth it.
I just
don't
couldn't
know.
imagine going through a summer anywhere without
Okay, well,
at
if you-
least access to an air conditioner.
Right. You just want access to it. I mean, there's global warming. Hello. It's going to get hotter. Why not just have companies put AC in your freaking house?
I
don't know.
don't understand it.
Well, just get a window unit.
It's also not necessarily part of the culture.
Maybe
I'm
they
telling
don't.
you,
Maybe they don't sell them.
one of my best friends is Italian. Grew up there. When I go to his house in Gaithersburg,
Yeah, he doesn't.
I'm amazed at their thermostat. Okay, it's like on 78.
Oh, I walk in from if it's 90 degrees outside, I walk into my house and it feels like I'm walking into a meat locker. It feels like I'm walking into the scene in Goodfellas where the guy's hanging on a meat hook in the butcher truck. It feels so good. I walk in, I'm like, ooh, goosebumps.
well,
and it's glorious.
You wouldn't feel good over there.
No.
No, I told you this years ago when we went to Cinque Terre in Italy. Kelsey booked everything. And we take a train, we get there, we got to go down these cobblestone streets, then up the cobblestone streets to our little Airbnb.
Yeah.
No air conditioning.
air-
it was
Non-air conditioned
brutal.
B&Bs, what it should have said.
It
on
was
the title.
so bad.
Well, JP, times change. They need to get with the current times and get AC units in their house because next summer there's going to be another heat wave over there. I guarantee it. Or maybe they don't have the heat that lasts, months like they do over here, depending on where you live. But they're going to have it again, and you need AC. Or do you just want to die? 10,000 people just die. They're just so
The
stupid.
people that are going to die, I don't know. I would assume they're like homeless.
Well, probably the elderly
Probably older.
older
elderly
people.
yeah.
are affected more by the heat.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, to not to have AC.
I don't know. I told you I grew up going in the country in Ohio, and my aunt and uncle, and they had money. They just didn't have AC for many, many years.
You would probably walk into my
That's
house
ants.
sometimes and go, "He doesn't have AC."
It's that.
From the feel of it. Oh, you'd walk into mine, the AC is
All right.
cranking.
So speaking of Liv, our boy Bryson, apparently he threatened to call Trump. He and Trump are boys, and he threatened to call Trump after getting.
Well, Trump fixed the red card, so why couldn't he fix
That's
this?
right.
I
After
don't
getting
know.
the 2-pop penalty at the Open.
Good.
What a baby.
Yeah, if that's what happened. I mean, was he caught? Did anybody hear him say that, or I don't know where that
But
came
people
out.
reported that. Probably true. I
I'm
don't
sure.
doubt it.
I'm sure it was.
Hey, look, if you feel like the president can help you, help you out of a sticky wicket,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with him trying to exhaust that resource.
He pulled out the Trump card. So he held up the tournament for how long?
Like
I don't know.
hour
45 minutes to an hour?
People were upset they weren't getting their tea
I know
times.
you were upset at Rory, but
hour and a half, maybe.
I can't see how you take Bryson's side.
I
Guy
just take
cheated.
a side in terms of I don't think it was clear cut that he was trying to cheat or he trampled all over the grass on purpose. I mean, you got to get back there. You got to get behind your ball. I don't know how you get behind your ball and not step on the grass. He appeared to me to not want to,
Step on the
his
ball.
not make his ball move.
Yeah.
You got to be kind of careful. I didn't think it was some clear cut thing. And I see a lot of players, a lot of caddies out there supporting Bryson.
I mean, if you don't know where the ball is, you're going to go in there and trample down the grass.
And try to find it.
And then when you find the ball,
Yeah.
that's when the rule kicks in. But he didn't do it on purpose.
No.
And Rory and
I didn't think he
Fleetwood
did.
and McIntyre, all those guys, they would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, got to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about a story. If you get pulled over by the police and you try to use this excuse, and I'm going to say EB might be the most likely to use it in this room,
I got a couple.
you're probably not going to get away with it. We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action's easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe you can throw cash on C.J. Abrams that hit a bomb. Maybe Jacob Young will hit another one. So are you ready to play your game? Just head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So if you're driving at a high rate of speed and you get pulled over by a cop,
All right.
telling the cop, I had to find a bathroom because I got to go to number 2.
That's not going to work.
It's apparently not going to work, according to
Yeah.
a Florida county, Orange County. The sheriff's office recently put out a video
Yeah.
telling drivers, go before you go, because if you try to use that as an excuse,
Yeah.
doesn't matter, you're going to get a ticket.
Yeah.
You're going to get a citation.
I got to imagine that's the number one, I don't know, made up excuse that drivers give cops.
I would
Or
get-
it's probably, oh, sorry, I didn't realize how fast I was going. But number 2's got to be, I've got to get to a bathroom.
I would think another high one is I'm late for work.
Yeah.
I'm late for my job. I'm
Yeah,
running.
possibly.
I'm behind. Like I slept through my alarm. I'm guessing that's probably an excuse the cops hear a lot too.
What
Yeah.
about EB's favorite? Do you listen to the Sports Junkies?
That's not what I say. I go,
No, he goes, "I'm on my way to the
I'm
studio."
I'm heading into the station.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And they go,
What
what
station?
station?
Right.
Oh, the radio station. I go, what is it? Oh,
Yeah.
JFK. You know.
it's a very
That's got
specific
me,
line.
That's
of,
gotten me off probably half dozen tickets.
wow. That's
No, I'm not
that's
kidding.
a lot.
Now, I haven't used that in years. The most recent time I got picked up, I was driving through the middle of nowhere, New York, and I just through one of those towns, where you're on like a side road and it goes from like 55 to 35 and for no reason.
Yep.
And there was a state trooper there, and I couldn't have been nicer. We had a great dialogue, and she still hammered me with a ticket.
Sure.
Just hammered me.
Can we listen to Sheriff Friendly and his PSA?
Go
I just
before
had
you go.
coffee and I had to poop my pants.
Trying to get home because I gotta poop.
I have to poop really bad.
I'm about to myself, bro.
Believe it or not, this is an excuse we hear all the time.
Is there a reason you're driving the way you are? Trying to go. I have to poop so bad.
I literally had to poop on myself.
3 different people told me the same thing to that day in a rush to go to the toilet. Whatever the excuse, I'm speeding myself. Speeding is still speeding.
To be honest with you, I have to poop. I gotta poop so bad. You have to pee or something? No, there won't.
Even if you have an emergency, you can't endanger other people's lives. I mean, you still can't drive like that. You're traveling over 120 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. You're going to kill somebody. You can't be driving like that. Even when I was behind you, you didn't even stop for the stop sign.
And how many exits did we pass along the way that you could have taken to use any of those restrooms? Instead, you endangered other people's lives?
You're ripping by cars over there.
I got poop.
You gotta poop?
Yes.
Oh, you almost made me poop.
Don't let number 2 become priority number 1.
If I didn't have to poop, I wouldn't have did it.
Go before you go.
I think cops. I mean, I haven't been pulled over. To knock on wood, I've not been pulled over in a while. But I think cops I think they appreciate you just being honest. Like, if they ask you do you know how fast you're going? You just be like, yeah, I was speeding. I apologize. And
I think that helps,
Maybe
for sure.
they'll let you go. Or maybe they'll let you off with a
No,
warning.
they might
I don't know.
mitigate it. When I got pulled over, I was going like 100, leaving
right.
work here like at 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
The guy said, "What were you doing?" And there was nobody on 66 at 1 in the morning. Literally nobody. I said, "I was just trying to see how fast the car could go, bro."
All right.
I mean, I'm being honest. That was
You're
100%
being honest,
what I was
but-
doing.
But I don't know if that's.
But
I don't
they
know if
gave you
that's
the
the
ticket.
tact that you want to
Didn't you
use,
get-
but-
is that when you got the
you
reckless?
Are being honest, but
I was being honest, and he actually reduced it. He appreciated my honesty, and he reduced it because if I was going 100, I would have gone to jail.
yeah, that's true.
How close were you?
I mean, I was over 100.
You were over 100.
Yeah, and he wrote me up for 89, so that got me under the guaranteed jail.
It's hooked you.
Yeah, because 90.
And then you
is
had to go to
guaranteed.
the mechanic who said you had the
Yeah,
messed
they
up.
had to say it was really like
odometer.
85 on my odometer. I mean, it's just so much shadiness and shenanigans.
1-800-636-1067. I'd like to hear from people, though, that have gotten off recently and what they did. Because I do think honesty works, but that just depends if they're in a good mood. Like if you keep your hands at 10 and 2 and you are polite.
I mean, I would always say just be honest. I think it's your best shot. Be apologetic and be honest. I think that's your best
Yeah,
shot.
don't try to swindle them with a weird story because they've heard all the stories.
I've heard all the stories.
Yeah.
They're not interested.
I remember Cakes being pulled over. For some reason, we drove together to Damon's in Waldorf.
That's true
for
for
an
a
appearance.
Junk's appearance. Yeah,
I mean, that is
A
almost
long
30
time
years ago.
Now, luckily, I was responsible with my beer drinking. I think I had 2 because I knew I had to drive, and then driving out of Waldorf. I think it was in Waldorf.
Right.
Definitely got pulled over by the 5-0. I think he wrote me a ticket, but
Was that the one? Because I think I've been pulled over twice with Cakes driving.
Yeah, I got pulled over.
Was
on
that the one
leaving
where you had to tell him
Fairfax.
that your wallet was underneath your seat?
Yes, when I drove my old gold Saturn many moons ago.
I remember that.
I used
remember
to tuck my wallet under the front seat for whatever reason.
Right. Like people do with their guns.
Yeah, so I had to tell the officer, my wallet is underneath my seat if you need to see my license. So he's like, just get it slowly. And I said, no problem, officer.
Maybe
happy to do that for you.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like women have a slight inherent advantage. And I think if they just cry and fall apart, it just like...
That'll do it? Yeah.
I'm not sure it would always do it, but I think it can be helpful.
I think
They just melt down.
It's a good weapon to have in your
They
arsenal.
just say, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize what I was doing, and just fall apart.
What if a guy starts crying?
That's not going to help you.
It's probably not going to be very
But I
effective.
think if a girl cries, and it's like a genuine cry, you know, they're genuinely, you know, they're not people that break the law. They're law-abiding people, and they just kind of melt down because they rarely get pulled over. They kind of fall apart and cry. I think it can be helpful.
Now, it
I feel
hasn't
like a kid in a car seat helps too.
I don't know if that
I
would
don't
help.
know.
It might be the opposite. They would tell you should be driving
slower.
You should be driving slower.
There's a special adrenaline
And if
spike.
you're hot.
There's a spike that you get when you look in your rear view and you see those cherries right behind you, and you know that it isn't for something down the road that they're pulling you over.
Yeah.
Like there's like your heartbeat goes up. I'm sure.
Yeah,
like
it just sucks.
my hands get clammy. You definitely get nervous.
It just sucks.
Even though you're not doing anything like super nefarious. Like, can you imagine if I was Nate Newton from back in the day and I had 100 boxes of marijuana in my minivan?
Can't get in your boots.
How nervous you would be when that happens?
All right, let's go to Carl in Hyattsville. Hey, Carl, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, good to hear you guys. Listen to you almost every morning.
Thanks, man.
I almost never call in, but this ticket story was too good. So I was in school in upstate New York. My girlfriend was in Massachusetts, and I was driving across the New York-Massachusetts border, and there's a big hill there. And the guy was legitimately the police officer was standing on the side of the road with his speed gun. Mm-hmm. And, he didn't even have to get into the car. Sorry, my fault. I was like, darn, he's got me. So I pull over, I back it up, I put it in reverse, I come to him. I give him my ID, I give him my everything, and at this time when I was in school, I still had my D.C. plate, so my family was living in D.C. And I pull up, and I mean, the speed limit was probably 55, and I was probably going 85. So he comes back, and I'm thinking I'm going to get hammered. He goes, all right, I'm going to let you off with a warning because no one's ever going to believe this story. I was like, okay. He goes, in our precinct, we got a game we play. If I pull over somebody from a jurisdiction that we've never pulled over before, I get free drinks for a week, and you get off with a warning. And none of us have ever pulled anybody over from D.C. before. So you get a warning, I get free drinks, and you're never going to speed in Massachusetts again, are you? I go, no, sir, I am not.
Wow. What a bizarre story.
That is
You
kinda
hit
weird.
the lot. It's literally hitting the
By
lottery.
the way, Massachusetts, D.C., like it'd be one thing if you're
Yeah,
in
I mean,
Hawaii and you had D.C. plates.
like,
I would imagine
that's
you
only
pull
a few
over
states
people
away.
from D.C. all the time.
It's not that far.
I mean, that guy hit the lottery.
Because
You
like,
get the-
Massachusetts, I got somebody from New York.
Right.
How amazing is that?
Yeah. I don't know. He got hooked. The 1 in a million cop that has a drinking game with his buddies about who they pull over. And he got hooked.
I don't believe I'll get pulled over for speeding
The rest of your
the
life?
rest of my life.
Why would you jinx yourself like that?
Now I might get caught on a speed camera.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
But I'm addicted to cruise control.
You love cruise control.
Yeah. And
You never go above it, though? You never find it? Like he's driving out of Virginia Tech, long drive. You never go
no, because
above
I'm
it?
above what?
But whatever
Speed?
you set it at.
He's always
No.
above the speed limit, but he's
I
just
mean, if I-
10 over.
Well, I completely understand. You just put it at 9 over, 10 over, whatever, and just
I
cruise.
mean, if I have to pass a truck,
Yeah.
maybe,
Yeah.
but that's rare. So I'll usually, let's just say the speed limit is 70.
Yeah.
I'm at 79.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll get pulled over for 79.
No, I get
Probably
it.
not.
Now, look, now a cop will hear this and he'll recognize me on the road and he'll pull me over for speeding now.
Probably.
But I think I'm so good with cruise
Well, then
control.
you're pretty disciplined.
And I don't go 15, 20, 25 miles per hour over the speed limit. I don't do it.
Yeah. I'm guilty.
Probably smart
I know
by
you
you.
are.
If I have long stretches and there's nobody in the way and I feel like I could get away with it, I might do it.
Yeah.
I'm vulnerable to it.
I know, Cakes. I'll get pulled over on the toll road today.
All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you why ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark is never going to forget yesterday's on-air performance on ESPN. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yep, that usually doesn't end well. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that's a rookie mistake, my friends. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRA-JAN1. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Baseball Nationals road trip continued last night in Denver, knocking off the Colorado Rockies 7-3. Things started quickly for the Nats with 3 in the first inning. James Wood walked, Curtis Mead singled to center, and Andres Chaparro hit another one, belts a 3-run homer for an early 3-0 lead. Rockies tied it up in the third, but the Nats went back in front to stay. 4-3 and a Jacob Young solo shot in the sixth. C.J. Abrams adds a 2-run homer in the seventh, his 22nd of the season. Nats have now won 3 of 4 to start the second half. They're now just 1 back in the NL wildcard race. Nationals with another one at Coors Field tonight, 8:40 first pitch here on The Fan. WNBA Mystics rallied from 7 down with 3.5 minutes to go using a 17-2 run to knock off Golden State 90-82. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. It's brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. As part of that 30-year celebration, we are going to be at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game this Thursday night. Just a few days away. We hope to see you there. We're throwing out the first pitch amongst other activities. So we hope to see you at Prince George's Stadium. We're going back to our roots where we grew up in Bowie, MD on Thursday.
Wonder if we should go to Jerry's or something beforehand. Maybe get a crab bomb.
I mean, it sounds like a great idea.
I mean, why wouldn't we do that?
I think we should.
Maybe we can do that.
10 minutes away.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been there since Allen Iverson softball classic.
I don't even have to think about it. I know I haven't been back there since that. And that was probably, that had to be 15 to 20 years ago. Like
More than that, it was during when we were at HFS.
Oh, so it was 22
years ago.
Probably 2004.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably right. All right, so that's Thursday night. We hope to see you out at the Bay Sox. I think they're playing the Erie Seawolves. I could be wrong on that.
I didn't even look.
I think that's their opponent that night.
It doesn't really matter.
That doesn't matter. What matters is we're going to be there. So come hang out with us on Thursday
Should we do
night.
a little pregame? Should we do a little pregame?
I'm sure we can discuss it and figure it out.
I mean, are you up for it?
Sure.
Yeah.
What are they? Are they double A or they're not triple A? Are they
I
double
believe they're
A?
the double A affiliate of
The Orioles.
The Orioles,
Yep.
yes. So we will be there Thursday night. All right, so we wanted to bring up this story that broke yesterday that Ryan Clark, who's an NFL analyst for ESPN, was let go from the network mid-show yesterday.
While he was on NFL
While
Live.
he was appearing on NFL Live yesterday. So apparently ESPN was planning to inform Clark of his termination on Tuesday morning as part of a broader round of layoffs expected that day. But after media inquiries began circulating and a story was about to break, the network feared the news would leak before they could deliver it directly to Ryan Clark. So they pulled him aside mid-broadcast
And told him.
reportedly in an awkward,
I didn't
spur-of-the-moment conversation.
Oh, I'm sure.
And then he left.
I didn't see it,
which,
but was
which
it
makes sense.
Was it awkward on TV?
I didn't see his final segment. I think he was talking about. Might have been talking about the Cowboys. I could be wrong. But yeah, like if they come in the middle of one of the NFC East position preview rankings and tell us, hey, the gig is up.
The gig's up?
Yeah. Then I guess you could come in and finish the show, but what's your motivation at that point?
Probably just
when your company tells you your services are no longer
probably just going to roll out.
Yeah, you're probably just going to leave. Like Ryan, I don't blame Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark said, okay, see you later, mate. I'm out of here.
The question is, why was he fired? Because Ryan Clark has been on ESPN for a long time, and I thought he's pretty good. Now, he has his podcast, The Pivot. Some people have said that he's had some incidents where, there's been
He had clashes
like
with
racial animus or whatever.
Yep.
But there's this one back and forth. Valdez, do you have it with Peter Schrager
Yep.
that some people are pointing to?
That was like a year ago.
Schrager came over from the NFL Network and is a respected reporter, and he got belittled by Ryan Clark.
This morning, are you feeling okay? You look at A.J. Brown, which is this number one wide receiver who got one target all night, and then you got CeeDee Lamb. But that's the
when was the one target?
That's the target.
But
though.
I'm saying,
when was the one target? I'm saying you could have it both ways.
54 seconds left in the game on 2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route.
You wake up this morning
corners
saying
got
A.J.
outside
Brown
leverage.
had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
You know what you wake up saying though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course,
right? Like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this though, and we shouldn't do this on TV, and so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop! CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not looking at fantasy football,
Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
As a player, I can't speak for CeeDee Lamb. I'm speaking for.
Whatever.
that wasn't that bad.
It was mild.
Yeah,
I mean,
but Schrager
apparently-
may carry some weight there.
Yeah, I guess so. But I think there's been a number of little clashes during their shows. Maybe not just with Schrager, but
I think he comes off kind of as an angry guy sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know he was well liked here.
he used to live right around the corner from me.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He was
And
a neighbor?
his son, I think his name was Jordan. Jordan
Okay.
Clark was a stud. I'm not sure where he ended up going or where he is now, but he lived right around the corner from him. I used to see him all the time.
Right.
Can I switch the topic for a second?
Why?
So we're talking about the Chesapeake Bay Sox appearance.
Yeah.
It's on Thursday.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, but I want to have a little fun with this.
Okay.
So I actually went to the Bay Sox website, and they actually have something on their front page where you can click on it. And here's the headline: The Sports Junkies to celebrate 30th anniversary live from Prince George's Stadium on Thursday, July 23rd. Subheadline: Fan favorite radio crew returns to their Bowie, Maryland roots for a packed night featuring a hat giveaway, pregame happy hour with live music, Margaritaville night, and the Bay Sox playing as the Cangrejos Fantasmas de Chesapeake. So they're going to be playing as their Spanish name.
Okay.
All right, so then it
We got
has
some 9 million things going on.
Yes.
Hold on.
There's
Go
a lot
through all of
happening.
the things.
You want me to go through? That's just the
Somehow
sub-headline.
We're wedged in there.
Hat giveaway,
Got a hat. All right. Well, we want a
pregame
hat.
happy hour with live music,
All right. We like that.
Margaritaville night,
All right.
and the Bay Sox. They're not playing as the Bay Sox. They're playing as the Cangrejos Fantasmas de Chesapeake.
So it's gonna be like a Spanish thing on the uniform?
I guess so. Well, Margaritaville, it's old Spanish.
No, but
night.
it's not going to say Bay Sox. It's going to say whatever you just
Yes.
called it.
Probably, yeah.
All right. They got the kind of.
Cangrejos are crabs.
All right.
Anyway, the Chesapeake Bay Sox, AA affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles, today announced that the Sports Junkies will celebrate their 30th anniversary at Prince George's Stadium on Thursday, July 23rd, as the Bay Sox host Erie Seawolves.
All right.
That's, I guess, a Detroit affiliate.
Detroit Tigers, yeah.
All right.
For the Junkies, the celebration is a homecoming. The 4 lifelong friends, John Cake Sawville, Eric E.B. Bickle, Jason Lurch Bishop, and John J.P. Flynn.
J.P. Flynn, silly.
J.P. Flynn.
Oh, J.P. Flynn.
Like
It doesn't have John Paul.
Yeah.
John J.P.
You
Flynn.
You got terrible name recognition. Nobody knows old J.P. Flynn.
J.P. Flynn.
They got Eric
that should be on the
Bickle, right?
back of your Cangrejos jersey that they give you. Flynn. I love it.
You got a terrible Q rating. You got to get your Q rating up.
What are you going to do?
I thought you were going to complain that they called you John Flame.
I don't like that either, but
What do you prefer, John Flame or J.P. Flynn?
Yeah.
It's a tough
You know
call.
what?
For him, both stink.
So I could be John Flynn or what?
You're JP
Or I could
Flynn
be
now.
John Paul Flynn.
No, John Flame.
I think
Yeah.
Flynn
JP
sounds better.
Flynn.
JP Flynn.
Yeah, it's just funny. I mean, it's been happening our whole career. Like the very first time that we were on NBC4 when Jim Vance and Dorian Gensler did that little kicker.
Yeah.
And Suzanne Malveaux did it. I think they wrote John Paul Flame when they showed you, like in The Crown. But that happens. I mean, it happened with Matt Damon over the weekend. They said Brad Pitt.
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
And I think at
You
times you
comparing
were like
yourself
Eric
to
Fickle.
Matt Damon
or-
right now? All right, I like it.
I'm not comparing myself to Matt Damon. I know there are mistakes.
So how do you go to their website? You just go to MLB.com/chess. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
All right.
As their promotions.
How you doing, Mr.
The other,
Flynn?
the other small thing is, like they're doing Us on Thursday night, but they're heavily promoting Some Donk from DC 101 for Friday.
Hey man, it's always something.
It's all right.
What are you
Minor
gonna
league
do?
baseball, man.
They got to have a lot of promotions in the pipeline.
Yeah.
But
kinda what they do.
We are part of a packed night featuring a hat giveaway, pregame happy hour with live music, Margaritaville night, and the Bay Sox playing as the Cangrejos Fantasmas de Chesapeake.
Well, maybe Ryan Clark will come. He's got nothing else going on.
He's got nothing.
He's not busy.
Yeah.
We'll share the spotlight.
He's
He can
free.
make it.
All right. Thursday
I mean,
night.
at least when we got let go from HFS, they had the dignity to do it after the show was over. Like our show was over, and they told us at like 10:15.
So
I
are they
also
going to?
felt
Are
like
they
that
going to?
was special because we didn't really get let go. We had a contract. We're
Right.
still with the company.
Sure.
They just reassigned us back to the old station.
We got like 3 days off.
Yeah.
We got a couple days off. But they just wanted us to get out of there
And not talk to anybody.
and not spill the
He
beans.
said, leave immediately.
Yeah,
don't
don't-
talk to anyone.
Don't spill
We
the
said,
beans.
okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Then we went to Pizzeria Uno.
Is that where we went?
At least a few of us went to Pizzeria Uno.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember going somewhere. I don't remember the
We
spot.
went to Uno, and then right before noon, we all went to our cars to listen to the end of HFS.
Yeah, and then we
Right.
heard the
It kicked in.
all the new
right away.
elements for El Zol, and they're still on the air today.
So I wonder if ESPN is going to replace. Clark was making about $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're going to replace him with
No,
someone
I think there's
cheaper.
going to be more let go. They're letting
they're
go
just
more
letting go.
people. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. ESPN's balance sheets, but I think, hasn't like cable subscriptions been going way down? Aren't they getting less revenue from
I
all
think
of
they're getting
that?
squeezed in the streaming wars
I think
somehow.
they're getting squeezed out a little bit. Yeah. So probably going to be a lot of people let go. I mean, it sucks for Ryan Clark. You don't want to see anybody let go, but he's definitely had some controversial incidents over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
But does he already have a podcast that he's
yeah.
on? His own? Yeah, he'll be successful. He had a successful NFL career.
Well, I'll tell you
sure
what.
he's
I
doing
can see.
okay.
I can see why they're making these layoffs because they spent almost $1.5 billion on the college football package.
Yep. And I think $3 billion on the NFL
And
package.
$3 billion.
It's a lot of cash outlay.
Yeah, so you got to.
It's a lot of overhead.
I guess you got to let go of an analyst that's making $2 million.
You don't be surprised. I think they're supposed to announce them today, right? The other layoffs.
There'll probably be some big names.
that you recognize.
Probably.
Remember, this is also on the heels of Pat McAfee signing like a $60 million a year deal, right, for his production. So that's also why they're letting go of some people, because they're giving McAfee and his crew a boatload
It's a
of
lot.
cash.
It's a lot of coin. It's a big commitment.
Yeah, yeah. Props to him.
Yeah, so we'll
What
see.
a-
We'll see if any big names come out today.
What a freaking franchise that guy's
Oh,
built.
man, what a score.
Right?
Building an empire.
Yeah, and the guy's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
say what you
No,
want.
he's really good.
It's not like I watch him every day, but he's a compelling guy. When you see his clips, he's a compelling guy.
All right, when we come back, we are going to pivot over to the Commanders and the NFL. Yesterday marked the 3-year anniversary of Josh Harris and his group.
And our big party?
Purchasing the Commanders. The Burgundy and Sold party
Burgundy and
happened
Sold
3
party.
years ago.
Right.
When we come back, you can call us at 800-636-1067. We want you to grade the first 3 years of the Josh Harris ownership of the Washington Commanders. 800-636-1067. Give us your Josh Harris ownership grades. We'll do that next here on The Fan. Football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. So our pal JP Finley tweeted yesterday on at JP Finley NBCS on X. 3 years ago today, I was in Minnesota to cover Josh Harris buying the Commanders from Dan Snyder. Time flies. We were doing the Burgundy and Sold party right down the street at the bullpen. It was a big, raucous celebration as Josh Harris took over for Dan Snyder, and we wanted the listeners to give us your Josh Harris grade through 3 years. 800-636-1067. How would you grade this ownership group that's taken over from Dan Snyder through the first 3 years? What sort of grade would you give them?
I'll chime in first. I'd give them an A-. Number one, got stadium deal done.
Yep. That was a huge
The previous owner couldn't get it done. We had the mayor in studio a couple of times, and the mayor basically said it wasn't going to happen with Snyder. So that's huge. I think all the little things along the way, all the ceremonies that they have done, the way that they're going to honor John Riggins, they've done it to other players in the past.
Well, Darryl Green and Art Monk most specifically.
And they've hit home runs on all of those ceremonies compared to the way that the previous regime botched everyone, whether it was announcing the team name embarrassingly on the Today Show.
The Sean Taylor installation.
The Sean Taylor installation, go on and on and on. And then they've done a lot of little things. You know, I wrote about this in Faith Restored. They've done a lot of things like improve the training camp experience where they didn't have seats for people.
It's a lot nicer out
People
there.
who showed up to training camp used to have to bring their own chairs like parents do to soccer games,
Right.
which is not the biggest deal, but they were like, why don't we put bleachers in here? And they immediately, Harris and Ein and those guys, they got with the players. And these are not things that we see, but got with the players and say, well, what do you need? And basically gave them everything. They're like, you want a player's lounge? Okay, we'll give you a player's
they
lounge.
saw all those failing grades from the NFLPA like surveys that were coming out that were frankly embarrassing for the organization, and they've sought to rectify and right.
They've done a good job at it, too.
A lot of those wrongs
I agree.
that basically crumbled and fell apart during the Snyder era.
And then I'll give the A- too that, look, last year was bad in terms of record, but Harris has hired Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and he stayed out of their way.
Right.
And he's basically said, what do you guys need? And he's tried to fulfill those needs. It's up to the players and the coaches to deliver wins, but they did get to the NFC Championship game, which you need credit for. So in 3 years, you've had, I would say the highlights are NFC Championship game, stadium deal, and all those little things.
I can't argue it other than what's most important to me as a fan is not the stadium.
Right.
I could care less about the stadium.
It's what goes on the field.
Right.
Yep.
And the stadium's going to be awesome, and I support it. It's great.
It's a big deal for fans, though. You
it's
know
not
that.
what I care about.
I know you don't, but you know by doing the show how many people care about the stadium getting
of
back
course,
to DC
we want
and
nice,
RFK.
cool things. But what's most important is what's on the field, and it's not really his fault because he kind of inherited it. But the first year they won 4 games, then they had the blip.
Yep.
And then they won 5 games.
Yeah.
So from a record perspective, under the ownership, it hadn't been great.
Well, I don't count
The first
I don't
year.
count the first
I
year against him
understand, 'cause he
they
inherited
it
They
all.
bought
Yeah.
it so late, and they couldn't whack Ron at that point.
It's fine.
Like a few days away from training camp.
Fair
Like,
enough.
It was just
that's
bad
a fair
circumstance.
criticism, but it's still on his resume.
If I'm Harris, I'm going to have that expunged from my
I don't think he
What's
can
your
delete
grade,
it.
Cakes?
I give him a B+ overall.
B+, so similar to mine.
I mean,
I would
close
say
to an
it-
A. Like they
I would say
like you
B.
mentioned, like the ceremonies they've done right. They're not taking pictures near the porta potties with Sean Taylor Avenue or Sean Taylor. Like nothing embarrassing like that is happening. They blew out Ron and company as soon as they could. They couldn't do it as soon as they took over because the season was starting in a month and a half.
Yeah.
They were up against it time wise, and they just couldn't. They couldn't get rid of Ron at that point.
I'll give him a B+ as well. I can see where Eric's coming from. I wiped that first year off the map. That doesn't even factor into my mind. He hired some really good people.
Yes.
As opposed to what Snyder had there. He had some bad people there.
Klaus is another guy we didn't mention. Talking about hiring good people.
Yeah.
Like they're doing all the right things, whether it's the uniform stuff, the value meals.
And the stadium deal is a huge deal, But that's so far down the road, I really can't even picture it. I know it's a big deal in terms of getting the fans excited in the future, but I'm kind of with Bickle and what have they done for me
Ultimately,
lately?
what matters is on the field.
But again, if this doesn't happen this year, where they get back to the playoffs, that grade is going to slip considerably because
slip to a C.
Because the people that you hired have now failed in back-to-back years.
Right.
If they win like 5 or 6 games this year,
Right.
that's like a C.
Yeah, I agree. So
It's like you haven't really gotten that
So
much
I'll give them
better.
a B plus now because I think they hired a lot of good people. They improved the training camp. Ashburn is much nicer than it used to be. There's some really good people over there, but it also comes down to how many wins you get on the field. And if they go 6-11, you're probably going to dump to a C minus.
800-636-1067. Give us your grades on the first 3 years of Josh Harris and the ownership group taking over the Commanders from Dan Snyder. And if you grade it on a curve, I mean, they get A pluses across
Why?
the board.
Because they're coming from Dan?
Well, Dan
Yeah.
Snyder's ownership was so
I mean,
terrible.
obviously, it's a massive upgrade from Dan. Right now, that's impossible.
And if you talk
to
about
argue.
the purchase and the investment, that's an A with 20 pluses because they bought it for $6.05 billion 3 years ago, and the Seahawks just sold
for
for
what,
$9+ billion.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is already a hugely fruitful investment for Harris.
I never
and all the
worried
money-
about his portfolio.
I'm not worried about his portfolio, trust me. But as far as purchases go, it was a great buy.
Yeah.
It was a bargain.
Let's
at
just
$6
get back
billion.
to the winning ways. Let's find our way. If we could find our way back into the playoffs, I think all will be good. But if they're outside the playoffs, that would be 3 losing seasons out of 4. I think at some point you have to acknowledge that despite all the goodwill, despite the new stadium, what ultimately matters, from my perspective as a huge fan, is what they do on Sunday. And so far, we've had one amazing year and 2 duds.
Yeah.
I just don't know how the owner can control it to an extent. I think he's brought in good people. I mean, ultimately, we'll see.
Yeah.
The guy owns other teams. He fires people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think he tries to bring in good people like Bob Myers, guys who are respected, guys who've won Executive of the Year. And ultimately, we'll decide if Adam Peters and Dan Quinn were good hires. This year's huge for both of those guys.
Such
and
a
that'll
huge
affect Josh Harris's, your opinion of Josh Harris.
All right, let's go to Reggie in D.C. Love Reggie. Hey, Reggie, what's up, buddy? You're on with Junks.
What's going on,
Reggie.
What's
Hey,
going
man.
on, fellas?
How are
What's
you,
going
buddy?
on?
Hello, Reggie.
Hey, EB, I'm like you. I'm gonna keep it strictly on the field. Even though I love all the ancillary stuff.
Yeah.
I'm giving it an A- because I've been listening to you guys, 25, 26, 27
Thank
years.
you, man.
That 2024, the lows, right? I don't want to say we're kind of used to lows, EB, but we're used to the lows. That high we've never experienced. I'm gonna say us as fans of
It was
the
incredible.
like junkies, like us fans, us P1s. We've never experienced 2024. The RG3 year, 2012, it was fun, but I remember listening to the show. We were 7-5. I think we were going on a bye week, and we lost to Pittsburgh. And everybody was like, okay, what's going on? It was
I think
like,
we were 3 and 6 that year. I think they were 3 and 6.
No. I'm talking about 2024. I'm talking about 24.
He's talking about
okay.
the championship.
We lost-
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we were 7-5 and didn't lose again. Every morning, that victory Monday, because I remember, I think Cakes were playing the Titanic week 5. I'm like, geez, man.
yeah.
I know it's a different time, right?
Yes, but 2024. So you're right, though. If we don't make the playoffs this year, then we got to recalibrate. But you can't count year one. They bought the team like freaking in the preseason or whatever they bought year one. I get it; it's on its record. But if you look at year 2 and year 3, the high of year 2 far outweighs the disappointment in year 3. And I was disappointed last year.
What? By
but
the way,
high of
Reggie, what is your outlook for this year? Just knowing that the schedule, I like what they've done, but the schedule does scare me.
Okay, it scares me, but I'm gonna be like all these other cities. We got a quarterback.
Yeah.
It's crazy because every other city that the Mahomes, he's coming back from injury. I know he's proven, but every city that has a quarterback has an optimistic view because of the quarterback.
Yeah.
The ones that don't, the Minnesotas, the Arizonas, if this and that.
Yeah.
Jaden, you give me 15 games, 16 games, I feel confident we're going to 9-10 wins.
All right, Reggie.
So because of the quarterback.
Reggie, let me ask you this: if they don't make the playoffs, do you think Peters makes a coaching change?
He has to.
Yeah.
He has to. Like, again, if you're telling me he plays 15 games and we don't make the playoffs, and you got two rookie OC and DC, and they wet the bed, you got to go. Because you're the one that made the decision with the first DC who, just crashed and burned, and you are a defensive guy. So, yeah, you almost have to. Like, what would be the reason to keep him if you're going back-to-back years of failures, and then you cleared out the whole coaching staff? So the only next logical move would be you. But I just don't see it. I think this team is going to come out the gates firing, especially defense. Defense, we were old.
I can't wait.
Wagner. Just look at all the speed and look at all the youth on defense. I think we're going to come out and surprise a lot of people this year.
Thank you,
All right,
Reggie.
thanks,
Appreciate
Reggie.
you, buddy. Love you. Thank you. Reggie's great. All right, let's go to Mo in Largo. Hey, Mo. What's up, man? What do you think? Grade Josh Harris.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Personally, I think he's done very well. I give him an A.
Okay.
And my grade transcends the field. I mean, it's both. I mean, we didn't just hire him to make decisions on the field. We hired him to take care of decisions off the field, too. And you guys illuminated the stadium deal, his conscious effort to address needs from the fans, you know what I'm saying? And then to take care of the old players. And then not to mention, we went to an NFC championship in the second year. I mean, we haven't done anything in decades. So, based upon what I've viewed so far and what I can ask for from an owner, he's done very well. And on top of that, he hasn't been looking for praise, if that makes any sense. Like, he's done such great work, and it's not like he's out there like, hey, look at me, look what I've done for the organization. No, he's keeping his head down, he's staying quiet, he's allowing the people that he's elevated into positions to make the moves necessary for this organization to move forward. One more thing, cakes.
Yep.
Question for you.
Yep.
Okay, my dad totes himself as quite the poker player.
Okay.
And, he sent me a picture from being at the table with you.
Yeah.
Would you rate him as a strong player? He says he cashed in on your game. I guess he came in seven.
You know what? I'll be honest.
What was your
Like,
experience?
I remember your dad being there. I don't remember being involved in many hands with him. So it would be
You weren't observing?
It would be remiss of me to grade your dad. And look, I'm just an average poker player. I shouldn't be grading anybody's poker skills that are at the tables whatsoever.
You're the expert,
I'm just,
Jakes.
you know what? I'm just glad he came out, and I'm expecting maybe you to come out to one of the events in the near future.
There you go, Mo.
Hey, if he cashed, he's a pretty good player.
I'm not a poker player, but if you guys have a cash skins game on the golf course, I'm there. But
All
I'm
right.
not a big poker
Maybe we'll
player.
make that happen.
I would say if he cashed
Thank
in your
you, Mo.
event,
Appreciate
pretty
you,
good
buddy.
player.
Yep.
What?
If he cashed in Cakes' event, I'd say pretty good player. I
Sure,
mean, you could have a lucky
probably.
run, but
Sure.
I mean, only about 10% of the field makes the cash. So,
Yeah.
it's pretty
But
good
you were
accomplishment.
was he at your table a couple times?
For a short period of time, and then I got bounced. And then I watched Mike Marr try to make a deep run.
was he equally as polite as Mo?
He was very nice.
I can't
Very
remember.
Nice
Did
person.
Moore cash?
He did not.
Oh, he was just right on the bubble? He was right.
He was close. He was a few spots away.
right.
I came in 17th and top 9 cashed.
All right. Admirable effort.
I had so much fun that night.
Did you?
Between Voltaggio, pre-gaming at the MGM Sports Bar, and then
Yeah.
afterwards.
Were you pounding drinks the whole time?
No.
No. He was,
you were locked
He was
in?
on a solid pace. Nothing
Yeah.
crazy.
I think
It's
the
a
whole
work
night.
night.
I mean, maybe I had like 4 throughout the
right.
course of the night.
That's
Not-
solid while you're at the table.
Yeah, and we were. I mean, I played for like 3.5 hours.
Nice.
It was a lot of fun
He's
though.
locked
Nice.
in. All right, you can go vote right now on the Junks poll of the day at Junks Radio on Twitter, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories, 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Our Drink Surfside poll of the day. After 3 years of owning the team, how would you grade Josh Harris and the ownership group? You have A, B, C, D, or lower. Those are your choices. Go and vote right now. Saw some great news for me and Valdez yesterday. Just amazing news.
Great news.
Just for you two?
Well, I think it's mostly for us.
All right, hold on. What do you two have in common that the rest of us a coffee thing?
It's coffee related.
All right.
Oh, the 5 cups of coffee is good for your heart?
Drinking up to 5 cups of coffee a day is safe for most adults, and regular coffee consumption may be linked to a lower risk of stroke, diabetes,
good,
and heart failure,
thought
according to a
dementia too,
new
no?
scientific statement from the American Heart Association.
Maybe I should start drinking it.
Valdez, we might live forever. We might live into our hundreds.
Got some healthy hearts.
Got some good tickers, man. It's good for the ticker.
I mean, it didn't
Check
say
my
anything about your
pulse.
cognitive things either.
Not that I could tell.
Oh, thought I've read some stuff about that too.
49 beats per minute.
That's good.
It's pretty solid.
How'd you determine that?
On my
Oh,
watch.
you actually have a watch.
49 beats per minute.
Yeah, he's
Ticker's
definitely
good.
got
How many
a
cups
good
have you had
ticker.
so far at 7:43?
This is probably cup number 3. I'm just well on my way to 5 plus. Now, it doesn't say what's going to happen to you if you drink like 7 or 8 cups of coffee a day. I don't know if there's like
Like, you think there's a cliff?
I don't know.
sure
Is
If you have more than 5?
there a threshold? Like, I mean, you're not supposed to drink like 5 energy drinks in a day, are you?
No,
That's
terrible
probably
for your
bad
heart.
for you.
It's terrible for you. I don't think you're supposed to drink 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what my doc told me.
But great news for me and Valdez. We're going to live, hopefully, to a ripe old age because we love the Joe. Man, I'm really jinxing us, Valdez.
Careful over there.
I'm really putting
Yeah,
the
always
X
bet
on
against
us.
cakes.
Yeah,
Die tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cakes does have an extraordinarily low heart rate for like resting pulse or whatever. For a guy that doesn't do that much, he plays pickleball.
I play pickleball. I play tennis. I walk every day.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
do
does.
more
Oh.
cardio than you think.
He got a little bitter.
Yeah,
No,
he's
I'm
getting a
just-
little bit
He
better.
got the face.
But he's always had it. I mean, when he was running the marathons, he always had a sick, like, resting pulse.
Good ticker.
His heart rate was good.
Look, not all the genetics are great, but I guess I have a good heart.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So that's good news for you and Valdez.
It's great news.
There's bad news for Mike Marr.
Oh, no.
Oh,
I did pay him, by the way. He's been made whole.
Has everybody paid you, Mar?
For winning the
Drab
World
still
Cup
owes you.
contest.
Drab still owes you.
Yeah, Drab still owes.
He's
me.
still
the
a
whole-
holdout.
You're not going to get it from him.
I know.
Yeah.
So here's the bad news
It's okay. Just kiss that
for
goodbye.
Mike Marr, potentially.
Yes.
Mike's living his best life. He
Yeah.
is 26, single guy. But, Mike, can you describe your living situation?
I think most people know.
Yeah,
I
so
want him to describe it.
I live with 4 of my best friends that I grew up with.
Right.
So there's 5 of us in the house total.
You guys all went to high school together?
High school, middle school, some elementary
So
school.
you're doing a sports junkies like roommate bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Essentially.
I've known 2 of them since I was like 7 years old, and then met the other ones at like 11, 12
Okay.
years old.
All right.
So you guys are tight.
Yeah, very close.
Well, it's fun. It's fun to live with your friends. But according to this story, single women reveal the dating deal breaker these days.
Oh, no.
That is guys who live with roommates.
Well, I mean, what's the cutoff? If you're 25 years old, I
mean,
don't think that's
Unless you're
unheard
making
of.
a ton of money, of course you're going to have roommates.
I think that's very normal.
Yeah, you got to cut down on the costs.
Yeah, I mean, if you were like 35 or 40,
Yeah, that's different.
That's different. At 25, I think you're
mid-20s,
good, Mark.
yeah, you're
Mark, how
good.
many times has that hurt you? How many times has that backfired where you said to some chick, you guys are vibing, whatever, having a night?
Absolutely 0 times because we all have our individual rooms.
Right.
Yeah.
Has it ever been where she's like, oh, I
No.
can't go?
Never once has it been a problem.
Right.
And I'd also like to see this study, like where these people are living, because living in Arlington is butt expensive. So that has to come into the
Yeah.
equation. Whether
I
if
think
you're
it's
living
an
in New
age thing.
York,
I
or if you're
think
living
you're-
in like Kansas.
I think you're overlooking the age.
Have you guys ever
Well, this is a 23-year-old woman whose quote is, if someone I'm dating lives alone, it shows independence and financial security. It's also nice to have a place to go with a date that is private.
How many 23-year-olds have financial
Yeah, are
security?
living by
Hey, don't
themselves.
kill the messenger.
Well, I'm just saying, this chick is clueless.
Okay, if you're a trust fund baby and you're 23 and you've got a house or an apartment all to yourself and you're okay with not chopping the bills,
I would say
okay, that makes sense, but I don't think that's realistic for most people.
I don't think hardly anyone 25 years old or
Mike
younger.
Marr, how many of your friends live alone? That are your age? Probably
like,
not many.
Like two
unless
or,
they're living at
two or three. I have one of my buddies that we also like are really close with. He lives by himself in Ballston and pays over half of what we pay in rent to live by himself.
Yeah.
So without getting into numbers, he pays 60% of our rent.
Yeah, I bet
How do you get such
a roommate?
Well, hold. I'm not following what you're saying. He pays 60% less?
No, 60% of our total rent.
Yeah, so he's whatever they're paying, he's paying 60%.
He pays a couple grand to live by himself.
Yeah,
More
right.
than a couple grand to live by himself.
Here's another quote. I mean, look, don't kill the messenger. This is from women. It says, if a man doesn't have his own place, I'm not dealing with him. I'm not dealing with the man with the roommate either. It's a heavy no for me because I need you to be on your own fully. I need to see it.
Well, fine. Ditch her. She's not worth your time. He's 25 years old.
So where's your cutoff? If he's living with roommates at 30, is that a red flag?
35, maybe 30.
35?
30.
I don't know.
I think 30 might be.
Maybe 30.
cut off, yeah.
I don't know. How old was Adam before he moved on?
How old is Awad, by the way? At
He's
this
in
point?
his 30s.
Got to be in his
34?
Is he really?
Is he 34?
Man, I feel old.
He
He's in
looks
his-
old.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's fair to say, yeah, over 30. But you get over 30. I mean, if you had one roommate, I don't think that's terrible. Well, you could make the argument you're just being fiscally responsible. Why
you're
should
saving your money.
Yeah, why should I pay, $2,500 a month when I could pay $1,200? And, me and my buddy, we have similar interests. We live our own lives.
Well, why pay anything when you can just live with your mommy till you're 40 then for $0?
That's right.
It's all about, they don't care about your fiscal responsibility. They
You're
don't
talking
care
about girls?
Yeah, you can't tell them that. They don't, you can't say I'm being, I'm saving money, living
I
with
just
a
don't
couple
see
guys.
a girl really having a problem with that if you're 25 years old. I don't see it.
I just think that living at home is much more common and much more accepted now than it's ever been. My oldest son has buddies who are around his age, 29 or 30, that are making good money.
Living at home.
Like six figures, like good six-figure incomes.
Right.
Living at home. Banking all that money.
Just saving it, yeah.
Because if they do that for a few years while they're single, they're going to have money for a down payment for a house. They're going to have a ton of money in the bank.
Yep.
It's never been harder for kids to buy a house.
That's probably
pretty
It's
smart,
difficult. It's hard.
It's so hard now.
I think back about
Look, I was trying to get my oldest daughter to move back into our house to save some money.
Sure. Save some cash.
I mean, she's making an okay salary for her age, but man, she spends.
And you get to live with your kid for extra.
I mean, there's
however long.
I would love it, but she would never do it.
Right.
But she needs to.
She might need to.
Well, if you want to get a head
is she
start.
bleeding out financially?
Oh yeah.
She's hemorrhaging.
Yeah. She just doesn't. She doesn't
just
factor
hard.
in the bills per
Yeah.
month. She just goes and spends, and then when there's nothing left, she leans on me.
She's got a lot of Krosky merits.
Mike, do you have a game plan? Like, do you envision yourself? See, for Awad, he always wanted to live in a bro house
Yeah.
as long as he could.
Right.
He's
Now I
holding
guess
on.
he has a girlfriend,
Yeah.
fiance, whatever she is. Do you have an exit plan on the bro house, or is it slowly changing because guys get, they get girlfriends who become fiancés who get married? You've been to at least one wedding already.
Yeah, and I got another one of my buddy's wedding coming up next month. If I would say, I mean, I can't live with this many people in a couple years.
Right.
Like it's
What's
very
the downside?
tiring.
What's the downside at
It's-
your age?
There's just like always something going on. Like my sleep schedule is very different than everyone else's.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like during the week, I mean, they don't have to get up until like, half of them work from home. So
Right.
they don't have to get up until like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
There's always a party.
dream.
There's always something going on.
Yeah, there's always noise going on downstairs. So that's just something I have to, deal with by, Other than that, the pros outweigh the cons right now, but in 2 years, I don't want to live with 5 of my buddies.
Well, that's
We
what
can all
happened to
part
me.
ways and separate and stuff. But for one more year,
It's doable.
EB and I lived together 2 years in college. And then when we lived in the house on Norwich Road, I lived there a little bit while I began working. And Eric was more disciplined than I was. He also had a girlfriend, which is now his wife, where there was always going out and playing
was
basketball
chaos
at midnight.
every single
And I would
night.
do that. And one day I'm driving to work in Bethesda, and I'm approaching a red light, and my eyes are starting to drift. And it was 5 miles an hour, but I hit a car in front of me falling asleep. And I was like, I can't handle this.
Yeah.
And I moved home for a while, and your brother moved in my spot.
Sure. That's what happens when you're living with a bunch of bros. Like,
Yes.
one moves out, another guy moves in, takes the spot.
EB, you know the New York City prices. My buddy, his daughter is going to grad school at Fordham. I don't know what section of the city Fordham is.
Yeah, I don't actually know either.
Anyway, he moved her into the apartment, $8,000 a month.
$8K a month.
Yeah, I'm trying
And it's probably the size. It might be the size of the studio.
I don't know. I don't have $8,000 a month.
Yeah,
Can you believe that?
That sounds not that dissimilar from what my daughter and her roommates pay.
Really?
In Gramercy. Look at what the apartments are in Gramercy.
If I'm paying
They're a
$8K a
shop.
month, there better be minimum Lakeview. If not,
I think it's more than that.
Ocean View.
Yeah.
It says here the Fordham
That
is
amount?
primarily in the Bronx, but the main campus.
Pay $8K to live in the Bronx?
I guess there's
Well,
a
it's
Lincoln
it's-
Center campus, Manhattan. There's Bronx campus.
Okay.
It's probably
Manhattan.
it's probably one of the nicer. If it's in the Bronx, it's probably one of the nicest apartments there with the doorman.
Yeah.
You know
The original
what I mean?
Rose Hill campus is located in the Bronx.
I think that's where it is. I think that's where she's living. $8K.
That is absurd.
I know.
What? Those are New York City
Believe
prices.
me, he's not happy.
I'm sure.
Anyway, maybe you think it hasn't hurt you, Mike Marr, with the girls you've met, but there may be some girls out there that are
I'm
not
thinking
even
his age.
entertaining.
So what is your
somebody.
cutoff then? Do you think 28 maybe? You didn't really give an age.
Yeah, I would say. Well, we just re-signed for another year.
Yeah.
After this year, so
Wow.
what would be September?
How many of
next
the
year?
6 or 5 guys have serious girlfriends?
2.
Yeah.
See, because they're going to end
Are
up
they
exiting
living?
out.
Are they like crashing there all the time?
Eventually, they're going to bounce.
The ones with the serious girlfriends, do the girlfriends crash all the
All
time?
the time.
Yeah, right. They
So there's
basically
normally
live
like
there.
7 at my house,
Right.
Like on any given night, or
Right.
like they'll go to their house, or
Right.
like, they'll go to the girls' house.
Do you ever hear things?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it's, thin walls.
Yeah, I mean it happens.
Hey, I don't have a super silly house, so
I know how to
old
titillate
house, thin
EB.
walls.
Look at the eyes.
Dude, are you taking advantage of your roommate situation and banking some cash so that when you do want to dip, you have that
Well,
built
he is
up?
working in radio. Let's be
I know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's
but I
not-
also I probably have like some of the cheapest rent in all of Arlington because I
So-
have so many roommates, and like I said, it's a flop house. Rent alone is like relatively cheap compared. Like our landlord doesn't know what he's doing, to be honest. Like he could probably
really?
charge
He's
way
clueless?
more than he does.
Oh, I
But
hope
if
he's
you
not
factor-
listening to this.
So do I. But
Is he old? Is he just an old dude?
yeah. So if you
Yeah.
factor in that with having 5 roommates, I mean, we're getting a pretty good deal.
But are you banking a little bit? You're not living paycheck to paycheck.
No, absolutely
you're-
not. I'm banking money.
You're banking some money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll be ready. You'll be prepared for the move.
Well, he's also smart. He's wearing a free
Right.
shirt, for example. He goes to Pupatella like
Wearing a free
3
hat.
He goes there like 3 times a week.
As he should.
Yeah, he's doing
He's
good.
got to cut the corners.
All right. I think at his age, it's fine. I think you're right. Maybe 35 is too old, but anything over 30, I think you're really going to start. Probably need to be
I
able
think
to live
he's
on your
closing
own.
on that time where women might frown upon them living with 5 guys. Like one roommate's one thing. Like in the article, it's one of the females says she doesn't want to date a bunch of guys. Like
Yeah.
she feels like you're dating the guy, but then you're also dating all the rest of the guys in a way.
All I'll say though is enjoy it while you can, because outside of having a family and all of those things that are amazing, the best years of my life were the 5 years I lived with all
All the
those
boys.
idiots.
Yeah, it's
Like,
fun.
literally the most fun I've ever had.
Right.
All right, when we come back, we'll get into
Eating
the
tuna out of the
Commanders.
can for dinner.
Training camp is coming in just a few days. We're going to tell you the Commanders' biggest position battles heading into training camp. We'll do that next here on the Junks. Hey, it's Cakes from the Junks, Miss Metallica's M72 tour. Well, I've got the next best thing for you on August 1st at the Salisbury Center in Manassas. Experience a mini M72 production featuring tribute bands from Metallica, Pantera, and Limp Bizkit on a 360-degree stage with LED towers and a real snake pit in the center. I'll be there, so come hang out with us. VIP packages are available, and when you use promo code JUNKS, you'll save $5 on every ticket. Grab yours now, and I'll see you August 1st.
The Nationals stay out west. They continue their road trip last night in Denver, knocking off the Colorado Rockies 7-3. Nats got on the board quickly with 3 in the first. Andres Chaparro belting a 3-run homer to left center for an early 3-zip lead. Rockies came back to tie it with 3 in the third, but the Nats went ahead to stay on Jacob Young's solo shot in the 6th, his 9th. C.J. Abrams added a 2-run homer in the 7th, his 22nd of the season. Nats have now won 3 of 4 to start the second half after the All-Star break. Another one at Coors Field tonight in Denver, 8:40 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. Football training camp's only a few days away now for the Commanders. Rookies report on Friday. The first practice for the Commanders next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. And WNBA Mystics with a big comeback win, 90-82 last night at Golden State. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. At the end of this segment, right around 8:15, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play August 1st at Nationals Park. So keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up in less than 15 minutes.
Nice.
All right, so we wanted to get into this Yahoo article about the 3 biggest position battle areas for the Commanders heading into their training camp.
Can I give you my opinion of... I haven't looked at the article yet.
Okay.
My opinion of the biggest position battles?
Sure.
Which position groups they are? I would say...
You can... Yeah, sure.
I would say the running back room.
Running back room is listed here. That's one of the 3.
I would say certainly the wide receiver room behind Terry McLaurin. So the number 2 receiver.
That's 2 of the 3.
And
Can you nail the third that
then-
they have listed here?
I think the offensive line is pretty set. Defensive line, linebacker core is set. I mean, I guess they would say the secondary? I don't know. I don't know what they say for the third is.
Quarterback room.
Second
Quarterback
corner.
room, but the third string quarterback?
Cornerback.
Corner.
Oh, quarterback room. Oh, okay, got all
CD
3.
room.
Okay.
So you got all 3.
Okay, good.
There you go.
That makes sense.
So they lead with the wide receiver spot, basically saying, Commanders have 10 players fighting for 6 wideout spots. The only real locked-in player, obviously, here is Terry McLaurin. He's the wide receiver 1 for the Washington Commanders. Then it's a bit of a jumbled mess after that. They have a lot of guys in camp. They've got Antonio Williams, who they drafted in the 3rd round this year. They've got 2 other younger receivers in Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey. They've obviously brought in guys like Van Jefferson. They're hoping Traylon Burks can stay healthy and
doesn't it
fulfill
feel
the
just
promise.
doesn't it feel just like 2 years ago, where 2
Similar.
years
Similar.
ago they had Terry McLaurin and a lot of the same guys. They had McCaffrey.
Yeah.
They had De'Ami Brown. And instead of Noah Brown, you've got Van Jefferson. You've got Traylon Burks instead of Zacchaeus.
Well, I mean, those aren't good comparisons.
But it's role players is what I would say.
Yeah.
They've got guys that I think they believe.
No one stands out.
De'Ami Brown might be the guy they bring in to run vertical routes. And then, like, Zacchaeus was kind of an underneath guy. Maybe they're going to have somebody, Van Jefferson, run, like, the Zacchaeus routes. That's if it was that old offense. The offense is going to change, by the way. It's
Right.
not a Kingsbury offense anymore.
Yeah.
So
I think that's fair.
it feels like it was, and we had concerns, but it feels like it is where they were in 2024.
Except the one thing I will say is that I do have high hopes for Antonio Williams. And then while Luke McCaffrey was a 3rd-round pick, so was Terry McLaurin. I think Williams will be more McLaurin-ish ultimately than he will be Luke McCaffrey-ish.
Yeah,
In
I'm
other
not
words,
buying
I think
in-
he's going to be a bigger
I'm
contributor.
not buying into he's just going to be a slot guy. He wasn't just that at Clemson.
No.
Like he can do both. And I feel like the wide receiver coach may pull him aside and say, look, you have an amazing opportunity here because Terry's the wide receiver 1 and
Yeah.
it's wide open for the wide receiver 2 spot. The guy who's, going to catch 40 plus balls in this offense behind Terry. That could be Antonio Williams.
Why did he slide so far down in the draft?
I mean, what you could also say, why did Terry McLaurin slide so
He did
far
have
down the draft?
he did have some injuries, but he's not super fast.
Also, they say his quarterback was terrible. Did not help him.
I don't know if I have as high hopes as you guys. Like, he may do all those things you say, or he might be like a Luke McCaffrey, like a lot of
He's a lot
third-round
more
picks.
experienced than Luke McCaffrey. He just is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but
At the
McCaffrey was
position.
drafted in a similar spot, so the league kind of saw these guys as the same type of player.
All right. Well,
Doesn't mean you can't be great because, as you mentioned, Terry McLaurin was drafted in the third round.
He could have been overdrafted.
I feel like the guy that Peters really wants to seize this job is Traylon Burks because of the pedigree, the fact that he's unlike any other receiver in that room with his physical stature. I think he's 6'2", like 220.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a big physical presence that, Terry's not that. Antonio Williams isn't that. So I feel like if he could just dodge the injury bug, like that's the guy I think Peters really wants to grab a hold of that number 2 job on the outside. And then you could work Williams in both the slot and the outside in 3 or 4 receiver sets. I think they have high hopes for Burks.
Have
It's
you
just a matter of
watched-
staying away from the injuries?
Have you watched highlights of Williams? Not
Sure.
like he was some super productive guy the whole country knew, but like if you watch him in the way he runs his routes, I think there's a lot of promise there.
I know, but like highlights, you
think
can
it's
look up
different.
highlights of all these guys, and they're
I
going to
think
look
it's
good.
different. I think the way he runs his routes is a little bit
I
different.
don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Third-round pick. Third-round picks can be stars.
So you're just
I
making a
acknowledge that.
generalization because he's a third round
I
pick.
think that we're maybe jumping the gun, and Cakes is throwing him as a 40-catch guy.
I don't know if he's going to get to 40 catches in his first year, but I think that he has potential.
When I see
He has
have a
potential.
nice
Look, I think
career.
Jalen Lane has potential.
When I see
Jalen Lane's
when I
more of a
see
special
Williams comped to like a mini Amon-Ra St. Brown, and now he's got David Blau, who was around that same player, like maybe he's got that sort of design for him in this offense here in Washington.
That would be great.
That's exciting.
But look, there's a reason why they brought it up as a position battle, and EB guessed that it was a position battle. Is
he's
there's
unproven.
nothing given.
He's
there,
unproven.
right? There's nothing given really at number 2 receiver, number 3 receiver, all the way down.
I'm just saying.
I don't think it's necessarily bad because, as I mentioned at the top, in 2024, this offense was humming and it was great. And it was with guys.
It was because of Jaden.
It was with guys like Zacchaeus and Noah Brown that are Jags. Let's be real.
Yeah, you don't have to have stars at every position. You don't have to have superstars. You just need guys that could do the job. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why they haven't jumped out there and signed one of these free agent wide receivers. Haven't panic signed at him because
Now-
they kind of like what they have.
To go through the 3 position groups, so that's wide receiver. You mentioned running back. And again, the running back room, which I remember when you went through the ratings, I just have questions. I like what Bill did last season, but I have questions when you don't have a definitive number 1 guy. They're going to hope that he's like a number 1 guy, a bell cow running back, but it's running back by committee.
I don't think he'll ever be a bell cow.
But I think that's in a lot of teams. That's
Sure.
Unless you have a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Christian McCaffrey or a Bijan Robinson or Derrick Henry, like there aren't that many backfields where a guy's getting 20 plus carries every single week.
But there's a reason that's listed
At least
as a
2 of the
position
teams
battle.
in the division have a true number 1 guy.
Sure.
You can argue 3 with the Giants too. I mean, we'll see what the injury with Scadaboo is. He looks like he's fine when he's doing his backflips. But I would say this is why when you talk about the number 2 receiver, there's a battle there. At running back, there's a battle there. You don't know who the true number 1 is. Now you know who the tight end is, but that's why everything hinges on the quarterback here.
Absolutely.
Everything here hinges on Jaden staying healthy because he's going to make everybody better.
Sure, he uplifts the talent around him.
Especially if he's running, and I think he should be running. I know they're going to scale it back. That's what they talk about, well, the design runs, but he still has to run for 600 or 700 yards.
Yeah. I think Rashad White is going to have a pretty big impact in that running back.
Well, we've talked about him.
Signed pretty cheap away from, he did 4 years in Tampa, and he caught 50, 64, 51, and 40 passes in those 4 seasons with the Bucs.
Look, that's
what did Eckler give them in
does.
his first season when Eckler was concussed twice? So it wasn't like Eckler played in all the games, but he was a contributor. So I figure that's what White is going to do for the Commanders.
But again, it's a different offense. So you got to remember that. That's the X factor.
Are you asking what he did in his first year?
Yeah, in 2024.
Oh.
First year with Washington.
Wasn't it about 30-some catches? I'd have to go back
I'd have
and
to
look.
pull up his stats. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Then, of course, you have a 6th-round rookie mixed in there as well with Katron Allen coming in from Penn State.
I mean, I like his resume,
No, that's not right.
but again, I'm skeptical of a guy who gets drafted
35.
late. I feel like he's going to end up being a practice squad guy and inactive most of the time.
Who? Katron Allen.
Katron? Yeah, I don't know. Depends how he. I don't know. It's going to be between he and McNichols, who's active every week.
Yeah.
But it would be great to hear these reports, which, in the next week or so, we're going to start hearing reports of how they look. It'd be great to hear that Allen looks unbelievable, and maybe he somehow is this great story and takes a stranglehold of the position.
You're not going to hear that because they can't really hit. They don't hit that much. So you're not going to know until you see a little bit in real live game action.
JP, to answer your question, Eckler in his first year here had
35.
Like Eric said, 35 catches, but he only played in 12 games.
Right.
Yeah.
I know he was concussed twice.
He might have had 40-some, 45.
Oh, he would have been in the mid 40s, if not 50.
Has he been signed by another team, or is he just kind of floating out there?
I
think he's floating.
I don't think he has.
Because I know that unless
I missed it,
publicly said he still wants to continue playing.
Yeah.
Him
and Ertz.
So he might be a guy who signs like in training camp, or if a running back gets injured. I root for that guy. He's just a super talent. He's been beset by injuries over the last few years.
Great in the locker room.
Oh, just a super good dude.
So give me your order of carries you think this year. You think Bill's going to get the most?
I think he's going to get the most, but I think it's going to be like a 1A, 1B with him and Rashad White.
Mm-hmm.
So you think Rashad White's going to be close to Bill's carries?
I think it'll be like 65-35 carries, and I think White is clearly going to be the lead as far as catching balls out of the backfield.
And then number 3 is going to be
Bill was working on to improve.
I think it's going to be either.
Could be Katron.
It could be either Allen or
McNichols.
McNichols, yeah.
So the last spot in this Yahoo article was cornerback. It basically is saying that Trey Amos is penciled in as the cornerback 1.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a little bit of a stretch, but Mikey's at 2. I guess they're interchangeable. It doesn't really matter. Rasul Douglas was added to the mix. He's a vet, and they also signed Akello Witherspoon, who's a longtime vet in the league, to provide depth in that cornerback spot.
What about the guy from Detroit?
For the Commanders, Amik Robertson will be the starting nickel. So he'll be covering the inside wideouts.
Right. So they got 3 new guys at that position.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how that cornerback room shakes out. It was not very good last year, and obviously they were expecting Marshawn Lattimore to be a hit and for him to still be on the roster.
Again,
clearly it was not the case, not the way it worked out.
Jason touched on it. I've been saying it, ever since we've been doing these position battle groups, etc. It all hinges on Jaden. I hate to simplify it, but we don't have a roster where it's just going to be able to overcome a quarterback issue.
I actually don't think there are that many position battles. They're writing an article where they're hitting every team and trying to come up with position battles. Like at secondary, I think it's set.
I think it's set too.
Secondary, probably.
I don't think anybody's battling with Trey Amos to beat him out.
I agree with you.
Amos is going to be the starter.
But
Sandstrom's going to be the starter.
Set, but are they good? Like Amos,
I know, but that's a different topic.
Injuries.
That's a different issue.
Sure, but like it's something to worry about. Heading into camp,
no question.
No, but
the secondary is not a strength. They've tried to make it better.
I think the number 2 receiver is a legit battle.
I agree there, and maybe number 3, like all of it.
Yeah,
the depth chart behind McLaurin, it's to be determined, and that's why there's been so much discussion in the offseason about Brandon Ayuk and Stephon Diggs, because there's
only
uncertainty.
Be as good as Jaden makes. Like he's going to make them.
He has to elevate them,
and I think there's a little position battle at running back. Although I expect Krosky Merritt to be the starter.
He might be the starter, but he's not going to be a 20 carry a game guy.
He's going
Probably not, though. He gave you
He's not.
800, though. I kind of think he should be at 1,000 yards this year.
That's
800
fine, but-
in limited starts. too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable, but he's gonna share the load.
I expect Krosky Merrick to be at 1,000 yards and then White to be in the 500, 600 range.
I think that
that'd be
sounds
great.
reasonable.
You'll
plus
take that.
receiving, plus receiving.
That would
Well,
be
and then
fantastic.
the X factor, like when Jason said they got to get 500 or 600 out of Jaden, I think you got to get 700 or 800 out of Jaden.
No, I said 6 or 7. I think
okay.
I think you will. I think McLaurin's going to have a big year. I don't know if it'll be like 2 years ago where did he have about 13 touchdowns, something like that?
He had a crazy touchdown.
I don't know
yeah.
if the touchdown numbers will be there. I just think he's healthy. He's not dealing with the contract. He's not going to have to deal with those injuries that he dealt with coming into camp.
He's just locked in and focused.
I think he's going to have a big year.
All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Soja with special guests Pigeons playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 10th caller right now wins. Where would you guys fall on if the NFL adopted the UFL rule where a 60-plus yard field goal counts for 4 points instead of 3 points?
I don't
what
know.
would you think about that?
Hey, you get it in fantasy football.
You do get bonus points for long ones in fantasy football. That is true.
I was reading the stats.
It's a good point.
This past year, there were 22 kicks attempted at 60 yards or more, and I think they made
12 of 22. I saw that stat.
Pretty sick.
12 of 22, yeah.
Sick.
And I know the UFL, when they adopted the 4-point field goal rule 2 years ago, there were none made, but then last year they made, I think, 8. So there was a considerable uptick in the ones that are made. It would be interesting, but of course, you'd have to have a kicker that has that kind of leg.
And it's not crazy that the NFL would lift something from the UFL. That's where they got the idea for the new kickoff rules, which have been in place now for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And I think at first people, were anti because it was just something new. But like most things, you get used to it, even if it's something new. Now I see the new kickoff, it doesn't even faze me.
Right.
It's just the way they do business.
It would be
now.
kind of weird, though, if in the last minute of a game you're down 4, okay, and you got no timeouts or whatever. The play calling might be a little different at midfield as opposed to just going for it, trying to hit long passes to score a touchdown. But at midfield, you would kind of be stalling out.
Commander's
to
kicker
kind of stay, into that 60-yard field goal range. So that would be strange.
Jake Moody's quotes about it. He's the kicker for the Commanders. Said, "I think that'd be kind of cool. Why not? It's like basketball. They got the 3-pointer. I feel like there'd be a lot more attempts for sure. So you probably practice your longer range 60-plus kicks a lot more."
I think it'd be awesome. It's a lot more strategy involved, right? So under Jason's situation, let's say you're down 3.
Yep.
You could decide to kind of play it safe in a way and go for the 4-point field goal to win it, or maybe you go for another 10 or 15 yards to hit the 3-pointer to tie the game and push it to overtime.
Yeah, I guess I would think the coaches, if you're down 3, would try and get close as possible to tie it.
I don't know. I might go for the dub if I feel like I got a good kicker.
Indoors.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
based
know.
on the situation.
That's what I'm saying. So the play calling would be interesting in that situation.
Yeah, I think it would be great for the fans because there's more strategy and more things to question. Actually, be great for a radio show.
I think it'd be fun. There's a small part of me though that's a little annoyed by it because it's kind of rewarding like unproductive drives at times, right? So you have a terrible drive, you get nothing, and you try some 64-yarder and get 4 points out of it.
Yeah, but if you have a weapon like Brandon Aubrey or a guy
Cam
with a
Little,
mega leg,
it will definitely put an emphasis on strong-legged kickers.
Right.
I mean, nowadays
kickers more relevant than ever.
Nowadays, you only need basically 2 first downs and you're in field goal range.
Yeah, with the way the guys are kicking, like Cam Little, didn't he have a 70-yard field goal attempt this year? I think he had a 70-yarder.
I think that sounds
I don't
right.
think he made it. I think he missed it, but
Is he the Jags kicker? Is that
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you just add an element to any of these leagues, Arena League or UFL? Do they do something like a 3-point play, like after a touchdown? You know what I mean? Like near the goal line.
I don't know.
Like you have a 1-point play, a 2-point play.
I'm not
throw it back to the 10-yard line or something for a 3-point
UFL
play.
might have experimented with that, but I'll be honest, didn't watch a lot of UFL games.
Yeah.
I didn't watch one.
I wouldn't be able to tell. And when I say I didn't watch a lot, it means I didn't watch one.
Yeah.
That's just I'm just spring
That's code
football.
for I didn't watch any.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, I would support it. It'd be weird.
You'd like it if your kicker had a freaking leg.
Well, right now, our kicker is not that great at it.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of the teams just don't have kickers that can boom 60-yarders.
By the way, that's a position battle.
Yeah.
You were talking about position battle.
That is a position battle. That's a real
It's
position
not
battle.
for sure that Moody's going to be the kicker.
No.
By the way, Moody might want to work on his 40 to 49 yard range because in his career he's 15 for 23. I mean, that's not great.
Yeah.
40 to 49, you're 15 for 23. That's
he knows
pretty
this is
subpar.
Make or break.
I don't mind tweaking rules. I mean, this would be radical. What if they outlawed field goals that were under 30? We're not doing anything. Yeah.
So then what do you do?
Think about how
So then
Major
what
League
do you
Baseball.
do?
Major League Baseball just said shifts. You're not allowed to do the shift anymore.
Yeah.
They said, you know what? We're not going to have this constant reliever rotation where there's one reliever for one pitcher, and then another reliever for another pitcher, then another reliever. I know you never like to embrace change.
Eliminating the short field goal, that's too radical.
Well, it would incentivize.
That's too radical to me.
No, but it's just when you get inside the 20, you got to go for touchdowns.
Yeah, but you're penalizing a team for making a long drive down 3 or down 2 and possibly winning a game on a field goal because they did so well on that drive. You're penalizing them.
You know what? I'm telling JP the wrong time for the rule.
I don't like that rule. I don't like that one.
I'm just going to tell him the committee
I'm just saying that
maybe you lose yardage on purpose so you can kick the 30
I'm just saying that this is why I embrace
I think I'd stop watching football if teams were losing yardage on purpose to kick a 35-yarder.
Well, they might if they implement a 4-pointer, right?
I don't think they
but
will.
If you're in
but
3-point range.
That's my point about the play calling at midfield in a situation like that.
If you have a 58-yarder, you're just going to have your quarterback step back 2 yards, kneel.
That would be very weird.
And then now you kick the 60-yarder.
But, man, a coach would be killed. And it'd be great, again, great for sports radio if they have that 55-yard field goal to tie the game.
Yep.
And they decide to take a sack.
Right.
For 6 yards, so they get a 61-yarder for the win.
And they miss it.
Yes. Hits the post.
Imagine Dan Quinn did that. He would get crushed.
He would get murdered.
He would get crushed.
But I bet you there'll probably be a pushback because coaches won't want to do that. But there'll be some analytics guy telling them, hey, go for the 60-yarder.
I don't know. Drab, where do you stand on it? Are you pro?
I could be talked into it. I think the kicking game is already ruined, and we need an asterisk already because this is the juice ball era. And a few years ago, everyone thinks that kickers are suddenly so much better than they've been the last 30 years. All of a sudden, like the last 2 years, they changed the balls, and nobody talks about it, and it irks me all the time because these guys
you have to tell me more
I'm going
about
to.
it.
But in the past, the kickers would get balls like right before the game, stiff, unconditioned balls like a baseball glove or whatever. Now they get balls like at the beginning of the season or whatever, and they're practicing with them all week long. They soften these balls up, and they get like an extra 4 to 5 yards on all their kicks now. It's a juiced ball era. I don't like it. I don't like these kickers kicking 67
Why?
yards.
You don't think that's exciting? You don't think it's exciting?
No, it's not exciting. I'm a purist of the game. I want to compare generations.
All right, well, then you don't want the 4-point play.
The Barr brothers are bitter.
Yeah, they're salty. So is Chip Lowmiller.
I like kickers, so
there's
I'm not against it.
There's going to be a day when people think that, like, whoever, like, who's the Patriots kicker?
Oh, Vinatieri.
Vinatieri was a nubs kicker, right? They're going, this guy could only kick 60-yard field goals.
That guy was clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think they should be necessarily just kicking balls fresh out of the box.
Like right, that's what they've kind of always done.
I mean, in baseball, don't they rub down the baseballs before? Don't they do that with quarterbacks, footballs
it's irritating
too? They rub
to me.
them down?
I'm a purist. Everything is fake now. All the stats are fake.
Well, yeah.
Why stop there? Why don't we just completely deflate them and let them kick 80-yarders?
It annoys me that they will now compare the records. You get an extra game. It's 17 games.
Sure.
You're like, oh, you just broke the rushing record.
Yeah.
Really? Got an extra game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but
actually,
it used to be a 14-game
right,
schedule.
I know.
So the 16-game schedules, or maybe they don't count. Asterisk.
If you go by Drab's thinking, though, then you change nothing. You never change anything because you don't.
I kind of am intrigued by the 4-point field goal. I think that would be cool.
It's kind of intriguing.
And there would be more games.
Be anti.
I think there would be more games up for grabs.
Well, what if you did this, though? What if you gave 3 points for 40 and longer, 2 points for 30 and shorter? So you don't get...
So 39 and shorter.
Now you are literally getting into fantasy
football. You mean 39
which
and
I love.
Well, by the way, I'm not doing it because of fantasy. I'm just doing it using my brain.
You're diminishing, kind of like I said.
You don't get as rewarded for the short field goal, but you get more rewarded for the longer field goal, but you don't get outrageous.
Right,
Like,
so you're incentivizing the touchdowns. Which again, you're working kind of off me where I'm saying no short field goals.
Well, no,
I mean,
I'm saying
those short field goals, that's why they got rid of the stupid extra point, or they moved the extra point back, because it was such a joke when it was a 20-yard extra point.
Yeah.
Well, you have now.
I mean, AJ DeBonsa can hit a 20-yard extra point.
I'm going to bet he could.
Well,
I saw him at Fanatics.
College kickers miss them all the time. Believe me. And they've been kicking for their entire life.
They're usually weird angles.
Yeah.
No, not the extra points.
That's true.
Because
I don't think they're
you put the kicks down the middle instead of the dumb hash marks. Looks so dumb. That's just a pet peeve.
It would be interesting. I don't think they're going to install that rule anytime soon.
Oh, I think it could happen.
I mean, I know it's a topic, but I'd be surprised if it happened the next couple.
I mean,
of years.
is it a topic that they're discussing? Is it like up for grabs in discussion, like owners, like at the owners' meetings or anything?
No,
or no?
I think it's just a talking point heading into training.
That's what you
camp.
talk about before real football starts.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Jake Moody better worry less about the 4-point kick, and he should worry more about Drew Stevens, who's got the big booming
Drew
leg.
Stevens does have a big leg, yeah.
I don't know how accurate his big booming leg is, but he can kick it from far. Made 80% of his field goals and over 98% of his extra points at Iowa.
80% of field goals is not great.
What was the?
He has 12 career 50-plus yarders in college.
Right.
That's
All
pretty
right.
good.
80% is not great, but I'm wondering if it's weighted down by the long attempts.
I mean, that could be.
Yeah, it was 22 for 28. So I'm sure most of those 6 were probably longer ones.
Could we go out right now and kick a 30-yarder
I don't know. My leg's pretty weak.
on a good field?
I'd tear my hamstring.
30-yarder?
Probably 25 or 30-yarder?
I think we could hit the 30-yarder.
I don't know.
35?
I don't
Probably
know if my
not.
ball flight's good. I think I'd kick a
As an ex-kicker,
Yeah.
past 30 at 56, it gets dicey.
Yeah.
If it gets
I
dicey.
mean, look, I can hit the 30-yarder if there's nobody trying to block it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a low trajectory.
You're right. It's gonna be a knuckle puck going through the uprights.
All right, real quick, let's go to Rusty in Haymarket. Rusty, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
Morning, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Going back to the good. Going back to the kicking. So if you're kicking a 30-yard field goal and you're only going to get 2 points, and it's only a 7-yard snap, why don't you just do a punter snap it 17 yards, put the ball down at the 40, and then kick it? It's not going to get
free
blocked,
kick?
and you guys going to make it. It's not going to get blocked.
You're going to have a silly snapper.
All right, hold on. I didn't understand.
He's just going to, instead of moving your kicker 7 yards back, he's saying snap it 17 yards so
Right.
that the kick is going to be a 40
Yeah, but don't
yarder.
they count it from where the line of scrimmage? Or no, they don't.
From where
they
it's
count
kicked.
It.
Yeah.
They count it from
Where
where
it's
it's
kicked.
kicked. Right.
Yeah.
It's true.
Another
So what's it-
strategy
it's-
element.
Rusty, you might be an evil genius.
Yeah, it is a way around it.
I mean, it's the same guy snapping the ball on a kick as in the punt.
Yeah.
So he can snap as far as he wants to
And I
snap it.
feel like sometimes they might go back 8 yards instead of 7 if it's a little longer. They need, a little more height.
Yeah.
They do that.
Right.
They
Yeah,
might
good
add
luck.
a yard. Yeah, it's not a bad thought. All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not a given that you have to be 7 yards
We got a
back,
special
right?
teams coach calling in.
I know. Look at this guy.
You guys got it all figured
Next,
out.
Danny Smith. By the way, where did Danny Smith land? He's not with the
Tampa.
Steelers? Oh, he's in Tampa.
Yeah,
It's a
down
great
Tampa.
landing spot.
Very good.
Tampa.
He's been in the game forever.
Long time.
I will
Still
say,
loves it.
It's a grinder.
Still chewing gum.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
killing it. 9 pieces in
who do you think the breakout star of quarterback is? It's not Cam Ward. He's kind of a dud. It's not Flacco.
Again, I'm still
Flacco's kind of a dud.
Still stuck on
he's a
2
ghost.
episodes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Baker's has the most charisma.
Baker, I think, is the breakout star. I mean, Jaden comes off fine. Jaden's great, but
He's a quieter
he's
personality.
a quieter guy. Baker's got the Riz. He's the breakout star of quarterback.
Doesn't Baker have a young kid now?
Yeah,
One?
I think
I
so.
think so, yeah.
I think so. Little girl.
All right, coming up in just over 20 minutes, Barry's Verluga, who covers DC sports for The Athletic, he will join the show. He'll join us coming up at 9 right here on the Junks on the Fan.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out, I called Foley Mechanical. I asked for Dan Foley, the owner. This isn't just some franchise or giant corporate outfit. Dan owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call center, no nonsense. He runs a tight ship. It shows in the work. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day. I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't touch radiators because they don't know how. Foley Mechanical does. They serve D.C., Maryland, Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. If you want quality work from a company you can trust like I did, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan. He's the owner. Tell him Bish sent you.
Just a friendly reminder, you can come hang with us at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game this Thursday, July 23rd, starting at 6:15. We'll be doing the first pitch and a meet and greet. And a bonus, if you're a City of Bowie resident, show a valid ID with your address at Fan Assistance at the stadium, and you get a special mystery prize giveaway right there at the stadium.
According to the website, I'm not going to be there. John Flynn is going to be there.
John Flynn will be there.
Wasn't he drafted at some point?
Yes.
Johnny Flynn,
Syracuse,
big bust.
Famously, he was drafted before Steph Curry. That was the when I was like, oh yeah, I love this Mike Miller and Randy Foye swap for the pick. Instead of taking Steph Curry, you hear of him? You ever hear of that guy? Could have been drafted by the Wizards. Instead, we went with 2 recycled vets.
When we did that show down at VCU for training camp, Mike Miller was a good dude.
He was very nice.
He gave us a bunch of stuff.
He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was like, what
Well,
do you
that's
guys
when we
need?
got
Is he
that
coach?
huge bag from our guy.
Oh,
from Rob.
That was a great.
Is he on
R.I.P.
is he
Rob.
on a staff? Is he an assistant coach now?
Mike?
Don't know.
I don't think so. I see he
not?
does a podcast.
Oh, he
It's
does.
also the time when, if you're a Junks P1, you know that when we left VCU, our pal Brett Oliverio,
He
our
headed south.
former producer, instead of heading north on 95,
He went south.
he went south on 95.
He went all the way to
and
Richmond.
didn't realize it for
No, no.
about an hour.
We were in Richmond.
Oh, we were Richmond. He went all the way down to like
wasn't
Emporia.
paying
He was
attention
heading
at all?
towards Emporia.
He wasn't paying
He's
attention
like,
at all.
He's a donkey
This
call.
doesn't look familiar to me. 95 south. Oh, I need to be north.
Right.
What a great story. That's a great story.
Who would figure he'd end up being this business mogul?
I mean,
He's like a titan.
He's the hot dog king of North Carolina.
No, seriously, we have to think about where we're going to pre. You might have to pregame at Raising Cane's. You said you haven't had Cane's yet, right? Didn't you say that?
I
Well, you
haven't.
know what? That's a good. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm helping move my son out of his College Park apartment for the final time. I'm going to get hit with the feels. I mean, no more kids in.
So
at,
you're moving
at College Park.
because he's graduated.
He's graduated. Just got to move all
All
the
your
stuff
kids
out.
are done with school.
Aside from my daughter who's finishing
Right,
up
so-
grad school. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're all done with their undergrad stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm going to go to College Park today.
You're to pick up his
Move
stuff.
all of his stuff.
You're going to get caught with the feels of that for really?
Well, I mean,
Where's he moving to? You moving home?
Yeah, he's,
So you shouldn't get
the
any feels?
homestead.
Casa de Allville.
Yeah, Casa de
I don't
de
think you
Cakes.
should get caught up in the feels that he's not going to
I
be in
don't know,
Maryland
but
anymore.
It's a stage of life.
Yeah, it's just
It
you know,
is,
like
I know.
you're just marching onwards towards oblivion and taking the dirt nap.
Cakes isn't driving to College Park anymore to do lunch with his
But
boy.
On a positive note, maybe I'll try Raising Cane's for the first time. I've never had it.
You should
I've
try
heard
it.
good things.
Yeah.
Though
I'm
my
not going to that Bay Sox game. The guy from Syracuse is
Right.
going.
Yeah,
you guys
just-
are going to be. It's
All
three
right, well,
junkies and a tall dude.
It's
Are
a
you-
typo.
Are you
They'll
hoping that
correct
they're
it.
going to fix it or something? Is it
I
really
mean,
bothering
is he
you?
going to browbeat these poor
Yeah,
intern who put it up there?
I mean,
Is it
they don't
okay?
know.
They got it.
Just having some fun.
I know.
Relax.
It's not their fault. Your Q rating is so low.
Jeez.
You got to up your Q rating.
Relax.
Yeah.
You'd probably rather have Johnny Flynn.
Johnny Flynn the baller.
It's definitely more recognizable.
Nobody
I
would
haven't
know
seen
who
that
he
guy in
is.
20 years.
Yeah, who
Be a
knows
good
what he's
bit.
doing?
But anyway, I might have Raising Cane's for lunch
Today.
Even though I've heard the thing about Raising Cane's is people always say the chicken's okay. It's all about the sauce.
The
It's all
sauce
about
is
the
good.
sauces.
I think the sauce
Like,
is good.
it's a-
I personally like it better than the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Is it similar?
Ish. I think that the chicken's actually better. It's juicier. And you got to get the toast.
I'm just assuming
They're going to love
well,
the toast.
I mean, you don't have to tell me twice to get a big slice of Texas toast. Of
I mean,
course,
it's-
I'll get that.
I mean, if you could get an extra slice,
I'm
it's
just
worth
guessing that I'm going to be underwhelmed by the sauce because I'm just guessing the Raising Cane sauce is like every other orangey, semi-spicy sauce that you dip chicken in.
it. Yeah, I would say that's probably.
I don't feel like it's going to be revolutionary
It's
when
not,
I eat it.
It's not. Right. Tastes good. That's the important part.
Okay.
It tastes good. I am an advocate of it.
I have a new discovery. Maybe it's been around for years. Made a late night run. Not that late. It was 9 o'clock. I had to get some bleach.
That's so late.
I had to get some bleach.
At 9 p.m. at night, you need to go get Clorox?
Yeah, doing laundry.
Oh,
Doing laundry.
right.
And I've now done this twice at Giant.
Yep.
They have chocolate chip cookies. That's basic.
Yep.
They are freshly baked daily, but they have mixes now.
Oh.
So it's chocolate chip cookies with Hershey Kisses, chocolate chip cookies with Heath Bar.
Oh, that would be my go-to.
It's
Give me some toffee.
pretty good.
Give me coffee and toffee. I like both of those.
So I
things.
pounded 3 of those at $9.15. Oh, man. I know that's the worst thing you can do, but they're so good.
Where
and you know what?
Where was that from?
They put it Giant.
They
put it right when you're at the checkout too.
Impulse buy.
They've got some new cookies.
Yeah.
They also had Reese's peanut butter.
Harris Teeter has like these boxes of cookies right at the front entrance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate chip.
Mhm.
And they're big too. They're about this big.
Those are the ones.
$3.
Well, if you get 4 of them,
you get
for $5.99.
There's 3. I think there's probably 20 cookies, maybe 25.
No, you can
cookies
get believe me, I'm an expert in the late, especially late night cookie buying.
Cookie game.
Harris Teeter
Well,
has 4 in a like a little
They
plastic.
reel
container.
me in every
I have
time.
a question for each of you.
I don't know if they make them. Or if
JP, I
they-
want you to go to first. Each of you. You've committed a murder. Okay. In fact, you've slaughtered a family.
Oh, it's
A
terrible.
whole family.
Okay.
Family of 10.
Oh, my last meal?
This is your last meal. I need your last meal, including your dessert. One dessert. Last meal, and I want everybody to go around the room. Last meal and your dessert.
I would probably have some churrasco with white rice and black beans.
All right.
That's kind of my Latin roots. I
dessert.
gotta have some sides. I mean, no, I'm gonna be a glutton. Throw in doesn't necessarily mix with this, but I'm gonna throw in some like the cream spinach.
Yeah, I love that.
You know, just a side of cream spinach, and then my dessert. It's gonna be some sort of chocolate fudge brownie, sort of with nuts.
All right, Jason.
And that's kind of basic.
We don't have to stick to like I know the states like you have to keep it under $50.
I mean, I would throw in though, but I would definitely want a side. Then I can't just have one dessert. I would have to have a side of carrot cake from the Palm.
Good one.
It's elite.
Mm-hmm.
Timmy Seymour recommends it
Well, you mentioned a restaurant, so I'm going to as well. I'm going to have a Caesar salad. Then I'm going to have a filet with pepperoni.
Why are you going to have a Caesar salad? Like, what do you even care? Like a salad? You want to have a salad?
Because it goes with my meal. Caesar salad, and then I'm going to have a filet and rigatoni pecoraya from Fausto's in
Very
Ocean
solid.
City, and then I'm going to have apple pie with vanilla ice cream.
Sounds delicious. I'm going to have some.
Yes,
sort
I'm
of-
going to have a salad.
Oh, I gotta have another. I got another dessert. I gotta have pecan pie. I'm gonna have a medley of desserts.
I'm gonna have some sort of Wagyu steak and some sushi. I'm gonna have a elevated surf and turf. I don't need a salad. God forbid. And then my dessert, very simple. Just give me a pint of Cherry Garcia, Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and then I'm off to the great beyond.
Right. I think I'll have some lobster bisque soup. Okay?
Delicious. So creamy.
Just so creamy,
Yeah.
delicious. This is going to sound weird to you.
If
but
you didn't die, you'd have to go number 2, like an hour
Yeah, but
afterwards.
it's gonna
But
be
you're going to be
irrelevant.
dead.
Then I'm going to have something that I would make for myself. I would have salmon drenched in raspberry preserves.
Okay. Right.
And then
no grilled cheese,
salmon.
And I would have. I like JP's cream spinach. I'd steal a little cream spinach in there because I'm a huge cream spinach guy.
Awful cream spinach.
And then I would have. I've recently been hip to like these baked cookies with ice cream. I forget what they call them when you get them for dessert. You've ever had them before? Where they bake them on a skillet.
Yeah.
And then they just throw
Yeah,
ice
yeah,
cream
it's
and hot
delicious.
fudge on
Yeah,
it.
it sounds amazing.
That would be my dessert.
All right, now
Then I'd be ready to go to the great beyond.
Now, quickly around the horn, method of execution, and it doesn't have to be a standard. Like you can pick anything you want.
Yeah.
I
think
know
would-
mine. I know my method. I know it already.
I think I want lethal injection.
Okay.
I think.
Honestly,
without doing
it doesn't
research.
matter. You can shoot me. Put me.
Do you want to do the Utah
Firing
thing?
squad?
What,
You wanna do firing
what
squad?
difference does it make?
No, just shoot me in the head. You'll be out like that.
Yeah, what difference does it make?
I
don't want to go through 3 minutes of
Yeah.
different
I've already determined
liquids
mine.
going in my body.
I'm going out like Michael Jackson. Death by propofol. Call
Yeah,
up
but you
Michael
don't-
Jackson's. Call up his Dr. Feelgood. Bring him into the room and just put the mask over my face, and then it's done.
I don't know how anybody eats the day before they're going to die. I would
No,
never.
Well,
I
the day
wouldn't.
before that, you've been doing hours before.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't eat one bite, probably. I'd be so freaking
Most
scared.
people.
I don't recall Sean Penn eating before the nun walked him into the execution chamber. I don't remember.
I think some
Dead man
people that are
walking.
just soulless and they're just, they're lost. They can eat. They can eat. a
Well,
full
some
meal.
people,
Sure.
some people don't eat when they're stressed. Some people eat when they're stressed.
Right.
I tend to be an eat when stressed guy.
Sure, I'm
Oh,
more
really?
eat
I'd
when
be,
s-
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I
I'm
can't do
stressed.
it.
If I'm super stressed,
If I got my
I mean,
mind
like
on
when-
other stuff, I can't eat.
I mean, maybe it was an excuse, but I remember the last week my dad was in the hospital before he passed, and I would go to the
You gained
Annapolis
15 pounds?
Annapolis Mall, and I was pounding
Oh.
ice cream like crazy.
Speaking of eating, I'm definitely gonna need nachos at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game. I mean, I'm already
They have to have
pre-planning.
nachos, right?
I'm
That's a
already
given.
What you really
pre-planning
need to
that.
have is a margarita because they're gonna have Margaritaville, and it's a whole Latin
again,
night.
Twist my arm to drink a delicious margarita with salt on the rim. Of course, I would have one of those because they're amazing.
I was actually surprised at your last meal that you didn't have like fries in there because you're a salt guy.
I mean, if I have steak and sushi, I don't really need the fries. Though I do like salt. I put it on almost
I
everything.
feel like you would have something saltier in
I
there.
do put salt on pizza. That horrifies a lot of people when they see it.
So, like any pizza, you grab a little thing of salt and rip it open and put it on. Is that how you do it?
Yeah, or use my salt shaker that I
Yeah,
have
but
on
like
my
if
table.
you're out and about, like you order a pizza somewhere.
Oh,
you-
yeah.
you-
If I order a slice somewhere,
you're gonna put salt on.
oh, yeah. I need that little white packet of salt and pepper. I
By
need
the way,
both.
my favorite
weird.
my favorite dessert for a while was actually from Rips, and I think they took it off the menu. It was something called Granny Surprise. It was almost like a pecan pie with Cakes hates coconut, but it was
Disgusting.
just melted. It was so good.
I need to go into the
with
beer
some
cooler
chocolate.
at Rips. I need to do that for old time's sake. Need to
Yeah, you could
that.
do it. You got time. That's
Nostalgia.
That's on Thursday.
All right, that's Thursday at Prince George's Stadium. The first pitch and meet and greet starts at 6:15. We hope to see you there
Do we have
in just
Barry
a couple
next?
of days. Barry's Verluga, who covers DC sports for The Athletic. He's going to join us next.
All right, guys, EB here. If you're thinking about selling your home, here's the only question that matters. What happens if your home doesn't sell? With Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team with Keller Williams, you don't have to wonder. If your home doesn't sell in 32 days, they'll make your next mortgage payment. They got it. That's exactly the peace of mind Demetrius and Patricia needed. Reynolds and Power Team's proven marketing strategy brought in serious buyers fast, and their homes sold quickly, and most importantly, for top dollar. On average, their homes sell twice as fast as the average agents, and sellers walk away with over $30,000 more at closing. So what are you waiting for? Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team today. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Nationals kept the offense rolling last night. 3 home runs in Denver as the Nats knock off the Colorado Rockies 7-3. Andres Chaparro started things off, 3-run homer in the first. Rockies came back to tie it up in the third, but the Nats answered with a Jacob Young solo shot in the sixth. C.J. Abrams adds a 2-run homer in the seventh, his 22nd of the season, and the Nats have won 3 of 4 now to start the second half and move within 1 game of an NL wildcard spot. Nats and Rockies again tonight, 8:40 first pitch from Coors Field here on The Fan. WNBA big comeback win for the Mystics last night, ending the game on a 17-2 run to knock off Golden State 90-82. And we're getting close to football. First Commanders training camp practice is a week from tomorrow. Rookies report on Friday. From the Crop Midcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our friend Barry Svrluga, covers DC sports for The Athletic. What's up, Barry? Good morning.
Happy summer, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, we're doing well. Happy summer to you. So before we get into the Nationals, we kicked this around a bit earlier. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of the Josh Harris ownership takeover of the Washington Commanders. I'm not going to lead the witness. How would you grade the ownership reign through 3 seasons for Harris and his group?
I'd hang it right between an A- and a B+, probably, with a big TBD on the season to come. I think getting the stadium done is a huge plus because, you know, every time I drive out to Northwest Stadium, I can think this is the, 20th to last time I have to do this. That's a giant leap. But I also think, like, football-wise, at this point last year, you would have said, oh, it's an A across the board. They're trying to make the fan experience better, and they made home run hires in Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and they have Jaden Daniels on board. It feels a little less on solid ground headed into the 2026 season. But every time you say that Dan Snyder doesn't own the team anymore, like that's a step in the right direction to start with.
Yeah, you get bonus points for that alone. All right, so I want to touch on the Nats, and obviously we've been kicking on the pending trade deadline and trying to add to this team since it's become so apparent that they are challenged with their pitching, especially their bullpen. We have Taboni on every week. He's great. And I think he's being as honest as a guy can be in his position that, the market isn't there right yet. They can't quite pull the trigger. But they have some guys that other teams are interested in. And I know you've written, or at least thrown out there, the idea of, hey, instead of just letting Foster Griffin go, who's been like maybe one of the great stories here of the last few years, why don't they actually potentially re-sign him for a couple years? And I'm with you. I think that's the kind of move we need to do. We got like one pitcher other than him. We're going to let him go? It seems crazy.
My point with him is this is a guy who, was a number 1 pick, but then had to work his way through the wilderness and go to Japan and take his 7 pitches over there and figure it out just to get a chance to come back and get the shot that he got with a team that was supposed to be terrible this year. He turned it into an all-star appearance. He backed that up with his first start out of the all-star game, being brilliant and helping them win a series against the A's. My point with him is why not go to him now? If you think what you're seeing is real, and now it's, more than half a season, why don't you say to him, hey, Foster, here's 3 years at $15 million per, or whatever, pick a number, $17 million if you think he's that good, is a guy who's been through what he's been through really going to say, you know what, at age 30, I'm going to bet on myself and get the big, 6-year contract based off one season? I don't see it. I think that's one where you could be really, really smart in managing your assets by saying we stumbled onto something, or not stumbled, like we did our research and we thought this kid had a shot.
We hit a home run.
He made the he made the best of that chance. Isn't there a way that this could mutually benefit us by giving him not like Max Scherzer money, but real money that could put his family up for the rest of their lives, and have him not be what he is for this team, like effectively the number 2 starter, but on a good team, be the 4th or 5th reliable starter in those years that now look like they could be competitive years, 2027, certainly 28, 29. That's when you're looking to be competitive by not just like what they are now on the field, which is competitive every night, but hopefully competitive financially, where you're putting together a real bullpen because you're spending on it. I just think that's one where now's the time to put the trade deadline aside. Like he would be really coveted if you were in a tailspin and somebody gets a half a season of a really effective starting pitcher. I think you could be aggressive and say, no, you made good on the bet we put on you. Let's set you up for your financial future and for our competitive future.
The only thing I can guess if they don't do something like that is that it would be very Wizards-like in a sense that, like, kind of when they got rid of Denny, that while we're ready for them to compete and win and everything, it's a little early, and on their timeline, it's a little early, and they're not ready to sort of go. That's the only way I could maybe them justify not doing that.
Yeah, sure, and I understand that. Or if you think, holy cow, he's kind of done this with smoke and mirrors, and this is not sustainable over 3 seasons, because he's not a big velocity guy. Like he is fooling people, and you wonder, as guys get a look at him, 3 or 4 or 5 times, does it hold up? I don't know. I just think it's a low risk, good faith, would play to the fans move. That. You're right, Eric. Like, is it a little quick to compete in 2027? Or 26? Absolutely. They're doing it on a nightly basis. It's been really impressive and fun. But you can't tell me that what they've seen from the core offensively and how they manage and produce runs on a nightly basis by, platooning a Chaparro, who's just like, no one thinks anything of him. But like, you put him in advantageous situations and he's going to be able to succeed. Yeah. He'll kill you. So they're doing that on a nightly basis. Take a more talented, more expensive roster and use those same principles in 2027, 28, 29 and have Foster Griffin be a part of that. Like, how are you not going to be competitive given what you've seen through 100 games so far?
Hey, why do you think they had Garcia batting so low yesterday?
I was looking at that and it's just, there has got to be a computer formula that Ani uses that it like spits out a suggested lineup, and then they bat it around a little bit, because they've had, there was a game earlier this year. It was way early when Drew Millis hit second. Like there's no world where that makes any sense unless some machine is telling you that. I will say that as good as Louis Garcia has been, and what a revelation he's been, and he's helped them be, essentially the best offense in baseball, which I still, every time I say that, it sounds like it's a fraudulent thing to say, but it's 100 games. They've scored more runs than anybody. Like, how else do you evaluate it? Part of the reason he's had such a renaissance is because Blake Butera hides him against tough left-handed pitching. And so he's facing Kyle Freeman. Like, you're not going to hit him second and get him, more reps against a lefty. Hit him eighth. He's been great. Like, I think Louis deserves a lot of credit because he's been so much better with his swing decisions. But I think the coaching staff and Butera deserve credit because they've knocked that into his silly little head, and he's been a goofball for a lot of his time here. But also they have done stuff like, hey, we're not going to pretend you're someone you're not. We're facing a tough lefty, like you're not going to hit third, you know?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. I said yesterday, Barry, that I would be very disappointed if Taboni didn't make a couple of moves because, I mean, they're right in it. I mean, we've played 110 games, and they're one game back. I mean, I understand there's 5 teams within one game in the wild card, so you got to root for teams to lose every single night, but they're right in it. And I'd be very disappointed if they didn't make a couple of additions, preferably in the bullpen, maybe a starter. Now, you're not going to get like a Chapman, and Aroldis Chapman now, because the Sox have won 100 in a row, so he's not going anywhere. But they just need a couple pieces just to show the fans, hey, we're not messing around. We're not kind of mini tanking for next year. We're trying to win a wild card spot this year. I would be very disappointed if they didn't.
I think, and it'll be really interesting when you have Taboni on tomorrow, because now we're really close to the deadline. My conversations with people over there, going back weeks, is like everything's TBD. Like if they, a month ago, if they had been lost, 12 of 14, well, I think the plan would become obvious.
Right.
If they had won 12 of 14, the plan would become obvious. I think the way I think of it is their pitching is not good enough for them to go on a heater like the Red Sox are on right now.
Correct.
But their offense is too good for them to go in a tailspin like the Marlins are on right now. They've lost 7 in a row, right? So they're kind of in this like, well, we win 2 of 3 from the A's. Maybe they win 2 of 3 from the Rockies or sweep. Who knows? They're just doing it by increments, right? And that makes it's just made it hard on the front office to figure out an absolute direction. I think you're right, Jason, that at this point, unless something goes haywire in the next 10 days, like they are on the cusp of really playing meaningful baseball in August and July. And while I would not recommend this team do it all in, like give up pieces that they think will impact their future to get a couple of relievers, like that's probably not the move. I do think there are ways to be creative about it. One that I've knocked around, and I haven't written this, but I think it's interesting to think about, is like Jacob Young is a valuable player on a good team. Like he's probably never going to hit enough where you're going to be like, wow, he's a top of the order bat, but he plays Gold Glove caliber center field. That's a real commodity for a contender who's trying to prevent runs. And he has enough pop. He's found enough in his swing where a good team could hit him ninth every night, and he'd be an asset for you. He'd be a plus player defensively, and he'd probably be a flat player offensively. What could you get from him for him in the bullpen in terms of a controllable reliever? And I think that any addition that Taboni in the front office makes, it can't be a rent-a-guy. Like that, this is not just about 2026. I think you'd want to do a trade for a guy like the relievers that they traded away, like Jose Ferrer. That wasn't just about 2026. That trade hurts because he's controllable into the future. Can you get one of those guys back that would help this team prevent runs in August and September when they're playing meaningful baseball, but also be a piece of what you would hope would be a rebuilt bullpen over the offseason?
Talking to Barry Verluga, who covers DC Sports for The Athletic. Switching gears, I know you're a golf guy. Where do you stand on this Bryson DeChambeau, Rory McIlroy feud and everything that went down at the British Open?
So I'm never going to criticize a guy for being honest in a press conference, and that's what Rory was. It's like, this is ridiculous. Like, you're holding up the golf tournament because Bryson's out there stomping around on the 5th hole. I love that there's tension between those two. Like, I think rivalries and spats in golf makes it fun. I mean, Brooks Koepka and Bryson had that a few years ago. There was real tension. I'm a Rory stan. Like, I know he can be annoying, but I just love watching him play, and I love that he expresses exactly what he thinks and doesn't hold back. I do think Bryson just has a way, and both of them, to be honest, have a way of making it about them all the time. It just kind of spins around, and it's hard for them not to be a storyline. So that was just a wild scene with going out there and recreating what happened, and Bryson gesturing like that. It's just I don't remember something like that where you're going back to the point of an incident and trying to say this is what happened. And I also think, I do think that it looked like Bryson took an extra hard, heavy stomp to kind of get that all that fescue down and create a little bit better swing for him. But that was a wild moment.
Barry, have a great rest of your summer. Training camp is here. We know you're going to be super busy, so we appreciate the time. Good talking to you.
Talk to you guys soon. Have a good one.
Thank you, buddy.
That's Barry Zerluga, covers DC Sports for The Athletic. When we come back, we're going to do two things. One, we're going to do EB's entertainment page. Two, before he starts the entertainment page, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see OAR when they come into Merriweather Post this Friday, July 24th. So keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up when we come back.
All right, guys. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. It's Super Light. Everybody's talking about the new vodka plus 8 can cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or during the barbecue with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to pick up 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That is this Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
Oh, they're dialing so quick right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you get to see OAR in their hometown show in their backyard in Columbia. It's going to be a great show.
Correct.
10th caller, you get to go for free, which is pretty great.
Yep.
It's pretty cool that our timelines are the same.
Yes.
30 years.
That is true.
Yep.
They've been at it. Those boys have been at it for a long time.
They were out at the Guardians game, I believe.
Yes.
I saw something where they were in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be at Chesapeake Bay Sox Stadium.
A slightly
for the Bay
smaller
Sox.
stage, but we will be
Smaller,
there.
but, hey,
we're doing our thing.
similar timeline, similar venues.
We're doing our thing.
I got my pitch ready. I think I'm
You
good to go.
2-seam fastball.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how to use 3 fingers or whatever mixed up finger combinations pitchers use. I don't know all that stuff. I just know this one. I'm gonna put 2 fingers on it and hope it doesn't
You'll try
bounce
and
in the
throw a
dirt.
hook.
Nobody does that.
I wouldn't know how to begin throwing what you're
Nobody
describing.
Nobody throws a curveball.
So no, I won't be doing that.
My curveball never really curved, so I can try.
I just want to. I want it to be better than John Wall's first pitch. The bar is very low.
I think you'll be okay.
I think
You've
I'll
got
be
a
fine.
couple first pitches under your belt.
Yeah, I'm good. It's
That-
not going to strain me.
Gonna lob it in there.
I'm not going to worry about
No,
it
it
at
should be
all.
fun. Come on out. Turns out that there's going to be a Margaritaville that night.
It's fantastic. There's going to be a lot happening.
Alternate jerseys.
I think it's like a hat giveaway.
Hat giveaway
Got a
and the
Philly
junkies.
Bay Sox hat. All right, let me tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment. The entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you could check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, couple things here. First of all, we talked about Ryan Clark being let go by ESPN. There are now early reports that Carl Ravitch could be the next guy to go. Looks like he is going to be let go after 30 years. I think he had 30 years.
He definitely wears a piece, right?
ESPN.
Carl Ravitch?
Carl Ravitch.
Not sure.
I don't know.
I think he probably does. He had a cancer. He had cancer though, didn't he?
Oh, I
not
didn't
sure.
know that.
I think you're right.
He joined
That sounds
ESPN
right.
in 1993. So been there a long, long time.
I mean, I do identify him as baseball guy, right? He's always been baseball guy.
Yeah,
he's great.
Sports Center Baseball Tonight. He was on Sunday Night Baseball. Called the Little League World Series for ESPN.
Actually, it wasn't
Unbelievable
cancer. It was heart
career.
attack.
Unbelievable career.
Yeah.
Slightly different.
Slightly different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heart attack in November of '98.
But heart issues. I mean, health issues.
Yeah, definitely health issues.
But anyway, I always like Carl. I had nothing, right? He's always enjoyable, pleasant.
Should have drank more coffee.
No beef.
Maybe we would have fended off that heart attack. It's
It's a good callback
went to-
for today.
Just putting it out there.
Went to Ithaca College.
Ithaca College.
He's from Needham, Mass.
Jason loves going down that road.
Where they're from.
Yeah.
It's so important to him.
I've only been to Mass one time, and that was on a Junks trip for the Sam Adams Brewery trip.
That's the only time you're in
really?
Boston.
I thought you meant
think so.
church.
Yeah.
Well, I've been
It's
there.
been a long time since I've been to that Mass too.
That too for that guy.
You can trust me on that.
We did. I don't know. Did we really talk about Linda Cohn when she announced her retirement a few months? I
don't think
a month
so.
or so ago. But Linda Cohn also going to be
One of our
definitely some
first ever
turnover.
guests.
Yeah, love Linda. Linda came on the show a lot back in the early days. She was always great. A lot of high energy. Enjoyed having her on. We were set to talk about it at some point, but just didn't get to it. Show's too packed. But Aaron Rodgers looks like he's kind of getting back with his family. He, I guess, posted
10
some
years.
pictures on Instagram. He captioned it "Another Bonding Week with Fam," and it looks like pics with his mom, maybe his dad,
And his older brother.
and maybe his older brother.
His brother Jordan not in the pic.
Yeah,
though.
Jordan, they haven't reconnected
They might
yet.
still be estranged.
So whatever.
Did he not like Jordan being on The Bachelor or
I don't know. I don't
or
remember.
Bachelorette? I'm not sure which one he did.
Can't remember.
He was on.
I don't know what his
he-
beef is with any of these people.
He actually has stayed
I think he
married
was
to
the
his
Bachelor.
Bachelor contestant.
JoJo.
One of the few.
Yeah.
Trista and Ryan are still together, I
Are they
believe.
really? Wow.
I remember that
OG
couple.
Yeah, I was at a bowling alley with them. They were literally next to me in was I when I was out in
You pick up your 7-10 split?
when I was out in Colorado. What's the name of that ski town?
Vail?
Yeah, it was in Vail. But I
Okay.
wasn't there for skiing. We were there for lacrosse. We were there in the
Okay.
summer. Yeah, and Tristan and Ryan were bowling with their kids right next to us.
Right next to you?
Yeah.
He was a firefighter.
Yeah.
We know too much.
I know.
We know too much about reality television.
Bickle, this doesn't move you at all? I think it's awesome.
I think it's great, of course.
been
You didn't give me a-
no, you said like whatever. You know,
No,
what
I didn't say whatever. I was going to say I think it's great.
I mean, 12 years of not talking to your parents.
Yeah.
They look like or 80 or whatever it is. They can reunite. They watch his final season together,
Mm-hmm. No,
hopefully,
that's cool.
and
That's
repair
great.
whatever happened in their family. I mean, that was like a huge thing that dark cloud over him.
What was the
I
original
awesome.
source
Yeah,
of
what
it?
was the
Nobody really knows.
Nobody
I have
knows?
no idea.
Yeah.
But it always
They never talked about
bothered
it?
me that listen, if your parents are like abusive or something, or some horrible situation,
Yeah.
then okay, we understood. But it just appeared, almost like Patrick Reed, right? Patrick Reed's like estranged from his parents.
Yeah.
Those kind of situations are so sad. It always it makes me just feel terrible.
You can fact check me on this, but I think one of the things that led to the estrangement was he was dating Olivia Munn at the time. And Olivia Munn put out some of their sexual details in some sort of interview, and the parents didn't like it, and
That
he got
upset him.
bitter. And then supposedly he thought they sometimes, I don't know if it was the parents specifically or the brother, but they used him for his fame.
Yeah.
He's a grudge holder like this guy over here.
Yeah, but good on him for pulling it all together.
His older brother
hopefully.
looks just like him.
Well,
In
his
the
dad-
one picture.
He looks just
Not
like
as
his
big,
dad,
though.
too. Like his
Yes.
dad, side by side with his
Yes.
dad. Look, yeah, I mean, you could tell there's a relationship there.
Did you, the way the career's gone the last few years, people forget, I think, sometimes how great he was at his very peak. I think Tom Brady even said recently that he might be the greatest thrower of a football that he's ever seen.
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember
I mean, he's
specifically
a
the
top
more
tenor.
gift of passing.
Yeah, remember that one play where he was rolling left and hit somebody on a dime 50 yards down the field?
Yeah.
He has
He was
unbelievable
spectacular
arm
in his
talent.
prime. He was spectacular.
His accuracy,
I mean, hell, he made some throws this past year where you kind of reminded you of those days.
the quick release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would put him and Dan Marino there. I thought Dan Marino was unbelievable.
Marino was great. He just gets killed because he didn't win it.
I have to say, CK sent me this story overnight. It's kind of funny. Halle Berry's in the news. She's 59 years old. She talks about in a recent interview that she did, about all of the issues and everything surrounding, what do they call it? Perimenopause or premenopause, whatever
I
the
don't know.
menopause
I don't know what
stuff.
that is.
We know menopause, but there's some sort of weird words around it. Perimenopause, whatever, maybe before menopause, after menopause, whatever. And she was worried that her sex life was going to be affected or maybe non-existent because for women it can be very painful. You got a lot of stuff going on down there. But she says that she's back to batting 100. She says, here's the quote.
Batting 100 is not great. That's 1 for 10.
Yeah.
Well, I think she means
Batting
batting
1,000.
1,000 is I think what she means.
She said batting 100?
She said batting 100.
Oh, okay.
But she says the money quote is
Paul Taboni be so upset.
the money quote is, I'm juicy like a peach. So she's got everything all back together in order, and everything's rocking at 59.
Did you get steamed up for Billy Bob Thornton and Halle Berry and Monsters Ball?
No, did
Never
not see
saw
it.
it.
Don't even
Didn't
think I
see
saw
it.
that.
Didn't see it.
Didn't see that, did he?
I thought that was one of those movies where he thought it was real.
That one? No, I don't remember that. I don't remember that being a thing. Valdez, I know you I feel like you got some splaining to do for your Baltimore fans here at the Morgan Wallen concert.
Definitely
This
some
is
splaining.
another blight on. Of course, this happens probably in a lot of places, but it happened to happen in Baltimore. A Morgan Wallen concert goer says he was at Saturday's concert at M&T. I believe Valdez was at Friday's with his wife, his brother, and his 8-year-old niece. When a man directly behind them, who had been carrying on, who had been loud and obnoxious and clearly drunk, began urinating, and basically some of it got on his family. They could look down, they could see it, they could see the guy had everything out too.
Yeah, there's a viral video of him talking to, I think it's 4 Maryland state troopers, like out in the concourse.
Yeah.
And he's asking
I
them,
see
he's
that.
like, what are you guys going to do about
And there's
it?
nothing we can do about a guy physically pulling out his and on me right now. Nothing we can do with that in front of an 8-year-old girl, because I'm going to post this all over the internet and everything. And it's not the best, you guys. It's the best Maryland's law.
Listen, it doesn't make a difference if I just explained this to you.
No, I get it.
We cannot take him into custody.
And I'm not blaming you.
We're going to give you his information, and you can be referred to the commission.
And again, I'm not blaming you because you can only do what the law is stating, right? But I'm going to make it known that I had a gentleman whip his out at a Morgan Wallen concert. It's on me, my brother, and my niece.
It's an assault.
And the Maryland State Police can do nothing about it. Not a thing.
I don't know.
Now,
This doesn't
I'm
seem
just
right.
asking a question.
Doesn't seem right.
Is the issue that the officers didn't see it happen and that they would just be getting it secondhand from the people that it happened to? Like,
Yeah, but
I
they
would
don't
think
have
if
to
the
see.
officers
They don't
were
have to see a murder happen.
Yeah, like I would think bring the officers to this scene and say, this is the guy that did it, and they should be able to arrest him.
Was the guy standing right there?
My guess is the person was like in the row behind him.
Yeah, that's what I think it
Yeah,
was.
and then just pulled
Got
it
on
out
him,
and
yeah.
number one.
So they might not be able to identify him. Like that.
Well, you act
No,
like there
they
wouldn't be people
identified him. They
people
escorted
around
him.
him that couldn't
Right.
identify him.
Like I would think like
Plenty
you'd
of
be able to
it's kind of
identify
it's
that
honestly
person.
it's a bad look for the police.
It's a bad look. And it sounds like the laws might need to be updated. If you can't arrest that guy for doing that.
Well, even
to
if you
family
can't, even if
in-
you can't
in
arrest him,
public,
even if you can't arrest him, just go up there and detain him and pull
get him out of the concert.
Pull him
Well,
out of the
they,
concert.
I think they had
Yeah.
already done that. My understanding is
Oh, they
that
did?
I mean,
not the police, but maybe like
The security.
a security
the
guy.
security guys or the ushers.
aren't there
They
laws on the
escorted him
books
out.
like going to the bathroom in public is
Yeah.
illegal? Like
And hitting somebody else with it is
I mean,
is
trust
What
me,
about
it's
battery?
indecent,
I know.
indecent
Unlawful
exposure?
touching.
I know
Yeah.
people I went to college.
He's got to
with
be arrested for
many
something.
times that dodged bullets from the cops because they were going number one in public. Now it wasn't on somebody; it was on like a brick wall.
Yeah, but
next to a bar.
Yeah, you could definitely get arrested for that.
100%.
I might know somebody who did it on somebody. He might actually be in the studio.
I mean, yeah,
I was
you let the
asleep.
sleeping dogs lie.
I was
and
asleep.
stuff like that, but
Yeah.
these things happen. I mean, there's somebody in this studio who might have gone to the bathroom in the kitchen of the place where he lived, but that's not illegal. That's just frowned upon by the roommates that catch you when you're doing
Kitchen floor.
kitchen floor. Yeah,
It
yeah.
sucks when you go to a concert, and I do understand it in this sense. Valdez can attest to it. What time did you get to the concert? 6?
7:30
Okay.
for Brooks and Dunn.
You probably were drinking before, maybe
yeah.
not, but you're drinking before. You're at there at 7
I
o'clock.
definitely had pickles.
You go there till close to midnight because he doesn't end till close to midnight or whatever, right? Didn't get on till 10, does like 2
Right.
hours. That's like 5 hours of drinking.
But you got to go to the bathroom at some
but
point.
You do go to the bathroom, but there are lines.
No,
I mean,
the men's bathroom getting in and out
Was easy?
Very easy.
Was it?
Very easy.
That's good.
Even the rush before Morgan was supposed to go on. You know how like everyone wants to
Go real quick.
Go real quick. Get one last out of you before he takes the stage. Very easy.
I think for
And
women,
if it, you know,
it's not
and you
always
know,
that way.
if it's an emergency, I think people would be accommodating, or there's a way to use the bathroom without waiting in line if it's in a huge emergency.
I would think.
I'm surprised you got into pickles. What, weren't all the bars completely packed?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Wasn't bad?
Wasn't that bad.
How was the traffic to and from? No problem?
2 wasn't that bad. It got a little dicey, maybe a mile outside the city.
Because you guys Ubered anyway.
Yeah. So it was kind of dicey going into the city, but coming out was a disaster. We didn't get home till about 2 a.m. We left at midnight.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Well, you stayed for the entire concert.
Oh yeah, whole concert and everything.
So where do you
So
get
everyone
your
left
Uber?
the
When
same
you go to M&T, where do you like decide to walk to get your Uber?
So we went back. So we went back to Pickles basically because just
away
getting
from
in,
the stuff.
Yeah, get away from everybody. And plus, we had friends that parked up on Packa Street, so we kind of followed with them, and they weren't really used to the city.
Yeah,
so we
helped them.
Yeah, so we kind of helped them, and then we just hung out there because it's just easier to get a Uber
But
right
then
there.
once you got the Uber there, it was just traffic still.
Oh
just
yeah,
to
yeah,
hit
yeah.
95?
Getting on 95
Was a nightmare?
Was a nightmare from
Usually
Packer
it's
Street.
so easy to get out of there.
It was just the rush.
That's
was
unusual, right?
The rush was ridiculous.
Volume.
Yeah. If you were in the stadium lot, though, in your own car, I bet you could have got out of there faster. Because I've never had a bad time getting out of Raven Stadium. Have you had bad times sometimes getting out of there?
You usually once you get past the casino, it's kind of smooth sailing. But for whatever reason, it was hard. It was hard moving those couple miles.
Gotcha.
All right, don't forget, in just a couple days, you can join us out at Prince George's Stadium for the Chesapeake Bay Sox game on Thursday night, July 23rd, 6:15. It all starts. We're doing a first pitch and a meet and greet. We hope to see you there in just a couple days at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game on Thursday. We'll be right back. I don't know why I feel bad for this random Spanish guy that I've never met and will never meet, but I kind of do. I guess the ex-boyfriend of now Lamine Yamal's new girlfriend. I'm just reading this from @StarPlatinum on Twitter.
All right.
Quote, this is from 17 hours ago. You have 1,500 followers. You've locked down your 10 out of 10 girl. You spent 5 years together. But the soccer star from your country with 50 million followers wants your girl. She dumps you in 2 weeks for Lamine Yamal. Now he took her to the World Cup. Competition was unfair. I mean, what are you going to do?
You
got
can't
your girlfriend,
compete.
Like one of the biggest stars in your country starts hollering at your girl.
Yeah, you're done.
She's gonna drop you, to use an old guy term, like a hot potato.
All right, here's a question. Here's a question I have for you.
Just
It should be next
drop him
level.
with the quickness.
So let's say you have this 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay. You've been with her for 5 years. You're in love with her. There's a relationship for 5 years.
Yeah.
She dumps you for
Christian Pulisic, that zero,
No,
that no pulse.
She dumps
loser.
you for one of the best soccer players on the planet who's super rich.
Yeah.
Their relationship fizzles after a month.
Yeah.
Would you take her back?
I mean, you feel completely cucked if you do that.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
feel like the world's biggest cuck.
I mean, if you've been together 5 years, maybe.
It's kind of understandable.
I mean, if you love, if you're in love with her, you probably do.
But you should definitely get a hall pass for your own month.
Hall pass? Is that why? I don't think it works that way.
She's traipsing around with Christian Pulisic, and I'm just over here just with Lefty.
I'll take
I
you
don't
back,
think so.
but you got to give me a month of good time, like a month freebie.
Yeah, I mean, she just left you for some superstar.
I still think that's a good foundation.
You might not be able to find another superstar to equal.
Oh, you definitely won't.
Right.
It'd be some chick you met at a bar or something.
I mean, it's only fair, EB.
I mean, and then on this tweet, there's a picture of him with her, pre-World Cup, and it's a split screen of her like leaning into him. He's got a drink. It looks like they're at some sort of celebration. And then the other picture is her holding the World Cup in between Lamine Yamal's legs after Spain won it all. Like, how can that guy compete? He can't.
It's hard.
It's brutal.
It's hard.
A brutal month for that guy.
I mean, how many people can realistically say no to fame and fortune like that?
I mean, I'm guessing it's got to be difficult.
It's intoxicating.
I'm sure it is.
Right?
She's pretty cute.
I mean,
do you think Amy could?
He's got 100
of course,
or 1,000 of these women.
Do you think Amy could hold off? Like, I don't know. Give me somebody. I mean, obviously, we always said the Sugar Ray guy.
For this white knight?
Yeah, but like, give me somebody else that's like more current. Like, I don't know. Cristiano Ronaldo. What if Cristiano Ronaldo was spitting?
I mean, I don't know.
They met at you were doing a promotion and you guys.
So I'm at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game.
Yeah.
And then Cristiano Ronaldo swoops in.
Maybe it's like maybe you're endorsing Rolex or something.
Yeah,
you're doing an
I have
event.
a Rolex endorsement selling.
All right.
And so he starts hitting on her.
You have a BMW deal. You have a BMW deal. I have a BMW deal. You have a BMW deal. You're there.
Yeah.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he.
It's quite a scenario.
I mean, he swoops Amy off her feet. Like he really.
He leaves his wife. Just wants to steal my wife.
I don't think he has a wife, does he? Cristiano Ronaldo?
He's definitely got a partner.
Okay,
I think he's
married.
Yeah.
He's married.
Georgiana? Yeah.
All right, well,
I mean, he's
just
the
work
Ronaldo
with me.
expert.
Just work. Let's assume he's single. Known womanizer.
I think she would turn. I think
she
she
would
spurn
turn
his
down
advances.
Cristiano. You think she could?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would.
This is her guy right here.
She would turn
Right here.
down everybody.
This guy.
For that guy, for Johnny.
That's right.
For John.
He's probably Cakes is probably right.
I'm her guy.
I don't know. Probably right.
What about Adam Levine? Adam Levine is smitten by Amy.
Yeah.
Does she like him?
I think she's kind of into Adam.
She's got the hots for Adam Levine.
She's into like Adam Levine, Jared Leto from back in the day.
Still, that guy's a
Who
weird
else?
looking dude.
Oh, she's like, who she likes? Paul Rudd.
My
your
boy.
Guy, your guy, Paul Rudd.
He's a Jayhawk.
Yeah, he's a Jayhawk.
My wife would not turn down Harry Connick.
She would. I mean, you'd be done. You'd be Dunsky.
Dunsky.
Yeah.
Did she watch his terrible talk show?
Probably. She loves Harry
I mean, how
Connick.
quickly do you think she'd dump you?
2 seconds.
For Harry Connick?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll take the under.
He's a handsome, rich, accomplished musician.
Yeah. But would she want him to just like sing songs to her all the time? type
Probably.
thing?
Yeah. Do other things that I don't do.
Sing songs.
Oh, boy.
It's taking quite a turn.
Yeah, it has.
Harry Connick.
This is what you talk about at 9:50 in the morning.
Yeah, Cakes is you brought that up during one of the commercial breaks.
Yeah.
You're really fascinated by this story.
I just feel bad for the guy that she was dating for 5 years, and then she has a chance to
Do
go.
you feel more bad for him than the guy with the micro, who you donated
no,
to?
No, I feel much worse for the guy.
Well,
with
what's the
micro.
update there? Like
Feel-
you guys have contributed.
We have, don't you?
I don't know. We did our part. I mean, it's
What's the guy's name?
Michael Phillips.
All right, GoFundMe for Michael Phillips.
Yeah, Michael Phillips.
Michael Phillips. Let me
I
see
believe
where
he
we're
lives
at.
in North Carolina.
But not MP on the mic who comes on after us.
Not that Michael Phillips.
In Richmond.
Completely different guy.
All
Same
right.
name, different guy.
Still
different junk size.
I'm disappointed in our listeners. Are we the anonymous $40 from 6 days ago?
It could be. That could be us.
He hasn't gotten a donation in 6 days.
Really?
He's got 13,000 raised. He needs another 9K. He needs 22K to get the procedure.
He needs a sugar daddy or sugar
So
mom
how
to
much
hook
has he
him.
got?
He's got 13,000. What will you donate? Jason, Cakes and I each gave him $20.
What, just Venmo? What's the donation?
Yeah. Well, we donated to his thing, to his cause.
Something seems fishy about that still being on 13,000.
Yeah, it's like stuck.
I don't know. I'm on GoFundMe.
Yo,
I'm on
His Q
GoFundMe.
rating stinks.
Why did it die off 6 days ago?
I don't know.
Guy was getting national headlines.
I actually think Cakes and I are one of the last 3 or 4 guys.
Maybe cut it off.
What do you mean?
So to speak.
No, it's hard to cut that off.
I would think.
I've got $11.02 on my Venmo. So you want me to donate it?
Yeah, but I mean,
How do you do it? Just
You'd have to go to his GoFundMe.
He can't do
I'm not
it.
doing that.
Yeah, he's.
You know what? $11 isn't going to help.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, he needs 9 more K.
Good luck.
Don't you feel like you should help him?
No.
Help a brother?
I don't really care
Help
about
a fellow man
I
out.
don't care about Mr. Tic Tac.
Nah.
I feel like it'd be a great
Oh,
thing. on
never
your
look
resume.
at Tic Tacs the same anymore after that. I like Tic Tacs too, or at least I did.
Did somebody
until JP
say
said
it's
that.
like the size of a Tic Tac?
Yeah, when we were talking about it.
Oh, my God.
Crazy.
They're so refreshing.
That's impossible.
Wasn't it a centimeter? It was a centimeter.
It was officially a centimeter.
How is it possible?
A Tic Tac. Imagine having a Tic Tac in your pants, Valdez.
Terrible.
Show.
Wintergreen.
Always comes down to dongs,
It's
deaths.
terrible fate.
I never got to these other stories. Apparently, the Howard
Yeah, what's your Ricky?
Howard Stern fans, the listeners are some of them super pissed that he got rid of loyal people like Benji Bronk, who were there for 27 years.
Wow. Benji was there for 27 years.
Benji got let go.
Not quite a Carl Ravitch.
A couple other guys I didn't even know. I think Sal and what you call it survived.
Richard. Sal
I think
and
Sal and Richard survived.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, they got fired?
Oh, I don't think
I don't
that-
see their names in any of these.
I don't think they're still on the payroll.
Is that true?
Pretty sure that's correct.
Okay. They have not been mentioned
I think
in
they're
any
free
of these.
agents.
They got forced to sign
Like a-
NDAs.
Like I think Richard updated like his LinkedIn and everything.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's trying to get gigs.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. The guy's only working 1 day a week. He doesn't need all those guys.
And if he's doing interviews for that 1 day a week, you don't need all the
don't
funny
need all-
people.
Yeah, that's true. You don't need your
bits.
army
You don't
of
need
writers.
you don't need to
And
punch
then-
up your scripts.
Last but not least, Kelly Clarkson told her audience she feared she had the explosive diarrhea the day before.
Really?
Oh, this
Just feared.
Cyclone.
She feared it because she said that during the
Yeah.
concert it was a disaster, and she was thankful that there were no men around because then she said no one would ever make love to her again if they saw what was going on.
Yuck.
Yeah, terrible story.
She's
That's
probably
a terrible
right.
way to end the show. We're ending the show on that?
Hey,
Oh,
Kelly
that is-
Clarkson, she's very open.
That is horrible.
She likes
All
to talk about buns.
We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next.
So with baseball, Nationals on the road. They continue their winning ways after the All-Star break. Nats road trip in Denver. They knocked off the Colorado Rockies 7-3. Good place to be for the highest scoring team in baseball. Things started off early last night against Colorado.
Kicking the pitch. Swing a long drive. Left field for Chaparro. Back to left fielder McCarthy to the wall. And there it goes. 3 batters in. The Nationals lead it 3-0. Andres Chaparro with home run number 4. 3 on this trip since the All-Star break.
That's Dave Jagler, the call right here. Nats baseball on the Fan. Jacob Young adds a solo shot. C.J. Abrams a 2-run homer. Nats have won 3 of 4 to start the second half. They are now 1 back for the final NL wildcard spot. They'll play another one at Coors Field against the Rockies tonight, 8:40 p.m. here on the Fan. And the countdown to kickoff is just over a week away. Training camp just a few days away. Rookies report for the Commanders Friday in Ashburn. The first practice next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow for the Commanders to get things underway for 2026. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What the mic on my hand?
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am doing great, brother. How are you?
I'm good, dude. You came in a little hot. Did that construction under the bridge get you?
No. I left my house at 9:05.
Okay.
So, and then it didn't move relatively smoothly. Just getting off of Independence, you get that little bang up a little bit. But one guy decided he's going to just drive the left side the whole way and just get over. And I think about 15 cars were like, hell no, that's not happening today. So he quickly realized, although he was in one of those oversized pickup trucks, you going to wait, bro.
Yeah.
You know? That. So
I was shocked. I was here kind of early for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes such a difference. So I had to come... I came like Whitehurst instead of Rock Creek.
Uh-huh.
But if you hit behind the Lincoln Memorial, if you hit that when it's still one-way traffic, you cruise.
Yeah.
Like the difference from 9:28 a.m. to 9:33 a.m. when it's 2-lane traffic is 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little stop sign right there you're talking about.
Yeah.
See, that's where I come down Independence right there, and I get on. And everybody understands, like, the one coming off Independence, you go, and then the other one comes. They just slide in every other car.
Yep.
But then you get one fool every once in a while who must not go that route every day, try to run in, and everybody let them know. And then you get the guys who are going to drive the left lane the whole way, and then just jump in there.
I do that a lot.
We see you, we're going to shut you down, though. I'm just letting you know.
It was I don't know. Good morning. Feels like there's got to be big storms brewing. It was like kind of dark out.
It is. There's supposed to be storms in the forecast.
I saw Doug posted that it could be like a threat of severe weather all day. Had a proud dad moment yesterday, B.
What happened?
I told you Sunday afternoon I took the girls to hit some balls and we did a little putting contest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to get them. And listen, I can be a terrible putter at times, but I just want them to try to get a little feel for the flat stick. You know what I mean? And not just blast it all the time. Look who came in second in her putting contest yesterday. That's Shelby.
Shelby did?
Yeah, man.
All right.
I was really happy for her because she's put some work in, and it's just good to get a little reward.
Thank you, Lauren, for giving her those jeans. I know she didn't get it from her dad.
Lauren actually won the grand finale of our putting contest.
But,
She
did?
Yeah, it was, I don't know, man. It just feels good to see your kids have a little bit of success. It doesn't always happen, and you got to be there for the ups and the downs.
Mm-hmm.
But she was excited by it.
When it's a down, just hey, you're working on becoming better. When it's a up, you know what? You got to keep remember what you just did, so it can happen again.
Yeah, man.
Got to be consistent with it.
Yeah, man. So we'll see. I'm headed out to Ohio this weekend. See if I can make some putts. We'll see how that all goes. I did. So
what course you playing?
Inverness.
This sounds hard.
It is. It's like a U.S. Open.
Okay, Bees, if you're listening, over under, we need to know the number. Is it in the 90s?
It's 2 rounds of golf over 2 days. One Thursday afternoon and then one Friday
it's a
morning.
contest?
And we fly back
Or
Friday
they're
night.
just playing?
I mean, I'm sure we'll have some action.
I understand.
But
action,
I don't know if there's like a big setup
action
thing.
is different than you're in a tournament. Like
when I went to Bandon, it was like a setup, like Ryder Cup format, different matches
So
every
you have
day.
more focus in those situations.
I don't think this is that.
So when it's just like, yeah, B, let's go 20 automatic press. That's a different thing with you, because once you hit a bad shot, you forget about that.
I've been grinding a little. I've been hitting 105.
You've been trying to do the B Mitch?
I've been hitting 105 footers every night on my mat. I'm going to try to go today if I don't get rained out. I want to just, I gotta figure out the wedges. I have to get a little bit of wedge game back.
In a break, your car's downstairs.
Yeah.
Your bag in your car?
Yeah.
Go get your wedge. I'm going to show you the secret to wedge
Hell,
shot.
you showed me last week at Woody.
I'm saying you gotta consistently
Trust
see
the bounce.
too many times. Yeah, the bounce is going to make it go smoothly across the terrain. But when you want to put that thing down and go catch it on the edge, or you want to put you're leading with the edge part of it, that's going to shank it. So just get consistent.
Yep, we're going to get there. You know who is consistent?
Brendan Steele, help me out. PGA player.
You know who is consistent?
Who's that?
The Nationals.
Yeah.
Another big win last night. I had that. So I didn't realize this. And Stallion, has this been the case all year? Now that they've left Masson, which I know a lot of people celebrate it, and they've gone to their own streaming station, basically, I can watch it on my television. I just say Nationals baseball, and it goes to the channel. It's like 1260 or something. But I didn't realize. So I knew I knew it was a Mountain Time Zone game. So I knew it was starting between like around 8:30 or something. So we get the kids down, and I'm downstairs, and I'm hitting putts, and I just figured I'd put the Nats game on. There's like no pregame show. They basically don't come on until the first pitch. Has that been the way? Is that all year, Stallion? That's like, I get it. Everything is a cost balance issue. I was just I thought I'd see Colco for like 15 minutes before the game. But it's like they come up, and it's Bob Costas weirdly doing this intro, which I wasn't expecting to hear that. Like, I've watched plenty of games. Maybe it's been on second screen and I just haven't heard the intro, or maybe I'm kind of usually joining in like the second inning if it's an East Coast game. I don't know. But that surprised me. But, dude, the Rockies aren't very good, and the ball obviously flies out there.
Oh, yeah.
The first inning for the Nats was, I think Wood walked, Meade got a hit, Chaparro hit an absolute nuke. What was the distance on Chaparro's first inning home run? Had to be 450.
It felt like that. I think it was like around 413 or something crazy like
Really?
that. I don't know. It felt like it traveled a lot further, but it was a bomb.
All right, well, it's in your notes, dummy.
Bro, I told you that, dude.
Chaparro
He's
hit a
different.
427
He's different, man.
home run to left field.
I said 413, so I wasn't that far.
Yes, you are.
I said 450.
If you read what you printed, then you are that far off.
Jacob Young hit another one last night. He hadn't hit one in a while, but he hit one 440. CJ hit one last night. He now has 22. With the Nats offense, especially you let him go play in Denver, the ball's going to fly.
Yeah.
And they're now back up over 500, 51 and 50. They don't have a day game out there, do they? Are these all evenings? I know they play tomorrow at 3, which doesn't help us in the slightest.
No, it doesn't. At all.
How will Grant and Danny handle that? They're on the air for a half hour, and then the game comes on?
Basically, yep.
Will they come in?
It depends on the situation. I think they might come in, and because they might still have like the tail end of the show, depending on how quick the game is.
Ooh, listen to this, B. I was unaware of this.
What?
Short show next Wednesday, which is the first day of training camp.
Next Wednesday.
Wednesday, July 29th, Nats Blue Jays, 1 o'clock.
All right, I'll be there.
Yeah. So the Nats play tonight, 8:40 again, and then tomorrow's at 3 o'clock first pitch. You know what I would like here? I would like a sweep. Because if they keep winning series generally 2-1, right? But if they could get a sweep, that'll get them 3 games over 500. I feel like they've had 2 games over 500 plenty, but if you can get to 3, and then, I mean, the Rockies aren't very good. I'd like to see them sweep this series. Then you come back home and you get the D-backs, who are pretty good. They're kind of like the Nats floating around 500. Paul Taboni has said repeatedly, we're going to see what happens over the next 2 weeks before we make any sort of decision.
He said that when? How long ago? About a week ago?
Over the weekend, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I also think they could buy and sell. I think there's a lot of options here, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch the next 2 weeks unfold for the Nats, and nothing would make me happier than Jeff Passan tweeting out the Nationals have agreed to a 2-year extension with Foster Griffin, because that just shows they're taking it seriously.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing it'll happen.
Yeah.
But damn, it'd be cool if it did.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the door open for optimism. We manifested the number 1 pick for the Wizards, and we're going to leave the door for optimism open to the Lerner family.
All right. When it happens, then we'll be happy.
Yeah.
When? If.
Last night, I guess Stallion maybe put it in the text thread.
93.5, Jay. That's the number.
For
over under.
me at Inverness?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'd probably take the over, the way things are going. I'll let you know. I mean, I will tell you the truth, no matter how bad it is. But Stallion put this in the text thread yesterday. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of the Commanders getting sold.
Yeah.
And I remember so vividly, like, all of that. So I had to fly out to Minnesota. I think I flew out to Minnesota the 19th, and then I did the radio show. So they had the league meeting. God, I understand why they picked Minnesota, because if you're flying on a private jet, it's very easy. Like, the private jet airport is right next to the Mall of America, and they have the meetings at the JW Marriott at the Mall of America. So for the owners, for the billionaires, it's incredibly easy to get there. For everyone else, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but nobody really cares about that.
Nah. Y'all not any of the true actors.
That's true. So we fly out there the 19th. The meetings,
all extras.
The meeting's on the 20th. I did the radio show from the lobby of the hotel. Now, I don't know if you remember, everybody had to take these escalators, and I just was live updating, like, oh, Jerry Jones just arrived. John Mara just arrived.
Yeah.
And
it's kind of like a bad spot for you, because you can't focus.
Well, I'm also pretty loud, and I was trying to be respectful of a relatively quiet room.
And you're not good at that.
Well, I'm live on the air. Like, what am I supposed to do? But then as the day's going on, we get off the air, and then the meeting, I remember standing in the hallway, and they went in for the vote, for the final vote. And what we have since learned in the time since is
somebody tried to derail that right at the end.
The night before it went crazy.
Yeah,
Joe Gibbs had to get involved, and whatever. They got to the finish line, right?
Yeah.
I remember standing there, and Kime and Nikki were there. I believe Charla was there when she was still working at CBS. There were, a gang of other national reporters. I think Standig was there. We're all just kind of standing around outside of this boardroom, closed doors, and Schefter's there, and he's clearly like the king of the party, right? And I just remember hearing Schefter's phone like ding, and he just goes, done, unanimous. And it was just like everybody in that room was like, oh my God, this actually happened. Then they opened the doors. We all got the same text maybe 10, 15 seconds after Schefter, but that's why he's Schefter. And then they opened the doors. They let us in. Harris is there. Goodell hands him the Commander's helmet. And it was just like this transformative moment.
Yeah.
And then I remember talking to you, and you guys had the party at the bullpen, which sounded wild.
I don't remember all that. I've had pictures that told me.
That night got away from you a little bit.
Nah, I felt good. I wanted to get where I got. I got there a lot quicker than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
When it happened, people, listen, man, it's amazing how many people lives were affected by how things were going with the team. And then when it happened, how many people were happy as hell that it just happened. And then as you look at it, that first year they take over, it was unbelievable. You look at about 2024. But then last year it fell off. But I think people still are in a position to say that it's still way better than what it was. fans going to the stadium, fans being dealt with. Everything seems to be improving nothing was improving before. So
yeah,
it's at way a higher clip than anything before.
It's what they've done, the people they've hired, changing the uniforms back, getting RFK done. I mean, not done, but like in the works. It's been a transformative ownership process, and it's crazy to think it's only been 3 years. You know what I mean? It feels so much longer ago, and it also feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird moments where
when it said 3 years, I was like, damn, I thought it was just 2. But yeah, 3.
Right?
They say time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, and I think the people involved are like Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Mark Ein, Magic. Like the people involved are just the real deal, and they carry themselves and comport themselves in such a professional manner. And it's just crazy because 23, they inherited a team. They got the team on the 20th. I think training camp opened on like the 26th. They just had to kind of roll with what they had, right?
Mm-hmm.
That season was a disaster. I do think they handled things as classy as possible with Ron towards the end of, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Nobody, we didn't need to drag Ron for all of his missteps as a football coach and GM.
Mm-hmm.
Ron's a good person, right? Like Ron carries himself in a respectful manner at all times, and I think the team handled that the right way.
Yeah.
But it was obvious they had to start over from scratch. They hire Adam Peters. He hires Dan Quinn. They draft Jaden Daniels. You have the absolute rocket ship of 2024, where a rookie quarterback was among the 5 best players in the NFL.
Yeah,
a rookie
totally.
quarterback was truly in the conversation for MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Get to the NFC title game. Have just a crazy playoff win in Tampa where you doink in the field goal to win it. Have the upset, just most fun moment maybe of my career being in that locker room in Detroit after that win with Kevin Durant walking around. It was just nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Philly goes poorly, but the excitement level to get to that NFC title game was so significant. And you wonder if you don't have a couple of those fumbles, do things go differently? But then you get to 25, and there's so much excitement, and the team just falls flat. You have injuries. There was the low point of the 25 season was that Minnesota game. That's the only fireable offense for all parties. That game was awful. They did not show up, coming off a bye week. But like all in all, through 3 years of this thing, towards ownership, we can have different quibbles with AP and DQ. Like we can have a different opinion on the football side of this thing, but from an ownership perspective, you got to be thrilled. I like
totally.
I get. There's always going to be complaints, and I know people are worried about tailgating at RFK or PSLs suck, and like, okay, like
PSL may suck, but guess what? Every new stadium built, PSLs are a part of it.
Right. Like I hear those complaints, but I just think overall, if you're looking at what has happened to the organization over a 3-year process, you should be over the moon. I'm curious where people are. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. 3 years of the Josh Harris group owning this thing. What do you think? Are you thrilled? Do you have complaints? They got to win games, obviously.
Totally.
Yeah, this fall, the pressure is completely on the football side of the operation. And we'll see what happens. You go 12-5 one year, 5-12 the next year. To me, the likelihood is somewhere in the middle of that, right?
I think I think the pressure is always on the football part of it because the football team win. If the football side is winning, everybody wins.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Taking your calls. 3 years. Dan Snyder free. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Nats playing long ball in Colorado last night, knocking off the Rockies 7-3. 3 more homers for the best scoring team in baseball last night. Andres Chaparro did it again, a 3-run shot to start things off in the first. Jacob Young adds a solo blast. C.J. Abrams hit his 22nd, a 2-run shot. Nats have won 3 of 4 now to start the second half. They are 1 game back in the NL wildcard race. There's only a couple of weeks to go before the trade deadline. Monday, August 3rd. Going to be an interesting time here next couple of weeks for baseball fans in D.C. Another one at Coors Field tonight for the Nats, 8:40 here on The Fan. And Mystics with a big WNBA comeback win last night, ending the game on a 17-2 run to win at Golden State, 90-82. Baseball season's in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and 0 bubbles. It's not seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Three years of the Josh Harris Group ownership. The Hogs ownership group. The Harris ownership group. I came up with that. Everybody else uses it now. No one credits me. It's okay. Let's start with Blake in Wilmington. Blake, 3 years into Josh Harris running the Burgundy and Gold. What do you think?
Well, I will say, it's hard not to be impressed. At the end of the at the end of the Dan Snyder era, it was hard not to be sad. But, with everything that's going on and the way he's trying it, it makes me feel a little bit seen. And I think we got to give him a chance. It's only been 3 years, and look how much he's done. So I'm excited, and I'm excited for these next couple of years moving into RFK.
All right, man.
I like it, man.
Appreciate it.
Good call. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I think if you could separate, owning the football team from the football aspect of the football team, by far my favorite decision they've made is fixing the uniforms, is going back to the traditional uniforms and bringing them forward with the black ones, the Hail Razors. I think are dope.
Mm-hmm.
I think that what they've tried to do that's been so impressive is to kind of thread the needle of embracing the past, the really strong history this team has, and moving it forward. And I think that's hard to do, and they've done a pretty damn good job of it.
They've done a good job of it, but I think for me, that's not my thing. Is getting back to DC and you see them actively trying to build a winner. Before it was about making money. To how much he can make from it, how he can make himself look. Now their goals are to get this thing how it used to be. Something that just works smoothly and you can be in contention all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're working on. And of course, like the guy said, you got to give them time. And basically, it's been 2 years of them really having control.
Yep, I agree with that.
It's 3 years that they purchased the team, but 2 years of control. And I think we as sports fans, we are not, let's say what the word I'm looking for, understanding. We think if you bought the team, you're supposed to be right where the Seahawks are and what the Chiefs did forever. There's a building point of this thing, and you can see them doing the right things.
Totally.
They do the stuff needed to try and build this foundation. Like I've always said, you got to have a foundation, have a nucleus to where things can be successful for a long time instead of just going at it every blue moon.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think you're correct in that I don't know when I can say the RFK move is the best move they've made, but that will be 2030 when there's a game played in there, that'll certainly be it. Maybe
But
it
let's just say
already
this,
is.
Jay. The other person couldn't even get a meeting or a picture taken. There have been some guarantees and some people moving it forward. So
Right.
that right there
Right.
says a lot to
Certainly.
me.
My favorite football move from the Harris Group was, literally, once they fully took over in 24, their first football move was a move Dan never made. They went out and hired a real general manager to run the football operation.
Not a flunky.
Not a flunky.
Yeah.
If you look at the years of Vinny, Shanahan sort of had control for a period of time, then he lost it to Bruce.
Because Shanahan basically was blocking out the owner.
Right.
Just like Marty did. And that's why he got people to be on his side and protect him. Marty Schottenheimer rolled in here. If Marty Schottenheimer had been able to do what he wanted to do off the bat, things would have changed then. But you saw how quick Witchcomb rolled right back in because they did not want to see that. He basically told him, get the hell out of here. Let me handle this. You handle business, I'll handle the football.
Right. It's just remarkable to think, basically from 2000 to 2023, you can count Ron. Ron was an actual football guy that shouldn't have been in charge of personnel.
Shouldn't have been.
But, you had, between Vinny and Bruce, legit, two of the worst, technically, football people running football operations that NFL organizations have.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing Harris does, once he's got his arms wrapped around it, is go hire the number 2 guy from one of the best organizations in football.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out if it works. I don't know. It looks like 24 it worked. 25 it didn't. Maybe the jury's still out on AP. I think he's done a pretty good job. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But the move of ownership, hiring a general manager, was a sea change.
Yeah, definitely.
In Burgundy and Gold.
COC. You need that.
Right.
You need that in professional sports and in the military. A chain of command.
Let's go to Don in Ashburn. Don, 3 years of the Harris Group owning this thing.
Yeah, and it looks beautiful. I think anybody that doesn't think that it's a great thing is really just trying to nitpick and will never like what's going on. But you mentioned that they got the uniforms right, and to take that a step further, they embrace the fans in a way that we've never really been embraced by Snyder, and going back to the culture of what we know as the Washington Redskins, even though I know we're not called that, they went back to those roots. And then I think, we've heard a lot about the alumni and the improvement in the relationship with the alumni, which is huge because when you have some of those ties to the success, that we've had, being part of it, it brings fans back as well. So, I'm so happy and excited, man.
Yeah, man.
Darryl Green.
Good call, Don. Thanks.
Darryl Green, Art Monk, John Riggins, Santana Moss. Those moves right there, I think, did more for this ownership group and the connection with the fans and bringing alumni back than Witchcomb did in their whole time here. Think about that. The first 3 I named for sure.
I wonder, when was the last time Art Monk was here?
I don't know. But Riggo, Darryl, and Art, those 3 people right there, when they decided, let's do these things, it should have been done. That made a world of difference.
Let's check out with Alex at Silver Spring. Alex, 3 years of the new owners.
I love it. It's a new taste in the air, new everything. B. Mitch kind of took mine, which before, man, we would have never been in the conversation of even an inch of RFK. And for all the new school with RFK, man, RFK, I'm 51. RFK is, you have no idea. Those bleachers, the way they used to jump. We won Dallas. Dexter Manley, when he was fighting his demons, and he said, "Look, if I die, I want my ashes to be spread out through RFK." I mean, I can go on and on and on. The Hogs, Dave Butts, these dudes were working part-time jobs, and they build the foundations for these new cats up here now, getting these big checks right around B. Mitch. You grab on B. Mitch and JP. Continue on with it, brother.
Appreciate you,
I know what
Alex.
you're talking about.
Thanks, man.
But you know what? We had Klaus right here, Mark Klaus, and he said that they're working on getting a section of the stadium where the stands will move, baby.
I believe they'll do it because I believe
Jay, you have to do all ears from that section.
that'd be fun,
bruh.
I'll do it.
Your ears might start flapping, dog.
Might fly away. I've gotten a couple tweets on it. Returning to RFK says the party at the bullpen that night felt like a Super Bowl. I didn't get to experience that. Well, I mean,
don't worry, I did it for you.
I know you did.
I poured out a little liquor for my homie.
Somebody said you did the show from the brewery out in Ashburn though that day, right?
I can't remember what we did that day, dog.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Somebody sent me a picture of Stallion, you, and Greg sitting next to you.
Greg drove us.
That's smart. What kind of did you go to the bullpen that night, Stallion?
Oh, I went to the bullpen that night.
And what kind of shape were you in?
I was in awful shape. I remember it was a work night too, but no one cared. Like no one cared at all.
Is that when I went on TMZ?
It was. I do remember that. Yes, it was. You went on TMZ that night.
Everybody was like, "Yo, bro, how did you straighten up like that?" I was like, when the camera came on, I spoke, and then I got off, and I went back to doing what I was doing.
Jeff, what'd you get into that night? Bullpen was going.
Man, what was that? Burgundy and Soul?
Burgundy and Soul.
I was there until I wasn't because I was lit. All I remember from Burgundy Soul, I remember talking to some people. It's after we took the shot all on the stage.
Yeah, you guys were whipping shots because people were sending me pictures.
After that, my night was just a blur.
I believe that. So I had to work.
It was fun though, man.
Like I was working.
You out of town still. You hadn't even gotten back.
I was in Minnesota, dude.
Yeah.
And I remember Nikki Jabal and I were on the same flight home. We were the last flight out of Minneapolis. Delta runs Minneapolis. I tend to be a United guy, but if you want to get to and from Minneapolis, it's going to be Delta. So we were on the last flight out, and I hadn't had a drink yet. I hadn't had a moment yet, right? I've just been scrambling, running through the airport. And Nikki's like, "Oh, I think our gate's down here." I was like, "Yeah, I'll be there in a minute." She's like, "The plane's leaving soon." I was like, "I'm getting a drink." And
you could have got one of those on the plane, Jay.
I did that too. But I remember I stopped at the little
and you
airport
got one
bar.
martini.
I got one martini.
Yeah.
And that was when I got to like finally smile and like realize what had happened. I slammed that joint.
Didn't it? But seriously, if you have any connection with this football team, when that happened, wasn't it kind of a lift of like angst and pressure off of you?
Absolutely.
Listen, man, I'm serious. Like later on that evening, like when I'm in my own confines, I let myself relax, and I don't want nobody to see me in my vulnerable moments. I did have a little tear. I was like, cool, this dude is finally out the damn way. Because I'm going to be honest with you, what I remember coming here in 1990 and what he had took that to, it was night and day. You know what I'm saying? Like when you would go around in the 90s and stuff like that, and you say who you played for and where you were from, people even respected you around the country, around wherever. I went around the world and people would be like, they recognize who the hell the team is. But then all of a sudden, when you tell me, it's just like give you a little smirk.
Joke.
They start laughing. It was like you're right, a damn joke. And that, how do you destroy something like that? Because I can remember when Washington was number 2, one and two, as far as the money that was being generated, but they wasn't spending money like Dallas was. But they were still there. And then all of a sudden, we were spending more money than everybody and still couldn't get in the top 10.
I remember
about that.
When I started working Super Bowls and going to league meetings and like seeing the league in its totality and the conversations I would have with other media people or NFL people or other executives like from other teams around the country. And it was just like, oh, Washington, who knows what's happening there. I remember when it got bad, we were down in Carolina one year. And I knew some of the folks working in that front office. And they're like, dude, you realize the Panthers, I mean, what's the market size of Charlotte? It's a great place, but it's significantly small. The Panthers were going to produce more revenue than the Skins.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what is going on here? We're going to keep your phone, people on the phone. It's T, Elijah, Toothpick. Everybody stay right there. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Right now, we're taking your calls, reliving 3 years of Josh Harris ownership, reliving the Burgundy and Sold party. Remember he called in and bought everybody a beer?
Oh, yeah. That was
You know how cool that is?
Right off the bat, he for the drinkers, he was cool. Because he's got, I'll tell you the story later because I wanted to curse this dude out the other day, but I'll say cool.
All right. Let's hit the phones. T is in Orlando. What's up, T?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Again, love your show.
Thank
Just want to say two things that identify how good of ownership has been. One of the first things they did was reinvest into the stadium to upgrade a stadium that they no longer wanted to keep, but for the fans' sake and for that, to make them feel better and have a better experience. They invested, and then the report card we just got tells you everything. And we went from F's to A's and B's.
Well, what did Josh say? I'm not no F.
I'm not an F minus guy.
I'm not an F minus guy.
Yeah.
And he corrected that. But you're absolutely right. When someone know they're gonna get rid of something and still improve it, that says a lot about the people that are out there spending the money and sitting in it.
Totally, man.
Because the group before that's why they didn't put any money because they felt they weren't gonna be around. Yeah.
Well said, man. Good call,
Thanks,
T.
guys.
Thanks, bud.
All right.
It's funny, dude. I'm getting people sending me pictures with you at the Burgundy and Soul party.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. My guy Jazz sent me that one. You look okay there.
I was okay all the time.
And then you look like you're having fun there. But look at Doc.
I'm always having fun.
Look at Doc with the cigar, dude.
Doc will always he can always have his stogie with him.
I love it. Let's go to Toothpick down in Texas. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
So, man, listen, it's been the same thing with these owners, man. They public drinking. You got them sitting in the stands at the first game like he a fan.
Yeah,
listen,
that preseason game in Cleveland. Remember that?
I remember that. In the rain.
In the rain.
Josh Harris has done everything the way that owner should, man. He's been tremendous, thinking about the fans, thinking about the people that's buying his product. And the one thing he said that's been true all day since he's owned it is the players will have to worry about just playing football.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, besides contract situations, they don't have to worry about their owner embarrassing them. They don't have to worry about none of that. So
I think Magic said that.
Magic, okay, well,
yeah, Magic made that comment.
Too.
Yeah,
I love when Magic made that comment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pick. Appreciate the call, bud.
Yeah,
Magic said he's like, listen, they don't have to worry about anything. They can focus on playing football,
and that's what it should be all the time, man.
Right? Absolutely. Let's go to John in Herndon. What's up, John?
Good morning, guys.
How you doing, brother?
I'm so glad that you're asking this question 3 years in. 3 years ago, I called into Grant and Danny and said my hope for the coming season was just no terror, no waking up about what's the latest thing the owner did. I've been a lifelong Skins fan growing up in Syracuse, New York. The day after the sale went through, I bought my first seasons. It is so good to just be talking about football and an owner that does all the right things you guys have already outlined, hiring a professional front office and making it all about the game and the fans and the players and the community. That's all I want to say. I love you guys.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you,
John.
man.
Great call, man. Let's check out Nick in Maryland. What's up, Nick?
Hey, fellas. I tell you what, Mr. Josh, he's a real Washingtonian. Mr. Snyder was not a real Washingtonian. He lied. He wasn't a Redskin fan. I tell you what Josh has done since he's on this team by bringing the people in that he did, it just, he's a father of this thing. He was a kid growing up taking the bus into Constitution Avenue, whatever it was, and he gets an A+. This thing that's going on is contagious. And it's all because of him. And nobody else could have got that deal done in D.C. I don't know who the people in the background were or the people in the shadows, but he's cool enough, smart enough to got that thing done without putting too much light on it. Snyder never could have done that. And I still believe Mr. Cook never would have changed the name. I'm out. Thank you.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Nick. Sneak my guy Eli in here. What up, Elijah?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
How you doing?
They've done a great job just overhauling. It was like a toxic culture. We're not hearing about none of those things. And I think about the movie 300, with that 2024 season comparison. Though they went down to the last man, it was like the wave, and I think we represent, with the fans and everyone buying in, we represent what that next wave of people who represent the Commanders look like. So I think they've done a great job, and in time we're going to see that. And they have a long-term goal and vision, obviously, with the stadium. So we're working up towards something. So by the time we get there, imagine the fan base and how everyone's going to feel by the time that time arises. What we're building in DC. So great job. They've done a heck of a job, man. There's nothing else to really be said, man. So shout out to them, man. Everybody saying the same stuff, man.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you,
it,
Eli.
bro. All right, man.
You know what's funny too? Is I'm actually tempted. Stallion, you should send these last two segments with the calls to Allie because maybe they'd want to hear it. And what's remarkable is I think fans are correct to be so happy and excited with everything that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you got Harris and Rails to sit down and talk, they'd be like, "We haven't accomplished anything yet.
Yeah,
we gotta win on their top priorities. Winning,
But see,
they want to get this stadium built. But that's the mindset you got to have.
Their priorities and expectations are totally different. In the end, everybody wants the same thing, but you have like steps at it. You know what I mean? The owners come in, okay, we spend a lot of money, we want to make some of that back, but we want to win because they know if you win, you're gonna get it. Fans like, look, man, we've been going to places where the toilets were overflowing, this, that, and the other. You corrected that. Remember
the railing fell, almost landed on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Oh, that's but like they made improvements, and they also made changes to show the fans that look, we give a damn about y'all. You know, and when you have different levels of this thing popping up, and I think ultimately though the main goal is get the ship, man. Go get a championship.
The goal is to win.
Yeah,
I think. Period. I think everybody knows that, but you got to applaud everything the ownership group has done, and the wins hopefully follow. Playoff wins,
if
trophies.
You do everything the right way and everything with that mindset in mind, trying to win. Like, let's be real. The guys will tell you that locker room is way better than what it was.
Right.
The guys will tell you that the facility has gotten better than what it was. The guys will tell you this, that they're not getting $100,000 chairs to be in the office of other people and the players not having what they need. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So they're doing things. Whenever you make decisions, every decision made has to be going toward. The guy will tell you the food is way better. I'll tell you. I've eaten some food over there. Chef know what the hell he's doing.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley Training Camp Countdown next.
Brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Start with baseball and the Nats with another good road win last night. They are 3-1 since the All-Star break. Nats continued their winning ways in Denver last night, knocking off the Colorado Rockies 7-3. 3 more home runs last night, including Andres Chaparro hitting another one. C.J. Abrams adds a 2-run shot. The story, though, not just the offense. The bullpen came through. 4 2/3 innings of scoreless relief last night. The win goes to Riley Cornelio. You missed Riley Cornelio through 1 2/3 innings of hitless relief for his first big league win for the Nets. Tom Cosgrove threw just 10 pitches over 2 innings, the final 2 for the save. Nats again have won 3 of 4 to start the second half. They are 1 back in the NL wildcard race. Another one tonight for the Nats, 8:40 in Denver. Here on The Fan, and count you down to training camp. Rookies report for the Commanders Friday in Ashburn. First practice is a week from tomorrow. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at CoptCopt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. What a fun conversation that was, reliving the Burgundy and Sold party and everything that has transpired since. Got to remind you, though, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
We've been breaking down all things Commanders position groups for over a week now as we get ready for training camp next week. And today, I think this one will be kind of fun. Stallion wants to do the special teams. Let's start with what we know.
Tressway is great.
Tressway is great.
Yeah.
So we start there.
Yeah.
They're good at punter.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tyler Ott is a really good long snapper.
They're good at snapper.
They haven't had snapper question.
He can snap punts and
extra points.
Extra points equally.
Dude, of so many relatively bizarre.
He can also smash a golf ball.
He can.
Yeah.
Relatively bizarre Ron decisions. The decision to cut Sundberg and draft Cheese. What was my man's name?
Cheeseman.
Was it Cheeseman?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cheeseman.
Cheeseman.
The Cheese Man. Was just so unnecessary, and that was
and that was for no damn reason.
That was personal stuff.
Yeah, but coaches can't allow stuff to get personal.
You know, I mean, I feel like we could tell some stories now. We're years removed. You know what that was all about? Vermillion. Sundberg and Vermillion didn't see eye to eye on Sundberg's back rehab, and those two.
Well, like when
and the dude ended up getting busted by the feds for pills.
Yes,
like
so that fall in the lap of the dude that defended him.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy. But regardless, I mean, we're looking ahead, not backwards. And special teams feel very strong about the punter, very strong about the long snapper.
I'm strong about the punt returner.
That's what I was going to say next.
Hell yeah.
Jalen Lane last year was very good on punt return.
And listen, like the thing for me is this, okay? I don't, for the life of me, I don't understand why NFL coaches feel like one guy got to be just a punt returner or just a kick returner. How about they do both?
That's what I was going to ask you. So Jalen Lane last year had a lot of success as the punt returner. I got it here. He returned 23 punts for 314 yards with 2 punt return touchdowns. His long was 90, but you would know these metrics probably better than anyone on the planet. What is a solid, like, running backs, you want to make sure the yards per carry is north of 4, right? If you're at 4 or a little bit above, that's fine. If you're at 5, that's great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is that metric for a yards per return?
On punt return?
On punt return.
Oh, man.
8?
No. It got to be double digits or more. when you start hitting 10 on up, that's when you're starting to make it. And if you hit 11-ish, 12, you're starting to really talk.
Kid averaged almost 14.
He's really talking.
13.7 yards per return.
Yeah. That's I did that one year, like 13.6, 13.7. That was close to my best, I think.
Dude, what's crazy, if you think about the way the NFL is structured now, where the kickoffs are, the way these kickers can kick field goals from real distance, you're basically only punting, like where the punt zone for most teams is probably inside their own 40 because teams have gotten way more aggressive on fourth down. These kickers can kick from way farther out. And anytime you get north of your own 40-yard line, odds are you're going for it on fourth down when you get into that middle of the field territory, right?
Yeah.
So if you're generally punting, and it does be, maybe you can find numbers to support this, but I'm just thinking generally where modern NFL is, you're punting inside your own 40, which means you're probably generally receiving the punt at your own 25, 30.
Something like that.
And if you're averaging almost 14 yards a return, it's almost an immediate flip of the field position.
Yeah. And that's the main thing about it. Like the thing about him, he had 2 last year, right?
2.
He showed you really.
First dude with 2, I think, since you.
How he can, he gets up and down. And the reason I say is because when you are a punt returner or a kick returner, whatever, you have a certain way of running it. You watch some guys where they go to cut, then they cut. Those extra 2 or 3 steps, whatever, 4, you have allowed another guy to get closer and that hole closes. You want to get in and out of those holes quicker. And I've always felt he can try it, Luke was good at it. He started to get better at it. Early on, I thought he had some way he missed, but he was getting better at it. But when you already have that natural running tendency, you're way more aggressive and successful.
So I like Lane as a punt returner. We can't give him quite the same grade as Tress and Ott because they've done it year after year after year.
Totally.
But I think at the punt return situation right now with Jalen Lane, you view that as a plus for sure. Like if we're talking a wins over replacement, he's at a 2.5 or something. So I think there's real excitement with Lane as a punt returner. Now you mentioned why can't he return kicks, and it's an interesting discussion because to their credit, Debo was really good as a kick returner last year. Debo was really good in that role. Luke McCaffrey was also really good in that role prior to his injury when he broke the collarbone. So I ask you this year, B, do you think the return men on kicks will be Luke and Lane?
Possibly. Yeah. To start with, for sure. But the reason I'm saying by Jalen, because Lane, because you watch him on the punt returns, foot in the ground gone.
Yeah.
That right now, with his speed, he hit a few kick returns like that. He's going the distance. Because those holes open.
Yeah.
They have a lot of holes.
There's a lot more space,
but
right.
They close. But if you get through them and get out there, he's going to run away from the kickers. I just think that he has a better feel of returning than the other guys. And Debo did have, but Debo don't run like he does.
Not the speed, but
yeah.
But the
kick
kick return has turned into a different play now. You know what I mean?
It's a different play, but still, it's for the guy. What did Jalen Lane do in college? Reverses and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
He understands how to run the ball amongst big guys. You know what I'm saying?
Just looking at the raw numbers from last year, Debo Samuel returned 15 kicks for 452 yards, had a 69-yarder. Debo averaged 30 yards per return. Then teams kind of stopped kicking to him. Then he got a little beat up. They probably took him off the kick return unit. Luke McCaffrey led this team with 26 kick returns, 769 yards, averaged 29.6 per return, had a 58-yard return. I would think Luke absolutely steps back into that role. It's kind of interesting looking how they spread this out after Luke went down. Chase Edmonds finished the season with 11 kick returns for 242 yards, averaged 22 yards a pop. Trey Burks returned a kick. I don't even remember that happening. Chris Moore,
I think
returned 6 kicks.
I think that happened in Kansas City.
Did he?
A squib or something like that.
Okay. Lane only returned 3 kickoffs last season, had 56 yards, averaged 18.7 yards per return. It's remarkable. He almost averaged as much on punt returns as he did on kick returns.
It's totally different. The kicks that he returned were not just banging it out there and going with it.
Sure. Noah Igbenogany had 7 returns for 190 yards, along a 46. And Jeremy McNichols had 2 kick returns for 29 yards, averaged 15 a pop.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be Luke again. Do you agree with that? You're going to have 2 guys back there primarily. I think one will be Luke. It sounds like you'd like to see the other one be Lane.
I like him. I like to see him get some chances.
I would think he will.
I just think that when you are that guy, you can, if you're doing both of them, the chances of hitting one is going to be, it comes quicker.
Well, and the other part of it is if, we don't know what's going to happen, right? But if Luke or Lane emerge as really important pieces offensively, if they emerge as, guys tracking towards 1,000 yards or something, I don't know that they're, in years past, you would say their kick return duties will probably shrink. But Debo was playing a ton of snaps, and they had him return kicks. This coaching staff values special teams in a way that organizationally this team hasn't in some time.
And that's what I mean. Like, if you are very, very effective at the return game, and then you're not the 1 or 2 receiver, I don't think it hurts. Hell, I was a third down back for most of my career. I didn't stop returning kicks and punts or covering kicks and punts. It's like when you have a certain ability, you on the field. Like when you watch a McNichols and a Revo, if they pick up some offensive stuff, they ain't getting rid of their special team stuff.
Right.
It's just you want guys with that mindset and that type of person out on that football field.
By far the least settled position of the Commanders' special teams group is the kicker.
Yeah. We got 2 people in camp.
We got a real competition. Jake Moody kicked for 6 games last year. If I give you the raw numbers, they look pretty good. 6 games. He made 10 out of 11 extra points. He made 10 out of 11 field goals.
Okay.
Oddly enough, the field goal he missed was a shorty. He was 3 of 4 from 20 to 29 yards. He was 3 of 3 from 30 to 39. 2 of 2 from 40 to 49. And 2 of 2 from 50 plus. His kickoffs, I don't think seemed great. Maybe they want those dirty kicks. He got the job.
Consistent with those more, though.
He got the job after they released Matt Gay. I believe they released Matt Gay following the Dolphins loss when Gay missed a bad one. Gay played 10 games, was 13 of 19 on field goals, but 5 of those misses were from 50 plus. Gay had a big leg, but couldn't rein it in deep. He also missed a shorty. I think the Dolphins kick was like a 38-yarder. Gay had all the yardage on the actual kickoffs, though. Gay also made all of his extra points, 22 of 22. He's gone. Moody is here, as is the rookie, Drew Stevens, who's got a cannon of a leg. Like you could hear the difference in Moody versus Stevens kicking when you're out there, but I don't know that he has the accuracy. How do you feel about the kicking position? I feel like we've been having this conversation for a long time.
I look at it like this. They want a guy that could be a little bit more of a weapon with the deeper kicks. But I think he's going to have to be, he's going to have to improve his accuracy if he's going to win it. You know what I mean? If you're there, a big leg is cool. But you know what a big leg also does? You go for longer field goals. And if you miss it, guess what? The other team has great field position.
Sure.
So he has to improve his accuracy if he's going to take that thing and win it.
Who do you think ends up winning it?
Don't have a clue. I don't know because both of them have shown to be inaccurate at times. Hell, it could be somebody else. We don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it.
I mean, you're not wrong there. Stevens is interesting, and I don't mean this in a bad way at all. I can't say it on the air, but there's a phrase I like to describe people. They've got some S to them.
Stuff. Yeah.
Like, confident young man. When he explained...
If you're in that position and you don't have confidence, you should not be in that position.
When he explained that he had multiple teams call him after the draft and why he wanted to go to Washington, he basically explained it that I thought I could win this job. Like, he didn't say as much, but the Bills apparently called him. Who's the Bills kicker, WB? He just got a massive contract extension. Like, he's been Tyler Bass, well established.
Well, the man is smart.
I think he also said Tennessee called him. And I don't know the Titans kicker off the top of my head, but like, he was like, I looked at this opportunity as one I can go take. And I just was like,
I like that.
He's putting it out there.
You know, and the thing about it is, you can say all that, but you better be on point when the opportunity presents itself.
Totally.
That's when it really matters. Like, I know a lot of people say a lot of stuff, but if you're not ready when the moment comes, then why were you talking?
Totally. And I think it's going to be really interesting to watch that kicker battle. And dude, like, there's going to be fans there.
Yeah.
Like, and the kicker battle is binary. Like, the fans are going to be watching it, and you're either going to make them or miss them.
Yeah.
And I asked Izzo when we had the special teams, when we had the day with all the coaches, like, at the kicker position, is there something that fans or media don't realize that maybe you're looking for more than anything else? He's like, nah, man, you just got to make kicks.
Make kicks, yeah. I mean, it's that position where when you walk out on the field, every eye is on you. And you make it or you miss it. And if you make a lot of them in the bigger moments, people remember it more. But if you miss them, they definitely remember that.
100%, man.
Just like being a cornerback. When you out there and it's one-on-one and you may have covered the guy perfectly, but the quarterback threw a perfect ball and the guy ended up coming up with it. No fan go, fans really don't say, he was covered. They say, man, he got burnt. Kicker miss it? Oh, that dude no good.
And kickers don't care if the snap was a little low, the hold was a little off.
I mean,
like,
when fans see you miss it, they don't know that it was the timing was off because of the snapper, or that the holder put it in the wrong place,
or that it's pouring rain, or the wind's howling.
You know, and in essence, nobody really cares. Make the damn kick.
Corner gets burnt. Nobody cares if he was supposed to have safety help.
I've seen guys kick field goals through the uprights that was laying down, not the ball standing up. The ball fell, and he still kicked it and got it through the uprights.
One word answer only. Stallion, Moody or Stevens? Who is the kicker this fall?
Stevens.
One word answer only. Jeffrey, Moody or Stevens?
Stevens.
I think there's a groundswell. I think people are rooting for Stevens. I think people. Moody made you nervous last year when he was lining up for kicks.
That's what I was about to say. Moody messed up his social value amongst the fans.
Stevens is inheriting social value though that he hasn't earned just because he's the next guy.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a fun battle to watch. A lot of news coming out of ESPN, and it ain't good. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Best offense in baseball played long ball at Coors Field last night. Nationals knock off Colorado 7-3, improving to 3-1. Since the All-Star break, 3 home runs. Andres Chaparro, Jacob Young, C.J. Abrams is 22nd. They lead the way for the Nats, who are now 1 back in the NL wildcard race. Nats and Rockies again, 8:40 p.m. tonight. First pitch for Nats baseball on the Fan. Mystics with a big comeback win last night at Golden State. Mystics rally from 7 down late with a 17-2 run to end the game, beating Golden State 90-82. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable signature design in every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. That's MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Amaro Forsey on the Fan.
That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
I don't know what year it was. I was at Coachella, and they played that song. Vibes were high. What year was that, Jeff? 2011?
I don't know, but I know you got money to be at Coachella.
This was a different time. This is when my boy was a Wall Street guy and occasionally would just have trips, and I would go. That was the Tupac hologram.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
hold on, you saw that in person?
Hell yeah.
How was it? Like,
awesome.
Did you trip out? Like, that's really Tupac on the stage?
No, but I also Coachella then was, maybe it still is, was a 2-week affair. It was like back-to-back weekends. And so the Tupac hologram had already happened the first weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So like I had seen pictures. Like I think if I had seen it for the first time before anybody knew it was coming, it might have really been like mind-blowing.
Yeah, because his brain wasn't completely there.
No. Definitely not. What year is that at Coachella? So 2012? All right. I mean, I remember Swedish House Mafia played a set at like 2 a.m. that absolutely killed. I don't know what time they came on, but
2012.
Yeah, dude. That was so I remember Radiohead played. It was Black Keys Friday night, and then Radiohead was the headliner Saturday, and then Sunday was Dre and Snoop. 50 Cent came out. It was it was a scene, man. That was a different. I wasn't married yet. I didn't have kids yet. That was a different time of my life. It was so hot. God, it wasn't supposed to be that hot yet, but you're in the desert.
You're in the desert. Heat's coming.
But I remember Friday night, I burned a lot of brain cells because we went and saw Explosions in the Sky right into M83, and it was things were moving a lot. We did a lot of damage that weekend. Shout out to Kyle Wyatt. Speaking of doing damage, dude, we're kind of seeing these reports come out via social media of ESPN.
Yeah,
and I know a lot of these people, and I know when ESPN. So basically, what happened is the NFL now owns a 10% stake in ESPN, right? And as part of that deal, the ESPN absorbed NFL Network.
So they got to some people got to be let go, and some people going to move over.
Yeah, like we knew some of this was going to happen.
Yeah,
especially people on the back end in LA at NFL Network are probably in some trouble. I wonder what happens with like Good Morning Football. If you're ESPN, wouldn't you rather send all those eyeballs to get up? I don't know how that'll work. Like, you know, in Europe, they call this redundancies. But basically, when you have redundancies in any industry, there's going to be layoffs. The headliners, though, so far, Karl Ravech has been let go. This is all reporting I'm getting from The Athletic. None of this is, I haven't confirmed anything.
I saw that pop up on a little thing this morning.
Yeah, Carl Ravitch has been, I feel like, the face of ESPN's baseball coverage for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember watching Baseball Tonight as a kid, like in middle school. So Carl Ravitch let go. Charles Davis, that's a
have him on a lot.
Absolute bummer. Charles is one of the nicest, most sincere, most professional guy that, you know how you can tell when there are people in sports media that don't actually watch the games and don't actually do their homework?
Mm-hmm.
Charles is the absolute opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute opposite. Here's one. You know how Cam Newton's been on a lot of these shows?
Mm-hmm.
ESPN is also expected to sever ties with former NFL MVP Cam Newton.
I can see that.
They keep David Lloyd. I can't picture who that is. Who's David Lloyd? Say longtime Sports Center anchor.
I never seen him.
Yeah, who is David Lloyd? I can't even get a picture of him. But I'm sorry, it's never cool to lose a job. David Lloyd is out. Stefania Bell, who has been like kind of their injury expert.
I've talked with her since the 980 days.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
I told him just her name sounded like my mom's name, Conda. My mom's name was Stefania. Her name was Stefania. She came on. She was good. So I had her on all the time.
That's cool.
She's even been on shows since we've been in.
Yeah, I've interacted with her a handful of times. Always really like nice and polite.
That's David Lloyd. You've seen him before.
Okay, I've seen that dude before.
Yeah.
Sorry, David. That sucks, man.
But you know, like what's part of what's happening with ESPN now, if you're not caught up in the gaslighting, they're not gonna have you around. People that are doing straight journalism, bringing you the information, those don't seem to be cool anymore.
Seems like you either have to be in McAfee's orbit or able to generate kind of like controversy with Stephen A.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And every time somebody comes strong at him, then he get rid of them.
Well, so there's two people specifically I want to talk about. Tom Pelissero out. Now, I believe Rappaport good to go. I think they even announced he signed another contract.
But I think we mentioned this a few
we got to confirm
months ago. We thought Pelissero was going to probably be.
Pelissero out. He'll land somewhere because he is incredibly plugged in around the league. I wonder where he will land, but he will land somewhere for sure. I know Tom a little bit. Nice guy, good family guy. Like I hate to see this, but I hope the next move works out great. There's probably other NFL Network people that as this thing shifts to Bristol, it's probably not going to work out well for.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the most interesting
Where
one...
is the NFL Network located?
L.A.
If you're from L.A. to Bristol, that's culture
it's right
shock.
next to SoFi, too.
That's culture shock.
ESPN has studio space in L.A. by Staples Center that I think they will close that, and then because these NFL Network studios are massive, they'll move stuff over there because they already own it, right? You've acquired that, whereas you're renting over by Staples Center. So Cam Newton had a brief run on ESPN, but the network had signed him to a new multi-year deal last August to continue appearing with Stephen A. on First Take. But it appears he's going to be let go.
Still get paid?
Probably.
Yeah.
By far, the most interesting thing, it's also important to point this out because we love Charles Davis. He remains with CBS, and he just recently was elevated to the #1 analyst on Big Ten games.
Okay.
So, Davis is still doing all right. He also was on the NFL crew for CBS, so now they're moving him up a chair to the college football side.
All right.
But have you seen the Ryan Clark stuff?
Yeah, I've seen that.
So I can't. This seems odd to me that Ryan Clark was let go on Monday during a show.
Mm-hmm.
He was on NFL Live, and then they came and got him and told him he was going to be let go. I guess
they probably going to let him go anyway.
They were, and I guess my guess is some reporter called and was like, "Hey, I know you guys are firing Ryan Clark. I'm going to go with it." And they wanted to be able to tell him rather than him find out on social media or something. Mm-hmm. Do we have the Schrager thing? Because
people trying to make it like he got fired for that statement. I don't think he got fired for that statement.
Do you think which statement?
that it supposedly says something about that's the non-football.
Yeah,
in you.
let's hear it.
Yeah.
This morning, are you feeling okay? You look at A.J. Brown, which is this number one wide receiver who got one target all night, and then you got CeeDee Lamb. But that's the when was the one target? That's the target. But though. I'm saying when was the one target? I'm saying you could have it both ways. 54 seconds left in the game on 2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route. You wake up this morning saying A.J. Brown had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
But you know what you wake up saying though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course,
right? Like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this though, and we shouldn't do this on TV, and so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop! CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not looking at
fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3X players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
As a player, I can't speak for CeeDee Lamb.
But that was over a year ago too. That was last fall. I think that was like week 1 last year.
But everyone's trying to bring that into why now. And let's be real. And you and I have this conversation a lot. I think totally different than the average reporter.
Right.
I think different than the average person when it comes to football. And I'm going to voice my opinion based off of that perspective. And everybody's going to voice theirs off of another perspective. But when you say it to a person, they immediately get up in arms.
Right.
When, let's be real, if you and I were writing something right now and you tell me, well, that's not the proper way, I might get it up and on. But still, you're probably right. There are people that have been through stuff that know something way more than a person that talked to somebody about it. But I don't understand why people can't understand that.
I also, if they're laying a ton of people off, I don't think Ryan Clark's ouster is directly related to that argument with Peter Schrager. But
that's somebody.
9 months ago.
That's what I was looking on social media and I saw people posting this, and I'm like, nah, that can't be the reason. They probably were going to get rid of him, and like you stated, somebody called and said we about to go with this, and he hadn't known yet, so they better get rid of him real quick. Ryan, his other stuff going to be going good. Don't worry about that.
YouTube stuff.
The pivot is killing.
I also think a segment I always enjoyed, I think Ryan Clark often would get, not necessarily political, but like discuss far more societal things than just football.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine if you're in the market for that, that's terrific. When Ryan Clark, I want to say it was usually Sunday nights, but maybe it was Thursday nights. I think Van Pelt's SportsCenter episode is generally the one I enjoy most because it's generally about sports with a little bit of levity, a little bit of like funny stuff, right? That's kind of how I like to approach it. I like to talk about the games and then have a little fun. Like I'm not here for hot takes and societal discussions and all that, right? When Clark would join SVP to talk ball, I thought it was elite.
Yeah.
I thought like his knowledge of football was is elite.
It is. But see, I've done auditions at ESPN. Their whole approach is drama. So when you go in them avenues sometimes, it's because that's what they like.
Right.
You might make them feel uncomfortable sometimes. And I think Ryan made them feel uncomfortable sometimes. Because you find some guys who toe the line and stay along what they know that they like. And Ryan would talk about what's happening. Don't ask me to talk about a topic and then tell me how I can talk about the topic. You get what I'm saying? That's where I've always been.
Sure.
So if we are going to talk politics and it's affecting my community or communities that it may be an athlete that lived in that community and I start talking about it, I'm going to talk about it based off of how I see it happening, not how you want it to be presented. And I think that happens sometimes.
I have one criticism of Ryan Clark. I think you might agree with me. You might not. The RC pin on the suit is not like it is so gaudy and so large.
But think about it. Let's think about ESPN. Let's go back. And what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Everybody does something on there to make themselves stand out. And that was his moment.
This is all class. Ryan Clark an hour ago tweeted, sending prayers and love to all those laid off today by ESPN. So many of you have poured your life into that company, and I know how you're feeling right now. My hope is as this door closes, another opens
Yeah.
for you all. God bless.
And I appreciate that, but that's who he is. You know, he's always been that type of dude.
I think the biggest thing you realize working in television, even local, national, whatever level, is the people that treat all the people in the studio like you know what I mean? Like there's so many other people involved, and you see some people treat everybody great. You see some people not do that, and we know some of those folks on both sides of that coin. And I think RC does it the right way. So I look forward to his next venture. Maybe you just keep kicking ass with the YouTube stuff. I mean, YouTube's arguably bigger than cable at this point anyway. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch FM.
B. Mitch here. There's nothing better than summertime on a motorcycle. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the beach, or just taking a long way home, it's why we ride. With more drivers on the road, it's important to have someone in your corner if something unexpected happens. That's why I trust Law Tigers. They're the lawyers who ride. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call the Law Tigers first. They've been protecting riders for decades. LawTigers.com. The Motorcycle Lawyers. Calvin Knockman, Olivia Donahue. Down.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. LeBron still hasn't signed anywhere, B.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
I kind of thought it'd be this week. Well, it's all about attention.
Got to prolong it, man.
Yeah, but next week, NFL training camps are going to start. He will not be the front burner anymore.
He'll get it right before that starts. When is the first day that anybody reports? The 23rd, 24th?
I would think Hall of Fame teams are doing
Commanders 24th, right?
Rookies. We're not out there till the 29th, I think.
I'm saying when the rookies start rolling in, it's about he better get it done because nobody's going to really care.
So I've started to get the daily briefing for the Hall of Fame game between the Panthers and the Cardinals on August 6th. What are report dates?
For them?
Just, I'm pulling it up now. So the Bills, what day is today? The 21st? The Bills, the Dolphins, and the Pats, their rookies report today.
Damn. Hey, bro, that's when the summer's over, basically.
Texans report today. Here in Washington, the rookies report, when's the 24th? Friday? Thursday? I just said Thursday or Friday, and Stallion just nodded yes.
Not a math guy.
I have all.
That's a days
what
of
they
the
got to do with
guy.
that? They just got to do with knowing something.
Friday.
I told you before, stop asking them questions.
Thank you, White Brian. I wasn't even necessarily asking him. We just made eye contact.
24th is Friday, right?
Two men can make eye contact at work, Jeff. Rookies report to Ashburn on Friday.
Yeah.
Veterans next Tuesday. Training camp slated to open Wednesday.
That's like starting school on Friday. But
Kind of is.
But they got to work over the weekend, though.
Yeah.
unlike you start school on Friday, you get off for the weekend, but they going to be working.
Camp scheduled the 29th and 30th. Then the first day with fans is Saturday, August 1st. Then they're off Sunday. They go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, Friday on, Saturday on, off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the joint practice with the Dolphins. Off the day before the game. First preseason game that Friday night. So it's going to get busy here, man.
It's going to.
Did you see that LeBron kept saying trust the process in an interview?
Does that mean he's going to Philly?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Listen, bro. I have gotten to the point where when he pops up, I turn the TV.
I have gotten to the point, I don't know if you agree with this. Like Trae Young was ripping up a Knicks jersey. LeBron was saying trust the process. Tom Brady and whatever Paul brother, Chris Paul. I'm over Fanatics Fest. Like the whole thing is just like this lame pro wrestling style content generation.
That is what
slop fest.
That's what stuff has turned into, man. Like this business we work in, it's a lot more of that than just be straightforward with people. Look, if I like you, I'm gonna like you, whether you go over there and peacock or not. You know what I mean? Just do your job at a high level, and I'm gonna make my decision. You can't make me like if you do stuff in a dramatic way.
So Shams this morning said that he believes LeBron's focus is on the Heat, the Cavs, and the Sixers.
But
Are you surprised he didn't mention the Warriors?
Nah, yeah, because I read something yesterday that said it has a lot to do with his daughter. Remember I showed you that?
Yeah, what is that about?
I don't have a clue. I wouldn't even read it.
How old's his daughter? Is she like a stud basketball player or something, or just specific schools?
I knew he had 2 sons. That's what I knew.
Listen, if you're LeBron James, he's probably a billionaire, right?
I don't know. Close.
You know what I'm confident they have in Miami, Cleveland, and Philadelphia?
School, a private
Some
one.
fancy-ass private school
Yeah.
those kids could go to.
Yeah.
Rich Paul is also in the content game.
Yes.
So he's probably loving every one of these podcasts.
It's probably why it's taking so long.
He said, Rich Paul said, we're not going to be rushed. We're not going to be rushed. It's his choice to make, and when he makes the choice, he'll make it. There's been several people to call and say, hey, Rich, is there anything more we should be doing? We could be doing. And my answer is no. We don't need you to go above and beyond about anything. We understand it. It's clear. All the messages have been sent.
Let's get one thing straight. Rich Paul can say what he wants. LeBron's the boss.
Adam Silver publicly said, I would like LeBron to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule. Rich Paul said, I saw Adam in New York and we discussed it. And like I said, it's still his choice. So if he doesn't really know, you can't rush it. You can't rush it.
But LeBron said that LeBron has publicly stated and confirmed that his 12-year-old daughter, Zuri, is driving a massive portion of his free agency decision-making process.
Why?
Why? Don't have a clue.
But, like, I get that.
Since she lived in Southern California since preschool, is thriving in her friendships, and is actively developing a standout middle school volleyball player, LeBron is heavily weighing in a disruption a cross-country move would make. If she's good, it won't make a difference. Believe me. She probably could go there and be a star at another school. But if he decides to stay, he's not going to a place in L.A. anyway. He's going somewhere else.
Right.
So is he telling us he's staying in California so he can just go to, what you call him? Go down there to, go up to San Francisco? Golden State?
Like, if you're talking about Cleveland, Philly, and Miami, that's across the country, dude.
True.
And I can respect the family aspect in this, that you don't want to uproot your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like you're going to regardless.
No matter where you go.
Do you believe this? Rich Paul said, I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision.
Man.
You buy that?
No. You remember I always say, my mom said, when people give you information you don't ask them for, they telling you what it's all about attention. Point blank.
And, you know, Rich Paul, I mean, is obviously a super rich dude anyway. But, like, he's cashing in on all this.
So, Joey just said that someone said his wife wants South Beach, he wants Cleveland, and Rich Paul wants Philly. Nobody say what Zuri wants in here. See what I'm saying? It's drama, dog.
His wife wants South Beach. Mm-hmm. He wants Philly, and Rich Paul wants Cleveland?
No, he wants Cleveland, Rich Paul wants Philly.
If he wants Cleveland,
go to Cleveland.
I get that his wife has some impact, but Rich Paul shouldn't have the impact. You're the agent.
LeBron made him the agent. Let's be real.
Eric Edholm,
he was his boy.
Eric Edholm joins us next from Yahoo Sports.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Best offense in baseball travels well when you go to Coors Field. Nats knocked off the Rockies last night 7-3. 3 more homers for the highest scoring team in baseball last night.
There goes Lyle. The pitch is hit in the air to deep right center field. Back heads the right fielder Johnson. That is out of here. Into the home bullpen. C.J. Abrams goes deep, a 2-run shot. Make it 6-3 Nationals.
The play-by-play last night here, of course, on the Fan. Abrams' 22nd of the year. Jacob Young adds a solo shot. Andres Chaparro went deep again. 3-run homer for him. Nats lead the majors in homers, runs scored, and stolen bases. They are now just 1 game back in the NL wildcard race. We'll have another one against the Rockies from Coors Field for the Nats tonight, 8:40 first pitch here on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Time for us to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to Eric Edholm, NFL reporter for Yahoo Sports. Eric, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Good morning, or I guess almost good afternoon for you guys. Sorry, still morning for me.
All good, man. All good. I just noticed on your Twitter, kind of thanking Charles Davis for everything he did.
Yeah.
And seeing, I believe you were at NFL Network for their website for some period of time,
Yes.
right?
I spent 4 years there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And just watching this all unfold today, I mean, we're in the media industry. We understand how it all goes,
Yeah.
but Charles is
Feel
101.
sorry for
man.
all of them. Yep.
Charles is one of the best human beings in the industry, much less one of the most talented people. I mean, the 4 years I spent there, I got to know him a little bit, especially in trips down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl and a couple times to the draft as well. And just so giving of his time, too. Like, people were coming up to him. You know, he'd have about 10 minutes between practices to, get a drink of water, maybe a bite to eat, and media members coming up and interviewing him, asking him questions. And, just those kind of interactions, always doing it with a smile on his face, always educating, always wanting to see pictures of my golden retrievers when I saw him, So I was like, he's just a great human being. Tom, I've known a long time. He and I briefly worked together at Pro Football Weekly. He was my Vikings correspondent, and I didn't see Tom as often when I worked at NFL, but man, what a good reporter. A guy who was interested in getting the story right always. Wasn't always, he had plenty of scoops, beat plenty of people on stories, but I think what separated him and separates him to this day is the fact that if a detail was wrong in someone else's reporting, or if there was some kind of misconception about what was happening, he'd always sort of seek to clarify it and make, good news of it. And, I think that's just a great touch that separates him from a lot of guys in our business.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what I look for.
Both those guys.
Yeah, I always look for those guys that's going to give me the truth and give me the story as it's supposed to be.
Right.
I don't need fluff and excitement with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure both those guys will land in great spots, but still, it's a bad day. I almost cursed there. Eric, I wanted to start. You wrote a story, and I've seen a lot of players responding on social media. Having the World Cup in the U.S. was so cool, but it's also a little problematic for these NFL owners that have always said, "Oh, we can't do grass; it won't hold up." And then FIFA comes to town. And for the World Cup, they mandated grass at all the stadiums, and the NFL stadiums were able to figure it out. Now they're going back to field turf and everything else. What did you learn in reporting your story?
Well, first of all, this is pretty freeing. Now that I'm not an NFL employee, I can really kind of speak my mind. No, I'm kidding. I always try to give it straight either way, right? But that is one of the guardrails that exist. Yeah, no, I found this to be an interesting topic. My editor and I were talking about ideas, and I was seeing this, worth the cost was the hashtag that they were using, and it was really interesting to me because on the one hand, you have the players who are saying, look, grass feels better on my body. I can remember talking to Steve Smith about it 20 years ago, and he said, man, the next day after a turf game, you feel it in your knees, you feel it in your hips, you feel it in every joint and every body part down there. And that was the first time I had ever really realized the difference of what playing on turf was versus grass. The NFL has pushed back and said, hey, there's a higher incidence of injury on grass fields, more ACL tears, more Achilles, more this, more that. Now, I haven't parsed through the data completely, but I do know what the players' sentiment is, and 92% of them, according to a NFLPA poll, have said they prefer playing on grass. We've got a pretty even split, 15 stadiums with, 15 with grass, 15 with turf. However, it's a little more slanted towards turf because two of those fields house two teams, the Rams and Chargers, and then the two New York teams. But it's really interesting to see these fields be torn out, and the fields, to me, the pitches look great for soccer. And again, I don't know, maybe there was a case of some poor conditions somewhere, but I never heard anything about it. No. And I'm fascinated to see what the reaction is from teams, whether there is any kind of sentiment to go more towards grass or not. I suspect not, because it's a more costly endeavor, as you guys know. You got to have, the fields crews often replace the surfaces multiple times in a given year. So, you understand why they do it. But if Mark Davis can do it out in Las Vegas, I don't know about you guys. I've never tried to grow grass out in the desert, but if they can do it effectively, I know Daniel Jones tore his ACL out there, but if they can have a beautiful looking field and are committed to that, why can't other owners, technically one of the more cash poor franchises go in, right? I mean, if they can do it, why can't other teams do it?
Doesn't Arizona have grass
Arizona,
too?
But they can roll.
Arizona.
They can roll theirs in and out. And I understand being in a dome is a little more difficult, but believe me, the amount of money they're making, I don't think it's that difficult. And then to try and if you play on turf enough and you wear and tear on your body, and finally you're on the grass when it finally goes out, doesn't necessarily mean that the grass was a problem. I mean that the turf consistently might have been a problem too.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I've heard similar kind of concepts before and sentiment before. So, yeah, I mean, I applaud teams like the Steelers who got this low grade in the NFLPA, grading system, the F- for their surface. Right. And I know years ago the Bears had issues with the Soldier Field surface and everything. And those teams have sought to rectify the situation and make the best of it. And maybe there aren't all perfect solutions, but, as George Kittle and other guys have said, J.C. Treader, the new NFLPA executive director, let's make it good grass. If we're going to invest in this, let's make it the right one. I suspect there's not going to be much movement on this, but I hope the players, fight for what they want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Talking with our friend Eric Edholm here from Yahoo Sports, NFL reporter. You can give Eric a follow at Eric_Edholm, EDHOLM. I have a feeling the owners are just going to keep the money in their pockets and not really deal with this grass stuff. Let's talk about what's going to happen on the fields, though. As we get closer and closer to this season, what are kind of some of the biggest storylines around the league you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there are some quarterback battles this year that are interesting. I don't know how many of those teams are going to find themselves near the very tops of the standings, but we have another one in Cleveland. Obviously the Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders one has some intrigue to it. Is there whoever wins that job, can they keep it? Is this somebody who can keep it beyond this season? I think that's the big question. The Minnesota one is obviously fascinating because they have a defense and a true number one receiver, and I think even in a tough division, clearly could be competitive. They were 9-8 a year ago. So, what happens between Kyler Murray, who's making really technically less money than J.J. McCarthy this season because he's still getting money from Arizona. 1-year deal, no trade clause. He's seeking to kind of do the Sam Darnold routine and find success this year and parlay that into a bigger contract. And JJ's at a crossroads. I mean, that's a big deal up there. And Atlanta, obviously Penix is a top 10 pick too, and they've got to find out what he's worth, but they've got Tua as well. How does that arrangement work? Who wins the job? Is it going to be up for grabs at some point? And then kind of, I guess, how the Vegas situation is handled with Kirk Cousins expected to be the starter. Fernando will get his chance at some point.
He hasn't even signed his contract yet, right?
Say again?
He hasn't even signed the contract yet, right?
I have to. You might be right about that. Yeah. So that's, yeah, I mean, those are usually, kind of no big deal these days, but still, right? I mean, just the talk out there that he could be made to wait a little bit. In this era, we don't see that as often. So is it the right move? Is playing him the right move? That'll obviously be hotly debated in a, very tough division.
Do you think this rumor that Aaron Donald may come back, is that any truth to that, you think?
God, I hope so. Just to see what
every
he can
offense
be,
that's
man.
going to play against him don't hope so.
Oh yeah, I would if I had to line up against Aaron Donald. I to this day, I'm like, I don't talk about NFL players' physiques, that much, but like seeing him, the 6-pack on a defensive tackle was one of the most jarring things I had ever seen. It was one of the most physically cut players I'd ever been around, and just a phenomenal player who is so far removed now. Obviously, we saw Phillip Rivers, 4 years removed, come back and play a pretty respectable brand of ball, but this would be a different story entirely, obviously, with Myles Garrett and the great D-line they've assembled there. And, obviously within an eyelash of beating the Seahawks a couple times last year, beat them once early, and, they're clearly gunning for this season to be, like a kind of a capstone on Stafford's career. Maybe McVay too, but I think he's sticking around. So, yeah, if they could somehow bring the band back together, it would be amazing. Although I looked at the roster, a lot of those guys are gone. I mean, the last teammates he had, there's only about 6 or 7 guys left from a few years ago. So it kind of shows you how long he's been gone, and I'll be fascinated to see if this is like a, kind of a Roger Clemens deal where he's on a different timetable than everybody else.
Right. Eric, I'm curious, which team do you see bouncing back from a down 25 season? The Chiefs or the Ravens?
Yeah, I think both have a great chance. I mean, there's so much riding on the line for Lamar. Obviously, he's not really in a contract year, but they've obviously been discussing with one more year left beyond this one about an extension. Hasn't happened yet. Could happen tomorrow. Could happen in 3 weeks. Who knows, right? But clearly, if that doesn't occur before the season, they're sort of banking on him coming off of his worst year, I guess, statistically, certainly as a runner, to be the continued face of this franchise, but with this, with a brand new staff and 30-year-old offensive coordinator in Declan Doyle. And, if Doyle can help bring some of the fun and imagination and life back into the offense the way Ben Johnson and Doyle did in Chicago, and kind of remake that scheme and make it, a place where they can thrive, I think then they should be fine. They added to the offensive line, receiver, et cetera. I think the Ravens will be back. I think the Chiefs obviously have all the pieces, and last year was such a disappointment. Can that secondary still hold up? Is the pass rush going to be good enough? There are a lot of questions outside of Mahomes and his recovery from injury. So maybe a little bit more concern with them, but obviously, if they're relatively close to where they were at the start of last season in terms of their roster strength, I think they're going to be okay. I just don't know if we'll ever see in the next year or two, are we going to see a Chiefs team that rivals some of those great ones we've seen in the last decade or so? And I'm a little leery about that.
Well, when you look at Washington, a lot of things went wrong last year. What's the national opinion you think of this football team here
in Washington? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think what my worry was going into last offseason, and I thought Adam Peters did a terrific job his first year in terms of kind of resetting the roster, creating competition, adding some hungry veterans, bolstering it with a big draft class. That was all very exciting. Last year felt like a departure, and so I was kind of curious to see how that worked out, and clearly not enough defensive firepower, clearly too many hits on the quarterback, not enough support for him as well. The running back situation felt like a little bit of a guessing game at times. The receiver situation was obviously not up to par. So, I don't know that I think we felt like the roster was in a little better shape than it was. I say we, I mean, certainly I did, but I'm curious what the bounce back is. Is there a middle ground, or were they just flying so close to the sun, 2 years ago that, it may have kind of blinded us a little bit to some of the, to some of the weaknesses and such. But I think Philly is going to be super competitive again. Dallas is still a handful with their offense, and they should be a little better defensively. John Harbaugh's in New York. It's all of a sudden becoming a respectable division again, and one of the, more towards the upper half than the bottom half of the 8 groups. So, the competition's better, but I still believe in Jaden and Dan a little bit, and not going to write them off. I think they still have something to prove, though.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you come off a 5-12 season in the NFL, you got a lot to prove. There were obviously a ton of injuries. I'm curious. There's been a lot of talk about Washington possibly adding a veteran wideout, and then you couple that with the insane amount of Brandon Ayuk Instagram videos. What do you think happens specifically with Ayuk, and then kind of what do you think happens with this veteran free agent wide receiver market, Steph Diggs, Keenan Allen?
Yeah, he's doing such a good job at marketing himself. I feel like, I just don't get the approach by Ayuk. I don't know what's going on there. It feels like a lot of people are confused by what he's said and what he's done. And, talent-wise, a couple years ago, we were talking about him in the, does he deserve one of those elite top 10 at his position kind of contracts? But that's gone by the wayside. In terms of just raw talent, I think you pick him. In terms of all the other questions, you might go elsewhere. You might say, crazy as it sounds, is Stephon Diggs the more reliable option at this point? Is he the guy that, may have kind of proven last year, even while he got released, that, he can be a good soldier for a team and he can fall in line and be a supportive guy for a young quarterback and not demand the limelight and all that. I mean, that was the reputation, I think, that kind of followed him and obviously kind of marred some of his great work that he did in the NFL at times. But, it's been a little bit quiet now that some of the legal stuff has been salted away. So I almost kind of wonder if he isn't a legitimate option there. I mean, Keenan Allen, reliable as they get, he's going to know his assignments. He's going to get open on first downs and stuff. But, there's a limit, I think, to what he can do. But he does add a layer of professionalism to a locker room. So that would be, a different type of player with maybe a different results.
For sure. I kind of think it's at this point, I wonder if those guys sign before camps open or if it's just going to take a little more time. I mean, because B likes to point out, too, like a lot of times vets are happy to miss a couple weeks of camp.
Sure.
They can sign August 20th and still have almost a month till the first games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Last thing, when you look at the entirety of the NFC East, who do you see winning it? And do you see a real Super Bowl contender in there? I don't know if Philly's still there. There's a lot of hype about Dallas, but there's always hype about Dallas this time of year.
Every year.
Washington's only 2 years removed from an NFC title game.
Right. Yeah, I think it's right now. I'm a little bit hesitant to put anybody in that upper tier, but I wouldn't say that you could say it won't happen. I mean, I think that it would take a pretty special season from Jaden to get back there. I mean, that's really the reality of it. I think he would have to play at the same kind of level we saw in year one, obviously. And that, again, I'm not putting it all on him. As you pointed out, the injury factor has to be, sort of folded into the equation there. But did they do enough to add this offseason? I think the bodies on defense and the depth are certainly going to hurt. You look at all the new names they've added. I mean, that's start. But are there true difference makers there? We'll see. Sonny Styles is obviously the one that I can't wait to see and excited about that. New York, I think the Harbaugh bump is real, and I think he's a good coach who's going to get more out of them. But what that offense looks like with Malik Neighbors coming back and Cam Scatterbo doing backflips on bad ankles, I don't know, There's some questions for me. Jackson Dart isn't a complete quarterback yet, but he's got some exciting traits. And then Dallas, again, it's like I don't think anyone doubts they're going to have some 30-point games this year. When they don't score 24 or more, I think it's going to be hard to win games, though, unless that defense makes a pretty significant jump up. And they can, but at the same time, I think there are enough gaps and holes on that side to maybe only expect, sort of incremental improvement over last year. So I would say I'd probably rank them loosely as like Philly 1. Man, you could almost say all three are kind of almost on even footing to vie for the second, third, and fourth spots. Maybe Washington's got a little more to prove given how last season unfolded, but I don't see a vast difference between them, Cowboys and Giants.
All right, dude. Appreciate your time, Eric. Look forward to the season, man.
Thank you, guys.
Hey,
Good
so
talking to y'all.
will
Yeah.
you be doing the weekly power rankings for Yahoo?
No, man, I can't steal that. That's Frank Schwab's duty right there. He even joked to me, we'd go back a long time, and he's like, don't think you're stealing that from me, man. That's my property.
Well, dude,
so I was on a 4-year rental. That's all I got.
I don't know if you know this, but you were the official power rankings we used every Wednesday. And we always said, like, we go with Ed Home. He's not a hot taker. Like, we specifically would shout
That's
you
awesome.
out every Wednesday when we would do that segment. B, we're shopping again, I guess.
Yeah,
for our
I know.
Power ranks.
Frank's a good sell. Let me tell you. I think I earned so much credibility 2 years ago by putting Washington like 25th preseason, and people were saying like, we haven't seen him higher than 28th. This is great, So I think I won you guys over then.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate
dude.
you, man.
All right, see you, fellas.
All right. Eric Edholm, Yahoo Sports NFL reporter. Give him a follow at Eric_Edholm. I was actually thinking about that. It's soon to be power ranking season, and now we're shopping for new power rankings. Please send all your submissions to Stallion. We'll see if he can find something. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
It won't.
The best offense in baseball came through last night. Nats continue their road trip with a 7-3 win over the Colorado Rockies. 3 more homers last night for the Nats, but the bullpen was a big story last night as they came through with 4 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. How about that? Riley Cornelio threw an inning and 2/3 of hitless relief for his first big league win. Tom Cosgrove threw just 10 pitches over the final 2 innings for the save. Nats have won 3 of 4 since the All-Star break, and they are now just 1 game back for the final NL wildcard spot, heading into another one at Coors Field tonight against the Rockies, 8:40 p.m. first pitch for Nats baseball here on The Fan. We are just over a week away from Commanders training camp. First practice is next Wednesday in Ashburn. Rookies report on Friday. And officially just 50 days away exactly now from football. The new NFL season kicks off with the Super Bowl rematch 50 days from now. Pats and Seahawks in Seattle Wednesday, September 9th. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Just like that. When I move, you move.
All right, folks, we're a little more than an hour away from giving away Skinner tickets. Play Freebird. It would be cool to see Freebird in person. I don't think I'm ever going to make that happen, but it would be cool. Speaking of playing Freebird,
the SEC?
the SEC can't help but make noise. And I don't know. I want to hear the report before I have an opinion on this.
If they do what they're suggesting, other conferences will follow.
Heather Dinich, ESPN, reporting on the possibility of the SEC. What? Okay, no problem. Heather Dinich, ESPN, reporting on the possibility of the SEC Southeastern Conference leaving the NCAA. Mm-hmm. This, to me, I have some thoughts. There's some pretty. There's a low-hanging fruit joke I could make, but maybe I'll pocket that for now until I hear the report. Here we go. Heather Dinich says the SEC might consider leaving the NCAA.
All right, Heather, what are you hearing about whether or not it's realistic for the SEC to break away from the NCAA in the near future?
Oh, it's very real. And this is something that has been going on for months because SEC presidents and chancellors have been talking about this since about February when they met in Nashville to talk about options of self-governance if they cannot get federal legislation. I mean, that's where the conversations are. And you can look at the Big 12 and the Texas Tech incident with Brendan Sorsby as an example of what this means. Because when you're talking about breaking away from the NCAA, you're talking about making and enforcing your own rules. In that case, the NCAA wasn't able to enforce its own rules on gambling. So the SEC, and Greg Sankey will tell you, we already do make some of our rules and enforce them, but if they can't get help from the federal government, get some antitrust protection so that every time they try to make a rule, the NCAA, they don't get turned around and somebody sues them for it. That's what these conversations are about.
But let's be real.
There's a need for reform.
It's a drastic need, but the NCAA has always been a piece of trash for a long time.
Sure.
And the fact that they're still in place is a travesty to me, because they have been messing up stuff since when I was in college.
Sure.
And I've been out of college since 1990. Okay. And they're still doing this stuff. They don't seem to be able to get anything right. If every rule is in place where they can constantly be sued for something they're trying to push forward, but the other conferences aren't, why I have to stick with them?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess the SEC doesn't support the current bill that's going through Congress, right? The Save College Sports Bill, Protect College Sports Act. Pardon me. I don't know why they don't support it, whereas the SEC and the Big Ten kind of hold all the cards here.
Yeah.
And then after that, you got the Big 12, and then after that, you got the ACC, right? And after that, you got a whole bunch of other stuff. Does leaving the NCAA just mean for football? Because as broken as the NCAA is, the NCAA tournament is its most valuable property. And teams are going to want to play in that.
The NCAA,
I'm saying basketball.
Yeah, that may work, but if you look at if you take all of the bowls and the championship game and put that money together, it may not be. When you look at football. Now, that is a great tournament, but you can't tell me if the SEC leaves and start making their own deal and end up with all these different TV deals when they do stuff that the Big Ten ain't following. Soon as the SEC get their own stuff, the Big Ten gonna say, "Wash my hands of it too."
I agree with that.
They're not gonna want somebody else to be able to go out there and make their own stuff, and they got to be under this stuff. No, they're not gonna do that.
I agree. Is this the SEC wants to be able to enforce its own rules and not have a Sorsby kind of situation emerge with an SEC school? Or is this they want to be able to do their own thing, and should they have another Sorsby, let the kid play?
I don't know if that's it, because I think I've heard this over the last few years. Even the Big Ten was discussing what could happen.
Right.
This is not just a SEC thing, but the SEC, once they get involved, they're going to push it. And because you look at how many schools they have, and you look at the Big Ten, hell, they could have a conference, a whole deal right there where I think the whole country will look at.
So Sankey is the commissioner of the SEC, Greg Sankey, and he was asked about real conversations if the league should leave the NCAA. And he said, people have talked about that. The frustrations that bring them to the point of saying we should look at something significantly different. I do not believe that is a leverage point. I think that's honest communication. White Brian is our SEC guy here. Turn your microphone on. What is their beef with the Protect College Sports Act?
I believe it's because it would limit the resources they can spend to compete against other conferences.
So Protect College Sports wants to put basically a salary cap in place, and the SEC does not want a salary cap.
Yeah.
The Big Ten supports it? Do Michigan and Ohio State support that?
I think they just are less mad about it.
They're letting somebody else do their fighting for them.
Yeah.
Because there's no damn way Michigan and Ohio State wants somebody to tell them they have to spend money with lower teams. Because they're spending way more now.
Right.
And they're not going to want to do that. But SEC,
Indiana's now
the SEC is making the noise right now. Oh, Indiana is probably the reason why a lot of people want them to go do it, because they spent more money than anybody. But the SEC goes out and start making the noise, and guess what? When you start talking about sports and the SEC, how big they've been over, of course I'll sit back and let them make all the noise.
Right.
We don't have to complain. We'll sit back.
The other issue that appears is college football playoff expansion. Now, it started at 4.
Yeah.
It's already gone to 12, right?
Hell, we want that to be at 64?
As for college football playoff expansion conversations, I'm reading from ESPN.com. Sankey said he still does not have answers to questions about a move to a 24-team field, including clear media interest in an expanded playoff. Duh. They just want more games.
But think about this. They want more games because it gives them more money, but they always talk about players getting paid. When you're trying to put 24 teams in a playoff, how many games would the winner would they end up playing at the end?
4, I would think.
No, I'm saying for starting the whole college season,
right.
Then going to the playoff, they might play more than 17 games, but you don't want the players to get paid.
The SEC, the not getting paid is gone. Everybody's getting paid.
Everybody get paid. They now are trying to limit the amount they can get paid.
The SEC is the only Power 4 conference that has not come out in favor of a 24-team playoff. There is a December 1st deadline to finalize any format changes. Sankey said, our approaches remain consistent. We're not necessarily interested in finding the easiest path. We are focused on finding the right path for college football. Why would the SEC not want a 24-team playoff? Probably because it just waters things down too much. And if you got Georgia and Tennessee and Bama and LSU in, but all of a sudden Iowa State's in and Cal has a good year. Why anti 2014?
I think it's also something to do with the TV and the revenue sharing, where if it's less teams in the playoff and it's mostly SEC teams, they can keep that.
That makes sense. If it's 12 right now, how many of them were SEC teams last year? 6?
6, I think, yeah.
That makes sense. I'm also anti a 24-team playoff. That's banana land.
I mean, they've already, all these teams now play 13 to 14 games anyway. And now you're going to make them go play all that. And then,
I think 8 would have been the right
We really
number.
care about student athlete, right? No, we don't.
At least the hypocrisy with all that is kind of called on the table, but there is a historic sentiment of the southeastern part of the United States wanting to break away from things that I generally disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
And like this thought of like, we're going to take our ball and go home. Like, if you actually did this and you just play an SEC schedule, the whole thing becomes so bifurcated and so disappointing. Like, as much as I get fired up to watch Tennessee play Georgia, when we get to the playoffs and it's like, yo, can Indiana beat Bama? That's the juice. You know what I mean?
Juice. And you're thinking that if they leave, they're going by themselves. I'm telling you, if SEC leave, the Big Ten going with them, and you're gonna have those teams playing each other.
But then you don't get Miami in the title game.
Miami gonna be somewhere. They're gonna join somebody. But you can't make all the rules. But the whole thing about it, if the SEC is the NCAA is as screwed up as it is, why do you have to stay under that? So if you want something to change, you got to change it. And if you move out, believe me, if there's a conference where the SEC has gone into it, the Big Ten is there, you don't think Miami gonna go dip their nose in there? All the people that can really play football, basketball, will come and join them.
ACC is going to keep them locked up as long as they can. We'll take your calls on this, 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. Wanted to tell you about my friends over at Closets by Design. Listen, we had old janky closets, and we knew we weren't maximizing the space. So I met with Matt, the owner of Closets by Design. He walked me around the warehouse, and I was blown away. They build everything by hand, and it's all custom, exactly what you want. So for my wife's closet, she met with the designer. She got exactly what she wanted, including something called a valet rod. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that means, but she's really excited about it, and that's good news for me. Closets by Design can do way more than just closets. They can do your office, your mudroom, your laundry room, pantries, whatever it is you're looking for. Check them out, closetsbydesign.com, or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. So having this college sports discussion is interesting. Because, B, I think you're right. Like, if the SEC says they're going to break free of the NCAA,
Yeah.
they will have other schools that want to do it.
Hell yeah.
But the reality is, remember, wasn't a couple years ago, like just the talk was of one college football league with like all the biggest teams?
I vaguely remember some discussion about that.
Like it would be like a 40-team league. Because if you look at it, eventually this may happen, right? But like in the SEC, if you make one giant league, everybody gets in, I would think. In the Big Ten, who maybe wouldn't make it? Missouri and Vandy?
Yeah, I was
Isn't
going to say
Vandy
Missouri.
with the SEC?
Vandy's with the SEC, yeah. But like of the SEC schools, the three smallest or the least impactful.
But Vandy was good in football and basketball this year.
Yeah, but if you look over time at eyeballs and attention, like
but the fact of
Arkansas, you're not leaving out Arkansas to bring Vandy.
Yeah.
Like, I think Vandy, Mizzou, and South Carolina would probably be the most worried spots. Even though Mizzou and South Carolina, I mean, those are all big teams. But if you're trying to make a super league, right, look at the Big Ten. The one interesting subplot in all this is how the Big Ten pearl clutches about their academics. And they've kind of since given that up. But, like,
they should.
If you're talking about the Big Ten, who would you absolutely want? Start out west. USC, Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. Maybe Wisconsin. Maybe Nebraska's got a huge, rabid following.
Yeah.
But, like, you look at the bottom half of the Big Ten. I mean, hell, is Maryland a desired spot in a super conference? Probably not. Like, is Rutgers? When the Big Ten expanded to bring in Rutgers and Maryland, that was about cable subscriptions. That model has changed, dude.
Big time.
And then, like, even in the ACC, I get a college super conference would want Clemson, Florida State, Miami. Maybe basketball carries you through to get you Duke and Carolina. But, like, the Hokie fans, y'all are in the wilderness. Wake Forest, Pitt, Louisville. Like, if you build this super conference out, it becomes total haves and have-nots. And maybe that's where it's going anyway. But
it does do that, but I don't think you're going to just wipe all of them out.
I don't know. I don't know how it all works. You're also right. Like, if the SEC was to leave, to me, though, this is not the SEC actually leaving. It's the
This is them
SEC
discussing it.
putting pressure to get whatever it is they want their way. I don't know, man. You're the commissioner. You're the czar of college sports. What would you do? How would you try to rein this thing in?
From the czar of
College
the NCAA?
sports. Like all of it, or your
thing.
new entity, whatever it is. You're in charge. B-Mitch is in charge.
I'm going to make sure I'm calling some lawyers in right now. We're finna write up stuff, and when you go against the rules, there is no you can go sue me and all this stuff. You can't run to your
local
alumnus
judge. Right.
and get them an injunction so you can play. It's going to be solved by the powers that be in the NCAA, point blank. And if you go to anybody else, guess what? You sit out with them until we decide we want to put you back in. And if you lose out on college time, that's your problem. Because that's the ultimate thing where this thing has turned into whenever someone in a state has an issue, they run to somebody that went to their school, and that judge, see, that's the problem. Our whole judicial system is screwed up. That judge gives them an injunction just because he's an alumnus of that school. And you have to go by that. Well, what happened, the thing with Sorsby, the other schools, like, we're getting an injunction so we don't have to play against you.
The injunction nonsense has got to stop.
Yeah,
Bama
that's
did it.
crap.
Bama did it in basketball to let an NBA player play for Alabama,
and that's whack.
Right.
And the SEC,
I'm not, my point is, I'm not
SEC,
just saying
the SEC gotta look at that and make sure that doesn't happen again too.
I don't know that you should put a cap on this, but it does make it more fair. You got to fix the transfer portal. You get one free transfer and you get to keep playing. If you do it again, you got to sit out a year. But if the coach leaves, you get to leave too.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're
totally, yeah.
There's some low level stuff that would just make sense.
But that should have been a problem a long time ago. Coaches can always, you come and sit in my living room, and I want schools to understand this. Yes, you all think it's about you. When a player sits and talks to that coach, it's the familiarity with the coach that makes him decide to go to the school. Most times. It's not the school that make him go because the coach is there. It's the coach who makes him want to come to the school. And if that coach leaves that next year, then you should not be able to tell me, well, you signed the you got to stay here for the next 3 years. No.
Agreed.
He left,
I
can leave.
When we return, one Commanders player is predicted to have a big breakout. We'll let you know who it is, and we'll let you weigh in on who you think could be a breakout player for the Commanders. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067.
This update is built by Paul Henry's Windows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Nats playing long ball again last night on the road. 3 more home runs and a 7-3 win at Colorado.
Kicking the pitch. Swing a long drive. Left field for Chaparro. Back to left fielder McCarthy to the wall. And there it goes. 3 batters in. The Nationals lead it 3-0. Andres Chaparro with home run number 4. 3 on this trip since the All-Star break.
That's Dave Jackler, the call last night on the Fan. Jacob Young and C.J. Abrams also went deep. Nats lead the majors in homers, runs scored, and stolen bases. They are also with the win. Now just 1 back in the NL wildcard race with another one at Coors Field tonight. Nats and Rockies, 8:40 p.m. first pitch here on the Fan. This month, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I saw it.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Some cool news floating around that Odyssey's teaming up with Sirius XM. So for folks that are looking for us, I guess you can find us on the Sirius app, I think, when football season starts. So I think that'll be fun. People are tweeting me about it. I really don't have much information for you. I found this out. I found this out during a commercial break when White Brian saw it. And then Jeff and Stallion said there was an email this morning. Now Barrett Media is reporting it. I think it's cool. I don't really know what it means, but we're all for more access to the content. Talking breakout players, and my guy Tricky's on hold already. I'm going to let him lead us off. Tricky, you got a breakout player for the Commanders?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I just called in. I told Stallion I just wanted to pull your chain because for the last 2 weeks you keep saying the caller who called in about Robert Henry Jr. That was me. So I just wanted to mess with you on that one.
All good.
Yeah.
Do you have a pick for a breakout player, or is it Robert Henry Jr.?
Robert Henry Jr. And I think he's going to be returning kickoffs also.
Wow, you are high on this young man. Right. I support it though. Thanks for the call, Tricky. All right, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Let us know your breakout player. We thought of this because Pro Football Focus, it's funny, has any like, I don't know if you call them a media outlet or like an analytics company. I don't really know what you call them anymore. But I don't think any outlet like that has become more controversial, if you will, than Pro Football Focus. Because players hate them and call them out all the time.
What they do, they sit there and they tell you what they think should have happened. That's not how sports played. Hell, you know how many times I went into a play thinking what should happen? And I had to do 18 things different to get to the actual result? Do they ever think about that type of stuff? They give a guy a grade on what they have sat in their offices and said what they think is supposed to happen. They don't know what the offense states. They don't know what the play was trying to get. They don't know what the defense did. They don't know if you should run it against it or not. But they say this is what they thought was supposed to happen. So the guy gets a good grade or bad grade. Does that make sense anywhere? That's like me giving you a test. Okay? And you don't know what the test is about, what's supposed to be going on. And when you finish, I tell you, oh, man, you failed this test. And you go, well, I didn't know none of that damn information. You see what I'm saying?
Totally.
That's what it is. So.
And it's gotten, I mean, pretty like publicly nasty with like J.J. Watt often takes them to task and Collinsworth defends them. All that said, Pro Football Focus listed Trey Amos on their all-breakout team. I liked Amos a lot last year. I thought he had a really good start to the season. Obviously hurt his ankle PFF says Trey Amos is going to break out. What do you say? My guy Anthony is in Martinsville. What's up, Ant?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good to hear.
What's happening?
Good to hear from y'all.
Good to have you, bud.
Hey, listen, I want to tell y'all, first, I feel like since y'all branching out and y'all going to other platforms as well as Odyssey, I feel like everybody need a raise. Let me put that out there. Let me put it in the ether.
Man, have you been reading my mind?
You hear me? You hear me? Hey, great minds think alike,
I don't
man.
believe in all
Great
them
minds
outlets
think
and
alike.
no money going in my pocket.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Listen, I think that Traylon Burks is going to go for. I think I'm gonna say between 500 and 600 yards, maybe about 45 to 50 catches. I think that it won't be a total 1,000-yard season, breakout season, but for him, I think that him coming back from a lot of injuries and injury-plagued seasons, I think that he needs a dedicated number one so that he can shine as a number two. I think that's how he should have been drafted in the first place. And I feel like out of all the wide receivers in the NFL, it is a great thing that he got Terry McLaurin in his ear that can motivate him and help him and believe in him. And I really think that Traylon Burks is going to prove a lot of people wrong this year. So
right.
I'm pulling for him.
I'm pulling for him too. It's a good call.
Man.
I also think he just got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
His junior year.
That's the main thing when it comes to football, man. If you're healthy, you have a possibility. Everybody can play. But if you're not healthy, things going to work against you.
His junior year at Arkansas, 66 catches for 1,100 yards, 11 touchdowns, averaged about 17 a pop, had another 100 yards on the ground, finished with 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns from scrimmage. Also, he's big. Everybody's like, oh, they need this big receiver. Burks is listed 6'3", 220.
Mm-hmm.
That's big. That's your big receiver if he's
big.
ready to go. And then, obviously, people want speed on the outside. He's got it. Like, there's so much conversation that maybe it's correct to be underwhelmed by Burks because the NFL production has not matched the draft position.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys didn't draft him. Like, they're not paying on that.
No, not at all. But it's like
it was never a burner.
The health thing is real,
but
man. The health thing is real. And guys got to understand, I tell most guys all the time, they like tell me what they lift, how they run. I say, do you stretch? Taking any yoga? If they try doing that, they'll be around longer. But most guys don't do it.
What's funny? I just pulled up his combine grade.
Mm-hmm.
6.5, which grades out to exactly boom or bust potential.
Mm-hmm.
And the bust is the Tennessee days. That's not here. Washington didn't draft him in the first round. They didn't trade away A.J. Brown to draft his replacement.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. If Burks is a breakout guy, then I think this team's damn good. Because then I think Terry stays healthy and this offense is functioning at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mike in Annapolis. Mike, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Hey, so B-Mitch, you know, the best ability is availability, right? To follow up with
100%.
what you're saying.
Yep.
And, you know, I got my son's a college athlete, and I'm pushing him. Get in the pool, get in the pool, get in the pool. It will strengthen you in ways you have no idea. But to address your topic, breakout players, I'll give you one on offense and one on defense. On defense, I think Cross, if he falls into that category as a breakout player, I think we're going to see some big things out of him. He's a tackling machine, and he's got a freak running around in front of him, which is going to take a lot of focus and free him up. So I expect big things out of him for sure.
He'll have a big opportunity.
On offense, I got to go with Jalen Lane. I can't. The success he had in special teams, I think they're going to figure out how to translate that into traditional offense. I think, again, going back to everybody staying healthy, there's a lot of options there, and I think they can move him around, put him in different positions, and I really expect big things out of him.
All right, man.
It's a good call, Mike. Thanks, dude. I think with Nick Cross, one thing that's going to be really interesting, I think Bullock posted this. I saw this somewhere online. Now, much like David Blau's offense isn't going to be a direct replica of Ben Johnson's, but there's going to be a lot of elements. Durante Jones's defense is not going to be a direct replica of Robert Flores, right?
No.
But there's going to be some elements of it.
Yeah.
A lot of Flores, typically when you're running your nickel sets, it's 2 safeties, 3 corners. a lot of Flores' sets are 3 safeties, 2 corners.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, is pretty interesting because I think I like the safety position on this team better than I like the corner position. And you're probably playing more high coverages because, the safeties maybe can't run quite like the corners can. But I found that interesting, and I think that could leave breakout just more snaps, more opportunity.
Yeah.
Whether that's cross, like he mentioned, whether it's Will Harris, Quan Martin, Revo. They've got options on the backside there. Rusty.
Brian, you said Robert. I was like, where you going with that one?
I called you Robert?
No, you said Robert Flores.
Brian Flores, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Who's
Robert Flores?
I don't know.
Is that the dude?
When you said, I was like, that don't sound
Network.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Roflo from MLB Network. Yeah, Brian Flores. Pardon me. Rusty's in Delaware. What's up, Russ?
Well, Russ.
How you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. My breakout player. So you guys know where I sit in the stadium. I'm going to have a little bit of a luxury of seeing guys, and I'm a big guy, and I played the big guy position, so I like sizing up big guys. And when I had a brief conversation with Josh Connerly at the draft party, and what I took away from that was he has gotten bigger. He has increased in size. And with the amount of sacks and hurries that he gave up last year, despite playing every single snap, I think he's going to be the breakout player of the year. And what better to have another great offensive lineman?
All right, man.
Yeah, dude. I noticed it too when I saw him. I guess it would have been OTAs or whatever. You could see the shoulders.
He's starting to fill out.
He was a very young man when he got drafted here. Taking your calls on breakout players, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. B, you got a breakout guy you've been kind of watching for?
Nah, not necessarily yet. I'm still I got to see him in pads. I'm not going to just throw it out there like, hey, that's going to be the guy. I don't know. When I see him in pads moving around a little bit. But I'm kind of like Rusty a little bit. I'm leaning towards some of those people that smell like bacon.
I want to see Antonio Williams in pads. I want to see Katron Allen in pads. I want to see Sonny Styles in pads, particularly.
Katron in pads is what makes Katron special.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll see how that shakes out, but breakout's such a weird word. I do understand why Pro Football Focus would have Amos on their list. Are you at all concerned about this injury from last year?
No.
With Amos?
Mm-mm.
I'm not either. I think didn't he say somewhere online? I feel like I saw this somewhere. Probably that dude Brandon that just like dominates Twitter. That he said he's going to be totally fine on a podcast or something.
Oh.
And whatever, you can't listen to players.
I would suspect that.
I would too. I mean, seriously. I think defensively, I'm curious if we see another one of these monster pain contract year seasons.
I sure in hell hope so. I always fight against the contact year thing, but I would love to see it happen again. And contract year, contract year. And you know what they should do? Give him 1 year deals for the next 5. if he's the guy that responds for a contract year like that, I'm only signing you 1 year deals.
I mean, a part of me almost wonders with Payne how many more big multi-year deals he's getting. Like it might be multi-year in name, but the reality is probably it's a 1 year.
Yeah.
He's going to be 30 next offseason, I think. Bobby is in Stafford. Bobby, who's breaking out?
Chin, our tight end.
Okonkwo?
Yep.
All right.
Why do you like him?
I will take that.
He loves our tight ends, and he's an easy bailout option, and he's already had 400 yards every single season.
All right. I like it, Bobby. Did we ever track down who Chig's quarterbacks were?
No.
So last year was Cam Ward, who there's obviously some excitement, right? I'm pulling this up because I am curious about this. Tennessee Titans.
He was there for 3-4 years? 4?
Drafted, played there 4 years. This is his rookie deal expiring. All right. So last year, the leading passer was Cam Ward.
Okay.
For 2 straight seasons, it was Will Levis. And then it
the
was
mayonnaise guy.
Yeah. Ryan Tannehill.
So if you put mayonnaise in coffee, that means you win a good quarterback.
Their offensive rankings over the last 4 seasons. With Tannehill, they were 28th in points scored. With Levis, at least consistency from Will Levis, 27th in points scored both seasons. And then last year with Cam Ward, 30th in points scored. Now, sometimes, Brian, there can be a disparity between points scored and yards gained. Sometimes you gain a lot of yards, you're just not able to get it in the end zone. With this Titans team, there is not. Tannehill going back to 22, 28th in points, 30th in yards. Will Levis 1.0, 27th in points, 28th in yards. Will Levis 2.0, 27th in points. They popped a little here.
27th.
They got all the way to 26th in yards. And then last year with Cam Ward, I mean, just a truly terrible team. 30th in points, 31st in yards. Chigakonkwo was the leading receiver.
That phone
on
call
team.
there might be the one on point, because if 5
You've been high on him for a while.
If 5 is on, we know 5 will find his tight end. And if Chig just lives up to slight of what we've heard about him, catching the ball, yards after catch, that could be special.
Yeah, I mean, Okonkwo has been in such bad situations, dude. He catches the tail end of Vrabel, right? They go 7-10 and then 6-11. And then Brian Callahan gets hired. They go 3-14. Callahan, year 2, gets fired, I don't know, 10, 12 weeks into the season. I mean, a pair of 3-14s. Okonkwo has never experienced mediocre football. Dude, the Titans' point differential last year was almost minus 200. It was minus 194.
Damn.
Now, I'm not sure I want to pull up what Washington's was, because they had some real blowouts. That point differential probably got nuked a little bit. Now I'm pulling it up just because I'm a masochist. Can't find it off the top of my head. But I don't know, man. Chig has a real opportunity. Yeah. Tight ends are going to absolutely be featured in this offense. All right. Their point differential not nearly as bad. Minus 95. The Titans were 100 points worse.
Yeah, that's awful, Jay.
Stal, you got to break out, dude.
You should have to wear the hot dog hat for that.
Honestly, I think Trey Amos is the guy that I was looking for, but
even before this?
Even before this. I really like Trey Amos. Like, I like a ball hawk. I like a lengthy corner. Like, I'm the fan that gets just, if you give me like a 6'2" corner or a larger guy, I love that.
Pause. Jeffrey?
Yikes.
Actually, all you got to do is go back to middle school. You were a larger guy. Boy, you were a large ass.
Mine was Chigakonkwo as well, just because how Jaden relationship was on the field with Zach Ertz. I feel as though it's going to be the same thing. It's a bigger target, younger target, get a lot of yak. I think Chig is going to be we're going to see a lot of Chig jerseys come this year.
I'm drinking a lot of cognac on football games, huh?
I kind of like Rashad White to have a big season.
That's cool.
Like,
I think what you
big is not necessarily like total yardage, but big to what they need.
But what we saw Eckler doing, Rashad White can fit that bill. And I believe that he, and this is no knock, Eckler being a smaller person, hard to find him sometimes. Rashad White is not, and you'll be able to, I think he runs as good a routes as Eckler, but he'll be able to be seen more where the quarterback catch that flash, boom, let the ball go. And I think linebackers, he gonna cook them just like Eckler did.
Well, I think with real play action, too,
there
will be separation in a way that we are not accustomed to. And then, not that it's going to be a direct reflection, right? But, like, you think to those Detroit teams that Ben Johnson was running that offense, how much they were throwing to the backs. Some of that might be, when you have a guy like Gibbs, you want to make sure you get him the ball in different fashions. But David Montgomery was getting, dude, 24 the last year Ben Johnson was in Detroit. I just pulled this. Jahmyr Gibbs caught 52 balls on 63 targets. David Montgomery had 40 targets. Like, that's 100 passes directed to your running backs. That's a feature, not a bug. Like they are seeking that out.
What happens when the running back fakes it, linebacker steps up? There are a lot of coaches who are smart enough to say, do not stop, go through the line of scrimmage, which means that linebacker steps up a little bit more. Now you're one-on-one. Middle linebacker, I don't care who they were. If I came through the line, the middle linebacker was there, I was cooking him. He might tackle me if I'm running with football, but he was not going to cover me.
Last season in Chicago, between DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, they had 80 targets. That's a real facet of the game.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitchell Finley.
Nats felt right at home at Coors Field last night. Best offense in baseball, hit 3 home runs. Nationals win another one, 7-3 over Colorado. Andres Chaparro, 3-run shot. Jacob Young, solo homer. C.J. Abrams hit his 22nd. As the Nats have now won 3 of 4 since the All-Star break, they are 1 back in the NL wildcard race. Another one at Coors Field for the Nats tonight. It's 8:40 again for the first pitch here on The Fan. WNBA Mystics a big comeback last night at Golden State. They rally from 7 down with 3.5 to go, ending the game in a 17-2 run to beat the Valkyries 90-82, snapping a 2-game skid. We're getting close to football. The rookies for the Commanders report Friday. First practice is a week from tomorrow. Next Wednesday, there was an NFL note today. Pro Bowl linebacker Jordan Brooks signs a contract extension in Miami, 3 years, $51 million. 35 of that is guaranteed. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I wanted to there's a couple brief moment things to point out. So Big Cat from Barstool posted this Twitter video of a little chubby kid. Can we say that? I don't know if it's fair to say. And I sent it to the thread just because it's electric. This little kid's dribbling around, hits a big 3, ends a game. I just thought the clip was cool. And the absolute highlight of this is B-Mitch thought it was actually Stallion from junior high. Stallion, what were you weighing at junior high, dude?
Hefty?
I was a husky boy. I'll tell you that.
Were you always fat until you got skinny?
I slimmed down a little bit in high school just from like...
Put it back
280
on.
to 265.
I put it back on. Put it back on real quick.
What was your biggest when you were working with us the first time?
Probably like 275.
Rhinoceros weight.
It was big, yeah.
What are you now, 180?
I'm about 195.
Okay.
He going back
You
up.
look great.
No, muscle.
Jeffrey, what are you at? 160?
Too small.
Nah, I'm 186.
Take the under.
High school. 10th grade.
Nah, I'm 186 right now.
Freshman year in college, that was me, 186.
Wow.
Sheesh.
All right, now that we've established everybody's weight, I don't know what I'm at, but I fear it might be.
You 201 right now.
Yes, it's not great. Laura, my wife said to me the other day, she's like, usually you go into training camp in really good shape. She's like, this year,
in other words, she just
not
told
so
you.
sure.
In other words, that was her sly way of saying, dude, you out of shape.
I don't even think it was sly. I think it was pretty damn straightforward.
What happened to when you actually, it was back when Cody Betts was here, you were into working out, JP?
I've always kind of worked out. It's just this summer, my girls are older, so they have like camps that I've just had to be driving places all the time. And my morning, I need to wake my ass up early. I need to be up at like 6 to get a workout.
4 a.m.
Do like me. Jeff just getting in. He not up. He just getting in. He don't wake up for that. He gets in.
Nah, during the week,
I do
I'm
mine
up
at 6.
4:35 in the morning every day to work out.
I do mine around 6. So, yeah.
I know you are. Jeff's claiming he wakes up at 4:30.
He's coming back from a set.
Nah, I DJ Thursday through Sunday, but during the week I value my sleep, and I can't come in here looking like anything like I just woke up from the club. I actually get my workouts in during the week.
You often come in here looking like you just walked in from the
I don't
club.
know what he think. Who he fooling? He fooling us.
No. You would know if I just walked in here from the club.
Oh, we have seen it.
I also
and smelled it.
Before, yeah, definitely smelled it. Before the TV days, I could walk in here at 9:59 with my, like, right out of the shower downstairs. Now I'm trying to look more presentable for television.
Doesn't matter really care.
You might be right.
Yeah.
I wanted to read this because it's funny. To be crystal clear, everybody listening, this is fake. This is not real, okay? But it's funny. We're allowed to joke about things. As all this news is coming out about ESPN laying people off, this fake Giants account said, breaking, ESPN has ended its partnership with Make-A-Wish as part of company-wide cost-cutting measures. I just thought that was kind of funny. To which Stallion said, I think we should do a segment on what would your Make-A-Wish be. I think this is a terrible idea, Stallion.
I think, to be honest with you, I think it's a terrible idea that you read that joke, because that joke wasn't funny.
I thought the joke was funny.
That ain't funny.
Stallion, defend your idea for this segment.
Well, I mean, it was a joke, but I was thinking back in the day, like I'd be watching these kids. I'd want to do the Santana Moss.
They were sick.
Well, yes,
They
JP,
were sick.
but
That's
when
why
I
they
was
got to
12
have the
years
wish.
old, when I was 12 years old, that's what I would look at and be like, "Oh, I'm watching SportsCenter. This is who I'd want. I'd want Santana Moss as a kid."
All right, I'm gonna break Santana in the studio to come meet you.
Yeah.
Have you never met Tana?
No, I have. I have. First time I met him, no joke.
Oh, that's right. He told me you were the goofy dude that he met. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No. That would kill me. I mean, I love Santana Moss. Like that's still
So
a guy.
you don't think you're goofy?
Well, I mean,
You're
what do you
goofy
think?
as hell.
You
dog.
don't think you're goofy?
I don't know.
If Tanner said you were goofy, you should be thankful because you are goofy.
If he called me stupid, I'd say thank you. Like that's what Santana
I didn't say
is.
stupid. I said goofy.
I know. I'm just saying, if he were to give me a terrible compliment or not, or backhanded compliment,
That's an insult.
Give me an insult.
I'll give it to you for.
I say thank you.
We
You gotta
Santana,
raise that
Not
self-esteem,
Santana
brother.
said you're goofy.
That's my guy.
Thank you, Santana.
How do you power rank Stallion versus Jeff in goofiness? I can be a goofball.
I'm
too.
way more goofy than
Jeff
Stallion.
is weird.
I'm not
Stallion
weird.
is goofy. Jeff, you're weird, dog. I ain't gonna lie. You like Jeff is like a transformer. Jeff go from like cool hood dude to nerd to
No, I'm a chameleon, dog.
whatever you want to be, to a damn outdoorsman, to a motorcycle dude.
How do you think we grew up in the hood, B. Mitch? We was outside while mom and dad was at work.
Dude, we were outside too.
We was outside all day.
But you
just
always
exploring.
knew I was like the same person. You go like so many different avenues, boy.
I'm an intricate guy, man.
I don't know about intricate. I don't know about intricate.
I'm full of adventure. You can have a good time with me, B. Not like that, but you get what I'm saying.
No, don't ever say that again. Don't ever say that like that again.
We'll be canoeing in the woods somewhere,
Jeff,
on a random Sunday.
I'm a canoe in some water. I ain't gonna canoe in no woods. I've canoed all over the place. I've been in water, but I ain't gonna be in the
Taking
woods.
a boat to Mars. I did. Josh Robbins wrote a good article about the Wiz and about kind of what happens next with DeBonsa, Will Riley, and Trey Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Considering how well those guys played in Summer League, they got shut down. Honest question, W, is Summer League still going on? I haven't watched a second since
the Warriors beat the Grizzlies in the championship.
Congrats. By the end of Summer League, the people playing in that thing, did Caleb Wilson really play every game like he claimed he was going to?
No, but Yaxel and Boozer did.
Yeah, Boozer did. Interesting.
You read Joey's little thing?
No. I will in a moment. That looks too long.
That's the goofiest dude I ever met in my life right there.
Joey is goofy.
Oh, my Lord.
But, dude, so I clicked on The Athletic to read this Josh Robbins story.
Mm-hmm.
In the homepage of The Athletic, we got to give Dawkins and Winger some credit for something we haven't talked about. When they had the number 2 pick a couple years ago and got Sarr, do you remember for months leading up to that, everybody thought Sarr was going to go 1 and the Wiz were going to get Reece Shea?
Yeah.
The Hawks just traded him away.
Yeah, Reece Shea hadn't played well.
He's not good.
No.
Like, they got the better end of that deal.
Just call him Ricochet.
Did
Reece Shea. Ricochet.
Did Sarr tell Atlanta he didn't want to go there or something? I feel like something happened that the Wiz got Sarr, but they look like they got the far better French big man.
Yeah.
And it's just
I'm cool with that.
One of a series of good decisions.
We give them nothing but compliments. They have done their thing. They're working it the way they're supposed to. They're doing exactly what we thought they were going to come in here and do. You know, I know people want to see more wins, but hey, that wasn't a part of the plan at first. Now they're going to start getting the wins.
Dude, and my thing is, we did the exercise the other day to try to figure out Will Riley's minutes. He's going to get minutes, dude. Like, when he entered the league at the draft combine in 25, he was 6'9", 185. That's crazy.
That's skinny as hell.
He's at least now up to 2 bills.
Talking about Sarr?
No, I'm talking about Riley.
Riley. 6'9", 185. That's skinny as hell.
Yeah.
That's skinnier than Jeff.
Yeah, and 8 inches taller.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's so much excitement for the Wiz, but you just wonder how it all fits with once Trae Young and AD are playing. DeBonsa said to Robbins, probably in Vegas, what he learned from Summer League. I'll start with the games, learning the pace of the game, how fast it is, learning the physicality, learning the spacing, just getting live reps at it. But off the games, just learning how to be a pro. On the off days, taking care of your body. We have treatment here. We have food here. We have extra shots up to make sure you can be sure you're being a professional all the time.
Mm.
And I think the guys they've put together for this team, it's exciting, man. And Riley, the kid has improved so much. Just the shooting's always been there, right? But his ability to get to the rim,
yeah,
he's going to be out there. Like he's going to, I think the best way to get playing time is to force the coach to play you.
That's it.
And he seems like the kind of kid that's doing it.
He did it last year. You know, you all of a sudden down the stretch, you saw them starting to, hey, get out there. They started presenting him. So he's done it. He's put the work in. And I'm looking for this team to be very much not to already be where Oklahoma City is, but the look of this team is going to look like them. And these dudes like to play ball. They like playing together. So that does a lot for you.
DeBonsa left Vegas knowing the areas he needs to improve. Said he plans to take a bit of a vacation with an upcoming trip to Jamaica, where his mom is from. But he acknowledged the work to do. He said, I'll be trying to be consistent off the catch as a three-point shooter. I know I'm going to be playing with AD and Trae and guys that can create their own shots. So I just want to give them floor spacing. That's a pretty damn mature attitude for a 19-year-old number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great story. If you haven't read it, in The Athletic by Josh Robbins, kind of talking to Will Riley, Trae Johnson, and AJ about what they learned from Summer League and how they take that forward. Trae Johnson looked great, and he's supposed to be, I mean, when they drafted him, it was like you're getting one of the best shooters in college basketball,
Mm-hmm.
and I would say his rookie season was kind of up and down, and then I think he got shut down for a while. But if everybody's really going to play and they're going to be playing to win, this team is exciting, man.
Can't wait.
I really can't. I want LeBron to sign so we can get the damn NBA schedule out. And, like, how many national TV games do you think the Wiz will have? ESPN, NBC, Peacock, Amazon. I think they had one.
I think they
had one game on Peacock.
They will have about 10 of them because of AJ.
And AD and Trae. Like, we should set an over-under. Because about 10 sounds right, but I kind of bet they'll be front-loaded. And I don't know if, I would assume the NBA kind of has their ability to move games around late in the season.
You would hope.
But I think you front-load the Wiz national games just in case things don't go exactly right. It is B. Mitch and Finley. We got to make some bets. All right, folks, time you've been waiting for. We got Leonard Skinner tickets. Caller number 10, congratulations. You win 2 tickets to win a pair of tickets to go see Leonard Skinner and Foreigner, the Double Trouble Double Vision Tour. Saturday, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. That's this Saturday, B. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I don't know that I can name a Foreigner song. Is Double Vision a Foreigner song? Can any of us name a Foreigner song?
Nope.
There's somebody in their car screaming at us right now.
I don't even know who Foreigner is.
I know one song. If I hear it, I know it's a Foreigner song because they sing it. It's kind of upbeat, but I don't know the name of it.
I want to know what love is.
Oh, that song?
That's Foreigner.
Huh?
Wow. Dub
That
B
was
off the top
electric.
rope. That was electric.
The most electric we'll get from WB for a while.
All right. Shout out to Foreigner.
Yeah.
Oh, they sing Cold as Ice, Jukebox Hero, Hot Blooded. That song.
I know that.
All right. Foreigner's got some bangers. Jeff, see if we got any Foreigner in the system. But play the song Dub B just sang. I want you to know it. Yeah, this joint. This Dub B to Rose. I didn't know this. They're British. A British-American rock band formed in New York in 1976. I mean, I could name a bunch of Skynyrd songs, but that era of like Foreigner and Styx and like those bands, REO Speedwagon, I don't have much. But they have enough hits that I've like heard them. Like if White Brian
But
could
you
sing
didn't hear them when you were listening.
Well, and I don't know the names of them. To your earlier,
kind of like me, yeah.
All right, we got to make some bets for this evening. Jeffrey, let's do it. All right, WB, how'd we do last night? I had the Nats.
Everyone won except Ryan Clary.
That's perfect. Hot dog hat. Attaboy. What'd you take?
I took the over in the Nats game. It was at like 11 runs for whatever reason. And I mean, I know why.
And it was under?
Yeah, it was 5-2 final?
7-3, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 7-3.
Okay.
And what was the over?
11.5.
And so you need to be.
I needed
there
12
you go.
runs.
You look like yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was going to be 9.5 because honestly, I just kind of went blind and said Kyle Freeland going up against Andrew Alvarez, taking that over. Wrong. Just 11.5 runs.
I mean, that dude Freeland looked like he was going to give up 20 in the first inning.
He's Patrick Corbin on steroids. I mean, he's so bad. So bad.
What do we like tonight, boys?
Give me the Yankees again.
Jeff keeps betting the Yankees. Bees tells me, what is Mike Beasley like? He's probably betting with Stallions.
Whatever he goes, go opposite.
He says it's trend season. Rockies Nats over 7 in the first 5 innings.
Ooh, wow. I'll take down on that.
Who's pitching tonight for the Nats?
They have Miles Michaelis, but then they have an opener. I think it'll be Palmquist, lefty.
I won last night.
What is he said that? What is the
I'll take the Sox again.
When they have a real starter like Michaelis, a real starter for this rotation anyway, why go with an opener first?
Well, typically it's because...
It's matchup based?
Yeah, it's matchup based. And so you get the first 3 outs, like your top 3 hitters. Like for James Wood, you're going to want to match up a lefty with him. And if Miles Michaelis, let's say you start him for the Rockies tonight, that's a righty-lefty matchup for a guy who crushes right-handed pitching in James Wood. So you want to get a lefty in there, get out of the first inning, and then the opener goes.
And JP, you paying attention to this dude?
It's hard to take him seriously with the hot dog hat on.
Bro, it's just hard to take him serious without the hot dog hat on.
Hey, I know ball. I'm a ball knower.
Locked on Clary.
Locked on, never go to the game.
Locked on Coors Field.
Locked on Coors Light.
yeah. You catch me at the Coors Light deck there.
All right, you are going Red Sox, B?
Red Sox, yeah.
Jeff took the Yankees, the New York Yankees. WB, what do you like?
Brewers.
Brewers, they have the best record in baseball now, don't they? I think they're like a half game up on the Dodgers.
That is correct.
Yanks playing good baseball. Obviously, since the sweep here before, I would love if the Orioles could get a win in Fenway tonight, but I don't think I'm betting that. Is there WNBA tonight or anything? How are the Mystics doing? Give me a Mystics update, Jeff.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they played last night.
Is that just
they won last night?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say I knew I seen them.
All right? The Sticks are. How many teams make the playoffs?
8.
So, Mystics right now are 4th in the East. They're a game over 500. It's July 21st right here, baby.
Nats minus 1.5 for me. Michael Lorenzen, he stinks.
Rockies pitcher.
Yep.
The Nats to win. Can I ask why you're taking the minus 1.5?
I'm just confident. I'm confident in them.
Then I'll take the Nats money line, which is not the run line.
Kind of glad I don't have on my headset.
You just unplugged? So people, maybe on Monumental you can tell this. For us to hear Stallion and Jeff talk to us.
No, I can hear everything he's saying, but not clearly. So he says some silly stuff. So I decided not to listen anymore.
B just took his headphones off. That's tremendous. Tremendous content right there.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Eric Edholm for joining us. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Best offense in baseball keeps hitting bombs and winning games. Nationals road trip continued last night with 3 homers and a 7-3 win at Colorado. Andres Chaparro, 3-run homer. Jacob Young solo shot. C.J. Abrams, a 2-run blast. En route to the win, the Nationals have won 3 of 4 now to start the second half. And with the victory, Nats are now 1 game out of the final NL wildcard spot. They play the Rockies again tonight at Coors Field, 8:40 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. We're getting close, tick-tock, until football training camp just a few days away. The rookies report for the Commanders to Ashburn on Friday. First practice is next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. And we're now just 50 days away from football. The NFL season kicks off 7 weeks from tomorrow night. Pats and Seahawks in Seattle, Super Bowl rematch Wednesday night, September 9th. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on The Fan, July 21st, 2026. We're with you all the way up to 6:30 with the Nats out west playing the Rockies. Late night Nats tonight. By the way, Earl just mentioned this. They're 1 game out of the wild card. Danny, don't you just know that in places he can't admit publicly, Paul Taboni would probably sign up for like a 9-game losing streak right now?
Or a winning streak. I mean, one or the other. Like a definitive.
I think a winning streak he'd be happy about, don't get me wrong. But he also would then have to do a thing he probably doesn't want to do.
You're probably right about that, actually.
I don't think he wants to buy. I don't think he wants to add. I don't think he wants to change what is a good plan for the betterment of the short term, which is kind of fool's gold this season with this pitching staff. My guess is, he could never publicly admit this, but he knows the best case scenario for the team over the long haul is to actually make it easier for him to sell. But with each of these wins and nights like last night where they get a lot of help, it just gets harder and harder to do that. He gets backed more and more into a corner between a rock and a hard place. Of all the things that involved the Nationals in the wild card last night, here's what happened. The Nationals won. Check. The Cubs lost. Check. The Cardinals lost. Check. The D-backs lost. Check. The Marlins lost. Check. The Pirates lost. Check. The Reds lost. Yep. The Padres lost. Whoopee. The only thing that didn't work out in their favor was the Phillies getting a win. But the other 8 results of the 9 went their way last night.
Pretty crazy, man. Yeah, it's one of those things it feels far away when you get swept by the Yankees. It feels far away when, you're losing 15-1 to the A's and Zach Littell gave you no chance and sort of that was that. But then you go, this is all a weekend. This is all 2 games in either direction. Too good for you, too bad for them, which happens over 162 75,000 times. You're right back in this thing. You're so close. So the fact is they're right probably where they should be with a poor defense, bad starting pitching, and a bad bullpen. And a great offense, you've got one of the 4 sort of areas that you can improve. Really, really, really good. And they're probably right around 500. That's the kind of team they are. But that's good enough to be frisky. That's good enough to be close. That's good enough to deal with the team with twice the payroll that's swooning, or the surprise of the probably the National League, the Marlins, who are now in free fall, Tom Petty style, having lost, I think it's 8 straight. I mean, the Cardinals are what the Nationals are. They finally decided to rebuild for the first time in decades, and here they are, a surprise with a bunch of guys that you're not really familiar with. They dumped the Nolan Arenados, the high-priced players of the world, and they're going with some of their kids. They got breakouts of their own, but you're right there. You're knocking on the door. All it takes is a good week.
I think there are a couple teams in the wild card, just to put a bow on this really quickly, that are going to probably sustain themselves and be good. Like the Phillies and the Cubs are not going anywhere. They're playoff teams.
They're too good.
Maybe the Pirates make a push. Someone's going to make a trade, whether that's the Diamondbacks or A.J. Preller, and it's really going to help them and put a team over the top and get them into the playoffs. But the Cardinals, who you were just talking about, have lost 3 in a row, 6 of 10. The Marlins have lost 7 in a row. Like these teams that are overachieving are coming back to the pack. So if you're the Nationals and you're looking up, St. Louis, Miami, Pittsburgh, there's no team that's decidedly better than you in that group. So it just further complicates everything. We can talk more about that as the show goes on. Remember, here on Grant and Danny today, we've got tickets to Muse at Meriwether Post Pavilion. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. But I wanted to start the show, as we are closing in on training camp now, with a projection for the Commanders' win total this season. Danny, this came from PFF. They basically ran all the numbers.
Yep.
This is data. This is not anecdotal or arbitrary, right? This is very much about the analytics. And they spit out wins for every single team. So just as an example, the outliers, they've got the Rams at 11.13 wins in their projection. Okay, you can't win 0.13 games. But they're saying when they spit out 1,000 data points, the average is that the Rams win 11.13 games. Best team in football. The worst team in football is the Cardinals in the same division at 4.33 wins.
So just a quick note on this. These tend to be kind of the watered down win totals, right? Where you go, is the best team in the NFL really going to win only 11 games? No, that's not the answer to this. It just kind of shows you the range, right? So that's kind of an important distinction here.
Yeah, and it would speak to as well. Like if you ever look at win totals at a sports book, you're never going to see 13. Someone's going to win 13 games.
Someone will, yeah.
That's not how win totals work. The Rams, actually, coincidentally or not, at 11.5 wins is number one right now at those same sports books. Teams like Seattle, 10.5 wins. Buffalo, 10.5 wins are right there in that vicinity. But I just think looking at how they did this, when you see the Rams, the Seahawks, the Bills at the very top, and you see the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Cardinals at the very bottom, projected between 5.4 and 4.3 wins, it feels to me like whatever machine they're using to punch their numbers in is a fairly accurate machine. Like, there's nothing crazy in there, right?
Yep.
Washington, they have coming in at 7.66 wins. Strength of schedule, according to their data, 6th in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
7.66 wins. That matches pretty closely what we're seeing at sports books, where Washington is projected at 7.5 wins, and you got to go over or under that total. But they've got them narrowly, very narrowly, ahead of what the sports books think they would take the over on 7.5 wins, as would I. But what do you make of 7.6 and change for the Commanders?
Yeah, that's the bucket they're in. I mean, look around at their peers. A just okay New Orleans team, an improved Giants team, an Atlanta team with questions, Carolina coming off of their playoff performance. I put that in air quotes. The Steelers are just ahead of them. The Colts are just ahead of them. You're part of that just okay bucket. And that stands to reason to me. So you took a defense that was beyond horrendous and you improved it. How much? TBD. We don't know. My guess is if you move up 10 or 11 spots, that's a pretty good improvement. That's a pretty good job, but that's not good enough to overcome this really difficult schedule, some of the good quarterbacks and offenses they're going to face. And I don't think they did near enough on offense, and this kind of stands to reason. Again, you're going to get off to such a rough start because, again, the first half of your season is such an arduous schedule. The back half lightens up, but are you playing those games on the level? In other words, if you're 3-8, it kind of doesn't matter who's on your schedule anymore. You know what I mean? Like, sure. Are you playing out the string? It's not the same as being 8-3 with a lot to play for.
Yeah, when you think about 7 and change wins, but not getting to 8 as a projection, you kind of go, okay, well, how did they get there with the offseason they had, the talent they have at quarterback and a few other positions? I think it has to start with the early schedule. The early schedule is brutal. I mean, this is Avengers Doomsday stuff. You're playing at the Eagles, at the Cowboys, and then you're hosting the Seahawks in those first 3 weeks. So you're talking about the favorite in your division and a Super Bowl contender, according to most, in the Eagles. The team that I actually think should be the favorite in the division and the clear second team in everybody's pecking order, the Cowboys. And then the defending champions, who I just told you PFF has as the number 2 team in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's the bad part of this, okay? That you open with a schedule that would suggest if you should go 1-2 probably, and you're hoping to get the 1. Like 0-3 would be disastrous, but also understandable. But you're trying to get to 1-2. If you go 2-1, you're doing cartwheels. We're throwing parties. Everybody's really happy.
We're ready to rock and roll.
Probably a playoff team based on the schedule lightening up and already being over 500. But here's the positive side of that too. If you're gonna have that stretch of schedule, wouldn't you rather it be right at the beginning when nobody's seen your offense yet? Nobody's seen your defense. Part of the reason they're only having the 5 open practices, in my opinion, 11 if you count some access for season ticket holders. But one of the reasons I think they're going to keep things very close to the chest, we have not seen a lot of the Durante Jones Vikings looking, linebackers, mug and A-gap stuff and spring practices. I think they're going to kick it 2012, where Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, and that offense never once ran read option, pistol, 50 series at a single practice. I covered the beat. I was at the facility every single day at every single practice. Now, remember, we get kicked out after a certain period of time.
Right, they stretch, then you can go.
Exactly. Yeah. But we never once saw the offense that they ended up running. Not one snap of it. We saw Robert Griffin running occasionally, but it was never at a pistol, read option, what they call their 50 series. I think there's going to be some of that like subterfuge, hiding. And if that's the case, how do the Eagles prepare for that? How do the Cowboys prepare for that? There's going to be a little tape, but you're still going to have a trick or two up your sleeve for Seattle. I'm not pretending like they're going to win all three of those games, but I would rather play those teams when they don't know your schemes yet than play them in 8 weeks.
I hear that. My counter is my hope for beating those teams that are just different levels, different grades ahead of Washington. Like they're in different tiers. That's legit competitive Super Bowl potential teams. I'd rather have the attrition of the year get them, and maybe you're playing them without Sam Darnold, or maybe you're playing Dallas without Dak later on in the year. Not that you're rooting for injuries, but that's kind of my thought process there. I just don't think you match up one. Maybe you could steal one, and that's kind of the hope with that early season. But there's no good time to play a great team. But maybe the timing of it, to your point, could work out for you. But I think it's 6 one, half dozen of the other. Like, I don't want to play any of those teams right after the bye week, for example. And they do. They have Philadelphia out of their bye week, but out of Washington's bye week rather. But I don't know. There's no good moment where I go, God, I can't wait to play Seattle when you're aspiring to get to that level.
I understand that, but you can acknowledge you'd rather the benefit of them not seeing your scheme yet is beneficial.
Sure. Yeah, if that's the case, if that's indeed what's happening.
Well, how would it not be the case?
As soon as you play a game.
I'm talking about the Eagles in week 1.
There you go.
I'm talking about the Cowboys in week 2. You're not getting through the entire playbook in the first game and 47 snaps or whatever. Ideally, you will have enough efficiency and be on the field enough that you get to run a bunch of your stuff. But, yeah, by week 3, will the Seahawks have seen everything? Sure, but a lot less of it, I guess, is my point than in week 11 when you've kind of mastered it a little bit more. I don't know. I just... If somehow, some way, they start well, like they are 2-1 after those 3 games. I don't know how they get there, but one of the things that happens pretty frequently that hasn't been talked about much is sometimes after the Super Bowl, there's a hangover.
Sure.
Sometimes the team that was really great takes a step back. The quarterback of that team is Sam Darnold. He's above bad games all of a sudden. This guy's not even in the top 10 in the league in most rankings, right. And it feels like it's kind of been on a magical carpet ride.
Yeah, the Eagles have had their own issues, certainly, although I would say this is an even year, which, the last 2 of these, they've had 14 wins.
They themselves, by the way, have new schemes.
But they've got issues.
So that works against, my theory as to Washington hasn't seen their offense, their defense. I happen to think their offense is a terrible fit for their quarterback, and I think it's going to be a real struggle early on for Jalen Hurts as they go with a Ben Johnson-y, throw to the middle of the field, play action, pop pass style offense. I don't know how Hurts is going to operate there, but I am color me curious on that. But as I'm thinking about it and I'm looking at this number, I think this feels about right. And it's hard to argue with data as it is, right? Mm-hmm. It's numbers, it's analytics, it's not a human being. But 7.7 will round up wins for Washington. So my question to you, Danny, and my question on the phones would be, would you go over or under, we'll say 7.5 wins? That's the sportsbook total. That's where PFF is at 7.6 plus. 800-636-1067 and make your case.
This is because that's right the range. I mean, you see most of the books will have it 7.5, some a little bit lower than that. I think this is probably an 8-win roster with a 6-win schedule. So my average of the 2 is 7. So I'll go under kind of begrudgingly, but I could absolutely see an 8-win scenario. I could certainly see them getting the 9 wins if everything breaks right, but nothing does. I mean, this is sports. This is the injury you can't imagine getting over. You'll have to. The bit of bad luck, the astounding gut punch, the glorious moment that breaks for you. Everything kind of averages out, etc. To me, this is probably the right range. So I'll say under with kind of a cringe. I'll like hold my nose and put my quarter in.
Are you building into your record that Jaden Daniels misses extensive time?
Not extensive. Some.
Okay. How many games?
3.
So you think Daniels plays 14 games and they still win 6 games?
Yeah.
Man, would that be a big letdown.
7 is what I've got. So I've got just under the
Okay, I thought you went under.
Yeah, I think that's a 6-win schedule, 8-win roster.
So you're going 7 and 10, basically.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That would be very surprising to me. If you tell me right now they go 7 and 10 or worse, I'm not shocked. But that means Jaden Daniels got hurt. If he plays 14 or more games and they still only win 7 games with an improved defense, I'll be absolutely shocked by that. I'm going over 7+. I think there's a better chance they win 10 than 6, just as an example. I think I've got them at 9 and 8, which means I'm fairly comfortably over 7.5. Gives me a game and a half cushion. The only caveat I have, and I've had all offseason, is one of my big concerns pre the draft was Daniel's durability, and last year happened, and I just had to relive it on the Netflix quarterback show.
Yeah, we're doing it again, aren't we?
Very painfully. But assuming health, I think a revenge tour is loading. If he's on the field, I think he's going to play at a really high level. And if he does, and your defense is as improved as I think it's going to be, both based on scheme and talent upgrade up front off the edge, this is a much more likely a 10-win team than a 6-win team. I try not to get too much into strength of schedule before the season. One of the reasons I don't do we always go back and forth with the junkies over the win-loss exercise. I just think it's so futile and silly, and I get it. Most of the things we do on the radio, you could sum up that way. But we just have no idea when you play the Bengals in Week 11. Is it Joe Burrow or Joe Flacco?
Yeah, seriously.
Which Joe is quarterbacking them? When you're at Minnesota in Week 16 in that flexed time slot game, is Kyler Murray the comeback player of the year and the talk of the league because he's balling out under Kevin O'Connell, who's the coach of the year for the first place Minnesota Vikings? Or have they already gone back to J.J. McCarthy and they fired Kevin O'Connell or their offensive coordinator or whatever? Like, both things are on the table, right? So it just doesn't make sense from a strength of schedule standpoint to look at last year and try to have a feel for how hard the schedule is going to be. I got to look into the mirror, and the mirror tells me better defense, better team, the deepest they've been with this group for sure. If the quarterback is who we think he is and he's healthy, there's really no reason they wouldn't win more than 7 games.
I hear you. I mean, to me, that your point about the strength of schedule, I think, is a good one. And here I am about to do it. So, again, you could certainly poke holes and make fun.
It is that time of the year.
Yeah. Well,
what else we got?
Their schedule, I think, is rated. I think it was like 6th most difficult. I even think that's too low of a ranking because we're looking at a Dallas team that went 7-9 last year. That goes into the ranking, right? Where they go, they're pushovers. These Colts are 8-9. That you mean the 8-2 Colts when they had a mediocre quarterback healthy?
But a team in the AFC West could say the same thing. The Chiefs last year won 6 games, I think, or something stupid like that.
6-11, yeah.
They're going to win 12 games this year. So someone has them on the schedule twice. The Raiders, I can cancel that out with other teams if that makes sense.
It does. But here's where I'm going with that. And then the Giants were a disaster last year. We all think they're going to be much improved. How much? Proof will be in the pudding, but they're not pushovers. They're not, and you play them twice. So when you sort of look at it, there are your easier games, quote unquote. There are your cupcakes. Everybody else is a playoff team and really, really good. It's a lot more Rams, Eagles, Niners, Jaguars than it is Raiders and Browns for this schedule. So to me, the games where you kind of go, I mean, again, last year Cincinnati was a joke because Joe Flacco played most of the time. To your point, if it's Joe Burrow and the receiver twins, I'm not that confident we win 41-39. You know what I mean? Like, to me, this is matching up, and I think everybody's underrating how tough their schedule is going to be, especially because they're not that great. If they were great, I wouldn't care. Bring on all comers.
Yeah, they're not great. There's no doubt about that. But the quarterback's supposed to be great if he's healthy. And if he is, I think then they got a chance to hang with these teams. They played a Joe Burrow-led Cincinnati when he was cooking with the Twins.
That's right.
They beat them in 2024 in a shootout with a worse defense than they have now. Like, we've seen it. We know what it looks like. They've hung with teams like the Rams. That goes both ways. You're right. The schedule against a team like the Bengals is harder than it looks, maybe. If Matt Stafford's back starts barking at 40 years old, now all of a sudden you're playing against who's their back? Carson Wentz or something in week 9?
Oh, yuck.
Like, that goes in both directions. And the years, by the way, where it works out really well and they're playoff bound and they're having a great year, you get 3 or 4 of those built in.
Yep.
You just can't plan on those. But let's start the show right there on the phones. PFF went through every single team and put together a win projection via their data They've got the Commanders coming in at 7.66 wins, which is basically 11th worst in football. And it's in a bucket there with a lot of the 7.5 win projected teams at sportsbooks. By the way, they like them the second most of the 5 teams with 7.5 wins. They like the Colts more, and then the Saints, Giants, and Falcons less of the teams that are kind of in that same tier.
Yep.
Would you go over or under 7.5 wins for the Commanders? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
The Nationals won their second straight game last night, beating the Rockies 7-3. A pair of homers helped power the Nats past Colorado. Andres Chaparro with a 3-run shot. C.J. Abrams with a 2-run shot, enough to beat Colorado last night. Game 2 of the series in the Rockies tonight, 8:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis set to be the bulk reliever. Carson Palmquist will serve as the opener tonight for the Nationals. Michael Lorenzen set to start for Colorado. He is 3-9 with a 6.22 ERA. Nats and Rockies 8:40 tonight right here on The Fan. A big one for the Nationals as they're currently just one game back of the final NL wildcard spot. In the NFL, training camp going to get underway pretty soon for the Commanders. Rookies reporting on Friday. Veterans reporting a week from today, and the first practice a week from tomorrow. And in the NFL as well, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $51.3 million with $35 million guaranteed. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Jayden Daniels is the most important person in NFC East. Okay. Why? Because when you look at the Commanders, I don't know what I'm getting out of the Commanders. You know, you look at the running back room. You got Bill Krosky-Merritt, young. You got Rachaad White, who was RB2 over there for Tampa for a long time. You have a very thin quarterback room, and you have a very young defense. Now, I know Dan Quinn is a head coach. I know what I'm getting there. But then you also have an offensive coordinator that has the same amount of coaching experience in the NFL that Jayden Daniels has playing experience in the NFL. But this is what history will tell you. You don't sleep on the Washington Commanders when Jayden Daniels is at the helm. We were sleeping on them in 2024, at least I was, and then all of a sudden they're playing in the NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles. If Jayden Daniels is healthy, which all reports out of minicamp and OTAs that he looked like his old self, if not better, do not sleep on the Washington Commanders, because if this guy is on his P's and Q's, he is the most important player in the NFC East.
That's Manti Te'o, NFL Network. He's right. Jayden Daniels plays. Washington's really good. Jayden Daniels doesn't play and Mariota takes over. You probably want them on your schedule.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to the bottom of the projection. 7.6 wins from PFF, and whether you'd go over or under that. Danny's going under.
Just under. I mean, I think that's the exact right range, to be honest with you. I just don't think they've done enough on offense, and counting on lightning in a bottle again, like 2024 with cut Zach Brown and Noah Brown, rather. Zach Brown's a country music act. With Noah Brown and, Zach Ertz, who'd been nothing but injured before, all of a sudden having a renaissance year, and Jameson Crowder, Lamine Zaccheaus. I think that's folly. There was much to be done and they didn't do it. I think they'll fall short against a really tough schedule. So I got 7.
I've got over pretty comfortably. I think they're a 9-win team. Now, if Daniels gets hurt, then all hell breaks loose. They'll go under, and
sure,
I don't want to be doing the show for the next several months, and we'll just have to do it. But here we are. I think he stays healthy enough to play in enough games, and if that's the case, I believe their defense will be much improved. I think both of the new coordinators are among the most important people in the building, and those schemes are immensely important. They will get more out of the receivers we worry about, the offensive line, the running backs there are questions about, by running this scheme and not Kingsbury's. And defensively, they'll get more out of the corner position. They obviously have way more talent in the front 7 as well, on the edges, at D-tackle, in the linebacker room. They spent a lot. They drafted there. So I'm counting on them going from being horrendous defensively to average-ish. I think there's a chance they could be better than that. But that's kind of my bar, is let's be league average. And then on offense, when they run the ball more with a better scheme and they elevate talent that way, a healthy Daniels on a revenge tour wins you some football games late that you're close in, like he did in 2024.
That's the design.
Vic's in Accokeek. Vic, you going over or under 7.6 wins?
I'm going over. Jayden should be better. Jayden is healthy. And the prognosticators around the NFL and the NFL sports and the sports world in general, if there was any inkling whatsoever that Jayden was not performing or preparing up to par to the level he was, or anything less than even last year, it would be a social media frenzy right now. Not only that, I'm confident, and if Jayden is doing well, that David Blau was doing well with the offense as a whole, and they are moving at the progression that they want to move to, so that the offense is efficient, the offense moves the sticks, and the offense can score touchdowns and isolate their best athletes to make big plays. And defensively, I feel about Daronte Jones like I feel about Jaden Daniels coming in to Washington his rookie year. I feel like Daronte Jones is a defensive coordinator's defensive coordinator, if that's the way I can explain it. I expect us to be very sound, efficient, physical, and disciplined on defense.
We better. I mean,
thank you, buddy.
Thank you. We better see that from them, is what I'll say. I mean, they need to be all of those things, obviously. But being well coached is whatever. They got better players now, and the scheme needs to create pressure. That's what I care about. It's like the discipline and the communication and all the buzzwords that coaches use. That's fine. They need to get pressure. They need to have him do things like Brian Flores does to bring more than can be blocked.
You either need to stop people and bend but don't break like Greg Williams used to, or turn people over like Dan Quinn's defenses used to. Remember those? There are 3 legs to the defensive tripod, and all 3 of theirs are broken.
What do you make, though? The thesis of his call was essentially that the schemes and the new coordinators are massive upgrades. I do think if it works out that they're right, that is an under-talked about thing of this offseason.
Sure.
I don't mean that we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the hirings, but it is my opinion that this offense is way better to run in the league right now than the last one. And I think as a quarterback, it's very helpful. I just talked about how it'll elevate other areas. I think this is the defense that most teams would like to run if they could hit a button and run whatever they want to. It's the one Washington's trying to run now. There's something to be said for that.
There is indeed. Yeah, I guess the only thing I would respond to is we do this all the time where new is great and the old is bad. I'm hopeful that those things are the truth, but it's probably somewhere in between. There are probably growing pains for guys that have been elevated dramatically beyond their previous roles, right? Where you're a secondary coach or you're the tight ends coach or the quarterback's coach and you're skipping 15 rungs on the ladder. Every once in a while you get a Sean McVay, but for the most part, it's guys that aren't Sean McVay, and it's dudes that might have growing pains and might struggle a little bit, and you don't have much time for that in a, oh my God, we got to win right now type season.
Growing pains is definitely going to be part of the process here. Because you're never going to be a first time. Even you mentioned Sean McVay, like that was the guy that didn't have them. Wrong.
He did too. Yeah,
Sean McVay as a play caller and a coordinator. I remember having conversations with him. I remember one time they played the Cowboys in a prime time, like a Monday night game on Monday Night Football, and he was driving home, and I was on the phone with him, and he was beating himself up over play calling, being too vanilla, too many 1st and 10 runs, like all this stuff where they just kept the game close and then lost it at the end. And he went through it. You talk to players, you talk to Cousins, talk to Jay Gruden. Like, he's the savant, the mastermind, the guy that everybody loves now. It took him a couple years to become that. It doesn't happen overnight. So I think that's a very real thing. Let's go to Nick, who's in Maryland, in Welcome, Maryland, which I've never heard of in my life, but I'm told it's near Charles County. What's up, Nick?
It's next to La Plata. But they're not even going to know what hit them by the 8th game of the season. I'm telling you, this defense is going to win us 4 to 6 extra games. If butts, candies, nuts, whatever, we've got to stay healthy, of course, our quarterback. That's what we're worried about, right? This team, with on paper, of course, that's how they say it, right? Our defense is going to shock and amaze some people, and our offense is just going to blow people away. And I'm not worried about Philly, Dallas, and the Super Bowl champs. We'll lose one of those. I'm thinking Dallas, some kind of bad call or some bullshit. Anyway, I think we're 12-5. I think we could actually even win 13 games. I think this team is going to shock and amaze the world.
I sure as hell hope so. We can enjoy an adult soda if that's the case.
13 wins. I mean, my guy's on something over there, and
He's
I
like,
want
it's realistically 12, but it could be 13.
Pass me the Commander Kool-Aid. And where did you get it? Are they selling that down in Charles County? Where do I find that? Right, one of those little shops right off 301 there where you pull in.
Yeah,
you can get it out the window.
A little bit north, a little bit south of the Checkers.
Going to the point he made, though, that I want to drill down on is the defense. I'm not as high as he is when he talks about they're going to win 4 to 6 games by themselves or whatever. But if I'm wrong on this team, here's where I'll be loud wrong. I don't think I'm out on a limb or really, I don't have a whole lot of bold takes necessarily. The one thing that I'm going hard in the paint on, though, I think this defense is going to be way better. I really, really like what they put together with Owe, Settle, Leo Chanel, Sonny Styles, Kayvon Chason in the front 7. I think the secondary is faster and better with Cross. You've got Robertson, who's physical. You went and got veteran help with Witherspoon and Rasul Douglas. You're going to play Sandra still in a position he's better in than the one that you've been trying to crowbar him into where he struggled. There's a lot of things about the defense I liked from a personnel standpoint. If you brought back last year's staff and you just ran it back with this group, you're better. Now you run the defense. That's my favorite one schematically in the entire league. I have very, very high hopes. Now, if they don't improve much, if it is a source of frustration, if in week 11 they're moving Durante Jones to the sideline to get a better view, then people are going to get fired and they're going to probably win 6 games or whatever. They're going to be under the 7-win total. But I really believe, like if you ask me right now, is their defense more likely going to rank 10th in the league or 31st in the league? I would say 10th. I think they're going to be very solid on defense.
Interesting. So I think that's the rub here. So this is a group last year, just to go through a couple of things. 4th worst in yards per play, 2nd worst in yards per pass attempt. I mean, basically that was the deal. They could not, when you drop back to throw, great things were happening. When you played them, if you only played them, your quarterback is the MVP of the league and would set passing records.
Couldn't pressure the quarterback.
Couldn't do anything in that regard, right? Especially after some of the injuries. I don't see that group going from 30th, 31st, 32nd, depends on how you do it, to 15th. That would be one of the major leaps in the history of the sport. They're better. Of course, they've got better personnel.
I would point out that when you change to this scheme from the one they were running, with the money they spent at the edge, that's also very rare. The number of times in the history of the sport that's happened is very rare.
Totally true.
They took an edge that they gave $100 million to. They took how many times in free agency has a team signed 2 edges for $12 million or more per offseason? And then change the scheme to be edge friendly?
Probably very few.
Yeah.
So again, these are all points for improvement. I think improvement's going to happen. Then again, I keep coming back to their schedule. This is not the cupcake schedule that allows you to have that Ron Rivera jump in the defensive rankings. And then the next year, we think this defense is going to be lights out, and they finish in the 20s. We go, what happened? They actually played people that weren't Ben DiNucci. So I think the truth is probably somewhere in between. If they get to like 17 or 18 relative, in some of these rankings, I think that's really good. That's a major improvement.
I think that's what it's going to be.
But that's not what he's talking about. They're going to win 4 to 6 games by themselves.
Well, so I started my point by saying I don't agree with 4 to 6 games.
Right.
I'm saying I think there's a better chance that they are fringe top 10 than that they are bottom 3 to 5 in the league again. And I think they will be markedly improved. I am saying I think this is a middle. You just said 18-ish.
Sure.
That's about what I think this is. That's a massive improvement, by the way.
Yeah.
They went... there were months where they were the worst team in the league. They couldn't get off the field against Detroit. They couldn't make them punt. They couldn't get off the field. I don't even know if the Seahawks brought a punter to that primetime game.
I wouldn't know.
In weeks, like for 3 weeks in a row, I think teams punted a combined 1 time or something, and it was just in the 4th quarter when they had to. I think those days are over. I think they're going to be a lot better on D. Shane in Fairfax, what's up?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Doing good.
Hey, look. Have you seen the schedule? They can easily go 1-8 right off the bat. Let's call it what it is. Their first 3 games are away. I don't know how the NFL did that, but they just said, screw the Commanders. Let's just give them the first 3 games away.
Well, the third game is at home. That Seahawks game is at home.
Okay. I saw that wrong then. Okay. So, it's a tough schedule. Let's call it what it is. I got them picking them in the top 5 again. I mean, until this, we've improved. So has this whole division has improved. The Giants is going to be, I think, the sleeper in this division. I really do. They got a great coach. They're going to run the football, and that defense is going to be. And let's call it what it is. The Giants give us fits every year. We barely beat them every freaking year by luck. Call it what it is, a missed field goal or offsides on a field goal. But no, right now, till that receiver room gets improved, and this defense at least shows me something. They're still the old Commanders, just with a lot younger and faster. Give me that. They did improve, but we got to see it. On paper don't mean nothing. I got to see it on the field. And right now, I got them winning 5 games. That's
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Shane.
It sounds like you got them starting 1-8, too, which means they'll win the only game they're favored in, I guess, along the way there, which right now is the New York Giants.
It's the Giants game.
But, yeah, they'd lose to the Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks. I guess he's got them losing in London to the Colts. That's a pick-em game, by the way. The Colts are not some juggernaut. At San Francisco, the Eagles and the Rams, I guess, would be the 8 losses at that point, according to Shane. If they're 1-8, by the way, out of their bye, so you've played 9 games, the bye is behind you, the stretch run, which softens up, is coming. First off, that would be devastating. And just from a radio station standpoint, I can't even imagine the calls we'd be taking. But would Dan Quinn have been fired? I mean, if you're 1-8 to start the year, that's really hard to do.
Should be, to be totally frank with you.
Yeah.
Will he be? That's another question entirely. I mean, there seems to be a lot of confidence in just doing it the way Dan Quinn does it, and they like it a lot.
But they will be at that point. Again, this is a extreme hypothetical that I don't see happening. They'll have been 6-20 in their last 26 games.
Yeah.
with the perceived answer at quarterback and a defense now handpicked to run a different scheme that you sunk a lot of money into. Like, that just can't happen.
No, it cannot.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Major cuts and layoffs at ESPN and NFL Network. Got some more news on who is losing their jobs, unfortunately, who you're very familiar with from a football standpoint on television. That's next. really rough day over at ESPN in terms of layoffs today. And this happens routinely. Everybody gets a turn in this industry, it seems like, where it's your day to wear it, and a lot of your buddies and longtime colleagues get axed. But that has been taking place over the last 24 hours at ESPN. Among the folks that are out, notably Ryan Clark, who's one of the faces of their NFL coverage. Of course, he was sitting with Scott Van Pelt after Monday Night Football and was a part of the Monday Night Desk. He was one of the stars of NFL Live. Did you hear that he found out during NFL Live?
Yeah, so this is fascinating. No, so there's no right way to do this when you're firing somebody. Obviously, letting them go.
There's a wrong way.
Yeah, there certainly is. So the story that I read was that they thought people were calling and asking about him specifically, and that the rumor was going to get out before they announced the layoffs on Tuesday, aka today. So they told him, just happened to be right in the middle of the show. He finishes his segment, gets the word, and takes off. And leaves.
Didn't finish the show.
Did not finish the show.
You cannot fault him for that, I don't think. I probably would have finished the show because it feels to me like you're part of a team. There's something kind of larger than you. It's a little bit awkward. You've laid out the rundown. You've got an element of this segment that's yours. Someone else has their counterpoint that they're going to make. So I'm going to go ahead and just finish that show and be able to say that I did. But I certainly can't fault someone who just got the worst news they've gotten in a long, long time and is getting, in their minds, screwed over by their company to not finish the segment. But Clark out at ESPN, that one was stunning. Carl Ravitch, who's been there for 30 years, longtime host of Baseball Tonight, just called their Sunday Night Baseball game the other night and is their broadcaster that leads play-by-play for Sunday Night Baseball, calls the College World Series, really their number one baseball play-by-play guy right now. He is out. At NFL Network, Tom Pelissero, who we've had on the show, the longtime super plugged-in reporter.
He'll be in demand.
He will be. And also, our buddy Charles Davis lost his job at NFL Network. Now, if you're wondering, well, what does that have to do with ESPN? In case you forgot, ESPN has swallowed up and inherited NFL Network now. So they run that institution. And so the cutdowns over at Network are based on the ESPN executives. The guy that I am the most frustrated about seeing out is Charles Davis, who is one of the most prepared and informed analysts covering football at the college or NFL level. And I just feel like for whatever reason, it's been a bad couple of years in terms of he was on the number 2 team on CBS. They go get J.J. Watt and they push him down. Now, he did get the number 1 job in college football, so he'll be the number 1 commentator on the college games, taking over for Gary Danielson.
Gary Danielson, yeah.
So I'm happy for Charles in that regard. But the NFL's his baby, and he gets moved down the depth chart there. Now he's out at NFL Network. And this is as genuine and decent a person and as good and thorough a person and just as prepared and researched an analyst as you're ever going to find. I don't get how in this industry he's not getting more and more. Like it seems to be he's getting less and less. That makes me as someone that has only ever cared about this business. All I've ever wanted to do is what I'm doing right here and right now. Call games, football and baseball, play-by-play, and do shows like this with my friend Danny Rouillet. That's the entirety of my life's goals in this profession. When I see that Charles Davis is losing jobs, it makes me think that this industry is losing its way.
I think that's well put. To me, he is, I don't know how to say this the right way, like the example that I use of what I would like to hear. In other words, you don't have to scream and shout. There's room for scream and shouting, by the way. I could do a Gus Johnson live from the Palestra every now and again to make it's okay to have some excitement with sports. But in terms of color analyst, all I'm asking for is information and recognizing this whole thing is joyful. This whole thing is fun. This whole thing is, I want you to watch this. This high level thing just happened. How great is this? Look at what it does right here. And just, you could hear the smile on his face as he's delivering this incredible information distilled so a peon like me can understand it. Like, to me, every network, hear me, that say, do it like Charles Davis does. Or just be Charles Davis. Let's hire that guy.
Right.
Pretty simple.
Yeah,
I think he's great.
More work for Charles Davis is what I'm looking for at this point. There was one report yesterday that Ryan Clark's days with ESPN were numbered after a really awkward exchange he had on television, which we'll get into and play for you early next segment. I also want to get into the fact that the Nats are only one game back in the wild card, and why I think Paul Taboni secretly probably wishes they would lose 8 in a row, but they're just not doing it, and they're making his job and his life more difficult. He did too good of a job. His staff and his coaching department that he put together and his hitting and the analytics that they're using, it's all too good. They can't lose enough games.
You got too much competence over there.
G&D on the Fan.
The Nationals continue their winning ways as they beat the Rockies last night 7-3, powered by 2 home runs in the night, a 3-run shot by Andres Chaparro in the first inning, and a 2-run shot later in the game by C.J. Abrams. Game 2 of the series in Colorado tonight, 8:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Dave Jagler and Josh Wetzel on the call with Nats on deck starting at 8:10. Miles Michaelis set to be the bulk reliever. Carson Palmquist will open for him tonight for the Nationals. Michael Lorenzen starts for Colorado. He's 3-9 with a 6.22 ERA, and with some of the things going their way last night in the wild card, the Nationals currently just 1 game back of the final NL wildcard spot. Training camp for the Commanders. Rookies are going to report on Friday. 1 week from today, veterans reporting for training camp, and the first practice 1 week from tomorrow. Also in the NFL, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $51.3 million with $35 million guaranteed. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad.
They can help you with a lot of things. Like what, Danny? Great question. How about estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration? Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We were just talking about how tough of a day it's been over at ESPN and NFL Network as they're moving on from a lot of their high-priced talent. By the way, I can't help but think about the fact that there's clearly a strategy at play here. They're paying Pat McAfee more than anyone's ever made in the industry.
Oh, yeah.
The reports were $60 million a year for his show and whatever the production is behind that operation with him and all his guys that sit around on that show. Stephen A. Smith makes an unbelievable amount of money, and both of those guys are talented and have a following, and you are worth what the market says you're worth.
Yeah.
Someone's willing to pay you that's what you're worth. But Stephen A. Smith is making $20+ million a year. But basically what ESPN has decided to do at this point as a sports institution is pay those two guys the vast majority of the money that they're going to pay their talent, and then get rid of a long-time worker bees and lifers and people that are doing a lot of important other work so that the personalities that have the big opinions and, depending on who we're talking about, can have their fun. And that's their strategy. I mean, I'm not here to tell you it's wrong, but that's exactly what they're doing.
No, that's what's happening. It's that and then kind of NFL play-by-play. So the guys that are doing their Monday Night Footballs, the Super Bowl type stuff, they've got those guys making their 20, 30, whatever the amount is. But then day to day, it's loud, shouty show, alpha guy this. And that's kind of sort of the route they're going, kind of to your point. But yeah, it's kind of where everything is going, I would say. And listen, as you said, get what you get. I don't really care. Good for you. It's neither of those dudes are for me. Talking about Stephen A. Smith and McAfee, but that's where the industry is going, and it's gone. It's kind of it's such a funny thing. It's like you always talk about in any kind of business where the puck is going. And years ago, when Barstool Sports kind of pops up, and they're like, "Hey, just as a reminder, every man, we love sports," and that's kind of what's more normal. The institutions scoffed at that, right? Well, you kind of look up now, and it's. I don't say it's a mirror image, but it's sort of like the corporate image, the corporate mirror image of what Barstool was trying to do as a disruptor so many years ago. It's now that, right? It's like sleeveless dudes shouting about content, cursing a bunch. Let's play Barstool or Worldwide Leader. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have thought that a decade ago, but here we are.
I want to play fact or fiction on one of the reports that came out on Ryan Clark. Supposedly, one of the reasons he's out is because of an exchange he had with Peter Schrager during the NFL season last year. And it would seem to me like that's a stretch. A lot of people lost their jobs yesterday. He was one of them. And this is not the first day like this at ESPN. But I saw Andrew Marchand and some other people talking about how his days were kind of numbered or he really fell out of favor after an awkward exchange as part of a broadcast he was on. I think it was Get Up. So this was Peter Schrager, who's the longtime NFL Network dude, who now is on ESPN doing his role. It's a very weird, unique role where he's like buddies with coaches and presents information, kind of like a Shams Charania type deal without the reporting necessarily. There's not a lot of guys. I don't even know what to call his role, He's like a liaison to the coaches.
It's hard to explain. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
I'm sure they would refer to him as an insider, but it's not your traditional like journalistic insider, right? But anyway, this was at the desk at ESPN.
You know what you wake up saying, though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course.
Right, that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this, though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh,
view.
stop. CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not saying.
I'm not looking at fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
So that exchange was really awkward.
Yes.
Right. First off, it's the worst thing that you can hear on TV or the radio is when a former player sons the person that didn't play sports, as if you don't get to have an opinion. There are people who played who are excellent at being analysts. There are people who played who don't put in the work or learn the players or know the information who are not particularly good. Just like there are people who have never played who could be very informative and insightful and have great careers, like a Bill Simmons, who's a historian and studies a sport and becomes the de facto opinion giver on it, who was on the desk for NBA Countdown at one point in time, having never played. There are coaches, there are GMs, most of the GMs in a lot of sports now, especially in baseball, never played baseball. So I've always hated that. I think it's one of the laziest, most tired, nails on a chalkboard, ridiculous things that you can do. And Schrager, obviously, there must be something else there.
Well, there definitely was. It was on and off air. Yeah.
Then he basically told him, like, hey, don't get up. You don't get to get upset at that. The whole exchange was weird. I remember talking about it with you. I don't know that we did it on air, but behind the scenes maybe when it was a viral thing in the fall that everyone was talking about. And I remember thinking it was like awful, bad look for Clark. He'd had a bunch of those at different points.
Yeah, there have been several
comments of those, like moments he'd like back, I'm sure. Having said that, I don't think that has anything to do with yesterday. I could be wrong, but to me, if he was the only guy that let go and his contract was up and they didn't renew him, all right, maybe that wore on someone. They didn't like that. They thought it was a bad look because it is. They thought it was tired because it is. But to me, this was a bunch of people who make a lot of money got cut from a company that has a lot of analysts, and he was one of them.
What's so funny about that, funny is not the right word. What's interesting about that is that kept coming up, right? So whether it was Andrew Marchand or people that are reporting on this, like that apparently was around enough and people have been talking about that enough. It's not the time that he said Robert Griffin can't weigh in on an Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark discussion because he married a white woman. It's not that or any of the other Ryan Clark kind of like, what? None of those. It was that one for whatever reason. That's the story that kind of kept coming up. And I think there's got to be something to that. Now, your point I think is right. I don't think he wouldn't have been let go had he not done that, right? I think maybe that removed sacred cow status, or maybe that made it. Hey, he can be one of the guys that ends up going. Because again, there's a number of people that don't have the controversies that were let go by ESPN, et cetera. But so it's hard to say exactly what was the impetus was, and if this is the reason. I don't buy that. Certainly, is it in a bucket of reasons potentially with his $2 million salary, and is he more expendable now? Yeah, maybe because, and in addition, he also did these sorts of things. Maybe I'm not going to bat for him. Maybe some of these other guys had advocates till the 11th hour. Maybe no one's thrown on the table for Ryan Clark because of those. I don't know.
He's also got his own budding show and company with the Pivot and some of the stuff that he does with a lot of former players, and that's obviously important to him. Like, let's get players in a room to talk. Clearly doesn't have a lot of respect for Peter Schrager discussing football there. Maybe that's what he wants to do. But that has always been one of my biggest pet peeves. I think it's so annoying. This idea that you can't study and learn, this idea that you can't have an informed opinion or be right or more right if you didn't play, that's just nonsense.
Well, I've dismissed that, and we've adopted this as a show. When somebody, because it comes up every once in a while, you guys didn't play, you don't know. You ever been president? Then keep your mouth shut about it. If you've never been elected to the highest office,
you ever taught? Then you shouldn't have an opinion on your teacher when your kid comes home from school and complains.
It can either apply to everything, or if you do it the way we like to do it, where you just try to learn some information and do your best, it should apply to nothing, right? Like either the argument's good or it's not. Ad hominem attacks, we got rid of that in ancient Greece like a couple thousand years ago, where they kind of figured out, hey, that's not the best way to win a debate. But you're stuck in that, and that's fine. If you're doing you didn't play, you don't know. Okay. Fine. You've never been fill in the blank, anything other than what you are, so you can never comment on anything at any point in time?
Right.
No complaints for you? Just sit there and sullen in silence and wait for dinner? I don't know.
Yeah. I think it was a bad moment. I don't think it's why he was out yesterday. And I saw the clips flying around. I hope I'm right about that, because I would hate to think that you make a mistake. I don't know if it's a mistake Riley actually feels, but you normally would hide it better than that. And you have a bad moment on television, and that costs you pretty dearly. But I feel for him. He was actually on this team 2 different times in D.C., and I covered him 2 different times. The second time being actually around the team, more like on the beat. And the first time, Ryan Clark was like in the locker room, just one of the guys that everyone would post up at his locker and talk to. Later in his career, it's funny, even as he was getting close to going into the media, he was way more of a guy that bristled a lot, and like there was occasionally like toxic relationships with him and like Jason Reed. I remember the Washington Post had a run-in with him and some other people. So I think he's just kind of a lightning rod, has big opinions, has long been good on television though, entertaining, and very often makes really good, smart, insightful points that make me think. So I'm sure he'll land on his feet very, very soon. But again, I'll just say Charles Davis is the one that was a kick to the ribs, because I love Charles. We got to get him on the show soon. We have him on frequently. He's one of our favorite guests, but there's nobody better.
Yeah, Charles Davis and Carl Ravitch. Like, what did Carl Ravitch do wrong? Just decades of just being really good in whatever role he was asked to do. Everything from Baseball Tonight to College World Series to filling in on game day here and there. Just really, really good. That's a bummer. Yeah, both those guys.
Nats 1 game back in the wild card after last night. So last night's game, they're back to hitting home runs again. They took 1 game off where they only scored 1 run, and they had an 8-game streak snapped where they had multiple homers, and have had back-to-back games where they've had at least 2 bolts. Yesterday, C.J. Abrams hit his 22nd, which is a new career high. Andres Chaparro has got 14 RBI in his last 15 games, finally making them look good for standing by him. And Jacob Young broke a 20-plus game drought without a long ball. He hit his 9th of the season. So they end up winning going away 7-3 over the Colorado Rockies to get to 51-50 on the season. Made me think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a mark they can get to where you would say you can't sell off a major piece because this is where you are in the standings? In other words, like Foster Griffin, Luis Garcia, who I think they should trade, any of the big-time pieces of this team, how's the best way to have this conversation? All right, if they're 5 over 500 and they're in the wild card, can you still sell? Probably not.
Probably
right?
not, realistically.
If you're 4 over 500 and you're tied for the wild card. So my point is, and maybe the answer for somebody is it doesn't matter. They can do what, sell and do the soft buy and move on from pieces regardless.
But I think for a lot of fans, the answer's no.
That's what I'm wondering.
Even as of like right now.
The idea that at a certain record over 500 or at a certain point as it pertains to wild card positioning, they don't get to do what they want to do as a front office and sell because the team didn't allow you to. I mean, Taboni said in Boston weeks ago, it's up to the team.
Mm-hmm.
This weekend, I talked to him on Sirius XM. Hey, we haven't made up our mind. We're prepared for everything. We got a couple weeks left. The team will determine what we do. I think he's just saying those words to like kick the can down the road a little bit. And secretly, you're probably hoping, come on, guys, make this easy for me.
Could you just give up a couple of runs or something?
Please make this easy for me.
Yeah.
But if it stays like this, they're at a point where you could go either direction. And I don't think fans will get mad, but it would make sense. Like, they're barely a playoff contender right now. They're 1 game over 500. That's how we should talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're 1 game out of the wild card, which is crazy and cool, but because there's 8 teams that are within a few games of the wild card, they're a 500 ball club, which does not equal wild card typically. But if you're 5 games better than this, if you sweep the Rockies, take 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks, if you win 8 of your next 9 or something, there is a point where all of a sudden you don't really get to operate like you wanted to. And I'm wondering, what is that point? When is it, sorry about your plan, guys, but they're blank as it pertains to wild card positioning? 2 games up. They're right now in the playoffs. Is that the threshold? They are now a season best 5 over 500, and they've won 4 in a row. Like, what has to be happening at the deadline for us to say, you know what? You can't trade Foster Griffin because of what it would do to the clubhouse. You just got to ride it out. And you might lose him for nothing. But that's dems the breaks because here's what you are.
I know. I think the majority of Nats fans would say they're there right now. Like, now, if they lose, they're 12 games until the trade deadline. If they lost all 12, I think they'd go, okay, fine. I admit it. But they don't do that. That's not who they are.
I think there are a lot of fans that would feel that way. I think that's categorically wrong. Like, as a 500 team that is currently not even in the playoffs with the number 1 offense in the sport, they could do a soft sell and it would be perfectly reasonable.
Well, maybe, but let me rephrase. Yes, to you and I. But their counter would be, if you did the softest buy in the world and had a sentient human being with an arm to pitch out of the bullpen, you'd be already the top of the wild card. And you will be with this offense. If you have any confidence in the bullpen, you could absolutely be the wild card team over the last 50 games. That would be their counter. Now, I'm with you. I don't do the Atlanta Hawks 7 seed thing. I want that big pie in the sky. I want that 2019 again. And if I've got to eat something on the way, I'll do that.
Right.
But I think to the fan, they'd go, that same soft sell if it was flipped the other way, and you got me a couple of bullpen arms, half of these losses are wins, and they're an 88-win team.
But what Paul Taboni knows is, if I make the wild card, I'm starting Miles Michaelis or Zach Littell in a playoff game.
Yeah.
I am, or Andrew Alvarez or whatever.
Right.
If I make the wild card and somehow, let's say the Nats score 10 runs in game 1 and 9 runs in game 2, and you win with Griffin and Cavalli, now they're both burned, and in my division series, my games 1, 2, and 3 are like Alvarez, Michaelis, Littell. Or something like that.
They'll start with Carson Palmquist and figure out the rest.
I mean, Palmquist is an opener.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, that's just not a real-world thing, right? But there is a point where I'm separating what fans, because I this is not to belittle fans in any way, they're going to have an opinion, fan short for fanatical, that is different than what a even-keeled,
non-emotional.
No, but I'm thinking like uninvolved, completely unbiased person. Like I was texting a couple people with other teams today, and I was like, hey, the Nats. 2 people in a row from different teams in baseball responded to me and goes, oh, they should be selling. It's not even a debate. Are you kidding? That was like their response. And my point is that is so different than the conversation we're having here in town. We're 6 inches away from this Picasso painting, like staring at it. And we're going, oh my God, look at this. Look at this. What about if James Wood does this? Look at this. And they're just 15 feet back looking at the painting, pointing, going, what are you guys seeing?
That's a dumpster, you guys. What are you doing?
You realize if you would have lost last night, you'd been under 500, right?
To the Rockies. Yeah.
You would have been under 500. If you lose the next 2 games to the Rockies, you're 51-52. You know that, right? But there is a point. Mm-hmm. Like, I am team sell and buy at the same time can work. Trade Luis Garcia. Try to extend Foster Griffin. If he says no, you could trade him. I'm way more Taboni than I am like diehard fan who thinks every time they sell a player off, it's a bad decision and it's mean or whatever. But I also have to acknowledge that there will be a point, I don't know if they'll get there or not, in the next 2 weeks, if the players handle their business, where Taboni doesn't get to do the thing he wants to do. And I'm wondering, what is that point?
So as we look at these series coming up, so the 2 more in Colorado, right? Then they've got the Diamondbacks this weekend. I heard there's a really handsome guy who's doing color commentary on the radio Saturday night against the Diamondbacks. But the D-backs are in the same bucket they are, right? I mean, they're all fighting for that little sliver of the same pie. They're one of the wild card teams. You do 2 out of 3 there. I think in that moment you kind of go, we've got to shift from maybe soft sell to soft buy. I know we've said that about a bunch of series where you're going, well, if they blow it against the Yankees, that means they're sellers. If they win against the Phillies, they're buyers. And we've kind of done that dance a few different times. Disappointing series against
Let's play it out game by game. So let's just go realistic best case. Not best case like they win every game, but what could actually happen best case. Let's say they take one of the next 2 against Colorado. So they're 500 leaving that
500
series.
there, yep.
They take 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks. They take 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays. And they're 2 over 500. And then let's just say, again, a little bit crazy, but for the sake of making it interesting, they've got the Braves to end July, right? That 4-game series.
4-game piece in Atlanta.
Let's say they take 3 out of 4 from Atlanta. Okay? So now you're 4 over 500 on deadline night, and Paul Taboni's working the phone. And you are currently tied for the last wild card. And you, out of the break, I don't know what their record will have been out of the break, but they're basically playing, like, winning every series.
They're playing 667 baseball,
right.
Yeah.
And you're going into a 4-gamer at the Phillies after just taking 3 or 4 from the best team in your division. And you're tied for the last wild card. Can he still do a soft sell at that point?
Farton Church is how it'll go over.
Oh, if right? They were to trade like C.J. Abrams because they just got a unbelievable offer. It's going to be a tough few weeks for Paul Taboni with this fan base. I mean, he just got to buckle up.
Burning effigies here and there. Yeah.
I think if they trade Foster Griffin, Paul Taboni's going to be in for a long few weeks, no matter what. And that's not even a bad idea if you can't extend him. Again, assuming you try to extend him, I'll be perfectly fine with that. If they never try to extend him and trade him, I'm going to have an issue with that. But, so you get my question.
I do. I get exactly what you're talking about. So
when do we get to a point where you go, all right, you got to try to add?
So the reason I picked the Arizona series this weekend is, again, you're a half game behind them right now this minute as of this broadcast. You are directly competing with them. So a couple times when they've leveled up in difficulty, Pittsburgh took 2 out of 3 from them. You saw what happened when Philadelphia was here in town. The Yankees kind of sunned them a little bit, right? Where it's like, yeah, there's your weakness. If you're in that pool and you bet, now you don't want to have everything boil down to a couple of games, obviously, but that's really what we're talking about.
But the problem
a major
with the
sample
D-back series is there's another 7 before the break still after that.
Oh, totally. But I'm kind of going, we are, this is a good measuring stick time to help influence my decision. We're leaning in one direction. We are now competing in this pool with the Diamondbacks. That's one of the teams we are eyeball to eyeball with that are designed totally different than we are. And a bunch of their young stars, some are taking steps forward, others are taking steps back. They're ending up kind of the same place we are. That would say to me, you know what? Let's these guys deserve. Let's do the reinforcements thing and see if we can rise up to these teams that have sunned us, aka the Yankees, Phillies, as we prepare to go to Atlanta and go to Philadelphia right there as the the trade deadline it occurs when they're in Atlanta and then they got Philly right after that. That's the make or break part of the season.
Yeah,
is July 30th to August 6th.
The Diamondback series is the most important of the ones coming up just because it's a tiebreaker situation with another wild card hopeful. Damage them while you're helping yourself. But I disagree with you on that having any more importance because they're going to go right up to the deadline, essentially deciding what they are. So if you lose 2 out of 3 to the Diamondbacks and then you rip off 6-1 after that, it doesn't matter if it was the Diamondbacks or not until the end of the season in the wild card. And they already, by the way, if tiebreakers matter, then that should be a whole other conversation because they have a tiebreaker over almost every team in the wild card hunt that they're battling with. So if that's a factor, then it should even push some more chips into you should actually try to compete for the wild card portion of this thing. I think my answer is if they get to 4 games over 500 before the deadline, however they do it, like at the time of making the decision, at 4 over 500, I think you have to change your plan a little bit. And you no longer are selling off. You're probably risking losing Foster, unless you get a Godfather offer that you just can't refuse. But I'm not getting a mid-level prospect for Foster Griffin on a rental. I'll ride it out with him maybe, which is against how I would normally
So the way to get there would be 2 out of 3 against Colorado, however that math works, 2 out of 3 against Arizona, 2 out of 3 against Toronto, and then you're probably winning 2 of the first 3 against Atlanta.
Correct.
Then it's the trade deadline.
Yep.
And there's your 4 over.
And if you do that, then I think if you're Paul Taboni, I want you to know, Paul, you're right. You just have to just deal with it this time. You know what I'm saying?
Eat your veggies here, buddy.
I'm sorry, dude. Like, it went too well.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe, I've never asked him this. I would love to chop it up with him on this at the ballpark next time I see him or something, and I don't think he would admit it. In fact, I know he wouldn't, even if it's true, and maybe it isn't. I have to imagine if he could never say this like out loud, but he would much prefer them to lose like the next 7 games. Don't you think?
I mean, I understand the point. I don't know if it's exactly that, but I bet you he wishes this decision was easier. Like the normal course of events where Tom Cosgrove doesn't have a 10-pitch save over 2 innings.
But do you think,
if reasonable things happen and they'd be 600?
Do you think he would just as soon rather than win the next 7 so that he can buy than lose? Like, I think he knows his people are too smart. They know what they are. They know what they're not. They're not a cop. Okay. And he knows, like everyone else does, the best case scenario for us, we get to play in some important games. We hang around as long as possible. This is going great. But in the end, we kind of fall back and we get to sell a couple pieces. And on this seller's market where no one's available, we actually get a lot of value for these guys. And man, are we better positioned in the next 3 years for it. But they just won't lose the games.
They just won't do it.
So that's my question for you guys at 800-636-1067. Is there something the Nats can do, a game over 500 marker that they could get to? Or maybe it's wild card relevant, like they are in the playoffs or they're 2 games up or a game up or something where you just don't get to sell anymore because of where you are in the standings? Or do you not view it that way? G&D on the Fan. If you guys are using one of these AI bots to try to learn about home improvement projects and what you're going to do about your windows, we'll help you. No need for all that. Look no further than Window Nation. They are the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. I did it and Danny did it. Our energy bills have come down. Our homes look better. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. How about this offer?
You could get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Oh, and it's also 50% off all window styles. I'm telling you, these guys are the best. Replace those old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. Window Nation measures 3 times to ensure your window fits absolutely perfectly and keep your home comfortable year round. Get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. Choose from over 1,500 styles and colors. The very same windows seen on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I love them. GP does. You will too. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
This update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 2 of the series in Colorado. 8:40 first pitch tonight, right here on the Fan. Miles Mikolas will serve as the bulk reliever as Carson Palmquist going to open for the Nats. Michael Lorenzen set to pitch for the Rockies. The Nationals currently one game back at the final National League wildcard spot. They also just announced some roster moves. They recalled right-handed pitcher Eddie Jean from AAA Rochester and DFA'd right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence. In the NFL, training camp going to get underway soon for the Commanders. Rookies reporting on Friday. The veterans report 1 week from today with the first practice 1 week from tomorrow. And the Dolphins are signing linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension, including $35 million guaranteed. Chicken Salad Chick makes food from scratch every day using fresh, quality ingredients. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, there's something for everyone. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick as a scoop or sandwich, or grab a quick chick for life on the go. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Outfield shades him a bit the other way to left. The third baseman, Karros, well off the line. There goes Lyle. The pitch is hit in the air to deep right center field. Back heads the right fielder, Johnson. That is out of here. Into the home bullpen. C.J. Abrams goes deep, but 2-run shot. Make it 6-3 Nationals.
Josh Wetzel filling in for Charlie Slows on the radio call last night right here on The Fan. Nats improving to 3-1 out of the All-Star break. If they really do get to make the decision for Paul Taboni, they've taken a step toward trying to add some reinforcements at the trade deadline. But is that really going to happen? 800-636-1067 is the number. I think the point is we all know they're waiting. And you're not going to make your mind up until as late as possible, close to the Atlanta series, during the Atlanta series, ahead of the deadline. But what do they need to do to prevent Taboni from being a seller? Or even a partial seller, or to force Taboni's hand to actually adding something helpful and significant?
Is it more about potentially what they're doing versus what the rest of the league is doing? In other words, last night, 8 of the 9 teams they're competing with lost. So if everybody's right around 51-50 in a week, does that influence things, or is it more about what they're doing?
Well, because there's two parts of it. There's your record, which tells you what you are, and they're middling. They're 51-50. But then there's the wild card where they're one back.
Mm-hmm.
If they're still 1 over 500, but you're 1 up in the wild card because things went your way over the next 10 days, which is a hard runway to land a plane on, but let's say that happens, then what? I would say it has to be about how they're playing. Like if they are 500 or if they lose 4 of their next 6, every loss makes it easier ahead of the deadline. But if they keep winning, and if they keep hitting, and if they keep scoring, is there something they can do to force this front office's hand to do the thing that they probably don't want to do, which is add?
Even if they're 3 or 4, 3 over, and they're in a really good spot, I think it's going to end up being a soft add.
Let's go to a soft add is very different than what I'm expecting. What do you mean a soft add?
Meaning they're going to add a couple of pieces that are on the edges,
without trading a Griffin or a Garcia.
Yeah, it'll be a couple of bullpen arms. I don't think they'll do the selling. If they're right there in the wild card, right at the top of it.
Well, I mean, that's a different thing than is the league expectation right now. Joe's in D.C. What's up, Joe?
Hey, you got me?
Yes, you're on the radio. Go ahead.
So I want your framing of this. I'd like to talk about. Like, we're talking about whether, okay, they're 3, 4, 5 over this year. Why do you not factor in what this does for next year? I mean, you play 162 games in Major League Baseball. It's not the football season. And we can all sit here and say, if we were 5 games better this year, we'd be in a whole different ballgame. What are we getting for these guys that's going to make us better next year? We could be a contender next year, even if we fall short this year. How does losing Luis Garcia or Foster Griffin help us next year?
Well, Foster Griffin's not under contract. Hang on one second.
Correct. You have to extend him.
Yes.
You have to extend him. So why can't we talk about why we can't make a reasonable extension offer
we
for
did
Foster
that.
Griffin?
Yeah.
And keep,
Hang on.
keep Luis Garcia
Okay,
on.
thank you for your call.
Appreciate you, bud.
We got to be able to talk back and forth, but I appreciate you calling in. We talked about a Foster Griffin extension for close to an hour yesterday. You should grab that audio wherever you get your audio.
Mm-hmm.
I want Foster Griffin extended.
So do I.
I said so last segment, by the way. You go to him, you offer him 3 years, somewhere between $12 million to $15 million per. If $36 million doesn't get it done, go up to $45 million. I'd be willing to go up to $48 million, $16 million per. If he's turning that down because he's so close to free agency, And by the way, most people this close to free agency will turn those deals down. I'm just hopeful, fingers crossed.
This isn't most people.
This is unique and different because he's been good for 3 hours and he was in Japan for 3 years and he can set his family up forever based on a couple months of baseball, and he's a pitcher and he's going to bet on his arm not falling off and just take the money now. Then maybe you can get a deal done with Foster Griffin. And if you can, they should do that because I am thinking about next year. But in a world where he's going to walk in free agency potentially this year because you can't re-sign him, then trading him for a double-A pitcher who gets to AAA at the end of this year and pitches in the big leagues next year helps you pretty directly. I don't think I need to explain that. If you have a pitcher added to your system, which is very light on quality prospects, starting pitching, bullpen at the highest levels, then that person would help you next year. If you trade Luis Garcia in a deal for a controllable starting pitcher who's either in the big leagues or at AAA or AA and is going to be in the big league sometime next year, that directly helps you next year. They're not doing anything, I don't think, for 5 years out. I would certainly hope not. It would be a bad idea for this front office, as close as they appear to be making a bunch of moves for single-A players, a la the Mackenzie Gore deal. The deal they made for Mackenzie Gore, they thought they were 4 years away when they made it. It might look a little different now, and that's a great return that they got in the minor leagues, but none of those guys are in the big leagues now and won't be for another probably year plus. Any deal you make for Luis Garcia, minor leaguers that are closer to the big leagues, or potential major league ready pieces. So just to directly answer the question, yes, they should be trying to extend Foster Griffin. A trade of Griffin that we're talking about would only come if they've already tried to and were unsuccessful in extending him.
Or, they get some kind of crazy Godfather offer or otherwise. But the more realistic scenario is what you're talking about, where they go, we'd like to extend him, they can't, and now you get what you can.
But you can't get a Godfather offer if he's already accepted your deal. Like I would have in his locker when he gets back to Nats Park, a contract for Casey Close that's already been faxed over to his agent for 3 years and $45 million. Make him turn it down. As soon as he turns it down, then everyone yelling about how they never sign anyone is just noise because players have a choice too. But if you don't make the offer, you don't get to complain as a team. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah.
Let's go to Scott in Arlington. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. How we doing? Hey, I've come full circle on this. Former season ticket holder, turned them on, got rid of them, almost stopped watching games. But this team has just really come along, and I think if they can stick around and they're within a game of the wild card, you do kind of this like soft buy, soft sell thing where maybe you flip a Meade or a Jacob Young or something like that and just try to add a couple of relief pitchers. Hey, you're dead on Foster Griffin. I completely agree on that. You just can't sell a Woody or a CJ unless you're getting like Abrams for Kate Anderson out of Seattle or something like that. Like that's the kind of scenario you're looking at. That's all I got, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, Meade is interesting. I mean, this is one of the single most cost-effective players in the sport who is, triple pre arbitration. Who, if he played every day, would be among the team leaders in homers. I mean, just based on his, at bats, home run ratio, and everything else, he has been a godsend for them as kind of a solidifying that third base spot. He's been terrific.
Yeah. Did he reference trading Curtis Meade?
Yeah, he was naming names. He was like, you could trade a Meade or something. Young is the interesting one, by the way.
Yeah, so let's just start with Curtis Meade over my dead body at this point. He's a free agent in 2031. I mean, this guy's under control in 28, 29, 30, and you have 4.5 years of Curtis Meade for nothing. And he's one of the better offensive players at a corner infield spot in the sport right now. He's got 17 homers. He's going to hit 26, 27 home runs this year. Now, is this who he is forever? I don't know. Would you be selling high? I guess it's possible. He's been 38% better than league average. He's got an 870 OPS. But I asked Taboni about this weekend, and he said they don't just think that this is for real, which they do. They think there's another gear to be had. So, no, you're not trading him. Jacob Young, yeah, you could package him at an area where you're very, very loaded. Big leagues with 4 outfielders, high minors. You got Pinckney ready. You've got Franklin ready. I mean, they're so loaded, they just got rid of Robert Hassel, right? It's like they feel like there's plenty of talent in the high levels of the minor league outfield as well. If you could put Young into a Luis Garcia deal, and there's added value, you don't have to give up a prospect, and you get a AAA starting pitcher who's on the fringe of being a 4th, 5th starter, and 2 relievers, one's in the big leagues and one's in AA or something. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's where you're a position of strength. It's the old bartering system, right? Where you've got a glut of outfielders in a good way. And, Young is never going to hit at a high level, but he can sure as hell go get it. And a contender might want that.
Scott's in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Hey, so I don't know if this is right or anything, but I just think that this new regime, I think they already have their mind made up. I don't think the next 10, 12 game stretch is going to change their way of thinking of what they think they have and where they want to go. I think they need more money to put into arms. But I don't see them just allowing this next 10 to 12 games dictate getting rid of players they believe in and that they believe are a part of the future. That's just my way of thinking.
I think you're probably right, for the record. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, bud.
I think if there's an extreme outcome over the next stretch, though, then it forces their hand or helps them swing the pendulum. But what is likely? There have been 100 games played, and they win as much as they lose. At any 20-game stretch, just about 15-game stretch, you look at.
You can look at the microscope, yeah.
2 games up, 2 games down, whatever it is. I mean, they would to go full Boston Red Sox and win like 9 in a row now. Okay, that's a very different thing. Or similarly, if you lose 8 of your next 9, now we're talking about selling. But it's very unlikely either happens. You're mostly going to play around 500 ball. And because of that, I think you're right. I think they've known for a while what they want to do.
Yeah, I think they're smart enough to have a plan A, plan B, and maybe what's more realistic, the plan C or whatever's behind the next door. This is such a smart, savvy with it group that they know what they're about. Now, if they rip off, as you said, a huge winning streak, which doesn't seem possible given, every other day, it's opener and Littell, opener and Michaelis, opener and Alvarez. I mean, it just doesn't seem like you can do a 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, 9, 10 game win streak like some of these teams are getting hot right now. But if they did, they've got a break glass in case of scenario. I guarantee it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 20 minutes from now, the Beltway Blitz. We've also got tickets. Muse at Meriwether Post Pavilion right here on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. How about $30 million in guaranteed prizes? Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action. 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, they have set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, go get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical, absolutely the best. My third of four, the youngest of my two daughters, is McKinley. Okay, she goes by Mickey, right?
Okay.
So this is little McKinley. So I figured I'd regale you with a quick tale from the home front.
Oh, I like this.
For my double play. She does this thing where she eats popsicles constantly. Every minute of every day, all day long. You turn around and she's got another ice popsicle, something out of the freezer. I think I was right. We'll never admit it. I said we shouldn't get the low drawer freezer. I didn't really think about it from the standpoint of the kids. I just like the side-by-side.
Okay, yeah.
My wife is team. It's got to be underneath. Anything she did growing up.
Freezer is down.
Right. Anything
Yeah.
her family had or she did is like, that is the way, right? So she's a big, let's pull out the drawer, and there's the freezer that has no space we can never fit anything into. The ice falls all over the place. I hate everything about this freezer. But I'm just a boy, and it's a kitchen utensil that she uses more than a utensil, I'm sure. It's an appliance.
I'm sure it's a utensil.
It's a big utensil.
It's a giant utensil.
It's
an expensive utensil.
it's
Runs on Freon.
It's a
Yeah.
big utensil.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So she has this kitchen appliance, right? Well, my daughter goes in all day long, and we'll buy a box of popsicles for the summer or whatever, and she'll just eat them one after another after another. So I took the kids to Wegmans. I was feeling steak. I wanted to go get a nice cut of steak. So I went, bought the wife and I a nice cut of steak, throw them on the grill. We make good steaks. We crush them. We eat them. Everything's going great. But while I was there, kids go shopping with me. I'm sure you've done this before, Danny.
Uh-huh.
My wife's really good at saying no. I don't care as much. I'm like, you want the Mickey Mouse shaped ice cream bars with the vanilla underneath of the chocolate shell?
Indeed, yeah.
Great. Let's do that. Who cares? Sugar's great for kids, I've heard. So we get a box of those. On Sunday, McKinley probably ate 5 of these things, okay? And every time I turned around, she would like be hiding somewhere, and I'd come around the corner, chocolate all over her face. I'm like, what are you doing? Nothing.
Nothing.
And it's like, no, you just ate another one of those. So finally, my wife and I like sit her down for this like intervention, essentially, and we're like, you have to stop. Because we've told her this a billion times, it just doesn't do it. It doesn't catch.
Sure.
We're never going to buy them again. We're never going to have them. I now call her Ice Pop Head. Like, you can't keep doing this. You machine. So about 2 hours later, she comes around the corner. And why she told on herself, I don't really know. But she's like, Dad, look at me. And I looked over. And she's like got another half-eaten one of these things. And it's like melting on her fingers. It's all over her face.
Sure.
I was like, McKinley, go throw that in the trash. And she like starts crying and runs around the corner of the trash. But she doesn't immediately come back. So like 2 minutes later, I go over there. And she's like crouching down by the trash, just shoving it as fast as she can eat it. Like just pummeling ice cream, dripping all over the floor right by the trash. And I like see her. And she's like, Dad! And she like runs away and like throws it up in the air, whatever. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is what she said after me, which is so funny, okay? She comes up to me like 3 minutes after this exchange where she's crying and I've been mean to her because I told her not to eat it.
Sure.
And she said, I've written it down here. This is the quote. Dad. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah. She goes, we're friends. We're supposed to love each other.
That's a pretty good point.
Is that
a pretty good point?
And I was like, we do love each other. She said, well, then if you loved me, you would let me eat that. Which is...
I got to tell you, this is a pretty good case so
I mean,
far.
that'd be fair to say.
Thank you, Coach.
We are friends. We're supposed to love each other.
I mean,
that's pretty damn good.
Find the flaw.
That's pretty good.
That's good kid logic, right?
It's time for Danny's double play.
I want to introduce you to a gentleman named Matt Ricciardi. Ricciardi, I'm not sure I say it right. It's 2 C's right in the middle. So if I'm butchering the pronunciation as a fellow difficult to pronounce last name, fellow, I'm sorry, Matt Ricciardi. He was caught speeding along a stretch of DC Route 295 like so many tens of thousands of people have with DC's stupid speed camera program. He could have paid the $100 ticket. He didn't. He went on. It could have gone with his life. He didn't. Instead, the DC-based attorney chose a far lengthier route. This is from Martin Ostermuhl's notice story. He appealed, and he appealed again, and he appealed more after that. The decision paid off. In May, the DC Court of Appeals, the city's highest court, tossed out his speeding ticket on a novel technicality, ending a 3-year legal odyssey. But the ruling also opened the door for potentially thousands of other drivers to contest tickets handed out by the city's many speed cameras. This case wasn't about the $100 citation, Ricciardi said. I pursued it because I believe that the district was wrongly citing tens of thousands of area drivers at a higher speed than it could prove.
Really?
Yes. So I won't go into all the legal mumbo jumbo because I don't get it. But his point is, are you sure? Are you sure? This has always been my point.
Yes, I have asked this before. How could you possibly even argue it? You say, I wasn't going 57 in the 45. They go, that's what we clocked you at. And it's kind of over then.
And that's all you can do? Not anymore. So thank goodness for this. Again, this is a hero. Everybody who says, then just don't speed. Pipe down, adults are talking.
So wait, what is the fallout then?
So the fallout potentially is you can't prove that I was doing the exact speed that you said I was.
Right.
So if you're then within a mile an hour or two of a grace period, so in other words, if you're 7 over for the most part, I'm just making this up, if you're going 52 and a 45, they typically don't issue the ticket. But if you're going 53, you might get the ticket. The point is, if you're within 1.11 miles an hour, you go, well, I'm within the grace period. You can't prove that I was going 53.
But are they getting rid of camera tickets because of this?
No. But it opens the door for people to contest them, rightly, by the way. Because again, I still can't face my accuser in court, that pesky constitutional thing. It's just a camera, or it's the speed camera company. Nobody remembers the Washington Post report from a little while ago now, where the thousands of dollars are paid in fees to this camera company every month, and it's just a big cash grab, and everybody pretends that it's not, is lying to themselves, and they want to pat themselves on the back. But the point is, you still have all the maintenance problems, the incorrect identification things that happen within a margin of error. It's a giant thing, and they know that it's just a low enough amount where people are better off just paying it, not doing what this guy did, who has endless amounts of hours in his day, apparently, and just fighting it for years.
Good for him.
But good for him.
And good for us.
And I'm hoping it opens the door to more challenging to get this system overhauled. That's what I want.
I get a few of those letters in the mail every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
They are a pain in the butt. G&D coming your way with a chance to win tickets to Muse at Meriwether Post Pavilion ahead of the Blitz next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals getting set to take on the Rockies tonight for Game 2 of the 3-game series in Colorado. They took Game 1 of the series last night 7-3. 8:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Carson Palmquist going to open up for Miles Michaelis for the Nationals. Michael Lorenzen starts for the Rockies. He's 3-9 with a 6.22 ERA. The Nationals find themselves currently just one game back of the final NL wildcard spot. Also, some roster moves today for the Nats. They were called righty Eddie Jean from AAA Rochester and DFA'd right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence. In the NFL, training camp for the Commanders. Rookie's going to report on Friday. 1 week from today, the veterans report. Also in the NFL, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year extension worth $51.3 million, $35 million guaranteed. Want to hear the fastest way No Trump would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10, your day's about to get better, so dial right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Muse, the Wow Signal Tour, Block Party, the Temper Trap taking part as well, Tuesday, July 28th. This is coming up in 1 week from today at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contests. Beltway Blitz time on G&D. Teams in town you care the most about.
Bring on our guy, Mark Zuckerman, Nats Journal. Mark, let's pretend you're Mark Taboni. What are you doing at the trade deadline?
I think Paul Taboni is going to be waiting 2 weeks and seeing where they're at come August 3rd, honestly. I mean, if they're 2 games over 500, I think it's a buy situation, maybe not a major buy, but some bullpen pieces. If they're 2 games under 500 on August 3rd, I think he's open for business. And it doesn't mean you're selling everybody, including C.J. Abrams, but you could move Foster Griffin, maybe Luis Garcia. I really do think it comes down to how the team plays these next 2 weeks.
Do you get the sense they've approached Griffin about an extension or in the process of doing so? Because trading him, I have no problem with if he's not willing to sign. But it's very, very different if you do that without presenting him a legitimate, credible offer first. If they do that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, both sides have really talked around this. They're not saying no, but they're not saying yes. And I would have to believe that they've at least broached the subject to see if there's any kind of mutual interest there. It's a really complicated one because he doesn't profile like any other free agent starter. He's 30 years old, but he's technically a rookie. He is coming off obviously a really good season, but doesn't have the track record that other guys would. What would he get on the open market? I truly don't know the answer to that. I would personally give him 3 years and $45 million right now. But does that mean he would take that? Maybe he and his agent are saying, hey, this is your one shot to hit it big. Maybe he gets 4 or 5 years on the free agent market. I really don't know. And so I think I've got to believe they've at least broached the subject, but I can understand why those talks maybe wouldn't go that far because there's so much uncertainty there and no real blueprint for how you approach something like that.
Well, I guess the secondary question then, Mark, is are they allowed, they being Taboni, front office, baseball ops, is anyone allowed to approach anyone about a contract extension with labor stuff heading into next year and sort of the lack of spending over the last several seasons? And the only person that's under contract beyond a year or two from now is Keibert Ruiz because he signed an extension from the previous regime. Everyone else is either ARB eligible or free agent. Is anyone allowed to sign a contract extension?
I would love to know the answer to that question, Danny. And there's only one, I guess there's 2 people who know, and Taboni, is not going to say other than just to say that he's been given full support from ownership. And we know that ownership hasn't come out and said anything publicly along those lines. All we can go on is that Mark Lerner has said that when the time is right, they will get back to doing it again. Well, when's the time right? Is it now with the team ahead of schedule? Is it after the next CBA? Is it after the next media deal in a couple of years? I don't think anybody truly knows that question. But I could also flip that in this way. I just mentioned all the complicating factors with a Griffin extension. If you're him and you see the lockout looming, we presume that come December 1st, business is going to be shut down for most of the winter. Is he going to get a contract from somebody before December 1st? I don't know. And so if he's nervous about, well, what does that mean? Am I going to be waiting this out and eventually hoping whenever something is done that everybody's going to be a mad scramble for free agents? Am I going to get lost in the shuffle? Maybe that would be a little bit of motivation on his end to try to do something now if the team is, willing to do it as well.
I made the case earlier today. I want to see if you'd agree with this. I actually think that Paul Taboni, and he could never admit this, would probably most prefer that the Nats lost like 8 straight games right now. And he could actually sell. And he could kind of position himself better for the next couple years, which was always the plan and always the vision. Because even if they rip off wins, they just make it harder for him. But this is not a team he knows this, that's really going anywhere this year. Obviously, he can't acknowledge that, but do you see what I'm getting at?
Oh, yeah. No, I've had similar thoughts that, he had this grand vision when he started here, and he had a timeline in his mind of what that would be. And this year has not gone along with that timeline probably was. Now, is he openly rooting for them to lose? I don't think so. I mean, I think he has to be encouraged by what he's seen. And maybe part of him is saying, well, maybe there's a way to do this without scrapping the whole long-term plan, but without, and still giving us a chance to win in the short term while not hurting our chances. And that's why I think if they do buy, we're talking about cheaper pieces that aren't costing major prospects. They're not giving up anybody they believe is part of the long-term plan in order to acquire somebody that maybe help them make the playoffs this year. I really don't think that. But I think he honestly would look at this and say, these guys have earned the right, if they keep this up, to not have me tear it down. And I do think he cares about how they feel about it, both the players, the coaching staff, and everybody else, and the fans in some respects. And if they keep this up and they're at least close enough to the race that he could make the case, I think he's okay with that. Yeah, deep down, is it different than what he expected to be? Probably. But I would imagine he wouldn't mind being in a position where he could at least show some good faith to everybody and say, hey, let's try for something here as long as it doesn't hurt the long-term vision.
Mark, let's do an incredibly scientific thing, and you put a percentage chance on some of these guys and their likelihood to be traded. Again, a very scientific exercise here. Give me a percentage chance Luis Garcia gets traded.
25%.
Jacob Young.
20%. I think they would be willing to move him because he's clearly, boxed out among their outfielders. But how much are you really getting for him? How much is he valued by other teams, I think, in that equation?
And just for fun, C.J. Abrams.
I'm going 10% because I think Taboni will listen to any offer for it, but he's got to just be blown away by it. It's got to be something that he can sell to everyone as this is right for us. And to me, that means, in addition to just the quantity of prospects that you're getting back, you have to get a guaranteed frontline starting pitcher who's like big league ready now or very close to big league ready. To me, that has to be the centerpiece to make it happen. Do other teams value Abrams that highly? Maybe they do, but I think that asking price is awfully high. And so I think the odds of it are low, even though I think he's open to the idea.
Where were you on Foster Griffin? I didn't hear that one.
I'll say 50% on that one. That one, more than anybody else, I think really does depend on what is the team's record at the time. If they're out of it, if they're a couple games under 500, I think he gets moved. If they're in it, I think they keep him.
I think that makes sense. The only one I probably am way higher on in my percentage is Luis Garcia, because I think you could do like a buy with pitching where you still trade him while he's coming down from being Barry Bonds. I just happen to think he'll never have another year like this, so they might as well get what they can. But maybe that's clouding my judgment. Hey, Mark, thank you.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Yep, there's Mark Zuckerman. Check him out. Nats Journal is outstanding. It is the best outlet for day-to-day Nats coverage as far as the Substacks go. So go check out his work there. Let's talk football. Ian Hartitz is with us to spin us around the National Football League. Ian, why don't we just start with some of the talking heads that we have come to see a lot of content from and love over the years. ESPN, NFL Network, changing of the guard covering the NFL.
Yeah, man, it just sucks. But as we know, layoffs seem to affect all these industries, and this is kind of a dead period. So I hope all those guys land on their feet, a lot of talented individuals. And when you got the big dog pulling in 9 figures, it's tough to pay everyone. So best of luck to all those guys out there.
How do you see the NFC East? The Giants are improved. Dallas coming off a 7-9 year, but there's a bunch of injury there. How do you see the hierarchy?
I hate to be the guy hyping up the Cowboys in the offseason, but I feel like it's kind of coming to fruition, guys. You look at them, and they really do seem to be like the NFC version of the Cincinnati Bengals. It wouldn't surprise anyone if this is a top 5 scoring offense. And some of those defensive additions actually could help them go from literally being a train wreck to just being average, okay? That's all we need. Dak, CD, Pickens, we know they're going to be putting up points on the offensive side of the ball. We got Caleb Downs, obviously, to help secure that secondary, and they quietly did start to add some pieces to that front seven. So I don't think they obviously have that, same alpha dog as like Micah Parsons in the middle, but when you got Quentin Williams, you got another couple, first-round draft picks working in the midst there. There's enough guys where, again, I think they can be decent, and that should be plenty good enough with that offense.
Baker Mayfield didn't play last year at the level he did, which was pretty elite, the 2 previous seasons. Now he's looking for a contract, and it seems like things have stalled in the negotiations in Tampa Bay. How do you think that's going to play out? Is he just going to get tagged and stay there for a while?
I will give Baker a lot of credit. If you guys have been checking out Quarterback on Netflix, fantastic series, but it really has done a good job of just showing just how banged up this dude was with one injury after another. But, it's Baker Mayfield. He's tough as nails, so he continued to play through it. Week 6, guys, we were getting an unironic MVP chance for Baker last year, and honestly, they were warranted with everything he was doing, going toe-to-toe with the Seahawks and 49ers, like truly was playing some awesome football, even with the rest of the offense banged up. So it's going to be yet another offensive coordinator for him. I think it's 7 in 7 years now for Baker. So I get the idea where you say, you know what, if we don't have a Josh Allen, if we don't have a Lamar Jackson, why are we going to sign up to pay this guy? Let's keep trying to find that ace. But I do think it's pretty tough to name, more than 14, 15 quarterbacks confidently that are truly better than Baker. So he's at least in that tier of things. And hey, we live in a world where Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. Would love to see Tampa Bay, surround him, which is a better overall team, and go from there.
Both Baltimore and Cincinnati under 500 last year for different reasons, kind of different situation now. How do you see those teams bouncing back or not?
It's interesting to me with Baltimore because I looked at their offense, losing Tyler Lindenbaum, getting a year older all over the place. Lamar Jackson, yes, very impacted by injuries last year, but is the sort of archetype of player where it wouldn't be the most crazy thing in the world if, losing a step makes more of a difference for him as he gets older. But man, 11.5 win total, depending on the sportsbook you're looking at, guys. I mean, that's tied with the Rams for the highest mark in the league. So I think the big optimism from the betting markets on the Ravens comes down to that defense potentially getting back to playing at an elite level. Obviously brought in Jesse Minter to run the show. Kyle Hamilton is kind of like that, just duct tape you can put over any part of your defense and feel good about it. Brought in Trey Henderson to give them that, stud edge rusher that they needed. Obviously, Max Crosby, that didn't quite work out. So I think that defense should be enough to win today. Was a little worried about the offense. You mentioned the Bengals, though, and again, just kind of similar sentiment as the Cowboys. As long as number 9 is staying healthy under center, they can play with pretty much anyone. And maybe that defense is ready to be something close to okay. I mean, Dexter Lawrence really is a game changer with how much pressure he can get right up the middle of the pocket. I do think, again, they've made enough improvements on that side of the ball to go from, 30th to 17th or so, and that might be all they need.
Ian Hartitz on our Beltway Blitz, covering the NFL, spinning us around the league. Who's going to be the starting quarterback week 1 for the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, man. I feel like they give Deshaun Watson the chance, and then it's just easier to go Shedeur Sanders once he inevitably probably messes it up. I don't know, guys. It's the time of year where everyone's in the best shape of their lives, and we were even starting to get murmurs about that with Deshaun Watson. But from what my eyes told me, he just could not throw the football the same after some of those shoulder issues he had. So maybe that has had a chance to heal. But not only did he tear his Achilles, remember, he actually ruptured the thing twice as part of his recovery. So I just think that, pre-2020 Deshaun Watson, whatever you think about the guy personally, and I get it shouldn't be very good, but in his prime, that dude was just so athletically gifted. There's a reason why Dabo called him, college football's Michael Jordan and all that. And honestly, it was true for a large portion of his career. But, man, he's working now, 80% of the arm strength, could be less than 80% mobility. Best days of the career in the rearview mirror. I don't necessarily think it's going to be going too much better with Shedeur Sanders, but, hey, at least with him, you have a chance. With Deshaun Watson in the year 2026, I don't think you do.
Ian, thank you, buddy. Always appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Be well. Hit that local 53 sounder. About Liam Griffin, Washington Times joins us. Training camp is this week, with rookies reporting. What are your biggest questions heading into training camp, Liam?
Yeah, my biggest question is probably going to be who is going to be that number 2 pass catcher on that offense. You're expecting the plurality of those targets to funnel to Terry McLaurin, but who's number 2? Is it a receiver? Is it Antonio Williams? Is Chig Okonkwo getting a big bulk of those receptions, the De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, that's probably going to be one of the things that I'm most clued in on early on in the training camp.
Who do you think will finish second on the team at the receiver position in targets? If Terry's one and let's say Chigakonkwo's two, who's third? Like, who's the next receiver on that list?
Yeah, that's something that has been coming up a lot, and I think you're right. Terry McLaurin is going to be that number one option. I think you're going to see Chigakonkwo really break out. We've heard a lot about his physical tools, but he wasn't able to really put it all together to become a Pro Bowl level player in Tennessee. But I think Antonio Williams is weirdly getting a little bit slept on in all these conversations when we talk about who they might bring in free agency or who could take a step forward. I know it's weird to say the first offensive player they selected is kind of being underrated, but I think that Antonio Williams, with the style of player he is, as a really polished route runner, as a really athletic receiver as well, even if a little bit undersized, I think he really has a good shot to come into this David Blau offense and really make an immediate impact. And so I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the year we're saying, all right, Antonio Williams is the number two, and they go into the next offseason looking for a third receiver.
How do we feel about Josh Connerly entering this season? Up and down rookie year, I would say, but everybody hasn't seemed to have lost confidence in the young man. Where are we at on Connerly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very high on where Josh Connerly is. As you mentioned, it wasn't completely smooth sailing in his rookie year, but when he first spoke to us in off-season workouts, we're like, oh, he's bulked up, and he was like, thank you for noticing. And he was like, yeah, he's been spending a lot of time with Laramie Tunsil this offseason. You couldn't ask for a much better, archetype of player for him to model his game after. But I think that extra physicality, those extra reps with Tunsil, I think those are going to be really key for him. And as of right now, I see him as, at the very minimal, a solid set it and forget it. This is your right tackle for a couple seasons going forward.
Do you think there's going to be a competition at left guard between Chris Paul and Brandon Coleman, or do you think it's Paul's job?
Oh, no, I don't feel like it's Paul's job at all. I definitely think, and Dan Quinn's always going to say that they're going to have competition at every spot, and we know how little that means at certain positions. But I think that's probably as big or a bigger competition than the center role right now in my eyes. I think that he and Brandon Coleman are kind of 50-50 in that position right now. I would honestly kind of lean toward Brandon Coleman getting that starting left guard job. I just think that his athleticism is really is underrated a little bit. I think he's an incredible athlete, and I think that could fit really well with the kind of zone running scheme that we're expecting from David Blau's offense.
You got me thinking for a second, Liam, about guys that are being underrated, thinking of Antonio Williams, who's now kind of being slept on with the offensive addition. So much happened on defense. There's a lot of headliners. I feel like nobody's mentioned Nick Cross once since he signed. Like, there's a lot of speed there. I think there's some stuff to like, but it's still strong safety in the box, Scott. What's Nick Cross's role going to be?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of projection at play with anything we talk about on offense or on defense with new coordinators at both positions. But when we look at where Durante Jones is coming from in Minnesota and his work with Brian Flores and the Vikings, they were using a lot of big nickel, using those three different safeties and really allowing them to each be used as chess pieces to get them mismatches, to let them blitz, to let them drop into coverage. And I think Nick Cross is so uniquely positioned to excel in that kind of role. Because you mentioned he is fast. He is an incredible athlete, but he's also a top-tier elite kind of tackler. And so I think you're going to see a lot of him dropping back into coverage. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about him as a real run stuffer, kind of really exploding into gaps and stopping runs before they develop. I think he's got incredible versatility. We said the same kind of things about Will Harris last season, and they got kind of derailed by a crucial injury. But I think Nick Cross is going to be just a great, versatile kind of moving piece that you're never going to be able to fully pin down in this defense. And I think it's going to let him make a lot of plays.
We started the show today talking about PFF's projections for the Commanders. They have them at about 7.6 wins, which goes along with the 7.5 win total at most sports books. Would you go over or under that right now?
Honestly, I'm inclined to go over it, but not by much. I'm not expecting this to be a 12-5 team. But I look at it this way, where the opening of the season is really going to be the toughest stretch for them in my eyes with, those two divisional games. Plus, you've got Seattle and you've got an international game. But I think that kind of plays in their favor because, as I alluded to, you have these two new schemes coming in, and so you're not going to have a lot of tape on exactly what David Blau and Durante Jones want to run. And so I think you might be able to catch those, kind of heavy hitters off balance a little bit. And so I think they might be coming into those games looking at, 2-2 or so. And I think that sets them up well down the season. So I would go over 7.5 at this time.
Liam, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
That there is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. I want to get into the running back position, and specifically, seems like Bill's getting overlooked a little bit, both locally and on a national ranking I saw. Why aren't people higher on his chances in his first full, hopefully healthy season with some experience under his belt to really break out in the backfield? That's next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Nationals getting set to take on the Rockies for Game 2 of the series in Colorado. 8:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis will serve as the bulk reliever for the Nationals. Carson Palmquist going to serve as the opener. Michael Lorenzen gets the ball for the Rockies. Nats currently 1 game back of the final NL wildcard spot. Also, roster moves today for the Nats. They were called right-handed pitcher Eddie Jean from AAA Rochester and DFA'd right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence. In the NFL, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year extension worth $51.3 million, $35 of it guaranteed. Rookie is going to report for Commanders training camp coming up on Friday. Veterans report 1 week from today. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Downhill inside runners, it's a good compliment just like that.
Gets it again, to the edge, Krosky Merritt is in, touchdown Washington.
Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call for Fox as Bill scored a touchdown. I'm going to guess that was the Chargers game, but there are other options. He had a 2-touchdown game against the Chargers. What game would that have been, Dad?
That was his first career touchdown in Week 1 against the Giants.
We will accept that answer as well. He also scored on a 70-plus yard touchdown run against the Dallas Cowboys on Christmas Day at Northwest Stadium.
11 for $105. That ain't bad.
That's 70-plus will help you.
That's good work.
On one of those.
That's true.
That's 10 for 30 otherwise. That's a pretty normal
The rest
day.
of it was pedestrian, yeah.
But here's what I'm surprised by. So PFF's doing a bunch of rankings, and we're trying not to every day do another one of their rankings or whatever, but it's that kind of time of the year. Occasionally, though, something's jumping out at me, and I'm bringing it up as just part of a larger conversation. They ranked the 32 starting running backs in the league, and Bill was 30th. I also felt like during the spring, locally, within the media, the beat would have you, there was a lot of Rachaad White this, Rachaad White that, who for his career is a sub 4-yard per carry veteran running back. Now, I like Rachaad White. I think he has a role he's going to carve out as a pass catcher. He averaged 50 catches over the last 4 years in Tampa Bay. But to me, it seems like Bill's being forgotten about a little bit. The good was really, really good. He's got some flaws. He's got some things to work out. He barely got the ball at times last year. And that's not just a they don't know what I know thing. Clearly, there's reasons for that. But I think if you turn up the usage on Bill, you're going to get productivity to come with it. I'm not giving up on him being a really, really good player.
So I like him. It seems like they don't as much. And here's my evidence for that. It basically took Chris Rodriguez getting food poisoning or like a last-minute injury for them to finally give him double-digit carries. 9 of his 17 games, he averaged less than 4 yards a pop. And now part of that is ineffectiveness. Part of that is the whole world knew that they couldn't go over the top and, defenses were throttling the line of scrimmage and making it difficult for anybody to do anything. But still, they didn't trust him on passing downs, for example, and always, went in a different direction when it came to that, whether it's pass pro or otherwise, which limits your production. If you have to be off the field in a huge percentage of the plays and everyone knows it's kind of a telegraph when you're on there, without huge development in certain areas, he can't do the kind of production that I think you and I are maybe envisioning for him. They didn't really want to throw him the ball. Last year, I don't know if that's a Kingsbury thing or this coaching staff didn't believe in him in that regard thing. He can't hold up in pass pro. Maybe. We don't know. But to me, they always would, whenever Rodriguez was available, they did that. And whenever someone else was available, they did that. It was only a handful of games. He even got to double-digit carries last year. They always seemed to prefer a different option.
They didn't run the ball a lot, just as a general thesis. And to your point, it was a hot hand situation where 1 week it's this guy, the next week it's that guy. But yeah, to never really get into a flow, into a rhythm, to get rolling with him just surprised me. Because the couple of games where I felt like it was the Bill show, and it's a chicken or the egg thing because he's running well, so he gets more work. But that Chargers game's a great example. Where the Cowboys home run, they have not had a guy who could do that since Clinton Portis consistently. There's been a lot of your plotting types, even the really good backs like Alfred Morris. He could never do that. That was not a club he had in the bag. So I'm intrigued to see more of him. I'm also surprised a little bit with the attempts to put Rachaad White over. Like, I thought when they went and got Rachaad White, the point was, here's Jeremy McNichols. And now McNichols is also back, so maybe he'll be the fourth running back. But in a perfect world, I'd like to see Bill as my first and second down guy. I'd like to see Fat Man Allen from Penn State, the rookie 6th-round pick, all-time leading rusher for the Nittany Lions, get work in that first and second down role, spelling Bill as maybe a lighter used Chris Rodriguez early on. And then you've got Rachaad White on 3rd down, 2-minute, 4-minute in the McNichols role, and he's either on teams or on the practice squad or whatever. Speaking of Jeremy McNichols. That's kind of how I envision it, but I think there's a chance, like the way things have trended so far. We're going to learn a lot more in the first few weeks of camp. But right now, I would say there's a decent chance Rachaad White's like their first and second down back in week 1, just based on how everyone was talking about him and kind of what came out of minicamp, which shocks me.
I wonder what the Kaytron Allen part in this is, because again, it's not what I would major in, but everybody in the NFL loves the idea of this is the David Montgomery role, the thunder to the lightning potentially of somebody. I wonder where he fits in terms of touches.
He's
and carries.
Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Now Rodriguez worked his way into usage based on effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
The plan at the beginning of the year, remember, they basically almost cut him a couple times, and then he had the great preseason, he was still inactive, and then he wasn't dressing, and so he just kept performing, and they had to play him. And Kaytron Allen will have to perform to get played. But I think the idea of him is to be the Rodriguez, which is you're the battering ram. This guy is more of the speed first and second down back. And then White is the pass catcher. I view it almost like a bullpen with defined roles.
Yeah. There's the one kind of specialist, a different kind.
But I'm wondering if I'm just wrong. And Rachaad White's their starter.
I wonder. I mean, because again, the I don't know how to say it in a different way, but if Bill is on the field and he cannot hold up in pass pro, people figure that out real quick one way or the other. In other words, like if you can't throw on first down because he's in the game and you don't trust him, then it's a tell and it limits what you can do with him. But White, I mean, that's his bread and butter. That's what he is. He's a pass catching back. He's been mildly effective at times as a runner between the tackles as a conventional running back. He's here to catch the ball and be involved in the passing game.
He is a sub 4 yard per carry running back in his career.
Yeah.
Bill last year, I think, averaged 4.7 as a rookie. I mean, the effectiveness. Like, I think Rachaad White is a back. I've had him in fantasy a few years and watched him a lot, actually, weirdly. He is the get what's there back. Like, you blocked it up for 3.8, I'm going to get you 3.8. That's kind of what he is, which is not a knock. Again, I would hire him in a second on any team I'm on, and I'd throw him the football, and I'd use him in pass.
Yeah, as a receiver, I don't know how to say this about he's slithery. You know what I mean? Like, in space, I like him.
I just want them to use Bill more, and I want him to have the first crack at the first and second down role. I hope that's the plan. I'm just not sure that it is.
He's their most dynamic on any given play. Daniel's under center, whoever, turns around, hands the ball off to the running back. He would do the most with it most often. I think that's everybody kind of agrees there. But how much do you prioritize that over being able to run, effective play action, or being able to have him in pass pro, or lining up in the pistol or the gun or any other million things that running backs have to do at this point? And is that going to limit his touches and playing time?
But I hesitate to just label him as this guy that can't do all that stuff, right? I don't think that's a thing. Or if
it felt like it was last year, right? Because he didn't play enough.
I don't know.
They never threw him the ball.
I mean, they have roles like they didn't, but they didn't throw the running backs the ball enough. Period. But they also have a pass catching back, just like they do now in Rachaad White. Like most teams are going to do that. You're not going to have a 3-down back, and you're certainly not going to have a guy in year 1 as a 7th round pick be a 3-down back. But I think we'll get a better feel in this offense, honestly. The way they're going to do it now with maybe more carries to go around. Let's go to Will in Alexandria. Will, listed 30th among 32 starters seems low for me. What do you think of Bill?
Well, I'm a fan. I'm a Washington fan. I think as a 7th round rookie, 800 yards was a phenomenal return and probably the quietest 800 yards from a rookie that I've remembered in some time. But we also need to remember he didn't really have a final year at Arizona. He played one game, kept himself in shape, and kudos to him for still getting drafted in the 7th round. But we talk a lot about rookie linemen and having a year in the weight program and all that stuff. And I almost wonder if you see a little bit more here, understanding his lack of playing in college. Thank you.
It's a great point, and it's certainly something that should be acknowledged. I would think it has to be some type of factor, just in terms of, getting bigger, getting stronger, those types of things. And he was basically like a 1-year college guy at New Mexico in 2023 because he played a game in 2024 over those last 2 seasons. So it's an interesting point. The other thing I would point out, though, and this is kind of relates to that, I'd say, based on the program, getting in the gym, all that, one of the reasons you heard so much about Rachaad White this spring and not him is he wasn't active. He was on the sideline.
Oh, that's true.
He's nursing an injury. Well, that happened a lot last year, too. When you look at his carries or why didn't he have more touches in this game or look at how many weeks he went with this low carry total, all that stuff, he got banged up a bunch last season. The only way to become a 15 to 18 carry a game guy, which is kind of the area I want him to be in. That's not a ton, by the way, but over the course of a season, that's about 250 attempts. I'd love him to get to that threshold.
He had 2 games with that many last year.
Right.
Right.
But he had a lot of games where he was banged up and on the sideline or wasn't available or was playing through pain. Or you got to be healthy. He was not healthy. So he's going to have to take care of his body. The same stuff we talk about with Jaden Daniels and durability. I would say that's a fair question about him coming out of last season.
I think so. Yeah, even though he didn't miss extended time, it was always the little, the questionable tag, or he was held out of this practice or whatever, right?
He got hurt, again, one of these nagging things, not like you're out for a month, but in that first like Burgundy versus Gold scrimmage they did that was like the good on good, now we're going to find out who's who kind of things. He got hurt in that, remember, and missed like a week or two of practice leading up to the start of the season. So I feel like he was constantly in the tub last year as the year went on. Dan's in Fairfax. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. Big fan of Bill. I think he is punching above his weight. I kind of get like Will Riley or Keyshawn George vibes from him, as in like we internally during the city, we like him more than perhaps other people do. But I did have a question for you guys, too. You were asking about who ends up with the third most receptions on the team. Do you think if they use White as much as you're thinking they may, that he ends up in that 50 to 60 catch range?
Very possible.
It's not crazy.
60's rich because they're going to use so many other backs. I think collectively the position group will get 60 or 65. But yeah, I think he'll be in the upper 40s, low 50s range probably. I would not be surprised by that at all.
So to give you the frame of reference in 24, I think this will be different offenses, but just bear with me. 24, McLaurin obviously leads the team. Tight end is number 2. Eckler had 35, but remember, missed a bunch of time. He would have been the third leading receiver.
He would have caught 50 plus.
But that's Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
You have a version of that in Rachaad White, who's not Austin Eckler, respectfully.
No, but he's averaged 50
but he's been
catches
good,
for 4 years.
So, will that be good enough to do it? You hope not, honestly. You hope that there's a couple guys ahead of him, but it could be a future part of the offense. I do think White will get looks.
I think he will if I had to bet right now, yes, he will be the third pass catcher on the team in terms of number of catches. Could even be second if he were to catch like 62 balls or something. But when I asked that question earlier, what I'm wondering is who is number 2 among the wide receiver group?
Mm-hmm.
Like that to me is the $1 billion question. It's going to be Terry, hopefully Okonkwo, maybe it's White, but the number 2 receiver in catches is really important. I want to tell you who I actually came up with as my answer for that when I was talking to Logan about this on Take Command because we had different guys. Mine was kind of surprising, and I'll say who you think next as well. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You know who I think's going to get traded? It's going to be crazy at this deadline is Mason Miller, who's the elite closer for the Padres.
Remember when the Padres gave up a really high-level prospect for Mason Miller? Remember that?
0.89 ERA, 75 strikeouts in 40 innings. He sits 101, 102, touches 103, and his fastball is his second best pitch. Throws 60% sliders. He's got a 0.8 whip. But A.J. Preller of the Padres, their GM, is the ultimate go big, whichever way you're going.
Yep.
When you're trying to buy, then you give up your entire system for Juan Soto. When you're trying to sell, you're going to trade Mason Miller and try to restock the system now with 4 players, 5 players, and a really good return. I think they're going to trade Preller. It sounds like Jeff Passan of ESPN just reported that he's hearing that he's very much available. So it's going to be one of those bidding wars where may the best team win, and the Padres try to recoup some of the system they've given up the last couple of years.
Indeed. I mean, they've been pretty stocked, and now they've got to restock because they've traded a lot of those assets away to try to win. I give them credit for it, but you got to, this is kind of how you play the game. They are not good. They're a bitter disappointment this year.
Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to talk movies on G&D. I want to talk about The Odyssey and the number of people that are seeing it. Are movie theaters back? Also, the big trailer that just dropped for Avengers as well. So we'll do that coming up at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. But to go back to something we were hitting on last segment. Mm-hmm. So Logan and I just kind of stumbled into this discussion on a pod this week where we tried to guess as to who's going to finish second at the receiver position in targets. I think that there's a really good chance that guy's not on the team right now. Whether that is Stephon Diggs or...
Yeah, that's my kind of tongue-in-cheek answer, honestly.
Please, God, no, not Brandon Ayuk. But somebody who's not on the team could be that guy. Of the players on the roster right now, who would you guess ends up being second on the team in catches at the wide receiver position?
Antonio Williams.
So that was Logan's answer. I need to see it with him a little bit to believe it. I just wasn't out there in the spring, so I kind of want to see what it looks like with him playing both positions. I think if he is the second guy and he catches like 50 balls or something, they're probably cooking with grease on offense. They're in a good spot. Terry goes 70 for 1,000. He goes 50 for 6-something. Chigakonko plays well, and you can run the ball a little bit. You're in a pretty decent position there. I went with De'Ami Brown. When we last saw De'Ami Brown in the playoffs, he was making plays. And if in a world where I think Antonio Williams, just because he's young, is kind of behind those guys to start, maybe, you don't always get that immediate return from a third-round pick. We've seen that. De'Ami versus Luke McCaffrey and Treylon Burks, basically. Maybe a Van Jefferson, whoever else you want to throw in there. De'Ami has a great relationship with Jaden Daniels. I think that matters. He's training with him all the time in California. You remember what it was like at the end of January, going back, a year and a half ago. What if he's the guy that is on the field a lot in 2 receiver sets and occasionally in the slot for screens and 11 personnel and ends up just catching more balls than those other guys?
Yeah, nearly equal his entire season total in that one playoff run. Yeah, I mean, there's so much data for me on him that it's just, nope. I mean, Jacksonville had him for 1 year and threw him right back into the market after a pretty decent-sized contract.
But that's data on him not being a particularly good receiver. I'm not even saying he has to be. Like, it might be 38 catches. That doesn't mean he's a good receiver all of a sudden.
Yeah. Because it was what this regime did. Again, I've overused this analogy. If you want to put this on the bingo card, I'll never forget it. Tom Penders, when we're running around the upstairs at GW we're doing conditioning, he's stopped practice and told a guy on the roster who he inherited, I don't know who told you you were a shooter. Shooters make shots. You just take shots. You're not a shooter. You play defense from here on out.
I don't remember that story before like 6 weeks ago, and now you've told it 11 times.
I've told it a bunch of times. The point here is, De'Ami Brown's a great deep threat. This regime came in and said, no, he's not. He doesn't get open deep. You're taking bubble screens. Your average depth of target's going to be cut in half. Your yards per reception are going to be cut in half.
They didn't.
But in the playoffs, again, it was kind of this is the thing that they envisioned years ago when they drafted him high.
9 routes, deep balls, deep posts, getting open on digs.
I got such a giant sample that says, no thanks, ew, whatever. But that playoff run is the thing that gives you optimism that this may be the case.
There's no good answer, or I shouldn't say that. There's no sure answer. I think you could actually make a case for other guys, too. I could make an easy case for Luke McCaffrey or Treylon Burks. I pushed them down the board a little ways, but if they were to sign a Stephon Diggs or somebody else, like a Deebo Samuel comes back here or something, I know we had a caller earlier we didn't get to, wanted to know why haven't they re-signed Deebo. if there's a veteran signed between now and camp, I would probably put my money on that guy being second in catches behind McLaurin. Because they went and got him for a reason.
Yeah, it's an easy path, right? I mean, right now it's Burks and, as you said, McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, Van Jefferson, who Dan Quinn can't stop talking about, Jacoby Jones. It's just sort of a wacky wall walker. Throw it at the wall, see if anybody can do what Zacchaeus did and catch 45 balls the other day, a couple years ago.
I'm not that interested in re-signing Debo, by the way. At 30, he'll be 31 in January, and throughout last year was banged up and in and out of shape at different points. And kind of the same San Francisco story played out here. But it was 70 catches for 700 yards.
Yeah.
And I watched the final episode of Quarterback, the Netflix series last night. I finished it up. Are you done with it yet?
No, I'm not. I'm on episode 6.
So the last episode, there's a little surprise party that Jaden's mom throws for him at a steakhouse out in Ashburn. And the quarterback room is there, the PR staff, some people around the organization. There are I only saw a couple of players there other than the QB room. And it was Terry and Debo. And Debo's sitting right next to Jaden. You could just see they're really close. So because of that relationship, it made me think, as I'm watching that last night, it's kind of weird that they haven't been more in on Debo.
Yeah, how about that?
If these guys are really tight.
With the San Fran connection, now if you find out they get along real well, that's not the craziest thing. I mean, his skill set, I don't want to say it's redundant because it's unique, but there's a lot of, we're doing that younger with Antonio Williams. You're not putting him in the backfield and everything else, but it's a glorified slot receiver plus an offensive weapon, which is Debo, but I don't think it's crazy.
At the beginning of the offseason, I remember saying basically I had no interest, and it's still not something I'd be excited about. But as you go on, like, things change a little bit. I didn't want, in the draft, as an example, you could say it's not good value to take a guy at 2 or 3, but now at 17 and he's still sitting there, I kind of like him at 17.
Right.
Similarly with Debo, on March 15th, that was not something I was interested in. But if he's still out there and you're getting him for a couple $1,000,000 maybe, a year after paying him almost $20 million, you're getting him for $5-6 million on July 29th. That's a little more intriguing to me, possibly. Just throwing him back into the room and having him in the mix. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Odyssey was fantastic. I want to talk about it and about what this could do for movie theaters and getting people back out to the theater. Next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Rockies for Game 2 of the 3-game series in Colorado. 8:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis is going to be the bulk reliever for the Nats today. Carson Palmquist going to be set as the opener for the Nats. Michael Lorenzen to start for Colorado. He's 3-9 with a 6.22 ERA. The Nationals currently find themselves one game back of the final NL wildcard spot. Also, roster moves for the Nats today. They were called right-handed pitcher Eddie Jean from AAA Rochester and DFA'd right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence. In the NFL, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. Training camp for the Commanders, rookies reporting on Friday, veterans reporting 1 week from today. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at coptcopt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The show is sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. And they sponsor us here on Grant and Danny.
We love those guys. Go see them, kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Wanted to talk about how much I enjoyed The Odyssey and just what a smash hit it's been in theaters over the last week or so. The craze. People going out to IMAXs. I mean, I wanted to go see it a second time. I wanted to go over to Udvar Hazy over here and see it on the biggest IMAX in the area. There is not a night forecasting out for the next 3+ weeks that I can find where there's a single seat other than the front row available. There's not a night.
That's crazy.
It's out of control. People are seeing this thing at 6 a.m. in full theaters. So we wanted to talk about that and the new trailer dropping for the next Avengers movie, first one in several years. So Robbie Fox is with us on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I'd heard him on a Project Big Screen, the Barstool movie podcast. He's over at Barstool and does a lot of content on films for them. Robbie, thanks for joining us in D.C. here. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
It's our pleasure. We appreciate it. So let's just start with, I mean, there was a lot of buildup for the Odyssey, obviously, and this was a couple years in the making of the project being known as Nolan's next Smashola, if you will. What do you make of kind of the hysteria and the hype and the fact that it's lived up to it? I can't wait to go see it again, but I'm struggling to find a decent seat still in an IMAX theater. It's crazy.
Oh, I know. I've seen it twice already. I'm a huge Christopher Nolan fan, even going into this. I personally wasn't the biggest Odyssey guy. Like, you know, I read about it in school. We learned about it. It just didn't hook my attention and my interest quite like some other things. So going in, I was really going in for Nolan more than the story, but it did the same thing as Oppenheimer did for me, where it just really enthralled me. And we were talking about it at Barstool, the fact that after winning an Oscar for Oppenheimer, he basically said, give me the ball. I'm going to take this 3,000-year-old story, one of the oldest stories that's still around to this day, and I'm going to deliver on it as well as anyone ever could, I think. It's insanely impressive. Like I said on Project Big Screen, it's a bit of an eye-roll-worthy statement, but it feels like an achievement. You watch this movie and you're like, how did this get made? It feels like a magic trick that he pulled on over us. So I think, you know, the fact that it lived up to the hype is unbelievable.
Where are we at with movies? I know such an open-ended, hacky question, so forgive me for that, but like, give me kind of the state of the union here. Like, if something big and epic happens, people go. See Top Gun, see this one, it sounds like. In years where it doesn't, you get kind of paltry ticket sales and, you know, there's trickles and studios kind of scratching their heads. Just give me kind of a big picture state of the union here.
I think movies are back. I think we went through a few years, the dark times post-COVID, where it wasn't just the COVID delays. There was writer strikes, there was actor strikes. You know, things were jammed in the traffic system of the ecosystem of movies. And for a while, it did seem like, yeah, theaters weren't doing too great. You needed a real tentpole to get people back. But this year, you look down the box office, I believe it's going to be the first year since 2019 where movies make a combined over $10 billion. And that's due to, young people taking an interest in movies. You see the audience of Backrooms and Obsession, those two kind of indie horror movies that absolutely blew up this year. I think movies are just back, and audiences are craving really good stories, really tangible things. Christopher Nolan is the perfect stars aligning of all of those things, because you look at the Odyssey and everything was filmed on location with the most A-list stars possible, pushing forward the actual movie-making technology. So honestly, my overall take on movies in 2026 is like, we are completely back, and 2027 might be an even bigger year when you look at the slate of movies coming out then.
Yeah, I want to get into that with you in a minute. At Robbie Barstool is with us here on Grant and Danny. Sticking with Nolan for a moment, and I'm sure you did some of the same stuff I do. Like when I see a movie that gets me that fired up, even though I saw it really late and I got out of the theater at 1:30 in the morning, I'm up for 2 hours just scrolling and trying to find out how they shoot that scene. What was the deal with this scene, right? With him, people say genius and it's just overused, like he legitimately is. His lack of CGI on this movie is crazy. I don't even get how they shot some of these things. I know they filmed it in 6 countries. What is, of the stuff that you've seen, like spoiler-free, about how they did this or what went into this project, what's most impressive to you about what he pulled off here?
Honestly, I think one of the more impressive aspects is the fact that he shot it entirely on IMAX cameras. It's the first movie ever to be shot 100% on IMAX, which is crazy because those reels will only be able to shoot for about 2.5 minutes, and then I think it's about a 10-minute process to reload a reel, and the camera is so big and loud that in the past, if you were filming a close-up IMAX camera scene, you would have to go in and ADR the dialogue later. You would have to go in and re-record all of the dialogue because the film spool would be so loud, you just couldn't hear the actors talking over it. For this movie, they built a device to go around the IMAX camera that completely muffles that sound, along with a mirror system. So if you were filming a close-up scene between 2 actors and they had to be looking each other right in the eye, but you needed the camera to be close enough to one of them where the other really wouldn't have room to fit, because this IMAX camera is like the size of a minivan practically, they would have this mirror system where they could be looking in each other's eyes from 5-10 feet away, and it would feel as intimate as a close-up scene. And then there's the scenes like, they talk about the Cyclops scene. There was a 60-foot puppet of a Cyclops in a cave called Zeus's Cave where everyone would have to hike to every morning. So, like, there's just crazy physical, tangible things in this movie, along with the IMAX camera stuff, that make it really feel like Nolan is the only guy in the game that could do this right now.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody else is competing for second. And this is why one of my other takeaways is I normally bristle at and get super annoyed when everyone tells me, you've got to see this movie in IMAX. I'm sure everything looks better on a bigger screen. So does football. I'd rather watch it on an 80-inch screen on a Sunday than a 40-inch screen, right? But like, this is one of the few times I can remember where I think the only couple of times I've really been hell-bent on IMAX, The Dark Knight, he had shot several scenes with IMAX on one of his projects, so I wanted to see that way, and I did. And then that there were a couple others, but recently that like F1 movie with Brad Pitt looked really cool, and I'm like, oh, I bet that'd be sweet. And I went and saw it that way. Top Gun Maverick was in that class. What do you make of that? Like people that are just seeing this non-IMAX versus getting the real experience?
Obviously, I think IMAX is the best experience you could have with this movie. I know there's not as many 70-millimeter IMAX projectors as people would hope for. There's, I think like 41 in the world, only a couple in the United States. People will actually travel to Lincoln Square in New York to see it on that screen. I saw it in what they call LIMAX, where it's not the full IMAX screen, but you're getting the IMAX aspect ratio. And I saw it the second time in normal. And to be completely honest, I don't think that should deter people from seeing it. I even talked to some people in my office that were like, I can't get IMAX tickets, so I might hold out, I might wait, I might not see it in standard. I think this movie plays extremely well in standard formats. I've seen some even like photoshopped images online of here's what you're seeing in IMAX versus here's what you're seeing in standard. And it makes it look like they're cutting off the top of people's heads. Yeah. You're definitely getting less picture, but it is an amazing experience in standard still.
Robbie Fox, Barstool Sports, with us here, breaking down all things movies here on G&D. So is this a copycat phenomenon? In other words, like, you mentioned independent horror movies. I remember like Saw gets made, and then that's all we saw. Like that, literally $18 budget, jump scares, girls crawling on ceilings with heavy bangs, and all sorts of other stuff. And that was like all the movies were for like 5 or 6 years. Is there anything replicatable, if that's even a word, from this one? Or is it just too big and epic for people to be able to try to take on?
This one would be hard to replicate. I certainly hope Hollywood is also taking the right lessons from an Obsession or a Backrooms. Like I've seen some studios are going out and looking for memes or creepy pastas, as they call them, to try to create a movie like Backrooms that has that organic following, kind of an audience already built in. I don't think that is the right lesson to take from the success of a Backrooms. I think it's more you have a young creative filmmaker with a unique story to tell. I think those are the kind of things that they need to take and push forward, not necessarily the copycat things. But you're right about, Saw, and Hollywood definitely has a copycat culture, which sometimes is great, sometimes is really, really bad. So it is like we're in a touchy zone in 2026 of where the next era of movie making will go. And I certainly hope the lesson is more tangible locations, less green screen, less CGI, which obviously Marvel is going to release a giant movie this year, a couple giant movies this year that are going to be heavy on that. And we'll see how audiences deal with that.
Pivot from the Odyssey for a second. Robbie Fox of Barstool's with us. The trailer dropped for the new Avengers. So this is Avengers Doomsday, several years in the making. We've been waiting post-Endgame, and finally we're getting Avengers running it back here. What'd you think of the trailer? There was a lot made about some of the kind of Easter eggs that were dropped.
Oh, yeah. I am hyped. I'm a huge, huge Marvel fan. I think I've been one of the stronger Marvel defenders in the post-Endgame world, where some of the projects weren't as exciting or thrilling as the pre-Endgame ones. I am so excited for this because it feels like we're back. Even though I did like some of the projects that have come out since 2019, this feels like we're back in action. It feels huge in scale. Some people are saying bringing back characters like Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans feels cheap. It feels desperate. For me, I kind of always expected they would come back at some point. So the fact that you're telling me we can get the Avengers, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four all on screen together for the first time, like the comic book fan in me kind of says, how could you not be a little excited for that at least?
Robbie, I too share the dorkitude, and I'm in. Here's my only thought, though. This feels DC to me as opposed to Marvel. Every big Marvel collaboration felt earned. We still don't have a real, X-Men movie. There's 7 timelines, and Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy are going to be there, and I'm not sure which Magneto I'm getting. Is Mystique good or bad or something in between? They're also there, and then let's throw Ant-Man in, and Robert Downey Jr.'s back, and Fantastic Four are here. It just feels really busy, and it feels like they may be trying to salvage something here when a few things in a row didn't work all that great.
And I think that's a completely valid take. I'm also a huge wrestling fan, and to me, Avengers Doomsday feels like a great WrestleMania card without a great build. There are certainly a lot of things in this phase of the Marvel Universe that don't feel as interconnected as it used to feel. It felt like we were always going towards, an Avengers movie, say Phase 1, where you have each character introduced, we eventually meet them. Now everything's scattered, everyone's kind of in their own universes, and we're all coming together. What gives me faith is putting the Russo brothers at the helm. I know their output outside of Marvel hasn't been the most exciting, but they've never disappointed us in the Marvel Universe. They did The Winter Soldier, they did Infinity War, they did Endgame, they did Captain America Civil War, all really good movies that deal with so many characters at once that really on paper you would think shouldn't work, but they just wind up working. And then you've got Michael Waldron behind the script who did Loki and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I am pretty confident that the team they put together to helm this movie is the best possible options for Marvel right now.
All right, so forgive me for not knowing this, but is Spider-Man this brand new day that's getting ready to drop? Is that the last Marvel movie before Avengers, or is there another one?
No, it is, yeah.
Okay.
And there's heavy rumors that this could somehow set up Avengers Doomsday in some way. I don't know if it'll be a post-credit scene. I don't know if there will be a tease in the movie. But I think especially the success of Spider-Man Brand New Day will also impact how hyped audiences are for Avengers Doomsday.
And is this a last ride for Tom Holland's Zendaya, or we don't know that?
We do not know.
Okay.
We have no idea. I mean, people are already, Marvel fans. They'll speculate over the littlest things. So people have been saying Zendaya's been wearing too much black on the red carpets. Is she prepping us for a funeral of her character, another character? The crazy rabbit holes you can go down for little things like that. but we have no idea. I would expect to see Tom Holland around more. I don't think he's going to be in Avengers Doomsday, but I would imagine by the time we get to Secret Wars, he'll be back in the fold.
Yeah, because he wasn't in the trailer, and everybody took note of that right away.
Right.
The teaser stuff. It is what it is. But that first
also
trailer,
do things in the trailer to create conversation.
Sure. Yeah. Do you? What is there a conspiracy theory, Robbie, that you do buy? Like there was one freeze frame where they all look like they're looking at somebody, but there's nobody there, and it's very easy to maybe remove that person from the room. Like, do you buy any of those kind of things?
100%, because Marvel's been known to do it in the past. They'll take trailers and throw us in the wrong direction. With Infinity War, they had a great shot in the final trailer of the Hulk on Wakanda running into the war just like everyone else. And if you've seen that movie, the Hulk never appears. Bruce Banner's trying to get the Hulk out of him the whole time, and he winds up having to go in the big Iron Man Hulkbuster suit.
Veronica, yeah.
So Marvel's accustomed to that. We saw it in even Spider-Man No Way Home. They edited out the other two Spider-Men from that trailer. I definitely think the shot you're talking about, there's just empty space where it looks like someone could stand. I think it could even be Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom. I think there's a world in which Dr. Doom is working with the heroes for the first part of the movie, making them think that he's on their side, and then eventually the other hat falls, and we go into the main story of the movie. But I definitely think we're being thrown askew with a few things. Even in the shots of what I assume are Wakanda, when we get the Wakandans with Namor, that background is completely different than it was in the first teaser.
And so you mentioned 27 as possibly setting up to be a monster year at the movies. I don't think you have young ones. I've got babies and kids, so CoComelon the movie is definitely going to slam, and that's going to smash in my house. But I'm guessing that's not exactly what you're talking about. So what are we looking ahead to in 27?
There's so many great things coming out in 27. I believe Scorsese's next will probably be pushed into 27. I don't think it's going to come out this year. It's called What Happens at Night with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence. There's huge franchise movies coming in 27. We'll get the Batman Part 2, or actually that just got delayed. So Batman Part 2 is going to be in 28, but we're going to get James Gunn's sequel to Superman, Man of Tomorrow. We'll get the long-awaited sequel to the Spider-Verse trilogy and Beyond the Spider-Verse, which I'm very excited about as well. I believe Legend of Zelda, the video game, finally has a movie coming out in 27. So I was never a big Zelda guy growing up, but I know people are going to go wild for that, and I assume it's going to make $1 trillion. There's a lot of big franchises. So that's another thing about 27 is I'm sure there's going to be great, normal, like auteur type director movies coming out. But 27 is loaded with franchises. It's a lot of Marvel, DC. We're getting a new Star Wars movie with Ryan Gosling in it in 27. We'll get the re-release of the original Star Wars. So there's a lot to look forward to in the movies.
Post Supergirl, does DC get its act together?
Oh, I hope so. I was really hoping Supergirl would be better than it was, and I was very, I don't even want to say disappointed, but underwhelmed by Supergirl. I really like Millie Alcock in that role. I'm excited to see more of her, but I don't think that movie hit the way they wanted it to at all this year.
All right, so the question I wanted to tee up for our listeners, we're going to take some calls on next, was Odyssey was one of my favorite recent and all-time, frankly, movie theater experiences. What's the movie theater experience from either your childhood, your life, whenever it is, that was like the best moment you've had in a theater was, what's yours?
Mine would probably be the opening night of The Force Awakens in 2015, I believe it was. And I'm a huge Star Wars fan, grew up a huge Star Wars fan, but I was born in 98, so I really caught the tail end of the prequels in theaters. And it felt like we weren't ever going to get a Star Wars movie ever again. And then 10 years later, The Force Awakens comes up, and I'll never forget the moment you see the Millennium Falcon for the first time in that movie, where they're talking about, oh, it's a pile of junk, and they say, oh, the pile of junk will do, and this tarp blows off of the Millennium Falcon. Camera turns and shows everyone's favorite ship in a galaxy far, far away. And the theater erupted like I've never heard before. And it just gave me chills. I could give me chills talking about it now because it was the feeling of, oh my God, Star Wars is back. So there's been a ton of moments, but when you ask that question, seeing the Millennium Falcon in theaters for the first time is probably my answer.
Hey, Chewy, we're home. I don't know why there was a weather system in my eyes, Robbie, but there was. It was precipitation.
So good.
Yep, every time. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Robbie Fox. Check him out at Robbie Barstool. Does a great job, and you can see the passion for the films we wanted to tap into with him on Grant and Danny. So I want that answer from you next.
Yep.
Danny. Your theater experience that you'll always remember as kind of being the quintessential, this is why we do this.
Uh-huh.
And let's open up the phones on this. Do you guys have one of those? Maybe it's back in the day. Maybe it's recent. 800-636-1067. The Odyssey's got me thinking about movies on the big screen on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 2 of the series against the Rockies in Colorado. 8:40 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis set to be the bulk reliever. Carson Palmquist will open for Michaelis. Michael Lorenzen gets the ball for Colorado. The Nationals currently 1 game back of the final in a wild card spot. Also, they made some roster moves today in their bullpen, recalling Eddie Jean from AAA Rochester and DFAing right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence. In the NFL, the Dolphins signed linebacker Jordan Brooks to a 3-year extension worth $51.3 million, $35 million guaranteed. Commanders training camp, not that far around the corner. Rookies reporting on Friday. Veterans report 1 week from today. Celebrating her birthday? Discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Went and saw the Odyssey this weekend. Have been in a romantic mood about films. Just wanted to talk to someone who could break it down for us as to the magnitude of the movie and what it's meant for theaters over the last few weeks. Big thanks to Robbie from Barstool for stopping through, Robbie Fox, a few minutes ago. But you heard at the end of the conversation, I want to transition into, this was one of the great theater experiences I've ever had. Just enjoyable being at the theater movie experiences. What's the one that stands out for you as your favorite or the best? 800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Grant Paulson, on Twitter at Funny Danny. Danny?
Give you the couple podiums, then your champion. I'll do it quick. 20th anniversary of the release of Star Wars with my entire senior class at the Uptown. That was unbelievable. Such a fun time.
Why your whole senior class?
It was something we were able to do. Like sports were done. Our school day was done at like 1:30. The whole class went. All 77 of us went right up to the Uptown Theater on Connecticut Avenue at like 2 o'clock on a Friday right before school ended.
That's a whack.
It was great. It coincided with the re-release. That was awesome. Road trip. In college at Xavier, we got rained out. We went and saw The Matrix. A couple of my best buddies and I just totally blew our minds. Such a fun time just doing research about it, et cetera. But the number one experience by far, the first R-rated movie I ever got to see, Terminator 2 Judgment Day. It's how Kevin McCarthy and I actually first bonded. He shared the same experience as I did, where you're just like, this movie had been so hyped. Everyone waiting for it for a decade, basically. It was James Cameron back at the helm, Schwarzenegger, the twist. It was maybe the best sequel ever made, and it was perfect. That movie, you felt like a big swing, and you know what? As like a little 13-year-old that's so excited to be seeing all this stuff. The themes were violent. The movie was a 10 out of 10. That experience I will never forget.
Yeah, I've got a few, I guess, on a short list. The best crowd reaction I can remember, because to me that's what the whole thing is about, is like when a movie's over
that
and people cheer.
Clapping, yeah.
Dark Knight, after it had been out and the hype had hit and people were excited, going and seeing that at Udvar Hazy on that giant IMAX, some of the scenes were shot that way, and when the credits roll at the end of the movie and like people are applauding, like you're giving a standing ovation after a performance or something. That was something I'll never forget. Also, I mentioned this on the show before, but I was in theater for Wedding Crashers, and it was so great, right? And it's not a particularly good theater movie by any means. It's one of my favorite comedies. But when Will Ferrell shows up in that movie as this unannounced cameo, playing, I think its name's Chaz Reinhold.
Chaz Reinhold. So what he used to nickname the former drafted guard by one of the previous regimes, Chad Reinhardt.
Chad Reinhardt.
Let's call him Chaz Reinhold.
Will Ferrell shows up, and no one knew it was going to be him, and they've talked about him all movie long, and they're building up this cameo. And then he's sitting there in his robe yelling at Mom for the meatloaf. When he shows up on screen, because it was after Old School, I think Anchorman, a couple of his other heaters, the entire theater just starts clapping. Like in the middle of the moment where you first see him on the screen, which I thought was awesome. So I'll never forget that as well. First boobs I ever saw were at the showing of Titanic when I was like 7 years old. That was incredible because those the giant screen, large breasts. I was a child. That was fun.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not.
I don't know what the rules are. It feels like a no to me, but I think that was fine.
Okay. So I didn't see that. That didn't happen. But yeah.
And
so,
how old were you?
88 to 96, 6, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
When did that movie come out?
96 or 97, somewhere in there.
That
That's
changed.
when every girl had every poster on their wall.
That was a game changer
of Leo
for me, for sure. So those are some of the movie experiences that I remember from my lifetime. Dad, what do you got? Best movie experience you've had?
It would probably be a DC movie. I'm kidding.
Come on, he's having a fun
because
time.
I only watch Marvel movies. I mean, it's clearly Avengers, both Avengers movies. The most recent two Avengers movies, Infinity War and Endgame. Infinity War, the scene in which Thor arrives on Wakanda and says, "Bring me Thanos," and brings down his new hammer and slams it down to the ground and eliminates pretty much everybody in sight. I mean, the crowd reaction to that scene was just incredible. And then, of course, in Endgame, when everybody arrives back after the snap in which they bring everybody back, you see the portals in the background. You hear Falcon say "on your left" to Captain America, and then you see all the portals open up and all these characters come back that you thought were dead from the previous movie. I mean, just incredible experience. The way the crowd pops and claps and cheers.
Was that the biggest pop, or was it when the hammer?
It's hard to say. I feel like they're 1A, 1B. It's pretty much whichever one you want to choose.
I think that's the all-time one.
Me personally, that's my choice. Yes, is on your left. Once that happens and everybody comes back, it's all pride and joy right there.
The theater I was in, it was the hammer raising up. Yeah, because they're coming back, etc. That was fun, but that hammer moment was the aha moment.
Let's go to Bill in Purcellville on G&D. Best theater experience you remember having?
Oh man, listen, dudes, I'm older, right? But when I was a kid, we went to see Earthquake in Sense-Around, and I was about 10, and that probably was in the early 70s, 73, 74, Charlton Heston, and it was a big deal, you know. The theaters were shaking. I think it may have caused structural damage in some. I'm not so sure. But at Springfield Mall, showing my age, at the time, that was a pretty big deal. Naturally, you get into other movies, Jaws and the Avengers.
I will say, by the way, Bill,
decades after decades, you know, you get great movies. And I tell you, the Odyssey, I just saw it. It was in the Villages, but in Leesburg, it wasn't the biggest screen, right? It's not 70 millimeter, but it was so good.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's just so good.
Dude, Sense-Around. I have not heard that word in 40 years.
But he mentioned Jaws. That's one I'm jealous of. My dad has told me stories about that. Like my mom talks about Sonny Jurgensen. Yep. Like that summer, what year was that? 70-something?
Yeah, right. Because again, how about that run for
people going out, seeing that
75,
movie,
I think,
and then being afraid to go to the beach after. Josh in Chesapeake Beach, what's up?
Hey, fellas, how you guys?
Hey, buddy.
1989, Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, the first Batman that came out. That entire summer was nuts over Batman. I was a Batman mark. But I remember that was back in the day before you can go online and get tickets. My mom had to go up. It was a Friday. We were watching on Friday. She had to go to the box office when they opened up to buy tickets for that. And the entire theater, again, were marks like me, just going absolutely bananas for Batman. So, yeah, that's still number one on my list, guys.
All-time smash, too. Jack Nicholson's a 10.
He just hit on something I think that's really important. When you had to do a little more legwork to get the ticket, or it was more of an event back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, if my family's asleep at 10 p.m., I might just hop on the Fandango app, see what's playing near me. Oh, okay, I can grab a ticket, go get the movie. Like, it used to be drive there the week before, see what's playing this week, or look it up in the newspaper, get your tickets. It was just so much more of an event.
100% it was.
You know, you have to go 30 minutes on horseback at some point to go get your groceries or whatever, right? Like, now you just kind of order them and they show up at your house. Movies are kind of similar. Patrick in Centerville, you're on Grant and Danny. We're talking about some of the top movie theater experiences with the Odyssey taking the country by storm.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
So I got two. The first one was more like movie experience, kind of, hey, this is really amazing. And that's the first time that the T-Rex roared in Jurassic Park. The whole place just went dead quiet and then erupted in cheers.
Wow.
So that's number one.
93, yeah.
And then number two, this one involved a little bit of alcohol because I was much older. was in the first Transformers movie when they get to the the ultimate battle between Optimus and Megatron, and Optimus stands over him and says, "One shall stand and one shall fall." Every ounce of my childhood screamed up at me. I literally jumped up in my seat and screamed at the top of my lungs, "F him up, Prime."
No, you did not.
That's tough.
No, you
I
didn't.
absolutely did.
That's so
Packed
embarrassing.
Movie theater.
Oh
My God. I did not care. It was the best possible moment of my life. I can't believe I got to see that on a screen.
It's a throwback to the animated movie that scarred every kid my age when Optimus Prime dies in the first 5 minutes.
I'm not trying to Joan.
No, I
That
know.
is the nerdiest thing I've ever heard.
Well, I was excited too because it's a line from that movie with "One shall stand, one shall fall," right? And you're going, "Oh, they did it! They did the thing." No part of me jumped out of my seat and said, "F him up, Prime."
That is so tough.
I was excited too, but I didn't do that
In a packed theater in
Oh,
public,
that's tough.
probably an adult. Like, can you imagine seeing that?
Yeah.
Like the guy 10 seats down is
Oh,
like,
no.
"Get him, Prime!" Like, I wouldn't know what to do.
To be fair, he did say alcohol was involved. So.
That's true. I'm you know what? I stand down on that.
Yeah, there's not enough alcohol.
It still doesn't change how hilarious that is. Dave's on the Beltway. Dave, best movie theater experience.
Oh, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Thank you,
Long time listener, first time caller. Listen, so
You listen to Jim Zorn, and now you go. All
right, go for it.
Dating myself a bit. I was 7 years old. My buddy's dad camped out for days for the tickets. We saw in the theater Empire Strikes Back, and it was before the internet, before spoilers, and Luke, I'm your father, and the whole crowd just gasps. It's just phenomenal. It's like folklore in my family, and now my kids watch Star Wars. I remember The Force Awakens taking them, it was one of their first, movie theater experiences. It was phenomenal. So, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy.
You got it. What year was that?
1980. You had to wait 3 years after the first one. 3 years, and there's no way. Keep in mind, no internet, no way to find stuff out. There's a Star Wars parade in Los Angeles where the character Boba Fett appears, right? Just a dude in different armor. No one knew who he was, and everyone's like taking pictures and circulating it among like nerd newsletters and stuff. There's like, negatives being developed in weird labs. No one knows anything, and they're so desperate for information, and no one can find anything out. And Luke, I Am Your Father changed cinema.
He talks about being in a movie though with his dad.
Yeah.
That's one of those. Sports do this too.
Mm-hmm.
My memories of sporting events, trips to events, being at home watching things with my parents, important games over the years, are some of my fondest. And I think movies can do that too. And I think there are things like I've seen recent movies where I'm like, oh, my dad would really like this. I'd love to go to the movie with him. And we don't live close enough, and getting him to go can be hard or whatever. But at the same time, that's so cool. Like, hopefully his dad's still around and whatever else. But that's a memory he'll have forever. Kelso in Mississippi listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, boys. So the nerdy Transformers guy took my Jurassic Park pick. So instead, I'll say, Grant, I saw your Twitter post about the Odyssey after you saw it, and I went and saw it the next day. And I remember you mentioned something about how you heard the loudest noise you've ever heard in a movie theater. And the minute it happened, I was like, yeah, that's definitely what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's the one.
That was almost physically uncomfortable, but it was awesome.
It was piercing enough. Thank you, Kelso. That that sound won't leave me for a while. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
It was almost too much. I don't just mean in terms of volume, but it's not a sound I ever want to hear again.
I get it.
Like, I'll see the movie again, but I won't look forward to that part.
You'll know it's coming and brace yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in the moment, I'm like, you're so uncomfortable. You're like staring at the ground like, is it over? Is it over? It's not anything visually you're seeing. It's just the sound.
Man.
It's just different. You saw it in Dolby, so I'm sure the sound was pretty damn good too.
Pretty damn good is probably underselling it.
Yeah.
It was absolutely unreal how crazy that sound was in the Dolby Theater. That and the thunderstorm scene was pretty wild too.
I think people sleep on Dolby theaters, by the way. IMAX is a little bit over talked about, Dolby under talked about.
Okay. Why do you say that?
The audio,
just because audio?
Visual, yeah, it's just like the level up without the bigger size. I mean, it's a bigger screen to an extent, but the quality of everything is better. So, in other words, if you can't see something in IMAX and Dolby's an option, you want to do that what is it, Dolby 5.0 or whatever they call it. Oh, it hits different. It's like a Coca-Cola Classic.
Okay.
When you're thirsty.
Yeah.
If you haven't had one in a year.
That's your Dolby?
That's Dolby.
I like that.
Let's go to Jim in Haymarket. Jim, theater experience that you'll never forget.
Hey, guys, what's up? This movie satisfies three things. It's my first R-rated movie. It satisfies Grant's proclivity, and it has Jack Nicholson. I was 14 years old. My buddy's older brother took me to see The Shining. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
That movie was so scary when I was a kid.
I sat halfway through with my eyes covered, and then on top of that, I spent the night out at his house. It was an old house, and I probably got an hour worth of sleep.
Yeah, if you saw that
that'll
movie
do it to
at
you.
night, come on, man. So The Shining in theaters would have been that's an all-timer, I think, because I'm not a horror movie guy. I'm not a scary movie guy. That's more suspense. What would you call that?
That's a horror movie.
Horror straight up?
That's a horror movie. That's a mess with your brain. That's a supernatural. That's this guy snapped into madness. I don't even know what this is, what's real, what's not. Oh, man.
For the reason he's talking about, though, I'm out on that. Like, I won't see those movies because it's too big, it's too loud, it's too... why would I pay to be scared around other people? And their jumping makes me jump.
I get it.
I never will see a horror movie.
I've steered less, so I've steered more away from them. Release. I mean, there are some that are still so traumatic to me. I didn't see the remake of It, for example, because that's the most scared I've ever been in my life. Both with the TV movie with Tim Curry and reading the book alongside. I could read a lot of the Stephen King, like, terrifying horror stuff. That one, for whatever reason, got me. And I eventually had to burn the book. Not even kidding you. You couldn't, because there's a scene in the movie, or scene in the book, where Pennywise sees the kids reading the town history or whatever. It comes to life. He comes out of the book. Well, there's a picture of that evil son of a gun on the cover of the book. I put it face down in my closet. That wasn't enough. I eventually tore that page off. That wasn't enough. I had to burn it to make myself feel safe.
Talking about iconic movie theater experiences that we've shared with people. 800-636-1067. I still want to get into the brand new world record for somebody running the mile. Also, are NFL teams going to implement grass like they did for the World Cup? As we continue on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Listen, if you're thinking about selling your home, here's the only question that matters. What happens if your home doesn't sell? Again, there was a home in my neighborhood where it didn't sell for a long time. They were probably not very happy campers. With Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams, you don't have to wonder. If your home doesn't sell in 32 days, they'll make your next mortgage payment. That's exactly the peace of mind that Demetrius and Patricia needed. Reynolds of Power Home team's proven marketing strategy brought in serious buyers fast, and their homes sold quickly for top dollar. On average, their homes sell twice as fast as the average agents, and sellers walk away with over $30,000 more at closing. They're the best. They sold my place a handful of years ago. We got way over asking. The whole thing was done in a weekend. They are quite simply the best at this. Don't go with average. Go with the best. Sell with certainty. Your home sold. Guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team today at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.